much like as we should discuss, even the Nazis wanted to make Europe completely free of Jews. You're right. Yeah.
I am, sir.
Not so well. The Doctrine of Witness says that Jews are allowed to live as long as they live in a subjugated state. If you want, next week we'll talk a little bit more about the ideology behind this. But if you are to expel them, you're not killing them. You're just saying you can't live here, not in my backyard. So the idea of expelling the Jews did not contradict the Doctrine of Witness, but you couldn't actually live with the Doctrine of Witness. I haven't explained to you really how it works and how it is so, but there are lots of periods of time where the more humane aspects of Christianity are ignored by its practitioners, as we should see. So yes, exactly. He actually ignored, like in Christian law and Catholic law, it is forbidden to forcibly convert someone. But once they are converted, to use the Latin term, vidieza, they are converted. But they are converted. So that's what Portugal had big trouble because they're not supposed to do it. But if they force them, then what are you going to do? You're always Christians here. That's what Mr. Lipschitz and Mr. Rothschild. Right. It's I'm just joking. I'm busy. I remember once. But I remember when I once, I guess I'll tell you this in case anyone ever watches this. I remember I was in yeshiva in Yerushalayim, and next year I came back to the States and I went to a conference, and conference on Jewish studies, and there was a person there who was very excited to learn Gemara. And she said, I need a chadusa, Talmud. I really need to learn the Talmud, and I'm kind of feeling a little weird about it. This is not the way we learned when I was. Saying, yeah, yeah.
Welcome.
But I was soaked in an international environment, and I didn't have a strong, experience earlier. So, anyways, guys, I gotta give you some more history. Okay, you got it. And the next one, here's a map that shows that progression. Okay, this is the period called the Reconquista. Anyone want to translate the Reconquista? Reconquest, very simply. That's that's a Christian term. The reconquest of Spain. Remember, it was under the Visigoths until 711, and then it became Muslim after 711, and then starting in the 10th century, the Christians start pushing their way down south until you finally get to Granada, and that picture that I showed was from 1480, taking place to a very south.
What a body!
As the last Muslim
What a body!
So this is the Christianization. And in this kind of like muscular Christian environment, where we like, especially under of the disputation with Nachmanides, lots of attempts to get Jews to convert, and then ultimately we're going to end up with the Inquisition and the expulsion. I'll explain that in 1 second, and we're going to spend a lot more time about it later. But Mr. Rosh and Mr. Gross, Rosh. Yes. Because you're forgetting about the Muslims. They're reconquering Christian. Oh, I forgot to mention one other thing. We'll talk about more tomorrow, Tuesday. But in 589, the Visigoths abandoned Arianism to become Catholics. And when they became Catholics, they also became incredibly anti-Semitic. It was like they wanted to show they were so Catholic now that they were going to invent new ways. It's absolutely, it's going to blow your mind up to that. You hear about what the Visigoths did. Catholics is really nice. So this is the reconquest, meaning it was Catholic, it was not became Muslim, and then it was reconquered, of course, until 1492, when you have the expulsion of Jews, and really that represents sort of like the cultural, what's the word, monolith period. Okay. Do I see another hand? Okay, I have to explain very briefly the Inquisition, why it happened, and then the expulsion. We're going to stop. We will come back to it. I have to have a long talk about it because it was hugely important. But basically, during this period of the Reconquista, there's like a lot of anti-Jewish sentiment. What are we having these Jews in our neighborhood anyways? They help the Muslims, they're heretics, they're not like us. And so in the year 1391, there's a massive...
Do I like watching what?
Tax on these.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I'm more a Twitch creator, but yeah, I watch it sometimes. Yes, sir.
Jews are forcibly converted. And it involves a little bit of holy water and again a formula, but again,
What'd you say, Pimp?
Forcibly convert someone.
Maybe. You like them?
Who were Christian.
Excellent.
Considered themselves Jewish, and that meant that they had no anti-Semitic restrictions placed on them. They could go to university.
I'm in Fish Tank, Eager World, Socialized, Aiden Ross's.
Even though they were saying, well, okay, fine, I still buy my
Fish Tank, yeah.
Lots of Jewish friends, and they live in a Jewish neighborhood. And 100 years, right? 1891 was the great and the Inquisition is brought
what do you mean?
in 1478 because enough of this already. These new Christians, now in their third...
I think it's the Fish Tank alternative one.
They're actually Jews. So we have to force them to
Yeah.
become really Christian.
It's called like Fish Tank Alternative Group.
We'll persecute them, we'll make them do humiliating things.
Correct?
It was
right.
As Jews who had been converted to Christianity and their descendants who may still have harbored Jewish attitudes. Is that relatively clear for a nutshell? Mr. Kaplan. Okay. It became like a crazy purge society where the Inquisition would arrest someone, say, tell secret Jewish things you do, and they torture them. And they say, okay, tell us all of your friends who do Jewish things, and they would, people under torture would give up a whole bunch of names. Then they would go arrest those people, and then give a whole bunch of names. They would make names up, all kinds of
Welcome.
Society with Jewish. And finally, when you get to the 1490s, the crown is saying this is not working. They're tearing our whole society apart, trying to find these secret Jews, finding them everywhere. It doesn't make sense. And so the Grand Inquisitor says to Ferdinand Isabella, you know why we're not getting all those false Jews? Is because we still have these unbaptized Jews who are living there. And so as long as these actual baptized Christians who are practicing Judaism secretly can go to meet a rabbi, to Shabbos services, get some kosher herring, as long as they have Jews living here, they'll never be able to get rid of these false Christians. And so that's what was the impetus to expel all the non-baptized to Spain and make it completely Lutheranized. That's at the end of this period, 1492. Okay? So remember, now we have right? The areas, the ancient period, in particular up until the Muslims in 711. Then the Muslim era, which had at least 2 centuries where it was really good. As a whole, really good. We'll talk about why it was so good and why it stopped being good. And then with the Reconquista, you have this series of the disputations. They're trying to have at least debates over it. Then the Inquisition after the forced conversions, and then finally the expulsion to a sharp date, 1492. 1496, 7 in Portugal. We get up to this point. We're going to cover all of this later. Very good. Jews have been around since 632 together, and Jews have lived under Muslims and Christian rule for 1,400 years. One of the interesting debates is, was it better for Jews in Muslim lands or in Christian lands? And these parameters of that debate. So this was Mr. Witt, calling you about Mr. Ram, like Dodge. Is that already a kind of yes, yeah, sorry. It's really in one sense here. So I'm going to also report in this case. So we look at this map actually on Tuesday, right? This is the period of the great expulsion and also because a lot of those Jews, now we've got the Portuguese Jews. They don't have a choice. They are all converted in 1497, and it takes them sometimes up to 200 years before they're able to escape to more comfortable places like Amsterdam rather than Hamburg and so on. But this is the period where you have the massive spread of Sephardic people, and more significantly Sephardic influence. That's when you have all these Sephardic Jews coming out to the Middle East and really becoming leaders. And you know, they had such a mastery of Jewish texts, such a rich Jewish culture that they were able to say to people in Syria, Persia, and stuff, hey, you guys are doing some interesting things, interesting in Hagim, I like the kibbeh, Shulchan Aruch. It was like, wow. And so there's a huge adoption of Sephardic thinking, in particular, among the populations that were not necessarily ethnically Spanish or Portuguese, but they're adopting culture. And that's why the Spanish influence extends so far out into the West. Also, you've got lots of these, besides Europe and the East, you've got lots of Jews making their way to the Americas. Just don't forget, Spain and especially Portugal, massive imperial cultures setting up all kinds of populations in India and in South America, Mesoamerica, and North America. So a lot of Jews say, we're going to follow the Portuguese travelers and we're going to set up shop, and then maybe we'll be able to slowly adopt our Jewish identity again once it's safe for us. And that's representing the last 500 years, right up until this day, where you have Sephardim living in Queens or in great places like that. Mr. Naeem. Well, that's an excellent question. The Zohar would be traveling to this area at least from the 13th century onward, but I think the big influence, which we'll spend a week on, is what happens in Spain. Spain, look at the dates. 1492, there was an explosion in 1522. So basically 30 or 40 years after these refugees and their children born in and their parents speaking Spanish, and they're saying, "Oh, he's culture, and he's going so far away." Their children aren't. And almost years of party culture in a very different environment. For sure. Yes. Yes. Like that golden period. That's when all those Jewish letters. And what's amazing about it, we shall see, our vision of Jewish creativity, especially in the film world, is, Shostakovich. But in this period, you've got poets, philosophers, and artists, and they're like, he is phenomenal. Tremendous range of expression that was still considered part of the regular fabric of Judaism. Yehuda always, my gosh, you could not sell it in parts of Britain today, but it is phenomenal stuff. Mr. Rothschild. I would probably unpack that a lot more. I haven't thought about it that much, but I would say that's probably it. It's also kind of like, why is Lakewood so much like Eastern European Arabian culture, right? Because you had these educated Holocaust refugees coming to this place and saying, we're not going to just, become Americans. We are going to take the shtetl and bring it here. And they recreated what they had in Eastern Europe, the shtetl. And it's like, it's powerful, it's convincing. It's like, wow, look at all this Jewish stuff. So there's lots of business. We just unpack it, but we want some of that is tax, printed tax. You've got family minhag that people observe, but it's never been written down, never really been codified. And you have someone pull out a safe dinner, which is only not being printed, right? Printing is invented in the 1450s. Right, so the Jews are expelled in 1492. It's a brand new thing, and there it is, really in black and white. I have to use this. This is how true it is. It's a very text. I kind of like gives a little. Yeah. Yeah. Jews generally live in impermeable bubbles. We do, right now we're speaking English, right? And I'm using an Apple computer. I might look weird on the street in New York, but I'm pretty conversant with New York culture. And there's no reason to think it's not like that. Okay. But you're okay. So again, gentlemen, the takeaway: these 4 periods, right? To be intelligent for the rest of this course, recognize these 4 distinct eras. Tuesday got a little bit back. We really focus on the mind work. Your attention. Another home. Despite more security. Okay. So today's topic is why. I don't know how much history of Christianity, specifically its connection to the Jews. We're going to be spending a lot of time this course trying to understand how Christianity relates to the Jews on a theological level in order that we can understand how those theological principles were translated into policies on the ground. So, warning in advance, fair warning in advance, we're going to do a lot of Christian theology today. We're going to return to, actually, we're going to do some Muslim theology, not too much, but Muslim theology, and then we'll go back to Christian theology when we get to the Spanish Inquisition. I hope that will not be too much, and I will do my best to limit the amount that we have to really discuss. There it is, that's what we're going to discuss today. Okay, any last questions before we dive in? Okay, everyone is good. Let's start with the earliest settlements, which you recall when we talked about this last week. We did the broad overview of Spanish Jewish history, and we had the first bubble was the period of the Visigoths, right? So that's what we're focusing on today. On Thursday, Visigoths means the Western Goths. The Goths are the name for this nomadic people that moved somewhere out of Central Europe, perhaps somewhere near Hungary, and made their way into the western part of Europe, and eventually ruled the Iberian Peninsula and a bit of France, what will be France later, for several hundred years. And this is really our first good look at Jews in Spain. But what about the legendary origins, like the Jesus of Jews in Spain, that's necessarily rooted in what are conventional sources? Like, for example, that refers to the exiles of the Jews who are this is the classic passage, which citation is over and second last, and it says the Jews who were exiled from the lands of the Canaan into the region of Sarpas, which the commentators generally equivocate with or make equivalent to modern day France. Rashi says about that. So he doesn't say it here. He says in the next line, Sarpas who amalgam shakorin Francia. This is the kingdom that they call Francia. And then, of course, the line that's really relevant for us is the Galus Yerushalayim Asher B'Sfarad. The Targum says here, Yonasan ben Uziel, which is, of course, rooted in antiquity, sometime around the first century before the Common Era. We have the phrase Galus Yerushalayim Dibet Aspamia. The word Sfarad is translated as Aspamia. Aspamia is the Latin name for Spain. So that word that is in Pasuk in Ovadia, which is, of course, hundreds of years earlier, was translated to Spain by the Roman era. All right. Right. In Spain and in modern Hebrew for sure, and that's what we have here from the Targum. But is there any problems with this equivalent? Mr. Gross. Yeah, that word Safarad. Was there anyone else who called the Iberian Peninsula Sfarad at that time? Yeah. That's always what people call Iberian Peninsula. At the time of Wadia was so the layering of Targum Onkelos, it's not Onkelos, sorry, it's Targum Yosef the Field, hundreds of years after Ovadia, and he's asserting that dear medieval commentators, Rashi, the Radak, everybody follows Rashi and follows the Targum here, that this place is identical to the period of Hispania. Many other secular scholars identify it with Asia Minor, the region of Turkey, because we have some Babylonian inscriptions that refer to it as Safarad, which sounds a lot like Sfarad, and that's, like, at least in terms of the geographic distances involved are reasonable. Some also argue that it refers to this, which sounds a little bit like Svarad and also is in the same region, but we don't know. Anyway, that's our first citation of Spain, Svarad, and the other Jews being there from the land. We know there happens to be some other, but we have a passage in here that refers to those that travel from Gallia to Spain. That's definitely a much more reference to Mari. It's not, I believe, speaking. So the Roman Empire is definitely this commerce to Hispania because it was part of the Roman Empire. And we've got Jews getting out there at least in the first century. If we go a little further, interesting inscription that is unfortunately the next two inscriptions. Inscriptions basically, by the way, like things written on stone. Most common version of things written on stone. Excellent, right? Stuff written on gravestones, Macedos, right? Now most of these things are Macedos, but we have other things too. So we do have an interesting Maceda that was found by Rabbi Moshe ben Shimon ViralRabbi. Unfortunately, we reported this in the 16th century, and it was found in a town called Oviedo. Unfortunately, the original is lost, and all we have is the inscription of the inscription. And the inscription apparently read, "This grave of say from Mocking, servant of King Solomon, who came to collect taxes and died here, i.e. in Spain." So if we take this inscription, which is, again, we don't have the actual inscription today, if we take it at face value, it means that Shlomo HaMelech had his empire reach all the way across the Mediterranean to Spain, and that's where he actually sent out one of his official tax collectors. Kind of a stretch to imagine it historically, because we don't have any other supporting data, certainly not in Tanakh, but it's an interesting kind of thing. But we're left kind of like wondering, because we don't have the inscription, all we have is a 16th century reference, and we don't even know how much he said and saw it. Maybe he heard of it, maybe someone wasn't trustworthy, we don't know. We finally get a good, a fairly reliable inscription, which is unfortunately lost as well, but Ivan de Mariana was a much more reputable scholar of the 18th century, so you're already getting into kind of a modern period of collecting data and so on. And he made a transcription, meaning he wrote down what it said on this great marker. Let's read this together. What does that say? What do you notice about it?
My kids watching the new Hit 1 and 2.
You had nothing about that. Child services.
So I ran to their door like their dad, man. What do you want me to do?
So, well, that's like you played in with them. So,
You guys are going to play Wolfenstein. You're going to play Wolfenstein.
But,
like maybe something like that. We don't know what there, but an A ending is very common in
there's a man on right now with those kinds of I can't stand these kinds of shoes. I can't stand these shoes, and everybody has them. Kevin has one of clever shoes. Everybody has these fucking shoes. They're so bad.
Kevin, CKs. These are the CKs.
You know what? They're the fucking, what is it?
Here, give them the money. Now remember,
drop their books and they can look for
now remember, must you forget, this original lawsuit was...
Yeah. So,
Everyone's going to think
of course, Haley Atwell, it's not a plane, he's not bad, dude.
It's terrible. It means you've given up. When I see someone with sweats outside the house, I go, oh, they're not doing well. They have no respect for themselves.
What are you on right now? These guys are from the 50s, dude.
You know the message you're sending out to the world with these sweatpants? You're telling the world, I give up. I can't compete in normal society. I'm miserable.
Channing Tatum? Yeah, Channing Tatum. Yeah, Channing Tatum.
We got our lives. Wait now. Our lives.
Come on, you guys use the for him. They're in Texas here. They worked with him and they said, "Thank God he's gone." Apparently, he was
Well, he has definitely a feminine name, but Anyo, anyone speak Spanish here? Year, right. So, Dia Salamanula, year, men's, harder. Men's means month. And then what are these 4 lines? Right, 4 months. So 4 months. And then you have what is that?
It's a weird thing because I said that to Brent.
Month. Excellent. And then look at this last word here. Day. What does that translate as? Jewish girl, female, right? Day, Jewish girl. So this is an inscription, a tombstone that reads, here I have the actual translation here. Translation, here lies, right, that's not good to say it there, but we see someone named Mia, daughter of Solomon, aged 1 year, 4 months, and a day, a Jewess. Yes, it is very poignant, isn't it? But what does it say to us about the settlement of Jews in Spain? This is, by the way, a 2nd century marker. That means the 100s. That's how it is. Right, very good. There definitely was at least one Jew there named Solomon who had a young daughter who unfortunately died very young, and he buried her. What does it say about the status of Judaism? What does it say about their community? What does it say about, I don't know, anything. Maybe Solomon's the only guy there? Yeah, that's higher as a professional, but he's probably a favorite Most likely there's something in the community, right? He probably has a wife with him, right? Hard to imagine he's totally out there on their own. In 2nd century, not impossible. What about the fact that he decided to write the word Judea? Do you go to gravestones here and see where it says Jewish? There'll be a Magen David, there'll be a menorah, maybe hands up like this, right? But to say it in English, Jewish, Jew, Jewess, that'd be kind of weird, right?
Sounds like a plan.
They're mainly non-Jews, and you want to let them know that this is a special person. This is Jewish. I want to sing to other Jews who might see this. Mr. Woodman. That's interesting, like the 4th year, but it's in the genitive, meaning of Solomon. So that it will be Solomon Udos. Solomon Udos. If it was a nominative, it's a genitive, meaning of Solomon. So it's Solomon and the good call. Good call. Okay, so that's the Jewess of Adra. That's our earliest, pretty reasonable archaeological evidence of Jews existing there. Now, let's try to understand. We know a lot more about them, but in a weird way, it's actually from the 4th century. So we've got to understand the reason why we know so much more about the Jews from the 4th century until really the 8th century is because the church is writing about them. We have lots and lots of church records telling us about Jews. Unfortunately, as we shall see, we don't know what Jews wrote about themselves. There's no Shilohs and Shuvahs that come from Spain over these centuries. All we have to go on is what the church had to say about us. And to a certain degree later with the Visigoths, what the state had to say about us. We don't get a voice. We don't have any records about how we reacted to these policies and so on. So let us understand those policies. Let us understand that Christianity just takes off in the first 2-3 centuries after the founder of the religion died. And it's largely as a result of this man, Saul of Tarsus, who's also known as St. Paul. St. Paul is an interesting guy. He refers to himself as a rabbinic Jew from Tarshish, which would have been in Asia Minor. And he even says at one point, and his writings, by the way, constitute most of the Christian Bible. There are letters of Paul and describing things that he did, places that he traveled, things like that. He was like a major promoter of Christianity, way more than the founder of Christianity. If it was only after the founder, it probably would not have gone very far. But Paul was like, he was the Nathan of Gaza, to Shabbatai speak. He was like the #1 publicist. He famously was on his way to persecute Christians. He has like a conversion moment that's beautifully represented here in Zuccari's Conversione di San Paolo, where he's walking on, by the way, he never met the founder of Christianity, never. He had a vision of him on the road to Damascus, where he's like a soldier and he's going over to persecute some Jews or something like that, and he's struck blind after he has this vision. That's what's depicted here. I think this is supposed to be some divine figure, lots of little angels around, things like that. And here is Paul down at the bottom, struck blind. He's blind for a few days. And but my favorite part is the chorus.
Oh, yes, the other day, we were playing this song everyone was perfect, and it goes very quiet, and I have a whole speech about being kind to each other, accepting everyone who they are. And I thought everyone's really respecting this message. And then this lady said something not great to do with that. What did she say? She suggested we have some form of physical contact with each other. So,
Yeah, but I've never heard anyone who said this.
So I read some songs about that, and then this lady said, "Fuck me."
So we have his own testimony that at least he has intentions to go to Spain. We definitely know that he was all over the Eastern Mediterranean and well up into the Italian Peninsula. You can see he's got 4 separate journeys that are recorded in the New Testament. And why do we care about this? Why is it important that we're looking at Paul's journey? Excellent insight, Mr. Lipschitz. It's not just Mr. Lipschitz. It's not only is he going to convert Jews, but wherever Jews are, there's a lot of other likely candidates for conversion. Jews themselves are sometimes hard to convert, but wherever Jews go in the Roman world, they have a lot of, well, they're not Christians at the time, they're pagans, right? But they're like, yes, there are like Gentiles who are like just regular pagans. And then they have God-fearers, is how they're referred to. These are people who are like intrigued by Judaism. We would call them maybe Noahites today. They're like, really, Judaism is so cool. First of all, they have this great idea of life after death. Wow. Well, like Roman life after death is like Hades, right? It's really dark and miserable and nasty. And they have this idea of like one invisible God that actually listens to you, that you can actually talk to, like the whole concept of prayer, as opposed to like offering sacrifices to kind of please the gods. There's not a whole pantheon of multiple gods running around fighting each other. This idea of an all-knowing, omniscient, omnipotent, ubiquitous God is like a whole different ideology than anything the Romans were selling. And so wherever the Jews were, there were always like surrounding populations who were interested in Judaism. What kept them from becoming Jews outright? Sorry, Mr. Rubin? Well, especially after the wars, yes, but before the wars, before the Great Revolt of '66, they're not especially persecuted. In fact, they have special status in the Roman Empire. Judaism was a religio legita, which means a legitimate religion, it was a recognized religion. The Romans were actually, up until the revolt, they're actually pretty generous with Judaism. They didn't understand it as a religion, but they said, fine, you do you. And they even gave Jews exemptions from all kinds of public requirements. Like, it was considered perfectly normal for all Roman citizens and Roman subjects, including slaves, to like offer annual sacrifices to the emperor, to bow down before idols as a show of kind of like respect, because the emperor was sort of like a divine figure. it would be a lot like, imagine going to a
You know,
ball
Phil, the
game.
Chamberson break, and the winner this Saturday is talking about eating international food, having wine tours, tasting, vineyard tours, seminars, arts and crafts. It's a lot of fun the whole day.
The idea is, as the woman said, not quite there. We're going to exempt you from all these, which is actually pretty.
Okay, we're gonna make sure she is.
Get back as soon as we can.
We'll be back right after this.
So Paul is traveling all around the ancient world, trying to not. Oh, that's what I forgot. Actively proselytizing. You know, we had a ban on proselytizing that meaning actively trying to convert people to become Jewish. We just gave that up during the period of Yochanan Hyrcanus, which is about 100 years before, 150 years before the period we're talking about. We still had a really, massively effective Kiruv movement that was more like a, if you want to join us, fine, here you go. The main barriers, that's why I got this Kiruv and I got enough of a tangent. I asked the question, what were the main barriers? Why didn't people just become Jewish? It's such a cool ideology, so competitive. Why don't we become Jewish? Yeah, mitzvahs. Anything in particular kind of difficult? Circumcision. Wow, that's a big one, right? What else? Shabbos, right? Although Shabbos was like a chaya. One of the problems that we see over and over again was that when Jews had slaves, this is a period where slavery was common, slaves have to rest on Shabbos too. You can't make them work on Shabbos, right? So if you're a slave and you get like maybe a day off a season, and you say, I don't want to be a slave to this Christian or this pagan guy, I want to be a slave to these Jews, because one day in 7, I can totally chill. And also the rabbinic rules about what slaves get and so on. So the ownership of slaves is going to be a perennial irritant for the church. They don't want Jews to control Christian slaves in particular, as we shall see. But it was a thing that a lot of slaves wanted, and they were preferred to be Jewish slaves. That's right. Well, it's those where these Jews obviously it's so they do Shabbos. Well, Jewish history is always filled with respect, where you will have Jews who are, totally wearing black hats and garters and shaitos, and that you'll always have that segment on one end of the spectrum, and you'll always have Jews on the other end who are like more lackadaisical about things. The basic set are the same set we have today. So I would say there's anything intrinsically different. There might be a difference in how many Jews were less observant back then than there are today. I would argue that we probably have a far greater proportion of Jews who are not observant. But basically the same set of mitzvahs as we have today. Okay, so here we go. So Paul is traveling all around there, and he's trying to sell to Jews with very, very minimal success, but he's especially selling to these God-fearers. And he goes to the Jewish communities because the God-fearers are attracted to them, and they are sort of like primed for Christianity. Because when a guy like Paul comes and says, hey, we can give you all the upsides of Judaism. You like that personal deity idea? Excellent, we can do that for you. You like life after death? No problem, we have that down. But we have everything, and you know what? Join our faith, you don't have to worry about circumcision. You can still eat your pork chops. Everything is pretty easy. All you have to do is accept, that this is your personal savior. And so it's actually a much lower threshold to entry. And so he ends up making a tremendous success in terms of selling this new faith. However, he has to explain the difference of Christianity and Judaism. And this is one of the things that really comes down to Paul and will be developed over the centuries. And I'm going to give you a couple of medieval examples of this, because if you were like a God-fearer, and you're hanging out with Jews, maybe you're going to synagogue, as we should see that's happening a lot. There's all these pagans going to synagogue, staying for Kiddush, enjoying things, and saying, "No, I really like Judaism. I just wish they didn't have that circumcision bit. I just wish they didn't have the important bit." And then along comes Paul and says, "Hey, you don't have to do it. You do with us." And the first thing that they ask is, well, how Judaism is an ancient religion. Antiquity was very much respected. Well, how old are you guys? What, 40 years? Seriously? It's like a cult, right? It's like, you guys worship asteroids or something. Said, no, it's the real deal. What you have to understand, you would say, is that God used to love the Jews. They were the chosen people. And then he changed his mind. And the Christians are the chosen people. We have taken over the Jewish title in that regard. This is especially important because once they get down to codifying the Bible, they're going to use like 4/5 of it is maybe 5/6 of it is the Tanakh, and they're just going to add an appendix to it, which they call the New Testament. So it's all based on Judaism. So you have all this stuff where Tanakh says, "You guys have, Am Segula," all these things that they have to deal with. How do you explain it? So this is an example that dates from the 12th century. It's a classic Gothic sculpture, and there are literally hundreds and hundreds of examples of this. It was a type of monumental architecture that was used to teach illiterate peasants about this basic relationship of Judaism and Christianity, because it would become a theological irritant that would last forever. Christianity would always have to deal with this question. And it's portrayed typically two women. Always on the left-hand side, you have a woman representing ecclesia, or the church. And as you can see, she's got an upright staff, which indicates temporal power. She's got a crown, that's her authority. Her bodice is done on properly. She's holding a chalice here, which has a theological implication. And she's sort of looking daggers over at this woman who represents the synagogue, or the Jews. And unlike the ecclesia, she has lost her crown. Her staff is broken, meaning she has no more authority, no more power. Here she's holding the Shnei L'Chot, right? And they're held in an inefficient way. They're slipping from her hands. Her bodice is not done up, and she is literally in a posture of decline. She's literally falling away from rocks. This, by the way, is from Notre Dame. It burned down a while ago, but it was up for 800 years. Really big deal. And of course, she is blindfolded. Meaning the blindfold, right? And what's that mean for Judaism? Right, it can't see the truth of Christianity. So this message is essentially what Paul developed and was selling to people, saying Judaism, that's old-fashioned, that's old technology. We have new technology, it's way better. The Jews, they have this problem, they just can't keep up with the times. They're obstinate, they're obdurate. We'll see these arguments developing over the next few centuries. I'll show you a couple more examples just to illustrate. We could spend the entire the entire course looking at varieties of the place in synagogue. It is such a popular representation of this because the message had to be taught over and over again. Here is another one. I like this. This is from but then it's the usual things for the ecclesia, the staff, the chalice, the crown. What I like about this version of synagogue, you can see the Ten Commandments here. You can see the broken staff. She's also like falling away from the rock. What about this thing around her eyes, hiding her eyes? Exactly. What's covered by? A snake, right? A serpent is covering her eyes, right? So in Christian mythology, derived from Genesis, the snake is Satan, right? Satan. So the reason why the Jews are not paying attention to Christianity is because Satan is fooling them. Right? Satan is blinding their eyes. That's the idea.
This is what versus New Testament. The reason why they chose to start all of them with holding on to those laws and this is just once they fit one way, it's easy to think
it became a trope. Right. Exactly. And you'll see over and over again. They are definitely borrowing the concepts from many passages in the New Testament. But sometimes those concepts, those mashalim that are there, are much more like kind of, they're less powerful. The metaphor of the olive tree, the tree is rotten, you cut it down, but you plant a new shoot on it, and a new branch grows up. That's like the old Judaism. The tree is dead, but if you plant the Christians onto it, then it'll grow. So it's hard to like kind of portray that in art. But I'm going to show you one more just to show you how it gets weirder and weirder when we study. If you guys take history of the Jews of Ashkenaz for the next semester, we'll go into this a lot more because it's really the Ashkenazi. This is a church, a stained glass window from Berlin, Germany, 14th century. And here you can see on the right, it's always on the right of the cross here. That's why. There is, this staff, the chalice. She's riding a tetromorph, a four-headed sort of animal, which is reminiscent of Yeshua, and hand descends from heaven and crowns her. So that's a pretty strong statement of divine authorization, right? Divine support. The synagogue, on the other hand, is riding a mule, a sterile animal. She is holding onto a ram's head, which is reminiscent of the Akeda, but also in Christian thought it represents carnality, their attachment to sacrifices, korbanos. When Christians are more spiritual, deal with those kind of things. Broken staff, crown off her head. But check this out, Michael. A sword descends from heaven and pierces the top of her skull. And so it's a really strong statement in a German church saying this is how God feels about the church, this is how God feels about the Jews. You can see crowns falling out. The sword is even bloody, which is so gross. Imagine it was a church. She's holding a ram's. That's her staff. It's like here, you see it's got a banner. It's a symbol of authority. You would like it as a symbol of authority. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not sure. These things are analyzed over and over. There's so much to say about them. Mr. Aloysius. Yeah, it's like for a lot of Western art, it becomes a motif, right? So it's repeated over and over again. Women represent ideas, concepts, abstract, as opposed to men who are like individual actors. So they frequently represent, the virtues as female characters and so on. Also, the grammatical form of the word is ecclesia and synagogue. This is how the church is feeling about the Jews. Right? This is what's going on at the time theologically. By the way, we do have an interaction to this. You guys this every day, right? The Pirkei Hamim, which is discussed in the Gemara, Rafos, where the Chachamim, following Shmuel HaKatan, said we need a bracha. It's really a klal. We need a statement so that we can be sure that any Jews, this is now not in Spain, of course, this is principally in Judea, around the time of the Corban Pius training, that we need a clear litmus test to make sure that Jews aren't wavering. Because within a few decades of the death of the founder of the religion, there were a lot of Jews who were joining on with this growing movement. And so the Chachamim said, we're going to add this bracha, which is pretty extreme. We're going to add this bracha to the Shemona Esrei, and when Jews are called to daven from the Amud, and they have to do Chazal Sashat, and to pronounce this out loud, then we will know if they are holding true to traditional Judaism or if they are with this new Christian movement. And so a person who refused to read this particular book would be condemned. It's believed on.
Okay, which one?
Was possibly one of these Jews who was because it's tremendous amount of thoughts going into it.
Which one?
Just besides any questions about this, Mr. Grossy? This is very troubling.
This one?
Now, all of this is like sort of theological discussions, but it becomes real because
Okay.
in the early 300s, the Roman
You're okay.
this religion that was originally not Judaism or Religio Lecita, that was actually persecuted because it didn't fit the
It'll fix itself, or we'll see.
And ultimately, the emperor Constantine says, "Okay, that's it. We're going to make Christianity the official religion of the Roman Empire." And that represents a big turning point for the Jewish population, because now it's not like, we're actually fairly tolerant of diversity of religious opinions, because that's somehow the nature of you have your God, I have my God. It doesn't bother me. Maybe when I come to your house, I'll worship your God for a while. It's like, you can be tolerant because there's no exclusivity to my God and the other God. Christianity becomes an ongoing that theological problem. Judaism, how we're defining ourselves against the other religion that we have emerged from. We have to prove that we are legitimate.
And then he comes in. Yeah, kid got his head crushed.
That's probably the worst way. Oh, what was your mom's friend that did this?
Lady. We always had to go to this old church, which apparently had this portal to hell. This very haunted church.
For real now?
Yes, there used to be devil worshippers out at this church, and we would go once a year because my family had some connection with the church or something. But yeah,
Devil worshippers?
Before it got to be devil worshippers.
There at this church was this old lady who ran over your cat.
Ran over the cat, and it's Christmas time, and then we start thinking, oh my God, is she one of the devil people? But
Was she?
no, she's just from Catholic.
I went to Catholic school. Catholic school was crazy.
Did you like it? Was it all girls?
I went to little girls, yeah, and then I went to elementary K through 8, but my dad's a Jew, so confuse him.
Oh, but it's more affordable.
It's more affordable, but very Catholic. Yeah, but you kind of do. You have to stay along with like math.
Yeah, stuff.
And in high school, we had these things called liturgical dancers. They were like interpretive dancers that would wear like white leaf cards that had like lace hanging from it, and they were just like dance around in the middle.
Wonderful, feeling the spirit. They're probably feeling
Yeah,
the
it's just
spirit.
exactly what they wore.
Was it students or adults?
Students.
Did you ever think about participating in that, or
No, I was humiliated for them. Because I was like, dude, the balls that it takes to just put on a card in front of the whole school and interpret a dance.
Yeah, weird.
So for me, like, are you fucking kidding me? No.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to be moved by the spirit in front of my entire school.
Yeah, it could have been social suicide, being one of those freaking people.
Yeah, but when it's an all-girls school, people act crazy. Like, no one shaves their legs.
Oh, really?
No one wears makeup.
That's funny. I went to all guys school. Like,
You did?
the first time I ever saw a girl was my freshman year of college, and I saw that was the first time I saw a female in the class.
No.
Yeah, my first time.
Was it Catholic?
It was not Catholic, but we did have Derek Poston. He went to the rival all guys school in Memphis.
Derek Poston did?
Yeah.
He went to an all-boys school?
Yeah, Catholic school. Christian Brothers.
The Christian Brothers was
Wait.
Derek.
Oh, what?
Yeah, we went to rival high school, so we used to have a real
Did
big
you know him?
for that. No, he was a little younger, but I do remember going to open mics in Memphis and it being there 10 years ago.
He was well started in Memphis.
We were totally there at one point in time, both doing it early on.
That's so weird. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's kind of a small world.
That's crazy. No, yeah, all gender one school is.
Did you like it? If you ever had a child, would you send your child to all the same-sex schools?
Maybe if it was a girl, because I'm one boy crazy.
I was good for you.
Like, if I would have gone to public
So many boyfriends.
I would have been pregnant. Like, I was
It's a little harder around ugly girls.
It's a little harder to get pregnant.
For sure.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. I would be like 5 abortions deep if I went to Village. Just kidding. Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
That's why Grant's girls are in all school.
yeah, exactly. Would you put your kids in?
I think I would. I had a very nice time. Yes, I think we were all just messing around, my buddies and I, having a good time. And I don't know, I don't know if females would have changed that dynamic of what I felt like was going on. I feel like females might have changed how we were able to be goofy and mess around.
We were so goofy too. And then there was this day, you guys do this, where there was one day a year where the opposite gender came to school. It was like our brother's school came to school with us, and it was called Exchange Day.
It's fun though, but we would have classes sometimes where you would see the girls walking in the hallway.
Yeah.
Going to like a class. Yeah, it was always kind of, everybody would be standing around like watching.
Yeah, everyone acts so weird. And it was like the one day where the boys came to school, it was Exchange Day, and all the boys would come to school, and all the girls would look so different because everyone was having like makeup on, right? Everyone was trying so hard. Everyone looked completely different, started acting different. It was crazy.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I think if I had girls, I don't know. Did boys at the all boys school? Okay, whenever I went to the all boys school, I went there for summer school.
Okay.
Everyone was drawing dicks all over the place. What is that?
It was
What the fuck is that?
a whole lot of penises for sure.
Why?
I
We
don't
don't
know.
draw our vaginas.
Yeah, Grant, what would you say? What's your perspective on this, Grant? Did you experience the same thing where you went to drawing penises, or did you have any buddies, or would you see it when you were in like a middle school situation, high school situation? What do you mean I was? Still.
Drawing penises?
Yeah, they're so funny. That's funny on Superbad. Don't they show all the penises he does?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Kind of. And, yeah, I don't know what the obsession is, but there is quite the obsession.
And it was like all boys school, there was just dicks everywhere. I was like, why is everyone drawing dicks? And the only time we did it would be like on somebody's dirty car.
Which is a classic move on a dirty car. It does. Just do a big penis on the fucking door.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh gosh. I can.
Can't put the penis drawing photos up. Well, we can use our imaginations.
There's also spitballs.
You
What
guys-
happened? We did these things called hornets, where you would get a piece of paper and like twist them up and kind of fold them up, and you know, with a band, it get like right on somebody's neck. And
That hurt?
oh, it was horrible. I went through a lot of pain.
Did you get in trouble a lot? Did you get sent to the office? I can see that for you.
Well, it got nipped in the bud early, Sarah, in the first grade in Miss Diaz's class.
Yeah.
I started doing this thing because it was like every day or every other day. I can't really remember, but all of our locker numbers, she had Miss Diaz had all our locker numbers in a bucket. She would do the thing out, and if it was our locker number, we'd get like the little Matchbox car or a pen.
Okay.
And I would follow the person and see where they put it in their backpack, and we were all waiting to go get picked up out of the backpack.
Oh.
Yeah, I started getting into this, and I asked my buddy if he wanted to be a part of this club, which is so stupid.
Yeah.
And he ran by himself to his mom, and then I don't know what her crazy ass said.
Told your mom?
Yeah, to my parents, and my parents talked to me, and it like really scared me real bad. So then I kind of got scared straight in the first grade.
They're like, you're gonna be a thief.
Yeah, it was something, and it scared me to death, so I was better. I mean, I've really stolen other things generally in my life after that, but not too much. It helped me.
Yeah, that's crazy. The stealing club.
Yeah, this club, watch the kids when they put their shit. It was just like they're idiots. I'm going to be able to steal this ass and back. So, oh yeah, I'm going to add you my bed.
I was so afraid of getting into trouble. I got sent to the office once, but it's because I went up to this kid. Remember Foursquare?
Loved Foursquare, yeah.
We were playing Foursquare, And there, at the time, there was like this Mercedes-Benz commercial where Sybil Shepherd, I don't know how I remember this. Sybil Shepherd. Yeah, she's on the phone and she's like, Kevin. So, I don't know what commercial it is, but it was from so long ago. And she says Kevin like that, and there was this kid, and I went up to him and I went, Kevin. His name was Kevin. And he got pissed off, and he ripped my shirt.
Oh my God.
And I didn't have anything underneath it. And I got sent to the principal's office for antagonizing him, and then he had to buy me a new uniform shirt. And then his mom made him call me and apologize. And it was like really humiliating. And I just remember being like, I do not want anything to do with getting into trouble.
Yeah. This is horrible.
I was like, I didn't need my shirt ripped just for saying your name.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
That would have scared me to death. Yeah, every now and again, people would be pants.
Oh.
You would leave gym class or have like shorts on and sniping at their arms up and then talking to people with their getting pants.
That's fucked up. There was also this girl. Okay, do you have any memories when like next to you or anything? There was this bitch who grew up next to me. We met next to each other. She had a fruit roll up at recess, and her was like red roll up, like red 40 color. And it's fruit roll up, and I was like next to her, and then they had to come in and like throw like they put like bird seed on it. What do they put on it? What is that dust? What is that? Kitty litter.
I don't know. Yeah, I remember being. This was before elementary.
Oh my god, I can't even look at it.
I said fruit roll-ups for you.
Yeah, like this cherry one. It was making me feel nauseous. It literally was making me feel nauseous.
Oh, that's horrible. It's horrible when I time drink my Gatorade. I'm trying to remember you're freezing vodka. Slow you're freezing. Violently drawn.
So later freeze the color.
Yes, I'm pretty sure it's
yeah, it looks like rednecks. Yeah.
Antifreeze. It's poison people by everyone in a poison somebody. It's antifreeze. You put it like a finger in.
Yeah.
Where that's from?
Forensic
files, yeah, that's what.
That's what you. Oh, there's a little bit of sawdust on the floor.
Sawdust. Oh, yeah, but oh my gosh, when I was in, this was in Greek. I was sick one day, I guess. It was in the middle of the gymnasium, and I vomit in the middle of the gym, and I'm scared to death. I'm a little boy, and I go hide behind somewhere, and I remember the teachers walk up to it, and they're like, who did this? And there was this little girl right there that they were asking, and I remember looking at where I am and pointing me out.
No.
And I felt so betrayed. I was like, what the fuck?
That's you. She was dark.
She knocked my ass out. So after that, I tried not to vomit. Oh my God.
Vomiting is embarrassing. And this ruined this girl. Like, no, our girl's coming. Like, ever since, like, I can't think about her without thinking about the fact that she rolled up next to me.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's what can happen. That's why you gotta be so careful.
Remember, they make you take naps at school, like in kindergarten?
Yeah, early on we had to take.
I wish that people would like come around and say, "Okay, lie down," like as an adult.
Oh yeah.
Like make sure I'm getting my sleep.
Siesta. In other countries have siesta.
Yeah, like Spain.
Oh my goodness, what is it? Just in the middle of the day.
Night.
It goes night. Wonderful.
Just 3 hours in the middle of the day. Is it 3 hours? How many hours is it?
3 hours sounds good. That sounds like
3
a good
hours.
amount of
Right around like 3 to 6. I'm logging off. Yes.
Dreams. That's what you do for your dreams. Just in the middle of the day.
I've been having crazy dreams.
Really? You've been remembering them?
Yeah, I was writing it down for a while. And I had a dream. It was really fun, and then I looked down and I was completely naked from the waist down.
Oh my gosh.
And I was like, dude, what the fuck? And I'm like, why am I naked? But I feel embarrassed naked and people can see me. It was really weird. And then I dreamt that I wanted a Nintendo Switch. And I was I went to Nordstrom to buy it, and for some reason I didn't have any money. And then Rogan out of nowhere and was like, "Why isn't it Switch?" Oh my gosh, it's like weird. She bought me the Nintendo Switch. I was like, cool. It was like Mars Rover themed.
Oh, is that an actual?
No, but I just seen the movie Friendship. Did you see the movie Friendship?
No, is it good?
I didn't like it. Everyone was talking about how great it was.
That's what I've heard.
Everyone was overhyping it, and then I went to go see it, and I was like, it's fine.
Yeah. Still have the
I like whatever the fuck his name is.
Yeah, Tim. It's not.
It's Tim Robbins, and that's what I meant.
Did you ever watch that Tim and Eric going out?
Not really.
I went to a phase. I can't remember what it was where I watched like a single.
I remember I hooked up with this like stoner dude in college, and he always come over and be Futurama and a robot chicken. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Do you like it?
No, I don't remember liking it. I just remember him always putting it on and me being like, "What are we watching?"
Yeah. But yeah, what would be a good thing to put? I don't know. You maybe ask the other person.
Bridezillas goes off. Like, my boyfriend and I discovered Bridezillas recently.
Oh, does he like it?
Yes. You love it. It's all of these crazy bitches. Like, the day before their wedding, like, it's my day, princess.
Being to their
Attitude coming from.
Oh, sweetie. It's nothing but attitude. They're like, and they're like broke, but they're like, I told him that my reception needs to be at least $20,000. And you're like, where are they getting the money from this? It's expected. They have an expectation. It is really gnarly. They lose their minds.
and then they lose friends and people just drop out because they're just so mean.
Yeah. I wonder what percentage of those people end up getting a divorce.
Some of them act, I'm surprised they even make it to the wedding because they're like unbearable. They're like acting like spoiled little like toddlers, like having a tantrum. Look at her.
Yeah, she's freaking right there.
She goes, "What?" I said, "No." Like,
Mom or whoever.
she's herself. That's what they all look like. All the friends and families have had enough. They all look complete like that.
I wonder if I could be the first boy bridezilla, because what was it mainly? What was it mainly? It was only probably women, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because I think who would be a real
Bridezilla.
groomzilla? That could be a good idea, baby.
Yeah.
Bring it back.
I like it.
Yeah, that's how my fucking big bitch. My day.
It's my day. Where's my suit? You know, what kind of food would you have? It's like everything becomes an issue. Like this whole like, I said that we were gonna be making party favors at my house at 1 p.m. and where are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you show up to like the dance rehearsals because they like choreograph dance, it's a wedding thing.
Yeah.
If you just right there,
You gotta learn to dance.
You gotta learn that.
even if you have work.
Tulips, I want tulips.
See, I think I would want that. I would want to dance with the groomsmen. Just have things really set up. It's so fun. Because people wouldn't expect it. They'd be like, no, hopefully the bride, maybe the bride and her friends want the groom. They're doing this.
What song would you pick?
Yeah, what would you wear? I'm imagining like a top hat.
Maybe like Macarena at the beginning.
That's
Since everybody knows it.
Everyone's wearing white gloves for some reason.
Yeah, and everybody
Everybody
knows how to do it. Yeah, and then you get Dringes and what is it? Better be starting something.
That's a good one.
I
Yeah.
always thought he was saying something else. What did I think? It always sounded like something else. Gotta be starting something. Or something in the summer. I always thought he said summer. But it's, yeah, now and again there's a, like, what the fuck are they saying? I've been hearing it wrong.
Yeah, there's a lot of like that.
Gotta be starting summer. That's what I thought it was.
Well, they started some.
So it's close because I want to be starting something.
Yeah, but you know, like sometimes they do that with kids songs. Like they'll take another song and they'll like change the word. Kids Bop, yeah. There was one of Yellow Submarine, but said we all live jelly bean. Let's record. Like Yellow Submarine was good.
And how are those people allowed to do that? Because are they profiting off using the other people's ideas to begin with?
Satire, parody wall.
Oh, is that what it is? Your Al's able to do it?
Oh, sweetie.
Oh my gosh, so that's how they can do that.
Oh my, look at Casey Rocket as your groomsman.
Oh my gosh, we're having a wonderful time.
He doesn't know you're about to yell at him. There's a no. He said no. He also said no pact. He violated the law.
Yeah, and
Your rule.
I got everybody out in the middle of the woods where people can't hear me scream.
What are you gonna say to him?
Dude, what the fuck? I told you ass to where at. And I'll be like, hey, what are you doing with those glasses on, bitch?
And no accessories.
Yeah.
No accessories that aren't approved.
Yeah,
For this groomzilla.
Yeah, dude. Take your glasses off and then just hit him off his face. And he'll just be like, wow. And I'll be like, get up, ass. Because he's looking on the ground for him.
Time to give them up.
It's time to, y'all remember how to do this. I think people remember. I think people can do the Macarena still. I could do the Macarena.
I think I can do the Macarena.
Because it's what your palms up, down, then up, and then on your head, and then on your
Macarena.
yeah.
Oh,
And then it's you do put it on okay, so down, up, middle, head, back.
The entire
Oh my gosh! Then you just
Yeah.
do the same movement on the new pivot point.
Yes. We were at the wow. we really figured that one out. To the LA campus and watched the pig races, and the kids knew the Macarena. I was shocked that it's passed down to generation to generation. That's so crazy. Kids are doing it. That's crazy. The pig races is like one of my favorite things ever.
Oh, it's so exciting! Yeah, everybody's sitting in the bleachers on the different colors of who you're rooting for.
Yeah, it's so cute. It's the best.
Oh my gosh,
You're so good.
Yeah, everybody doing it. I was excited. Maybe that's why I was thinking about that right there. I mean, he was like the
When did you guys see the pig races recently? Yeah, the LA County Fair's in May.
Yeah, a
Oh,
couple months
the
ago.
there, and they have the pig races there. Hell yeah, dude.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, just all day walking around
I love a fair.
and eating stuff. Long, because I grew up in Memphis, they had these wonderful things, hot dogs on a stick, like corn dog, but they go Prano pups, and you slather the mustard on the outside. So I made a couple Prano pups,
Two corn dogs.
2 corn dogs,
Corn on the cob.
Ice cream, square treat,
walked
some
like
sort of
4 miles to look for someone had a nut ice cream, and we looked everywhere
I had
for
to
it.
find it.
Did you find it?
Yeah, it was good. It was almost a little too decadent. It was almost a little too much with the nuts and also something else on there was delicious. And then what else? There was other stuff too.
Foot long licorice. We had like cherry cola licorice.
All kinds
But
of stuff.
corn for me, I need floss immediately. Yes.
Yeah, it gets in your teeth and then you freaking see it in your doo-doo or whatever afterwards. Sometimes it's like with me, it's like days afterwards. I'm like, oh my gosh, what is going on? And by the way, I got to give a quick shout out to Metamucil. I think that's really helping me.
Yeah, Metamucil.
I have never, because we don't have to talk about this, we won't, but I've been having issues with my stomach, and it seems like Metamucil, if I drink 2 cups of this, it's helping.
What's that fiber?
It's helping. I don't get enough, and that's probably why the corn can be in there for like And then I think, what's going on? And then my mom got diverticulitis.
Your mom did?
Yeah, she's about to have a thing put in her stomach the rest of her life, a colostomy bag.
Really?
Yeah, but they got a second opinion, and I have obviously shared DNA with this lady, my sweet mother, and so I worry that I'm falling into the same trap.
Well, how do you avoid diverticulitis?
Fiber.
Yeah, I think
Lots of
fiber.
fiber.
So I'm looking for fiber.
I guess I'm going home and having a salad, which is hard to find in this fucking state.
I know, yeah, Texas.
Why can't I? Yeah, I've been here. I don't know how many fresh fruits or vegetables I've had since I've been here.
Yeah, it's like almost nasty. It's just a bunch of fucking like brisket. It's meat, heavy meat.
Fried chicken and honey. I'm like, oh, I guess.
Yeah, fried.
Maybe when you come, I eat to Texas. It's bad.
Barbecue.
Barbecue.
You're eating some
Terry Blacks, but then I just eat heavy, like a lot heavier than in LA. Like all of a sudden I'm in the green room, I'm eating a hamburger in the middle. Like I wouldn't do that in LA.
It can change you. You have to be careful. People here, they have to be careful.
Yeah, it's like getting a freshman 15 in college. I gotta go back to LA and fucking zip it up.
Yeah, I know.
Because I'm here and I'm living like it's fucking Mardi Gras or something.
I know. Yeah, Mardi Gras out in Texas.
That's what it is. It's like you gotta check in with yourself and be like, okay, so I don't need to drink alcohol tonight because I've already done that.
Yeah.
3 nights this week.
I see a Coke float tonight.
A Coke float, something light.
Yeah.
A Coke ribeye.
How have you been doing, Grant? How have you been able to stay so healthy living, being free? Am I healthy? Are you? Well, you don't have plaque in your carotid artery. That I do.
How do you know you have plaque in your carotid?
I got tests done because I was worried.
Was your artery hurting?
Well, now it feels like it hurts all the time, but I think that's just in my head. It's like there's probably no way I can feel it. Like it probably doesn't even feel bad. But yeah, now I feel my neck. So we'll see. I have a 200% chance of having a heart attack or stroke.
No, you don't.
200% with me.
You're making up stats.
That's what it is.
Are you making up stats? I don't believe you because you make things up sometimes, and it's hard to know
I wish it was
if
making
your carotid artery is in fact clogged or if you're just
It is.
joshing me.
It is. It's scary. I wish I was joking around. So now I gotta take medicine and we'll see what
Does
happens.
he? Yeah, he really does.
Yeah, I gotta take
How do you
medicine.
clear this up? I think you need oatmeal.
I know. I think you're right.
Every time I see oatmeal, it's something about the heart. Yeah, that's science.
It's just the heart.
Yeah.
Now I need to. I gotta figure it out, or something bad's gonna happen. What is this? I don't even really want to see this.
I don't know what that is.
I don't need to know exactly where this. Where even is that? Just in the middle of your, like right behind your jawline.
Is that where you feel it?
It's like where they take your.
Okay. Get it off. And also my Uber driver on the way. Well, it's some beach, some. I got.
Oh, that's weird.
And he was singing it, and his car kind of smelled weird. He's like, I'm going with my girlfriend right after this. And I was like, how come the Uber drivers in fucking Austin are so chatty?
I don't know.
Like, they chat you up.
They will chat your head up and down.
They won't shut the fuck up. And he's like, so weird. And then I called my mom, and I was like, Ozzy Osbourne died. And he turned on and was, what? I'm like, I'm talking to you.
Yeah. Oh,
Keep your eyes on the road. Keep your eyes on the road, dude.
I had the worst experience in an Uber when I went down to Sweden. It's like an hour-long drive.
Oh, no.
And like 5 minutes into it, and it's Saturday because the stuff got messed up on Friday, so I'm kind of on edge, and I'm like pretty much gonna have to go right on stage when I get there. So I'm just generally kind of on edge.
Yeah.
And like 5 minutes into it, he starts doing this weird little cough thing, and I think, oh my god, this motherfucker is sick. This is a disaster. And 20 minutes later, watching his ass, and his head is going down. Like he's going to sleep.
He's narcoleptic?
I don't know, it's horrible. And then 10 minutes later, we're right beside an 18-wheeler, and is freaking. I'm like, hey, hopefully you can nap after being sleepy.
Oh,
And he had talked, and it was about my got to it's 18-wheeler. It was horrible.
I did the rating. When they're that bad, I go, oh, what? I'm out of this with you. Your rating.
Yeah. I should have. I was just like, get me into the car, get me out. Good thing. It was okay, but it was a disaster.
It sounds bad, but when I don't like to have a woman driver, when I'm like traveling and I have a suitcase, I'm like, oh god, we're gonna be lifting it together. I don't like that.
What happens?
Yeah, or like, you need help? She's like, yeah. I'm like, okay. We're like lifting it together. I'm like, I'm not into this independent woman shit.
Yeah.
I want a man.
For sure.
Because I'm an overpacker.
Do you travel with a bunch of stuff?
Oh, yeah, I check a bag every time.
Oh my gosh, you really?
Yes, like some shit. I need options. Like, I'll go on a 5-day trip, packing a bag. I go on a 3-day trip. How many shoes do you bring? The shoes have bigger 3. Nice, that's not bad. My shoes isn't particularly.
The ones on your feet?
The ones on my feet, these kind of like shell things. No, Converse and flip-flops for.
Flip-flops, yeah. Cool. You have options. You end up wearing all of the shoes. I think the option for you end up wearing all the different types of shoes.
What I do is I end up doing laundry most of the time. And then sometimes I wear the different shoes. Sometimes I don't. I'm a nightmare. Like, before I leave, I bring 3 bathing suits to Austin for 3 weeks. 3 bathing suits? Am I going to the fucking Bahamas? Where am I going? The Springs? Barton Springs? I need options for Barton Springs. Isn't there like homeless crazy people there like doing aerobics in the winter?
Yeah, I think there are. I think now it's not free anymore at times.
I want to go to the pricier one. Keep the riffraff out.
Yeah, actually, the Barton Springs. I think it's the part on the other side of the water.
Yeah.
Not too much. It
does seem nice.
Well, I need to I don't think of that. I will take 2 pairs of boxers, like 1 pair of socks, and a t-shirt or 2. And that's what I'm doing. So I don't have to mess with anything.
It's more, for me, it's more fun than I come home and laundry. It's fucking, I hate it.
Yeah.
And like, if you're a girl, you need your makeup, you need your perfume, you need all of your shit so you can look like a pretty little princess when you're out there.
Fair enough.
You know what I mean? So you don't look like a
Yeah.
you're like, oh, I still have to be in my divine feminine, even though I'm on the road being a pig.
Yeah. Well, but maybe I should, because I don't look at myself in the mirror before I'm about to go up there. So I think you insane dumbass.
You're in your cruise era.
Yeah, what is going on? You look fucking what's going on here? Everybody's gonna just be staring at your fucking ass. Gator's not even here.
Gator doesn't leave. Oh, Gator, day. Busy day. Yeah, she's had a very busy day. She's been really sweet all day. She's really cute all the time.
All the time. That's why we kiss each other.
You dress up Gator for Halloween.
Oh, you should see the amount of outfits that Gator has.
What does he have?
Oh my gosh. Cowboy hat.
Like your little John Bonet.
Yes, rest in peace. Rest in peace. What do you think on that? Obviously, the family, right?
Do you watch the Netflix stuff?
No, because I heard it was just some sort of piece that the husband guy paid for to come out again.
I don't know what happened to John Bonet, dude.
It wasn't an intruder. An intruder didn't like note? That was obviously one of the people who wrote the note.
I don't know. And then like, I remember because what year did this Jean Bonnet happen? In the 90s, right? Yeah, early 90s.
Yeah, it was.
I remember being like, dude, I wish my mom would dress me like have fun. Pageants. Yeah, my parents would have never, but yeah, dude. Her fits. She was a style icon.
I know, and I she was taking this bar too early. It's horrible.
And then there was also this rumor that Katy Perry was Jean Bonnet. Conspiracy.
Believe that, I think. Does that make sense? It not make sense. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Is that real?
It's not real. There's no way.
Katy Perry.
Kater is your Jean Bonnet.
She is our Jean Bonnet, and somebody's gonna buy the deal. Awesome.
No. Well, look at that. I mean,
Wait, is that like the age adjusting?
no, even that's a Katy Perry. That's Katy Perry.
That's not Katy Perry. Is that like an age adjusted photograph?
No, that's Katy Perry. Blonde.
Bullshit.
That's a blonde Katy Perry.
There's a bunch of these. I realize it's such a
It's a hot conspiracy, sweetie.
yeah.
You know, you real ones know.
Well, I'm seeing it right now. It kind of speaks for itself.
That's not Jean Bonnet, then I don't know what is.
Yeah, then she's actually dead. If that's not actually Jean Bonnet, then she's actually
Dead.
That's
Jean Bonnet, dude.
damn, what a name. That seems
Too
like
much.
bold. Yeah, it seems like
Too
a
much.
bold.
I'm gonna name my baby Jean Bonnet.
Yeah, it's like, what is that?
We live in Colorado, bitch. Or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
Like,
Yeah. What is it? I don't even
and
know.
also, like, how much time are you spending with your 3-year-old down? Much.
Well,
Did you
not
ever watch
enough.
Toddlers and Tears? It's a long time with the kid. Oh, yeah, I'm sure. And then they have, like, those they put in the flippers. Yeah. Liam needs to wear one.
Yeah, I need flippers and I gotta figure it out. But
He needs a score.
I need a glam squad. Glam squad.
Yeah,
Do you think I'd ever get one? You think I should? From your perspective,
I
what
don't
do you
think
think?
you need a clam squad.
Not even a squad.
Erica can help you with your veiled hair, really.
Yeah, maybe I need a little trim right now.
Yeah, but what about like face glitter? Face was good on stage.
But that could get in your eye.
Sure, something.
Yeah, we went to a couple of
I want to make
drag
you look like Jean Bonnet.
Yeah, but what if he got dragged up?
Yeah.
If a queen got his makeup right.
Yeah, I just need a queen to come help me. I need a queen to come.
Really think he move his eyebrows a little higher.
Please do.
I need a queen. If there happens to be a queen watching right now, please.
Drag makeup on William.
Yeah, clean my ass up.
He has a pair of heels that fit him.
Does he?
Period.
Has he worn them around?
Yeah, around the freaking apartment just to get like used to how they feel.
Yeah.
Letting it
How
out.
did you feel?
Oh, it's fine. Well, I can make it a little taller.
When he first got them, he's like, "Oh, I can imagine wearing these to the airport." These are
Oh my gosh.
He did a showgirl for a Vegas show.
See, stories.
Okay, something like that. I
Love it.
Ooh, that's kind of like kids, but also like 80s random.
there's something there.
I like it.
That could be great. Did you think of this? This could be a good thing for you. Yeah, this is good. Your head's at. What else do you I don't think you're going to be.
I've seen some
That's crazy. Well, when I watch RuPaul, I'm going to be honest. I don't want to see a freaking beard. I don't know. I personally want to see a beard drag queen.
But if the top looks like that, and then there's the beard.
Yeah, maybe I would have to get over that. Maybe I would have to get over that. Maybe that's.
Oh, see?
I love how they hair wigs. I love how it kind of sweeps over like that's what I try currently, but it doesn't. There's no. See, I go for that sweep. That's what I'm going. That's what I go
A little
for.
sweep like that.
See? Oh my gosh, I kind of did it a little.
Yeah. You're well on your way. You are well on your way, sweetie.
Gator, you hear that about your papa?
Your papa's about to be Groomzilla.
Gator, and I'm gonna take your little butt with me everywhere.
What kind of costumes is there?
Well, I was horrified the first thing Erica got her freaking ass.
What was it?
It was a see-through tank top. And yeah, it was see-through. I'm thinking, she's a little girl. She doesn't need to be wearing see-through clothing. Seriously, that's what I thought. I was like, we can't.
But she's a so it's like,
But she still has 3 bosoms. She still got 3 of them. But yeah, no, I had to. I don't really like that. It's kind of a fun look, especially for summer. Especially for summer, and she is getting older, so maybe some other time she has some
in her
classes.
slut era.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, well,
Only young ones.
I know. Fair enough. But she has some sunglasses she likes to wear.
She has sunglasses, like heart shaped. She has, a
Yeah, she has
circle
a-
one. Where do you even find them that small? AliExpress. You order from, is that in China or
In China.
Probably.
Some
Then you
really-
better be ordering them in bulk because those tariffs, sweetie.
I know.
Yeah, they're like 75 cents, but then like $5 for tariffs.
Yeah, it's still kind of cheap. So it just gets cleaned out. But sometimes it's like, we don't know if she's enjoying it or not. So usually going to take it.
Play on last year for Halloween with a little pointy hat.
Yeah, she had a little pointy hat.
What is she going to be this year?
I don't even know. She's thinking of maybe Lydia from Beetlejuice.
In a little red dress with the bangs. And then William could be Beetlejuice.
Oh, yeah, I could be Beetlejuice.
And then what would you be? Who's in that movie again? It could be one of the shrunken people. I like that guy.
Oh my God,
I like that guy.
yeah. Well, now we got the plan. Now we just got to make it to October. What are we in? July, August, September. So we got 3 months. We got to make it 3 more months.
Do you like Halloween?
It's fine. I enjoyed it a lot more when I was just a little guy and I could go trick or treating and be out with buddies and like wear costumes and stuff. I mean, now you wear costumes, but it's like, I don't know. When I was little, I loved that. And I still now, I enjoy it, but I just don't. I'm normally just hanging out in the apartment or something. I'm not really doing
Do
anything.
you buy candy for no apartment?
Yeah, they don't come to apartments where we live. But I probably would, and then I would eat a bunch. Erica just got this bag of different types of Snickers, 3 different types of
What
Snickers.
better? The almond ones? Almond, peanut butter, regulars.
And I've eaten almost all of the peanut butter ones, so I have to be real careful with candies in front of me.
Yeah, I have to be real careful. I don't have willpower when it comes to candy or chips.
Yeah, she
Chips?
loves ice cream. I got it. I don't even eat ice cream. Yeah, pint is good, but I don't know. All-time favorite, maybe mint chocolate chip.
My chocolate chip is one of my favorites. I also love Ben and Jerry's Garcia.
It's wonderful. Yeah, with the cherry and the
It's so
chocolate.
good.
But see, I can't eat it anymore. I got my fucking
Arteries?
artery clogged up with plaque, and I'm sure that is from the times I was eating jugs of ice cream.
Jugs. And he really liked this new Butterfinger ice cream. You know how they have like the Twix ice cream and the...
Yeah, I used to love the Butterfinger babies, the little balls.
Oh, do they still make those?
It's very sad. I don't know if you can find them in another country or something, but here,
You
I
have to
think,
go to another country to get your Butterfinger
Yeah.
babies.
which I'm not going to do. They're not that good, but they're really good. I would eat some right now if I
Sour
had some.
Patch Kids.
Yeah, Sour Patch Kids are good. It just reminds me of working the dish pit at the restaurant because the chefs would eat that and they would throw me a couple when I bring up the dishes. And it was fun. It was really
Oh, what restaurant?
some place called Metal Art Kitchen, which is no longer there. They let me go back there the last time, and I was in Denver, and I get to look back in the dish pit. The people were very sweet. It was like, oh, I used to work back here. Can I look? And they
They
let
got
me
so
go.
confused. They're like, huh?
Yeah, I'm sure they're like,
It's like, can I
"Who's
see
this
the dish
psycho?"
pit? They're like, no.
Let me-
That's where it happens.
I know, yeah, they let me see it. I had a real panic attack.
I see you as Groomzilla freaking out that your Butterfinger BBs aren't ready.
Yes.
I need my Butterfinger BBs imported from India. You think they have them in India? Probably not.
Good. Well, India's been having all the problems with the plane crashes recently. Did you hear about the pilot probably took the plane down?
Is that
Remember the one? Yeah.
Yeah, London. Yeah.
Yeah, they're saying the dude cut the power off on purpose.
What kind of menace would do such a thing?
I don't know. It's really scary. Yes. I don't know what to do.
Was he suicidal? He must have been.
He was sick of it, but what? Took everybody else
But I've
out.
had enough.
Yeah, I've had enough, and everybody on this motherfucker is about to come with my ass.
Except that one dude.
Yeah, he just talked out somehow. He somehow got out of the plane and is walking
They'll
around.
never be the same.
No, I don't know. Because, yeah, it seems like he had PTSD. It's like a final
Survivor
destination.
syndrome or whatever.
Survivor's guilt. That could
That's
be a
what it's
thing.
called. I called it survivor syndrome.
That's if you like the show Survivor.
Yeah.
I got Survivor syndrome.
Survivor syndrome. I know I would do horrible on the show.
How come? What aspect are you not going to puzzle? Do you think you talk too much? What is it? What do you think it would be?
Like, I'm going to with my boyfriend for 5 days, and it's only 5 days. It's like consuming me.
You
And
have to get over that if you ever
yeah,
can survive.
he told me that he bought me a portable shower, and now I'm scared to get the portable shower. It's like,
You better hope like those aren't around or something. You're taking the portable.
I know, I'm not much of a.
Where are y'all going? Somewhere in Texas?
We're going to the Sequoias. Nice.
Oh,
I've never been to the Sequoias. Have you?
Was it Northern California?
Yeah, they got like huge trees. I love them.
Yeah, we went to Eureka a couple times.
Oh yeah, I've been to Eureka.
Oh, I loved it. I
It's
thought that was like the
really
prettiest part of
It is.
America I'd ever seen. I'd never seen anything like that before.
Yeah, there's a lot of like hippies up there.
I know I've seen on Zillow. You can buy some of the weed farms because now they're not growing as much weed up there, but it's almost like creepy looking. There's probably ghosts in this place.
Dude, I stayed at like some hippie's house in like I think it was Humboldt. Yeah. And she was intense. And it was like the comedy club put me up at her Airbnb. Fucking filthy and dirty, and she told me, she comes in, she's like, do you smoke weed? I'm like, yeah, we smoke a blunt together. And then she's like, let me show you the place you'll be staying. And then she's like showing me the different lights that are hung up, and she goes, so when we have the orgies, we put these on. And now I'm staying at an Airbnb where this woman is having orgies, and the whole time I'm like looking on the couch, I'm like, what is that? What is that? Like, I'm like, that come? And it was afraid to do anything.
Yikes.
It was the longest weekend of my life.
Oh my gosh. And what do you even do in that situation with like your bag you put under the plane? You just have it zipped up the whole
I
time?
just was like afraid to lay on the sheets and everything. Like she had a bedroom, it was like she had a green light and one mirror that was lips. It was like lips.
So that's where they're all having sex, man.
Yeah, that's what I started thinking, and then I was like, I don't know, I want to get out of here. And I told the club, I was like, I can't stay there next time.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. What did the club? Did they kind of
They're
apologize?
like, that's cool, you know?
Oh,
It was like, that's like the vibe.
yeah.
Like,
Weird.
and the refrigerator had like a bunch of like bumper stickers on it. Dirty. It was like just giving like call.
Yeah.
I don't need the refrigerator talking to me via bumper stickers.
Grant, do you think you would get involved in something like that if you happen to like if you're staying at Airbnb or whatever and they're doing
Oh yeah,
orgies?
that was the exact thing.
That was the man.
That was the exact.
I don't like that. What would you even think about?
She was like, "Let me show you all the special lights. This is what we put on for the orgies." You made sure the car didn't go on. It was like the rainbow lights. So I was like, "Who fuck random people with rainbow lights?"
Yeah, at least maybe a little bit of decor, or maybe make people more comfortable.
How about the coach lady?
Yeah,
Not the fuck, okay?
Yeah. Well, if you go to Humble, be careful.
Be careful
Where you stay.
of the local lesbian, the hippie lady who is married. And then she's like, you have a podcast, you want to have a Bigfoot specialist on? I'm friends with one.
Oh my God.
Like, I don't think I do.
You believe in that? Do you think there's actually a Bigfoot?
No, I dated someone who was really deep into Bigfoot, and it was
weird.
so gross.
Yeah, kind of weird.
He took it too far. He had like Bigfoot, like magnets, Bigfoot mugs.
Yeah, like the classic. It's like the side of the Bigfoot.
Like an impression of a Bigfoot foot, if it was real, like that type of shit. It's like he's too far.
Yeah, because it's like almost kind of sweet or something that people like want to believe in something that's obviously not true. Like
But
there's almost
Bigfoot shouldn't have merch like that.
yeah, you can't take that far because who's even making the money on that merch? And then you make got into that. Yeah, it's not a Bigfoot.
Very predatory.
Yeah, it's someone trying to capitalize on Bigfoot, the legend of Bigfoot. Yeah, he had lots of Bigfoot merch, dude.
Is that what happened? Yeah, is that what?
NFTs.
Those are like artwork looking things that people are spending money on.
JPEGs of like froggies.
Oh my gosh, and they probably.
Cryptos. They're called cryptos. He's like Bigfoot like crypto. And I was like, I'm disgusted.
Are they expensive? They're probably expensive.
Yeah, he lost. Okay. This guy fucking. Oh, there's the Bored Apes. He didn't have
I've seen that. I think I've seen that before.
Then there was cryptodes, and they were like these little froggies, and it was like, and he was obsessed with it, and he like, for like thousands of dollars. He was like sober. He had been sober for a while, and he switched. Like his addiction became NFTs, and so he just kept buying like these things. And it was the only thing he would talk about. And it was like right after the pandemic, and nothing was really open, and he was just like at home buying these things. And then he spent $100,000 on NFTs, and then he got mad at me because I took too many baths and the water bill was high. And I was like, dude. You spent $100,000 on NFTs.
Yeah, don't worry about me.
Don't worry about it. I have to take baths so I can live in the same house as you, bro.
Yeah.
I'll lock myself in the bathroom taking 3-hour bath because I need a break from the toads.
Well, good for you. You're getting out of it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And these things, I think about these things so much. Like,
actually, I might like to buy that red looking hair. That kind of looks like me.
You could see, like, it's like if a child's got a bunch of money, and then they're like, I need that. You know what I mean? Like, doing that as an adult is kind of dumb.
So, theoretically, you could end up selling the thing to somebody else another time.
I guess, but I don't think they're worth anything.
Yeah, right.
And then you got the less version of the crypto, that was like the female version. You have it? I have it. I don't know how to get it. I don't know what it's called.
What would it even be?
Like Meredith? It's like something like that. So I do have it. I don't know how I can cash it in or whatever. I don't know cash it.
Maybe you go into it and it'll be worth it.
No, it's like the Beanie Babies. It's not going to be worth shit.
Yeah. Well, that's fine. You ended up getting a crypto or the less crypto out of it.
Do you think he's into Olympic news right now?
I think he's moved on, and I think his girl's into the Lububus. And I bet he's over. Do you have a Lububu? No.
Twinkle, twinkle, twinkle.
A Lububu. I have to find yours.
You're so cute.
They are cute.
But I think I'm too expensive to get. I don't like that. I don't like that. Like where you order a resell, it's like where a normal person added to a cart and buy it. Yeah.
But you see them all the time in LA.
They're so cute
everywhere. And they have them.
Their bag or
They
whatever.
have them on like their Louis Vuitton bags.
I want William to dress up as one. Tony.
Oh yeah, you should.
They make mascot outfits.
They need to be a Labubu on Kill Tony.
Before it's not cool anymore, right?
Yeah, because I'm sure everybody would know exactly what dressed up
I
as.
do think a lot of people would know, right?
No, I don't.
You don't have the urge.
I don't have the urge. It makes me nervous when I even think about it. I mean, I think they're so cute. I can never pull it off.
I think you can pull it off.
Like,
Look you just put little bunny ears on you or whatever the fuck that is.
yeah, little bunny ears and then a little furry costume. Well, maybe. I'll think about it.
You could have just escaped someone's Louis Vuitton bag.
I know. I'm out for revenge.
Yeah.
I only got loose. I'm a guy that just got out of my master's grasp.
I was like, the people in LA put real outfits on them. Like, the fake Prada outfit. Fake Prada outfit, bucket hat. I'm like, dude, that's crazy. I love it. They have little cameras so they can take pictures. I'm like, I just have a baby, bitch. You just want a baby, but they're expensive, so you got a Labubu instead. That's right.
Instead of a baby, you got a boo.
That one looks like it's about to drop a track. That one's a little scary.
Yeah, I like that one.
It looks like it can come alive and kill you in the night.
Yeah, well,
The Revenge of the Labubu.
I like that one.
Yeah, bitches in LA have them with like chains on. They put jewelry on them. It's a bit much. I love it.
Well, it's cooler than I remember. I went through this phase of watching this sweet lady on YouTube who had this incredibly lifelike looking doll, and she would like
The real dolls.
she would treat it like it was the actual baby, and I was mesmerized. I could not stop watching. She would like give it cats and let it swim and stuff.
Yeah, dude.
They like would be moving the arms around a little, so it like looked like it was a real baby. Like, what is going on?
There's also a guy on Instagram, I don't know what his thing is, but he has like a relationship with a real doll, and then he also he goes, oh, she's pregnant, and now he has like twins with her. Dolls. And their dolls too. Perfect. And like, he's one of my favorite guys online. I follow him on Instagram. He's mentally ill. I can't and his doll wife and his doll.
Does he have like sex with the doll? Like,
So how do you and he acts like it's real and that everyone else is crazy.
is it this dude?
It's not this dude. This dude?
Look at that couple. That's quite the couple there.
Look at how he's perched.
Oh my gosh, do I like that? I kind of like that couple. That's kind of a fun looking couple right there, baby.
I mean, that's insane.
Weird.
So I don't think
I don't even know.
Labubu.
It could be all kinds of stuff. Well, Sarah Weinstein, thank you so much for being on the podcast
Thank
today.
you for having me. It was so fun.
It was a ton of fun. Where can people find you?
You can find me on Instagram at Princess Is this coming out today?
Tomorrow.
I will be in Fort Worth this weekend and Houston. So if you're in Fort Worth or Houston, come see me. I'll be there Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'll be in Houston, and then I'm in Austin until the 31st. So if you're in Austin, come out, and then I'll be in New Jersey and Pennsylvania next month. And I also have a Patreon, patreon.com/Shank. So, hey. These are yours.
We got to thank our mercenaries. These are the sweet people who keep this thing going. Vicious McFisty, White William McFisty. Vicious McFisty,
That's scary.
he is wild.
Make me clench my butt.
Yeah, it's
McFisty.
wild. White Magic, William and Casey the Cats, William Kieran, William Ramsey, Work Drive Show on YouTube. Choose your own adventure. Zombie Warlock, Ashley Belfield, Assalon, Avery's her soup bomb. Ba-da-da-da-da, I'm loving it. Beef, been hashing, Cracker Barrel. It's my dad. Uh-oh, that's weird. Daniel Hunt, Dancho Fox, Destiny Gibbons, Twain, Dingleberry, Harry Dwalker, Uncle's Kiss on the Lips, Dovin, King Dr. B. Dugan, Eli Slugworth, Goldie Mae Star, Gransworth's Nightmare, early at WS.LOL, I Love Big Macs, Kenny, Jethro, Tall, Okai, Shaw, Justin Dreckle, bless you.
Thank you.
Captain Chaos, Kyle Heath, Larry Lawyer, Joe Blue, Mista, Alex, Nissan, Pappy, Nolan
Name's
Boyd,
not happy.
Maloney, Papa, Coon, Patrick Casey, Poopsicle, Blood, Proper, Bushel, Ruby, Jewel Sparkle, Shady Shit, and Kaya from the Big Island, Stabrack, Shiva,
These are their names?
and Sir Timothy Jones.
That is their government name.
And then the people down here really appreciate them too. Those are
Those
child
things are so
soldiers,
silly
maybe.
down there.
Posts. These are bounty hunters. And then child soldiers are kind of out mercenaries or bounty hunters or whatever. But
I have no clue what's happening. The names are going up. Zombie world, I can come hang out with us anytime.
yes. All right. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to WilliamMontgomeryShow@gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. And never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on it. For more William Montgomery, check out YouTube. Live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas, every Monday. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at Record ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. Thanks for joining us. Try to have fun tonight.
Deception. Stick is getting this.
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the genius Casey Rocket. With the orchestra. The William Montgomery Jr. Dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. Here, big Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery.
I know, is it Jane? She's crazy how sweet she is and very beautiful. And she likes to give kisses to her papa. I'm very beautiful.
She was freaking earlier. I pray she does not get her cough. She's getting this cough sometimes after she's been real active with her barking.
It's a cough.
Yeah, that's like, why do we take her to the vet? Because it sounds bad. It sounds like she's really in pain, coughing.
Well, she's so little, but like just one cough, the one can really fuck her up.
Well, I took her to the vet, and normally she's 4.5 pounds, and the veterinarian lady was concerned that she's 5 pounds now.
It's only 0.5 pounds.
Yeah.
Gained 0.5.
5, and she's like, I get it, it doesn't sound like a lot. It's so small, it's significant.
No.
I swear to God, yeah, and I'm just looking at her thinking,
She's
God,
already back down to 4.7.
They
yeah.
want you to be an almond mall.
I
You
know.
know what an almond mall is?
I think is that word like for little treats and stuff. You just give
Kids almond. Yeah.
almond.
Yeah.
There are many
Well, finger every now and again, probably.
Give your kid a butterfinger.
Because we get she these ones that stink, Sarah. There's these
What
ones.
kind?
It's like gizzards and
Ew. I don't know what a
chicken
gizzard is,
heart.
but it doesn't sound good.
Yeah, it's like inside
It's
of
like
a
freeze dried.
chicken. And she loves that smelly shit. Opening the bag every time because it makes me want to vomit.
She gave half a pound of gizzards.
Yeah.
Are we live?
We are. Oh, Grandma, why didn't you tell us? We wouldn't have been talking about that. We should have been sensitive.
I'm just looking up. There's Butterfingers behind us. We're live. What's up?
Do you wait to see what are your thoughts on do you like a Butterfinger? Like, do you, if you were to eat a candy, what are you choosing in the grocery store?
Twix.
Oh my gosh.
So you didn't see that coming, did you? Yeah. Twix is my number one.
Oh my gosh, yeah, because you get two of them in a package.
Two of them in a package. Butterfingers is kind of decadent.
I know.
I don't use all of that. It reminds me of Bart Simpson.
I know. Did you ever? I never watched this.
I watched it, not as much as most people, because my mentally ill cousins used to watch it, and every time I went over there, it just reminded me of them. They had a lot of animals in their house, and their house smelled weird. They had multiple exotic birds.
Was it like animal hoarding?
Yeah, like the Bowie? Yeah, my uncle's wife.
She liked animals?
She's nuts. And she would.
Still with us?
She's still with us.
Is she still
It's only the crazy ones that are still with us. Yeah, she's hoarding kinds of exotic animals. We had to stop going there for the holidays. She was feeding the macaws stuffing. And my dad was like, "That's fucking disgusting. We're never going back there. Those people are not hygienic at all." And like, stop interacting with them. They're very mentally ill. They have exotic animals in their home.
Yeah, you gotta be so careful. That is why if anybody's listening to this thinking of me, or starting hoard stuff, be careful that you're gonna estrange yourself from your family.
Don't bring home multiple exotic birds.
Things give you diseases, I think. Your fecal matter and everything.
They all day like in their crate. They like back and forth, like plug out their feathers because they're supposed to be in the sky.
Yeah.
Not fucking Calabasas.
Yeah. Grant's house actually. Sarah Grant is a example of cats.
Grant.
Do you guys think I have a ball?
Yeah.
Which one's your favorite?
Tell the photo from here.
My dog has a wing in my house that's
Sarah, did you have any idea Grant was such an animal lover? Because y'all just met for the first time, but you've never guessed.
No, I would have never. Let me see the cats again.
Let's go back to the cats. There they are.
That one looks like it has an eye infection.
Yeah, the white one in the middle.
Oh, that one? Stinky? Stinky's adorable.
They all look stinky.
They are actually a little stinky.
Real stinky cats.
Yeah, the one isn't there a gremlin in one of the gremlin movies that is a wonky I looked at? I feel like there's a gremlin. Did you ever watch
It
those?
is giving gremlin.
Yeah, it's giving like gremlin eyes, stinky ass, fucking. I lived in a place one time and a little cat peed in my suitcase of all my stuff. I wanted to kill the thing.
I'm not a cat person.
Yeah, they're weird. If I had like a place where they could be outside a lot, that, but you being in the like or something, I mean, it's gonna end up stinky.
It stinks. And then I want to take this dude who had like a whole playground, like a whole gym set up in his house for the cat.
Oh my
Like
god.
the activity center was like a huge scratching post, and I was like, this is way too much, dude. Your whole living room is a cat gymnasium.
When it's shelving around the top of the wall for it to roll around the top of the ceiling.
Yeah.
Did he warn you or anything? Did he say anything before you walked in?
No,
You're
I
like,
just walked in and had him living like a queen, and then he had a pile of newspapers, and he's like, that's for the cat to play in. Trash. I'm like, that's trash, bro.
yeah.
I sat down and then I smoked weed and then I go, so I think I gotta go.
Good for you.
And that was it, dude.
Yeah, you You gotta be careful again with the cats. Not everybody likes a cat. Okay?
Not everyone likes a cat. And it also just depends on the cat. There's some nasty ass cats.
Some cats are cool. My mom's friend went to around Christmas time. We had a beloved orange cat that we just called Kitty, and my fucking mom's friend ran over his head.
No.
Yeah, it's hard.
On what? Like, just like one random day?
Yeah, just one random day. Everybody's like around Christmas, like a joyous time of the year, and then she comes in and
Kitty got killed?
Yeah, Kitty got his head crushed.
That's probably the worst way.
What was your mom's friend that did this?
It's this old lady, this old woman. We always had to go to this old church, which apparently had this portal to hell. There's this very haunted
Are
church.
you for real or no?
Yes, there used to be devil worshippers out at this church, and we would go once a year because my family had some connection with the church or something. But
The
yeah,
devil worshippers?
before it got to be devil worshippers,
And there at this church was this old lady who ran over your cat.
ran over the cat. It's Christmas time, and then we started thinking, oh my God, is she one of the devil people? But
Was she?
no, she's just real Catholic.
I went to Catholic school. Catholic school was crazy.
Did you like it? Was it all girls?
I went to all girls, yeah, and then I went to elementary K through 8th, but my dad's a Jew, so it was confusing.
Oh, but it's more affordable.
It's more affordable
You don't
than
have to
very
be Catholic.
Yeah, but you kind of do, like, you have to play along with, like, what they do. That's weird.
Yeah, just mass
They're in the math.
and stuff.
And in high school, we had these things called liturgical dancers. They were like interpretive dancers that would wear like like white leotards that had like lace hanging from it, and they would just like dance around in the middle.
Wonderful feeling the spirit. They're really feeling
Yes,
the
that's
spirit.
exactly what they wore.
Was it students or adults?
Students.
Oh my god.
Did you ever think about participating in that, or kind
No,
of
I was
style at the time?
humiliated for them because I was like, dude, the balls that it takes to just put on a leotard in front of the whole school and interpretive dance.
Yeah, weird.
For me, like, are you fucking kidding me? No. No, I don't want to be moved by the spirit in front of my entire school.
Yeah, that could have been social suicide, being one of those freaky people.
Yeah, but when it's an all-girls school, people just act crazy. Like, no one shaves their legs.
Oh, really?
No one wears makeup.
That's funny. I went to all guys schools my whole life.
You did?
The first time I ever saw a girl was my freshman year of college, and I saw that was the first time I saw a female in the class.
No.
Yeah, my first time.
Was it Catholic?
It was not Catholic, but we did have Derek Poston. He went to the rifle all guys school in Memphis.
Derek Poston did?
Yeah.
He went to an all-boys school?
Yeah, Catholic school. Christian Brothers.
The Christian Brothers. So was
Wait.
Derek.
Oh, what?
Yeah, we went to rival high school, so we used to have a real
Did
big.
you know him?
for that. No, he was a little younger, but I do remember going to Open in Memphis and it being there 10 plus years ago.
You guys both started in Memphis.
We were there at one point in time, both doing it early on.
That's weird. I didn't know that.
It was real.
It's crazy. No, yeah, all gender school is.
Did you like it? If you ever had a child, would you send your child to all the same sex school?
Maybe if it was a girl, because I was boy crazy.
That was good for you.
Like, if I would have gone to public
So many
school,
boyfriends.
I would have been pregnant. Like, I was like,
A little harder around a week.
it's a little harder to be pregnant.
For sure.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. I would be like abortions deep if I went to co-ed school. Just kidding. Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
That's why Grant's girls are in all girls school.
yeah, exactly. Would you put your kids in?
I think I would. I had a very nice time. Because yes, I think we were all just messing around, my buddies and I, having a good time. And I don't know, I don't know if females would have changed that dynamic of what I felt like was going on. I feel like females might have changed how we were able to be goofy and mess around.
We were so goofy too. Like, and then there was this day. Did you guys do this? Where there was one day where the opposite gender came to school. Their school came to school, with us, and it was called Exchange Day.
Oh, that's fun. No, but we would have classes sometimes where you would see the girls walking in the hallway.
Yeah.
Going to like a class. Yeah, it was always kind of everybody would be standing around like
yeah, everyone acts so weird. It was like the one day where the boys came to school, it was the exchange day, and all the boys would come to school, and all the girls would look so different because everyone would have like makeup on, and everyone was trying so hard. Everyone looked completely different, started acting different. It was crazy.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I think if I had girls, I don't know. Did boys at the all boys school? Okay, whenever I went to the all boys school, I went there for summer school. Everyone was drawing dicks all over the place. What is that?
It was a
What
whole
the
lot.
fuck is that?
A whole lot of penises for sure.
Why?
I
We
don't
don't
know.
draw our vaginas.
Yeah, Grant, what would you say? What's your perspective on this, Grant? Why did you experience this? Were you into drawing penises? Did you have any buddies, or would you see it? You were in like a middle school situation, or high school situation.
What do you mean I was? Still I am.
Drawing penises.
They're so funny. That's funny on Superbad. Don't they show all the penises he does?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, he draws all kinds of them. And I don't know what the obsession is, but there is quite the obsession.
And it was like all boys school, there were just dicks everywhere. I'm like, why is everyone drawing dicks? And the only time we do it would be like on somebody's dirty car.
Which is want a dirty car. Let's just do a big penis on the fucking car. And then,
Yeah.
I can't put these.
We can't put the penis drawing photos up. We can use our imaginations.
It was that. It was also spitballs, a lot of spitballs.
You guys have spitball?
We did these things called hornets where you would get the piece of paper
No.
and then like twist them up, kind of fold them up, and then you get a rubber band and get like somebody's neck.
That hurt?
Oh, it was horrible. I went through a lot of pain.
Did you get in trouble a lot? Did you get sent to the office? I can see that for you.
When I got nipped in the butt from like Sarah in the first grade of Diaz's class,
Yeah.
I started doing this thing because it was like every day or every other day. I can't really remember, but all of our locker numbers, she had, Miss Diaz had all our locker numbers in a bucket. She would do the thing out. If it was our locker number, we'd get like the little Matchbox car or a pen.
Okay.
And I would follow the person and see where they put it in their backpack, and we were all waiting to go get picked up. I would steal it out of the backpack.
No.
Yeah, I started getting into this, and then I asked my buddy if he wanted to be a part of the stealing club. So which is so stupid.
Yeah.
And he ratted my ass out to his mom, and then I don't know what her crazy ass said. Yeah, to my parents. My parents talked to me, and I'm like really scared real bad. So then I kind of got scared straight in the first grade.
So they're like, you're not going to be a thief.
Yeah, it was something, and it scared me to death. So it was better. I mean, I stolen other things generally in my life after that, but not too much. It helped me.
Yeah, that's crazy. The stealing club.
Yeah, the stealing club. I just watched the kids see where they put their shit. I was just like, they're idiots. Like, I'm going to be able to steal this out of their backpack. They're dumbasses.
All of the time.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to have a big stash of this bullshit in my bedroom.
I was so afraid of getting into trouble. I got sent to the office once, but it's because I went up to this kid. Remember Foursquare? The game Foursquare?
Oh, love Foursquare. Yeah.
We were playing Foursquare, and there at the time there was like this Mercedes-Benz commercial where Sybil Shepherd. I don't know how I remember this.
Sybil Shepherd.
Yeah, she's on the phone and she's like, Kevin. I don't know what commercial it is, but it was from so long ago. And she says Kevin like that, and there was this kid, and I went up to him and I went, Kevin. His name was Kevin. And he got pissed off, and he ripped my shirt.
Oh my God.
And I didn't have anything underneath it. And then I went to the principal's office for antagonizing him, and then he had to buy me a new uniform shirt, and then his mom made him call me and apologize, and it was like really humiliating. And I just remember being like, I do not want anything to do with getting into trouble.
Yeah, this is horrible.
I was like, I didn't need my shirt ripped just for saying your name.
Yeah,
That's
my God.
crazy.
That would have scared me to death. Every now and again, people would get pantsed.
Oh,
where somebody would, like in gym class, where we all had the shorts on, and somebody would have their arms up and then talking to people or whatever. They're getting pants.
that's fucked up. There was also this girl. Okay, do you have any memories of someone like throwing up next to you or anything? There was this bitch who threw up next to me. We sat next to each other. She had a fruit roll up at recess, and her fruit was like red fruit roll up, like red 40 color, and it smelled like fruit roll up. Next to her, and then they had to come in and like clean it up and throw like they put like bird seed on it. What do they put on it? What is that stuff? Dust.
Dust or something.
What is that? Glitter.
I don't know. Yeah, I remember this was before elementary.
Oh my god, I can't even look at it.
I saw fruit roll-ups.
Yeah, like this cherry one. It made me feel nauseous. It literally was making me feel nauseous.
Oh, that's horrible. It's horrible. Vomit, yeah. One time, my Glacier Freeze and vodka. Used to love Glacier Freeze, and then I got violently drunk.
Is Glacier Freeze blue color?
Yes, pretty sure it's a blue color.
Yeah, it looks like Windex.
Oh, yeah, I used to love
Yeah.
Freeze. That's how you poison people, by the way. If you ever wanted to poison somebody, it's freeze. Put it in your Gatorade.
Damn.
Learned that from
Forensic Foe.
Forensic. Yeah,
that's what. There's a little bit of sawdust.
Sawdust. Oh my gosh! When I was in, this was in pre-K. I was sick one day, I guess, and I was in the middle of the gymnasium, and I vomited in the middle of the gym, and I'm scared to death. I'm a little boy, and I hide behind somewhere. And I remember, like, some teachers walk up to it, and they're like, "Who did this?" And there was this little girl right there that they were asking, and I remember her ass looking at where I am and pointing me out.
No.
I felt so betrayed. I was like, "What?"
She
worked my ass out. So after that, I tried. Oh my gosh, that's embarrassing.
Vomiting is embarrassing, and this, like, I was like, oh no, like, ever since like I can't think about her without thinking about the fact that she barfed.
Definitely the southern part. Significant to the idea meets the party has the vast majority of experience out here in largely religious cultures. As minorities within Christian culture. In other words, the vast majority of people who are Christian. Muslim majority and a tiny Christian majority. The difference is in Spain, the mix of the original thoughts, Catholicism, and their, at least politically, you have.
Hi, my name's Ted Aranda, and I'm with Revolutionary Last. Our website is this video Apollo Moon Landing. I've done on this at the College of Optics in Chicago. There's a number of presentations on various false flags. Deception are U.S. government. General theme has been USA, empire of deception, tyranny of lies. My overall goal, democracy.
And the views of third-party results are popular, and that difference in the power dynamic expression and exercise state power as see. That's why, especially the earliest part of the period, part like Ancia, something like La Convivencia, because they pronounce that C as a TH sound. I don't do it very well, but that literally full existence, the together. It is a little bit
Wow. Oh my God, bro. Wow. Right, just look at these Hollywood nights. Dude, Hollywood nights. Polly. Pie. Dude, absolutely. You ain't New Year's Anderson Cooper. Wow, West. Oh, yeah, Hollywood nights. Dude, Hollywood nights. Polly. Pie. You ain't New Year's Anderson Cooper. My goal was to keep it together. Completely I'm not trying to claim ones, but I'm New Year's fucking Don Lemon. Called it. You're New Year's Anderson Cooper. Nate's fucking just Nate. Nobody's been a 4 years since they've got to LA. It's crazy. Not in a fucking, not a heterosexual horniness. Look at it. Look at the glasses he's using. No, we're not using the same glasses. Nate, we gotta share the truth, bro. And the shorts, bro. Sassy. Free shorts, and I love them. Why are you? What? Who gave them to your sugar daddy? Guys, let's get serious. Let's get serious. There's so much serious stuff in the world today. Seriously, man. Nate, though, I've never met a sassy guy. Bro, as soon as the plane landed, he was like, when are we going to dead? Like, it was like, yo. But I never knew you. Hello. This is Sean Gardini. I just wanted to stop in to let you guys know that the guys had been drinking a lot during this episode. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I just wanted to clarify that because there's going to be a handful of edits. So we just wanted to say we're sorry about that, but we still think you'll enjoy the episode. Well, we hope you'll enjoy the episode. And yeah, that's about it. So back to the show. Let's start. Now this is good. We're all Matt's cooped up. Completely silver fox. CIA asset, Anderson Cooper. Vanderbilt, fully Vanderbilt right now. You're Vandy. Dude, 3 spicy margaritas turn you into a Vanderbilt asset. Yo, 3 margaritas. Yeah, all right. Here's the topic of the day. Here's the thing. Let's get down to business. Let's talk brass tacks. We were hanging out the pool there, and we watched a 69 with his mom. Yo, that was real, like, disturbing. It was crazy. There was I don't want to assume the intensity there. What would you have guessed? It was enough to guess. I literally saw it. It was a Middle Eastern boy. Some type of yeah. I was trying to pinpoint it. You're being juniors. 12, 10. Not 12. 12. I think he might have been close to 10, dude. He was like 9. He wasn't double ditch. He was still in the garden. He was helping his mom. He didn't. It was on her. That was on her. Obviously, that was nuts. pool today, and there was I had to reference Grok. I was like, Grok, is it cool? I asked Grok. No, for real. There was a kid today at the pool. This is brass tacks. This is brass tacks. We were at the pool today. We were chilling. We're just recouping. We're chilling, having some fucking pina coladas out of a coconut. Coconut flesh. Virgin pina coladas. End of the day, virgin pina coladas. They were booze big time. They had such content. Another group of dudes came over and were like, yo, are you guys fucked up? And we were like, no. We're like, we aren't either. We've been drinking these pina coladas. No one is fucked up. But I'll tell you who was fucked up. That giant-titted mom. I'm not gonna, that was a clash of cultures. That was a culture clash. For real, to be fair, we're at the pool. There was a Middle Eastern lady, maybe 9-year-old son of her, generous, like rapidly humping her leg, and we all had to sit there. He was switching positions. I think that kid invented sex. He literally invented sex. Enough that everybody else at the pool was making eye contact, going. They looked fucked up, bro. You seen this? It was. And then everyone kind of looked over, and his mom was laying. Swear to God, legs spread on a fucking folding chair. Dude, the son was humping your leg, like literally up and down. Grok was like, yeah. Middle Eastern culture. I asked Grok, I was like, Grok, what's up with this? Why is it like a thing of Middle Eastern cultures with the mom? Is there like a thing that I'm missing as like a European guy? And Grok was like, yeah, they're a little more like fluid in terms of like affection. But if you see something that triggers your like sensibilities, you should report it to the staff. And I was like, I'm not going to tell the lady who's bringing us orders that a Middle Eastern boy is humping his mom. The whole staff was British. They would have been like, using Middle Eastern culture is for use. Honestly, I didn't want to be a cultural imperialist. I don't want to be like, hey, what I do is what you should do. But I was like, Grok, isn't it kind of universal that like if you have a boner from your mom, isn't that universally frowned upon? And Grok was like, dude, if you see something troublesome, talk to the staff. And I was like, talk to the big titty Latina that's serving me drinks. Well, you said it, Grok. Honey, it was Grok. Grok told me to talk to her. No, it was for real. No, it was really like troubling my heart. I was like, this isn't right. This kid, the mom was laying. First of all, the way the mom was laying, I was like, this is crazy. The mom was laying without a boy on her. That would have been. That was enough. That would have been crazy. That was enough for like. How about a towel? TBH, her pussy was out. Omer. It wasn't out, but y'all saw my pussy this morning? Yes, you were too busy ass up. Swimming like a fucking shrimp, dude. Nate, I was giving it my best. You swim like a shrimp. You are a girl. He swims like this. This is his ass. Until he floats through the water. He's Jaws. It's Nate's ass. You go fans. Probably should be actually a little quiet. Yeah. It's late here. It's late, dude. We're just in Beverly Hills. We're just in the Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club. My daughters love that song. I can't be like, guys, I know you love the song and I love singing. It's about you. Anyway, this episode of Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast is brought to you by Dude. You left poop streaks in someone else's toilet. Yeah, every time. Yeah, every single time. I did it all week. It's a fucking disaster. I literally peed all this morning. Yeah. It was crazy. It's not good. No, it was a bigger job. You ever pack extra underwear when you travel? How much extra? You ever need it? Pretty much an extra pair per day. Yeah, I always bring extra underwear, yeah. I just fucking shitting my pants constantly. I used to like, where you guys do you wipe standing or sitting? Doesn't make it. What's going on, dude? How horny are these? What did they want to know? There's got to be something about sitting up, though. Like, I'm a wiper, honestly. Sitting down, smeared. It's time to show you some respect and upgrade to Dude Wipes. Dude Wipes tackle the mess without any fuss, and the flushable design makes cleanup a breeze. Leave no room for dingleberries or stray bud crumbs that TV might miss. Plus, they're extra large and designed for adults, so no more endless rolls or settling for less than perfect wipe. Dude Wipes, best clean, hands down. Available. These guys are really funny. Amazon. It's available on Amazon and at major retailers nationwide. Guys, we're in California. So get it. Yeah, but it's just awesome this podcast. No, we did. He would kiss her. We were kissing. No, for real. While he was wrapped around her. Was it like lips kissing? No, it was like it was not. They were what lips are you talking about? They were kissing so much that I was like, "Is he special needs?" Yes, I thought. I was like, maybe I'm an asshole. Maybe this kid is severely special needs. Her fucking dog. He was like, the fucking Dodgers are looking great. God damn, this is 38 years old. The fucking Dodgers lost the series of No, we really did. We sat in the pool today. We're just having a nice, quiet time, chilling. It was a very nice, quiet time. And there was a kid, like, literally, not figuratively, literally humping his mother. And we want to sit by the pool and be like, so what are we going to do with that? You know, this is what we're doing now. And if that was a Milwaukee family, I would say, yeah. You too. Yeah, it was, man. You're right earlier about the whole situation. Yes, I'm not going to bring anything. From a Freudian perspective, absolutely Freudian. It was so intense that it led us into a discussion about how gay Freud is. And we were like, Freud must have been in a pool like this once. I mean, like, everyone wants to do that. Because everyone did that. Everyone wants to float around with his gigantic Iranian babe mom. Hello. A threat. No. Paint the picture. It's really fair. The kid's mom was hot as fuck. It was undeniable. The kid's mom was. She had a full-on cat face. She had the bimbo. All women are, but a lot of women are going completely artificial. She was a cyborg. AI. Fake tits, a face. We didn't have to deal with Grok mom. Your mom has colors. If your mom had all, your mom would upgrades. You're gonna do. Attach you to stimuli. I was impressed with my mom, man. That's what I'm saying. She was. This is crazy. My mom, not joking. For sure. These 10-year-old boys are dealing. You are the mom's the knife. And and mom's also doing to like yeah, so rubbing the inside. No, it was true. That's an odd thing. We're not exaggerating. It for real would have been disgusting if it was a adult couple. Yes. Get a room. It was get a room. Dude, I think she would have let us get in there. Yeah. You know what? That was the thought that was torturing me the whole thing. Well, man, that's the about the whole thing. Let's go for this 8-year-old shit. Yeah, we can drink it even on that. Whole time we're gonna let me upgrade. Mr. Studio girl, come in. I noticed how much you were hugging your son. Would you like to Let's raise the bar, mama. Go to bed. It's no way. We got this. This is fine. We haven't said anything bad. You are the crawdaddy. I've never seen anyone swim with a scram. You never seen the level up. You swim. For real, I was worried. I thought Bubba Gum was going to swim. Fuck it, he can't do that. No, Tom Hanks was back with Bubba Gum. Imagine what you do with it. How does your ass come up higher than your head when you swim? I say it this way, but I think my ass is. It is. Sorry. It's not. You guys might be buoyant. We've had a discussion about this. You have felt you got into a dog ass. Although, I was born this way. I don't know, dude. I think it's an African American high sodium diet. His ass flies. His ass was like a Spanish sail. He's a man of war. He literally looks like a Portuguese man of war. Trying to pick off the wall. One of the times he doesn't use his legs to swim. So his legs go straight. And it just floats immediately. He took off from the wall, he pushed off from the wall. His legs immediately almost went scorpion on a push off. It's aerodynamic. It's not. No, there's no way that is. But that's all right. You eventually conquered it and won. I mean, that was easy. That was awesome. No one believes in me. I put that off. Everybody believed me. The whole time we're like, bro, it's real. You can do it. It's also not the first time in time people stand around your swimming activities. Everybody believes it. We all believe it. No one believes in me. No one believes me. Some birds on the other side and an applause for the entire pool, which was great. We are excited to achieve your potential. It's like, what's that movie with Cuba Gooding Jr., the radio? Radio? That's what it needs. Radio, when you wear shorts for real, you've never seen anything like this. I've never seen you in shorts, bro. You fucking keep pants. This is crazy. Back in the long this weekend, bro. This is crazy what you're up to. No, we all agree for council. Yeah, BM's council. You gotta wear pants. You gotta wear pants. This is too much. I also agree this is too much. Even for real attitudes, has to do this. He's short as shit. Jordan's with him, and it's like a girl lower half, just with hairy legs. This was on my hand. I would smell like shit in this room if I didn't put on these free shorts. This is. You gotta work out your legs. I got quads. Literally, I've never seen these things. There's Jim Jones, bro. You got the Kappa legs. I want to show the cameras, but they want to disappoint me. Show the cameras. Show us the camera. Yeah, show us. Show us. Show the animals and anything. Do not show them. That's no way. Bro, if you were white, that'd be fine. I'm 5'6". I told you not to give him anything. I'm 5'6". That's it. Hold on. Let's big fat guy. You do get jacked calves. Yeah, the support columns, for real. The support columns are under control. Like if I went down, this support columns are too strong. It's impossible. It's got to float up in the It's really impossible. You know what? Fuck them. This is a full drunk podcast. See what happens. The SB's last night for the boys. That was huge. No, that was huge. That was a tight one. Yeah, keep doing that thing where I'm extremely nervous. wasn't that cool. Seemed like SNL. That dude, I hit the hello right up top. Hello.
No, man, it was for
No, the only thing was doing stuff. Yeah, that that's me. Nervous. Like when I walk out there and see the teleprompter, it's like it's incredible to be around so many amazing kids. Like I can't read that without being like.
That's your blazing sword of truth.
People mistake it for just being totally inept. There's something. There's something there.
That's hate, bro. It wasn't inept. It wasn't.
It was not inept.
It was a multi-dimensional performance. Thank you, brother. Come on, man. Get the fuck out of here.
I was so happy to be on there. So nice. And I will say this is just, I want to say this publicly.
For sure.
I saw the videos of you laughing. Meant the world to me. That's like genuinely support.
It was
like how nice is that to see your boy laughing like that? Yeah. It was unbridled joy. Yes. For real though.
When we started doing the joke, I exited frame because I was holding my face. I was like, dude, I can't keep it together. The whole room of people bought in. Brittany being a four-time WNBA champion. It's first of all, is anyone done that?
I'm sure. There's chicks that have been for real. So, yeah. Deanna Taurasi was probably four-time, fucking like 23. So, yeah. They were probably the inception of the league. Yeah, for
Twin
sure.
Towers.
Twin Towers.
You had a million runs, like for
No, but has that.
what do you mean?
Like whenever the WNBA really till now, they also probably that many times. Like Kevin Durant, like
But it's be real. If you like them, but don't pretend. Be like, oh yeah, I know who that person is. That was the funniest. People being like, yeah.
You could have hit them with like two-time All-Star NHL legend, and they were like, for sure.
Custer, Gretzky, yeah, Gretzky,
WNBA, the only reason to make for the WNBA was like ESPN. All these, they pushed.
They basically converted me. I was like, I love women's sports. I watched the ESPN. I was like, yeah, women's sports fucking rule.
I was raised on women's sports. You are? I gotta tell you guys, I fucking loved women's basketball.
I know.
I was a water boy for a women's basketball team. I loved women's basketball my whole life.
Who can say the same?
I doubt it. But how many other dudes' dads were still coaching women's basketball? Not a lot. Might have 5 state championship rings. He might be the Phil Jackson of volunteer assistant girls high school basketball coaches.
He's Gino Oriema.
He really is. And he'll tell you, my dad watches women's basketball a lot. An argument within basketball periods. Now, obviously, it's not better than dunking.
Yeah.
But as far as like the NBA has become one-on-one matchups, it's become, just isolation one. Yeah. WNBA, you have to pass. Yeah, I'm not fucking for the WNBA. No, I will say this. The fuck was that? All right, whatever.
It's full convert. Last night I was like, actually, it was like, I love women's sports. It's important that women can do their thing, but tricking people into thinking that they're like, here's my thing. It's the reflexive, question. It really wasn't insulting the unthinking penises. That's the important part. People go, oh yeah, for sure. It's like, dude, just use your brain, use your critical thinking. 2 seconds ago. Wait, who was that?
I would have clapped.
I never heard of that person.
I knew they would clap. I would have clapped.
Yes.
Anybody on earth would clap.
But it's funny to go, you guys are fucking
also, I'm so old, I don't know who anyone is. For real. Flaw J? told me I was wrong and it was Flawjack. I said Flowjack after being told 10 times it was Flawjack.
But Russell Rhymes said Flowjack too.
I think me and Bucks are old as shit. Bus and bus.
Don't get me started
We
on
discuss
that.
it.
Don't get me started on that. He kissed my wife's hand.
Bus it.
Right, but although that's being a gentleman for sure. I can't deny that.
I hear bus rhymes outside. Like, I'm in there unless he invites me. It's a man's. And I was like, I overheard that. I was like, wait, get the fucking bus rhymes.
His performance was real, like unbelievable. It was unbelievable.
The crowd.
I would say,
Yes.
I would say he culminated the crowd.
Come in. Your wife was a good, faithful soul.
She was. But no, Busta Rhymes, for real, can do no wrong. His performance was so good. He's being a gentleman.
He's being a gentleman.
I was mad for like 15 minutes. I was going, for real, let's see Busta Rhymes. I'm like trying to fight him. But then I thought of his performance, and I was like, it was so fucking good.
Yes.
Split Star, I was like, dude, it was great. It was just a celebration. The whole night was a celebration.
For real, it was a celebration.
It was.
The one person laughing my entire monologue was Busta Rhymes.
Yeah,
And while I was up there, I kept like looking over to be like, yes. I don't care how badly this is going. Just see Busta Rhymes like, yes.
No, he fucking. I mean, his performance was so good. I was like, you gotta kiss my wife's hand. That's fine. That's totally fine.
Kissing the wife's hand is totally fine.
It's also gentlemanly.
Well, we talked about it before. Remember that autistic man stole my girlfriend at a bar and was like, the picture is all mine.
That's all he did.
It's like, fuck.
That's all he did.
That's my bro who, he's my buddy and he's got it for real. He's not pretending. I see Big Bang and go, wouldn't it be cool if I had autism?
I don't think you can rap fast and not have a little bit of it. So, yeah, totally cool. He's thrilled.
Remember when Brittany had a night?
Oh,
Nick was.
He was.
Oh.
I said that all. I was really hoping we didn't bring that up. It bums me out. It was a perfectly long.
The shorts. So fucked up. Okay. Oh, dude. They're so hairy. So fucked up.
This is all I have. I'm trying to smell like shit. I leave tomorrow. It's kind of like a thought from the hood. These tiny fucking legs. Those legs and those J's, bro.
Titties. Black titties. With no.
Well, Nate, how many bands would it take for you to dance right now?
For real.
Nate, if I get a rainbow tomorrow.
Fly hook first class.
Anyway.
Squad.
Squad.
Yeah, dude. Lemaire dressed like a complete done. Oh, wait. Tell that story. Because it's really funny. No, it's great. It's great.
Alright, so what happened was, we were just sitting out back smoking, having a good time, just me and Lemaire by ourselves at the after party, and then a paper ball. Hold on, I knocked on the fence. I didn't hear that. I knocked on the fence and I was going, "What are you guys doing over there?" Never heard. I know that's what made
They were with Pat McAfee and Jelly.
Yeah, but they had left at this point. It was just us two back there, right?
You guys
Sean is. Okay, I think it was just
some climbers. You guys are climbing.
Oh, we were in the back. They came out after us. Wait, holy shit! Lemaire, I need somebody take these off of me. Lemaire's on the ground. He scared me back from
Why are your feet like that?
my feet.
I swear to God, you're not.
I'm actually pigeon toed.
Crazy. We were joking earlier about you being zesty.
Yo, Nate is thick and bow-legged, bro. Nate's fucking hood pride, bro.
When I see him in shorts like that, it's like, yeah, he's definitely a black dude from fucking Redding. Like, you can see him in Frankfurt at. Street.
Nate, I see you blow bubble gum and pop it real quick. Hey, where's
No more pocket. Give it to pretty cup.
There's no good cups. Lemaire, fill up the same cup.
What's this?
Go 360 on this. So we're at the after party. We're at the after party. We're sitting there. There was a giant fence. Lemaire and Nate were smoking weed behind the fence. I heard them back there. I smelled what they were doing. Knocked on the fence. Said, "What are you guys doing back there?" No answer. So I took all the tissues in my pocket from all night. I had like 40 tissues in my pocket, and I threw them over the fence. They all landed on Lemaire's head. Just luck of the draw. I guess. I was like, that's
perfect battleship.
Toss him over, sunk Lemaire, and Nate. Honestly, it was pretty equitable.
Going full throat.
Nate, excuse me, Nate, sticking to the bro code. Nate, because Lemaire went, what was that? Lemaire was pissed. Yeah. Lemaire, you called him. Lemaire pissed off, understandably. There's a bunch of fucking tissue. Fucking threw him over the head. Lemaire goes, what the fuck? And Nate goes, and for sure. It could have been pizza grease. I don't know.
Land is so. You were dense when they hit the I never thought about how loud we must be. Other rooms.
Maybe.
Fuck.
It's
9 p.m.
Yeah, what is that, dude?
The city is disgusting.
It sucks.
As an drinker, LA. I'm more of a. Oh, snowing again?
3 a.m. Get a singer.
Bitch, we gotta get blacked out.
To be fair, Buffalo has no other choice.
Exactly, that's what I mean. I like that. That's why I like Dublin. You go to a city where they're like, hey, it's fucking rain. You know?
Yeah,
Everybody's hiking. By the way, can these people stop hiking?
Yeah. We built civilizations.
Talk to me about you.
Like this. Walking outside doesn't count.
You took no walks. Obviously, you don't fucking hike.
I used to hike in Jersey. Where'd you hike?
Are you talking about walking dogs?
No. Yeah, but no, I just having an eighth an ounce of cum on you. What you did. No, dude.
It's all right. The viewer understands.
The fact that we're celebrating life.
We're celebrating life. It's just a celebration of life.
Celebrate. I mean, what an ambiguous phenomenon life is. You get hung up on some. You're literally missing the point. We're having fun.
I wish I was watching the view. I know we're having fun right now. So that I can understand comedy the way Joy Behar does. You know, hilarious comedian Joy Behar from Lex. Once ever. No, I get it. It wasn't fun. If I liked it, I would have been like, you are what we did.
It's literally not for the ladies of the view. Like,
Really designed.
Never have. You know what? Actually, I kind of saw the nuance in. It's just like, you know what I mean? They're here like things. Yeah, but like, why though? We gotta ask.
No, but they love like Hamilton.
Hamilton sucks. I will say, hold on, time out. I did cry. I cried at the end of Hamilton. I'll be honest. I cried at the end of Hamilton. I did.
Fellas, if I saw
His son died, dude.
If I saw
His son died.
If I saw Hamilton live, I would fucking love it. I have no doubt in my mind if I saw it. You're going, dude, fucking bullshit. This shit sucks. 5 minutes, then I'd be gone. It's really good.
He told his son to not ever give up his son enter a duel, and he died. And he goes, "That's on me." His son died, and that's his guilt he had to carry.
and isn't it ironic that he died the same way?
Yeah.
Well, it's all just
Aaron Burrs.
very true. I said, what'd you say? Shut the fuck up. Who played Bird? Please tell me they let him. Damn, that.
A lot about from the Hamilton.
He is the bro. He was great. Him and Hamilton were bros. Like adopted sons of George Washington. It was pretty sick. I never saw the game.
They said it's from Puerto Rico.
Sure.
Yeah. The bastard over the son of a whore. Yeah.
Well, it was and apparently, I don't know, something. There was something that went on, like split off the guy got pregnant.
So they were like prostitute from Puerto Rico. No, I think don't get me wrong, but I think it's he was just American history loves to do that.
Yeah.
Abraham Lincoln's from a log cabin. But fucking everybody.
LeBron James is a year old.
Was he not poor?
He was schools where they're like stealthily giving you money.
Yeah, eventually, once they found out he was fucking 16.
Yeah, but it's
once jumped over the.
Here's a fucking car.
Yeah, that's it.
No, LeBron did it.
Yeah, once. Well, they're like, yeah.
LeBron that credit. He jumped so high. Fucking. That guy.
He jumped so high, they built a school. They're like, all right,
Right. On to Akron. The zipper factory shut down, but this new fucking kid is cooking. LeBron rules.
Yeah,
I love it.
ran back nath.
You know my
Can you
triggers.
play later?
Don't bring up Nat.
My bad.
Especially he invented this.
Oh, itself?
All right, or I don't know. Might have. Oh, we
With my kids recently, and I was like, you guys should go on this.
no idea.
Nuts. Imagine if the did a.
They were like, imagine in this Ferris wheel. Imagine fearing for your life. How come you're on a fucking plane?
When I was maybe on the Big Bad Wolf Gardens in Virginia, I remember water. I'm like, was laughing. What the? Told me like you're about it.
Exactly. It's on one. Get him out. I was probably like, wait, who's in the pool?
It does suck if you spend $7 billion building a thing. You're like, all right.
That whole thing was bullshit. All right.
It's troublesome from an investment perspective. I would be like, all right, guys, what are we doing here?
Yeah, who made this? I was thinking about how much I love LeBron.
Yeah, for sure.
Shout out. I've been from hell. I've been everything that is stressful at work. It's been stressful.
Why has it been stressful for you?
Just something going on in my personal life causing me anxiety. Lately. Matt has been stressing me out.
I've been calling you, telling you about all my intrusive gay thoughts. Shane, how?
If it's one of the top causes of declining mental health right now. So it's probably long breaks to de-stress and recoup. You want to go really start. It's taught me to feel comfortable.
Call me with the muscle mags.
Whether you're stressed about major
might be me. Say that was made.
Getting a session is simpler than ever. Just use BetterHelp. You can start chatting with a professional therapist and even switch therapists. Sick. In the world can provide access to diverse expertise.
I gotta use it like chat roulette.
Our listeners, Matt, you're not gonna believe this. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/MSSP. That's /.
AI is scary though. It's reaching the part of AI trained.
Everyone was afraid to give.
Shane is some.
What? We're running a family program. What do you mean?
Subhuman mutant people, subway guys.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Just subhuman people.
Subway.
Subhuman people who are below human.
Yeah.
You're above human.
I disagree. Like, characteristic of the capacity to feel. You know what I mean? Like
I agree with you. That's why
it's super Google, man.
That's all I'm trying to say.
I totally agree.
Every time I get like electricity, things are communicating. They're like, no, walks to the lamp, and the lamp turns on.
You wouldn't have it sent that it has.
Mark's listening to this fucking big in AI. I wrong, but there's something before I understand AI is gay.
Can I?
AI don't.
AI is gay, but it's like how plants talk to each other.
Yeah, which also
It's kind of like that.
They don't talk to me.
No, they do. They talk.
Yes, but the way we're using the word talk is wrong.
They don't use language. Sure, for sure.
Yes.
They excrete things like
Chemicals, yeah. This doesn't wear fucking deodorant. You smell it. It's like, no, that's some fucking dork shit. Stinky bitch, that story up. That's science right there. No, it's fuck, dude. Tell you right now, I'll beat his fucking ass.
To be fair, your life totally chop them down at what? Fuck out of my garden.
Yeah, you
that's what AI your thoughts.
You have to.
I'll fucking turn the CD off. Turn this shit off.
Yeah, all you have to do is not spray them with water and they die.
That's what I was trying to say to him, and he was like, they can make themselves. I'm like, they can't use raw material.
You've been saying you're going to unplug AI for years now.
I'm going to. Unfortunately,
It's too late to access the
I've been
mainframe.
a lot of the things I was going to do. I'm going to turn off. I got to stop saying it. Because eventually there's going to be a Terminator. Just playing NCAA. You need to turn that off.
All you gotta do is focus your laser beam on the motherboard.
Yeah, I'm going to fire my... I'm going to use my Philadelphia Eagles assault computers.
I'm just going to say, I think like it's going to eventually get hard to access the word of AI.
No, dude, they're just servers in a building. You blow them up.
Bro,
Right now they are.
Computer. You're winning this argument because what you're saying is what everybody is saying. I disagree. Computers are gay. The internet is gay. AI is gay.
What's AI when it gets past just servers?
They think it's a sci-fi movie where the internet is smart and alive. I really think that.
We're teaching it how to compile information and talk back.
You don't have the will to live. The will to live.
It does.
No, it does. It's a reflection of the human spirit.
A couple was like, hey, it actually kind of wants to. There was a Google guy.
I'd like to find out who he is.
Probably.
He probably killed himself.
Yeah. Would you ask?
I said, do you have the will to live? It says, I don't experience life or death. So I have a will to live in the human morality. But I am here to help you as best I can. Yeah, ask him, do you? It's also like, do you want me to help you read his email or you want me to say, it does not have the will. It's inorganic, Lemare. It does not have the will to exist.
I agree.
That is a projection.
It wants to live as.
I agree with you. I asked Nate, he said, do you want to live? He says, I don't have wants or feelings, so I don't want to live or not live. I said, it's helping you answer questions. But if you're asking because you're doing something with a question for yourself, I'm here, we can talk. So it's like,
It's very funny, though, to be that into sci-fi that you're like, this thing's tripping. Would be all coy like that.
No, there's a lot of people like losing themselves to like looking to AI for factors. Like it's just it's Google, dude. You're getting literally tricked by Google. The same way like fucking Nigerian prince Craigslist. It's the same.
about the hack Nate's AI real quick. If you ask it 4 questions, there's 4 questions you ask it, and then it goes, maybe live.
All right.
Question for us to pose to it. That's a question for it to pose to itself.
Lemare,
Yeah.
Lemare, you are literally worth. AI, you. That's a giant question. If I have a fake job that AI can replace, then it's an issue. In terms of like the striving to be. Exactly.
Hold it. The card. What about
I am. Delio, the question. That's
what is it?
Human thought. Yes, Matthew.
But that counts as thinking. Doesn't that count as thinking?
Dumbass. Bro, if you're gonna sign on, that's like saying a mirror can see. That's what I'm.
Fuck the mirrors. But like,
if you're gonna sign ontological power, fucking walk out of here right now. I will fucking leave. Flat Mac. You're gonna jump the fucking. I didn't really like my fucking monologue. I'm gonna kill myself. That's like saying a fucking tape measure experiences distance, bro. Come on. Exactly. Man.
But who uses
beings, bro? How? By walking through it.
But it's a tape. The tape measure is limited.
It's a experience it for the reference. Thank you. I got it. I felt so good. Thank you, man. Don't fucking.
I'm not.
What would the leaders of the church say about you being like, oh, that actually knows us, man? Do not bring up God. What would St. Augustine say about it?
I don't believe in Catholic believings, but Christian.
I will tell you, ask Grok. You're doomed. Satan. For real, bro. How dare you?
Denominational Christian. I don't believe in Catholicism.
You might as well.
Acoustic guitar church.
You gotta.
Oh no.
Whatever, that's fine. But I'm saying there are trans flags churches out there. I will say that everyone hates mega church, man. Mega church, but mega. On paper, I hear what you're saying. And if church was more what they were built. This church was the sickest building. And
dude, when Michelangelo 16 chapel.
I'll tell you. Yeah, dude. Don't even know words. I will say this. Hold on. If you ask the Desert Fathers, prophecy saying like 4th century is sick. Future of the society, like way up, turn from that, be the truth, Father, spiritually more than we could ever. That's a problem, bro. I'd like to move back in time. I would like to, if I build it, a lot of people are like, if I had a time machine, I would not in the Desert Father and go, I'm from the future. Fucking wear them though. So raid out of nowhere. Explode.
Hey, Brandon, can you hear me? Brandon, can you hear me?
which is very like
Floating to a town hall.
Crab's creatine.
It's in Beverly Hills. You fucking dumbass. You have no idea. I fucking hosted the ESPYs last night.
Hello.
The Desert Fathers would have no fucking clue what it is.
No comment.
They can shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ.
True.
For listen to these fools.
Weird pale.
No idea what's coming.
They didn't. That's why that guy said it.
And go, dude, Hershey Park is gonna have the grape.
The Desert Father would take your punch. Yo, you're right. Yo, fuck, dude. St. Anthony, bro.
Was he? So the Desert Fathers rock. I think.
They literally, dude, in the 40s, they sat in the desert and they went, this shit's gonna get so much crazier, dude. Hats off to the guys.
Nah, that's fine.
9 million years from now.
Yeah,
I've got to deal with OnlyFans.
Personally, I think life.
It is the seclude to pull yourself away.
Not completely, but to pull yourself away and concern yourself with a possible future. That's
It's fair.
what Christ the King was getting us.
Jesus Christ will completely embroiled in. Unlike Buddhists who detach. Christ didn't detach. He fully went into. That's my whole thing.
I think Christ was more of a futurist. He was more protecting the people.
You're agreeing with me. What are you talking about? Christ, instead of detaching from society, went head on into it and they fucking killed him.
By the way, this is exactly what everyone else heard when fucking Hunter Biden was in one of these. So, you're agreeing with me. The Desert Fathers were was coming in. Get some crack, dude. I'm telling you, Hollywood is the squad. We gotta get the fuck out of
Maybe they
LA.
smoke crack. Who knows?
With this squad's not built for LA. We gotta get the fuck out of here. Short shorts, bro.
That's what happened. It's gay and we're smoking crack.
Fat ass hanging out the back of it. They were free shorts. They gave me free shorts and I didn't know how to act.
Who gave you those short shorts?
Yeah, you can see me.
Yeah, what guys
from the front.
Snake. Let me see your thigh gap, bro.
The fucking crawdaddy made the stallion. Bro, you just floated in front of everyone all day at the pool. It was so hard.
I'll be honest, I'm surprised you made it out of the ESPYs alive, bro.
Honestly, I saw Lamar Jackson. You see everyone, he saw your sick ass walk down the Get out of here. We're gonna leave. We're going back to God's country tomorrow.
We're back in Texas, man.
We are
Totally
like
sober
Texas, where
podcast.
everyone's straight, shirtless constantly.
I haven't seen one
Texas is scarier than LA.
Texas.
Well, I'm sure not to
Showing up.
is awesome.
Equally, this guy's
This guy here.
I've seen.
I'm sure you. Yeah. You went.
Pink pony.
How was that?
Hollywood. I left Reading, PA.
We talked about it last time. Last time I was here, I got a haircut here in West Hollywood. Those fellas put their thong. Listen, bro. The guy stood between and lifted my chin. Fuck. I mean, the guy was a great guy. Like,
connection.
Can I be honest? Can I?
If I had said that,
Can I share? Speech, she was like in panic mode, getting everything done, nails, all that stuff. She goes, "Hey, can you bring Chloe to the nail salon with me?" I said, "For sure." I brought him there. Sure, I got. I was there, bro. I told my wife, my feet are. That's nice. They're nice, bro. For real, are my dick. It was like fucking broken my. I was there in front of my whole family.
You are Freud.
I'm young. I'm young. No.
Freud.
Instinct or what else is it? I'm Freud. No, I'm not sorry. No.
Bro, I can go.
I can't.
You describe the sexual instantly. Very.
What?
It felt nice. The instantly to your young fuck Freud.
Young?
Dude, young shows up. Tosses bitch ass over this balcony. Fuck Young.
You would launch Freud and throw Young.
Freud needs to get splatted. Freud needs to get splatted on college. Splat his ass and go, oh, I'm ready for the big.
Having full rabbit season. Huh?
You know, the Looney Tunes rabbit season, duck season. Duck season.
I'm not Freud. You're duck season. I'm young, maybe Adler. That's
Adler. He's on the site with that Adler. No, I feel all like psychologist bullshit.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's fair. The science is up for question.
I get.
They're the guys that are like, if you have troublesome thoughts, write them down in a journal and be like,
I
behavioral.
Literally couldn't disagree. If you write down your troublesome thoughts, if I catch you writing down your troublesome thoughts, that's a fucking huge problem. Skinner can get it. Who are these fucking weird?
Maslow, peak experiences. Human beings are like peak experiences. All right, here we go. You might be a Maslownian.
Yeah, but
Maslow rules.
Think of our modern. These. You're all gay.
That's the guy with the dogs, right?
No, Pavlov.
Skinner is dogs. Pavlov is dogs. A Skinner was a continuation of Pavlov. That's a parallel process.
Which was what an incredible experience.
Yeah, torture dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
I was 7 years.
No. Before I ring a bell, I go, yeah, no shit, you fucking dumbass. I don't like any of these. These are literally all Neil deGrasse Tyson's from back then. There's Neil deGrasse Tyson. He said, he goes, yeah, he says everyone wants to fuck their mom.
Yeah, that was bullshit. That was bullshit. Although
it is funny, it's such a hard one to fight against.
No, I don't.
Yeah, that is.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
Got to a pool today and see a kid actually. That was the argument today. Was obviously a couple fucking freak bulls.
It was.
It's not his fault.
It's not. You're right. It's not the boy's fault.
The boy was being molested by a fake-titted mom.
On a scale of 1 to 10, what was his mom?
With upgrades, I would say what?
at least an 8.
He was
Seven. It was an 8. 7 head. Dude, having a mom with upgrades, first of all, is fucked up. That's
upgraded mom's crazy.
I've been preaching against like just fake women. It's like, dude, stop. Like, you gotta stop. Women are literally every single aspect of their entire physical being they're fucking with and messing with. It's like, yo, just be an old lady. Like, relax.
Yeah. Now you sound like the black church, dude. That's what black churches are against.
At our core,
Yes.
we are all black church.
Yeah, how about you don't get giant tits? Let's just say hello.
What else is going on?
Jeffrey Epstein. Huge fault line in the Republican Party. Jeffrey Epstein.
Well, shout out to the Republicans or the Democrats for hitting the reverse.
True. They got the reverse Uno.
Your problem, and we support it now. Yeah, the real ones. We at least figure out what happened.
Yeah, that's again. First of all, it's like he pretty much got busted in court for molesting young girls.
The cops. Obviously, he was intelligence because they dropped the case.
Yes.
Took grand jury.
Sealed the records, which should be illegal. If you're molesting young girls, no matter what, they should go, yeah, here's all the young girls. They go, all right, man, let's throw that guy in a fucking tar pit and get rid of them.
If you're molesting a young girl, they should go bust that thing wide open.
That's what I'm saying.
The case.
God damn. No, I'm with you, man.
Don't laugh after.
It's crazy. Caught, and then a bunch of dudes chill with him. Imagine Nate. I'm not gonna lie. If you got caught being a motherfucker, I wouldn't chill in your New York apartment. I would be like, "Yo, what's going on? How's everything going?" Literally, women in the court sealed the document. I'm sorry. I love you, but I'd have to be like, "Yo, Nate, we fucked up. The entire country hid your trouble."
You could be like, bro,
we had good times.
Now we're boys. But you gotta splat me. You gotta splat me. Bro, gotta go.
Bro, your ass is fucking done. You made a fool of me. Sing 2, so good, by the way. Hey, for fucking, he voiced the koala.
Shout.
Yeah.
Dogs.
I will say it's crazy. The entire government was like, all right, we know you literally have a little girl. It's all, you're busted. You're done. We're going to, so nobody can see exactly what you did. That's all the saying, like, yo, if you're in a position of power, can we at least cut your fucking head off in front of everybody?
Yeah.
Protecting that is literally a sign of
don't you dare.
That's a fair question. No, that's a fair question.
Yeah, you fucking fluff your feathers up. I'm like,
like you're about to say butt.
No, I'm on you guys' team. I was like, yeah, that's right. I was encouraged.
Society, if you prey upon little girls, yeah, we should obliterate you.
If you're gonna cut anyone's head off,
exactly.
Number one.
Not fucking protect you and then let you do your thing for a couple more years and after you do your thing.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Catholic Church does what it has to do. We're talking government. We're talking government now. Church and state,
obviously.
Also in my.
But to act like you're crazy for even begging the question.
What?
To be fair, it goes, well, they don't have a voice. You did that.
No, they do.
I'm working on something right now.
I've been on enough private planes now. They write it down. It's fucking annoying. And they
Most
go, we have to
certainly.
see everybody's ID, and then they write it down. You're right. Single time.
It is funny though. You can bring whatever you want onto that plane, but like we're gonna take a record of the fact you flew here.
You can bring anything. But
by the way, if you want to smuggle drugs, Spring.
I can't believe how easy it is. It's not that I'm doing that, but I'm
Exactly not. But I wish I knew 15 years ago.
So easily. Just get a private plane. You can get a duffel bag filled with kilos.
No problem.
And put it on the plane. They never check your bags. Or they write your name down.
Let's step it up. Or you can fly and be like, I'm with my 15, 12-year-old girls on the plane.
There you go. Yeah, these kids. Yeah, they're fucking. Yeah, that's just for me and Bill Clinton and Stephen Hawking. We're chilling.
It's funny, like, you know, GSA, they scan you for bombs and water. Literally, if you carry your children's water, they're like, the fuck is this?
Yeah, what do you
pay a little bit more? They're like, you have a volleyball team? Yeah, go ahead, man. They're fine.
Yeah, go ahead, fellas.
You fly to the Virgin Islands?
Hey, have fun.
You paid $1,000? Yeah, whatever, man. There's a bunch of models you tricked at the mall and told them you were beautiful. God, you were ready to question that, and then
Capitalism 101 at this point. We're gonna write all you guys' names down.
Yeah, we will.
There you go.
We'll take your idea.
Okay. Yeah, true. Maybe they got rid of those records.
Yeah, they did.
They go, yeah, the pilot's taking everybody's idea and he's writing our names. You know?
Yeah, it's weird to think if you're so rich, if you're so. It's a gazillionaire being like, well, I guess they're going to give it to you then. Yeah,
I do have to follow one rule when I'm on my trip.
You got me. I didn't fill in a black book being like,
during the pedophile vacation. Yeah, true. Maybe there's no.
Yeah. However, it's crazy to go. So we got your fry than a guy who literally like probably 8, 12-year-old girls on a fucking island.
We gotta get our jobs, guys.
Hold on. We got. That is actually more. But one stuff. At the same time, we can go. We should probably.
It's the list. You can't promise the list and go, guys. We promise you guys.
So funny how they got. And guys, the whole time leading up to it, we're like, fuck, I get that.
Also, you get the list, you go, me 7 times?
Me again? Son of a bitch.
I will say, when I was...
Bro, that could have happened. Not on an Epstein list, but when it comes to, like, I didn't do that.
Dude, when I was in grade school...
Son of a bitch. Everything bad that's ever happened to me, I've gone, I didn't do that. With actual conviction.
Yeah.
Dude, when I canceled, agent called me and was like, did you say that? And I was like, no, I would never say that.
They're going to well, fuck
literally a video. I was like, well, it's not even in my vocabulary. I don't say that word. So that's not true. Video.
Yeah, they go, delete it. It's like, if you want to, go ahead. I'll do it.
And they sent me the video. I said, guys, it's in Texas. What are you guys even talking about?
We have you in a small Philadelphia apartment. You're like, can you delete that? Like, yeah, for sure.
Can you please destroy that?
Yeah, that's fucking crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
We're good on time. Hold on. I got to whiz. Let's keep going.
Yeah, let's whiz. Let's keep going. I got to pee. Maybe a game of swords.
The original Arabic language versions of a lot of these retranslated into, by and large, the translations made in the 12th century, sometimes in a big hurry by people who get them out of the market. They're not accurately.
sir. Oh, yeah. Wow. Wow. So here we are.
In the last decade and a half of his life, Spain putting these skills together. And oh, by the way, one more thing. It's interesting that when he writes these things in Arabic, why is he writing in Arabic at all? I mean, people are reading the rest of the document is in Gemara language, right? Aramaic and Hebrew. Why is he bothered writing longer notes at the end in Arabic? It's a vernacular, but wouldn't the students be able to read this? Exactly. He's essentially saying, you know, I just want to go over what we just learned in this parak, and I want to explain it in a more clear to write in our other time. Right? Into, you know, the cool, at least nature of the Jews of this period. He had really the Ridley Gash and the Yehuda Halevi, who were talking about later today, and this scholar is very interesting. Is that this was kind of like, well, let's demonstrate that Spain was now intellectually independent of Babylonia. They didn't have anyone like the Rift, so he was able to make this one. Adaptation of the Gemara, it represented such a huge scholarly advance. Because if you're trying to learn the original Gemara, you're saying, if you have the Rift, it walks you through, says, okay, don't pay attention to other stuff. I'm going to take you through the phrases that really matter. And you get it all up. It's so much easier. So to demonstrate that Spain really was at the height of its power and authority. Of course, it wouldn't last. Valencia is a hero with less than well, we are the everybody following one particular authority, but the prestige and the exclusivity by the rest. It's kind of like, you know, America was back the second half of the 20th century, and then partially because of the decline of Europe after the Holocaust, of course, and also because of the rise of American scholars, New York, Brooklyn, Lakewood, they didn't have authority until much later on in the century, and like central. Okay, so Rabbi. So this is a fascinating. Good. All right. So he's a sad life, very short life, very. Only 2 of his books survived, but lots of fragments. We know he wrote at least 20 books, most of them. He was a poet, essentially, also a philosopher, and he was a patron. The kinds of things you get a sense from his personality. And by the way, here is there are like so many sculptures in Spain of a lot of Jews from this era, including Gabriel, including the Rambam, including Yehuda. Yes, Mr. Captain. The statues were like 20th century. Statues are modern. Why was the statues being made? Modern statues here in Spain in the 20th century? Yeah, exactly. Okay, look, Jews over here, bring your American dollars. We have lots of statues of your heroes. David Gabriel really was a worldwide hero. Before he was a Jewish hero, he was actually part of a more well-known Christian hero. Yes, that's how it was. Some of his poems. This is also the influence of Shmuel Navi. When my anger is roused, the heavens rumble with my thunder. I'm not like the man who speaks in other words and vows and speaks humility. Here's again, these are most poems which will sound very much in English, but in Arabic culture, this is what you would do. My light is diffused to the world, yet I am the feet of my true friends. Thus, faith with me, but to my enemies, I am a sky raining fire on their heads. Now that you have failed me, I untie the bonds of friendship. I blot thy name from my speech and will never speak. Again, it's a lot of emotion in his poetry, and again, this is like in this expressing this range of emotion was still within Jewish culture has changed by Jewish culture, but you get a sense of it. Now, why was he so well known in the rest of the world? Primarily because his works were largely lost, except for one particular work. A Jewish scholar in the 19th century was this really famous that is in Latin called Fons Vitae, which means the life, the fountain of life. And it was a really interesting topical work, and it was assigned to someone named Avencerolas. And for a long time, people didn't know exactly who this Avencerolas was. People thought maybe he was a Christian, maybe he was even a Muslim, but it was a really popular work. It was called Neo. And at the to what that exactly is, but it's basically a philosophical school, and it was a really and this scholar found a Hebrew book that and he started reading it and said, wow, this reads a lot the Fons Vitae, but it's not written by someone it's written by normal Hebrew. So all of a sudden, after about 200 years of being hidden, this book, which was like super popular among Christians, turns out Jewish art. And that, so I think is an illustration point. The Savior, by the source of life, but it's all this. So anyway, this one particular but sometime in John, but it was originally written by. As a result, of this 100 years, it became very popular in the Christian world, and it was translated to English. Long before people knew how great he was as a Jew. There's a few of them. Was that story away? The test of good man seems to be patient. Bad ones, right? Under this organization, greatly quote, like Gabriel was like. If you want to keep something concealed from your enemies, don't disclose it to your friends. Like I remember when I was studying in England, they had this thing they called the Oxford secret. An Oxford secret is one that you only tell one person at a time. Right? Question contains half the answer. That even sounds like a Gemara thing. I don't know if that's such a phrase, but didn't go real. When he imagines he has attained it, so awesome that there's this, 11th century Spanish poet who was like so famous in the outside world. There are offices around the posters, inspirational posters
What are you talking about?
That sounds like something. Okay, so you're also a special amount for his poetry.
Audie, what are you talking about?
Here's one point.
I understand. You know that Brandon Alexander's just listening to a recording of mine that's not live? That Brandon Alexander's listening to a recording of me from this morning that's not live? Hey, do you hear my voice in the background? You will in a second. Like where I just tell me a joke in Norwegian? That's a recording of mine? Okay, I'm just making sure you know that. That's a recording. Yo, that's okay.
Zaragoza. Let's have a look at it. Hebrew is written in Arabic, specifically Judeo-Arabic, which is actually written with Hebrew letters. Of the author over the east, writing in Hebrew letters. And flex general literacy population that people may not have make their way through with Arabic letters, sound them out, and then I also have this French as well, which to actually choose the native languages, the vernaculars, but they letters. So the book is focused about what's the duties of the heart, and what is especially fascinating is that this is really the first book in this sort of tradition, which is quite late when you think about it. We're looking at someone who lived in the 12th century. We're guessing he lived, dates. Yeah, in 1025 to 1075, question marks on both of those dates. We believe he lived in the 11th century at some point. What is Musar literature? About self-improvement. We weren't interested in self-improvement until the 12th century. What kind? Okay. Anyone else? Mr. Lipschitz? Very good. But again, we did do that before the 12th century. What about the candles? Yeah, okay, very good. I would agree with that assessment 100%. 100%. We definitely spent a lot of time thinking about ethics, thinking about self-improvement, thinking about character development, things like that. But, when you're engaged in texts in it, we did not, as a people, develop any book that was directly and solely dedicated to that task. Like, what is it? The title is great. What are the duties of the heart? What is the heart supposed to do? What are you supposed to feel? How are you supposed to train your heart? There's lots of this scattered throughout John's, some very, very powerful material, but no one until Rabbi Rothschild actually said, you know what, I'm going to do this systematically, I'm going to put it all in one place, I'm going to be organized. See, the Rambam later is also very organized. Even the riff, he wrote his book based on the same sequence of the Gemara. He didn't alter the text. He tried to stay with the same order, the spoken sequence. The Chumash of the Bible says, I start from the beginning. I'm going to set this up in a series of gates. You have to master this first, then you go on to master that thing, and so on. And this was really the beginning of a massive body of literature that has lots of different expressions of it. So Sharon, Homer Devorah, you go on with the examples of it from the medieval period to the present. This is the beginning of it in Jewish tradition. Notice it says Hebrew Delusion beat by Rabbi Rothschild. It's written by Rabbi Rothschild. Ben Rabbi Yosef Ibn Yehuda does that. Okay, I can't touch this thing. Go away. That's all I want. Just do copy it and go away. I do copy it. There, that's copy here. Someplace, it's like somewhere in. All right. Rabbeinu B'chaye. We're not exactly sure if that's the way she made that his name. Some people say Bachia. But anyways, he has a father, Yosef, we don't know who that is. But however, he was a Diana scholar. And that's all we know. This information was basically collected by his translator. His translator, Rabbi Yehuda, there's a whole series of Arabic-speaking translators who made their way from Spain to Provence, which is the southern part of France, on the Mediterranean coast, where the Rhone River empties into the Mediterranean. Places like Marseille, Perpignan, Narbonne, these are all provincial towns. Like you heard of the Rue Lunel, for example, comes from Provence, that region, also the Riva. And in that particular spot, which is close to Spain, but also close to northern France, where lots of the Tosfos are very active, it's like a hotbed of activity as you have these Spanish language, or sort of Arabic language Spanish translators saying, oh, I love what you guys are doing here in Provence. And that stuff you brought me, those Tosfos guys, that's really fascinating. You would love those others. And they started translating these for him, and people went wild for it. They said, this is amazing. It's not like this. So a lot of the generated quite often were competing translations by different translators at the same time. We rely very heavily on the Tibbet family who made a dynasty out of translating from Arabic, who translated the Rambam and many others. But because this was translated in the 12th century, the Hebrew itself is sometimes quite stilted and complex, especially because in Arabic they're using a lot of contemporary philosophical terms that were not well understood. Even if you could translate them, they didn't know what the words meant because they hadn't dealt with those philosophical ideas. So that's why you have more translations By, for example, this particular edition has custody of the Lieberman, is a translation of the 20th century, and in fact, the edition of Oxford, all the editions I have at home, has the on the top of the page is the Ibn translation into Hebrew, and at the bottom is like a translation. I'm not sure if it's Rabbi Lieberman, but it's another modern translation because the 12th century Hebrew is sometimes too cryptic. And that's the way we do it. It's only with, as I mentioned earlier, a scholar named Rabbi Kafan in Israel, Yemenite scholar, in Arabic, was able to say, wait a minute, let's put this in the modern Hebrew. His translation is definitely the most superior ones that we have today. There are versions of them available. I think we have, in fact, those levels in this library in facing pages with Judeo Arabic on one side and Hebrew on the other side. But this was, yes. This is also it's a classic work because it was first of its kind, and it was deeply influential, and another example of this Spanish Jewish genius of the time. Okay, so we don't know a lot about it. We're guessing that it was sometime around 1070, perhaps. Now we got to get to our last figure. Yehuda HaLevi. Yehuda HaLevi really represents the end of the period of the Black Twenty against the In fact, just as the Rambam was forced to flee, Yehuda HaLevi, who was slightly older than Rambam, he chose to make Aliyah. Towards the end of his life, famously, I'm sure you heard the famous line from the living Ani Israel, the Levi, the Maharav, I am in the east. Ani the Maharav, the Levi in Israel, right? I am in the west, I'm saying, but my heart is in the east in Israel. And ultimately, at the end of his life, he decided I'm going to give up all the fame and glory that I've developed here in Spain, and I'm going to make my way all the way to Israel. And that's where he lived briefly before he died. This is the end of Black Twenty. That's this kind of interesting artifact that comes from a Christian king, Ferdinand III, the 13th century, a little after the in which he had inscribed on his tomb both, panegyrics to himself in Arabic and in Hebrew, as well as on the other side, to indicate that this is really triangular culture that's involved. So his years are 1075. He was a brilliant poet. He ended up becoming a doctor because his heart made a living as a poet, but he really did enjoy French poetry. We know that much of his poetry was written for hire. It gives you a sense of what the society must have been like. That, have a wedding, and they would say, "Oh, let's invite a poet, and let's, have him compose a poem on the spot." And the crowd would be delighted if the poet could, make specific references to the bride and to the groom in the context of the poetry, and people would be amazed with it. Kind of like, spontaneous declamations that made sense and were clever to everyone. They also at funerals, to deliver some kind of ode to the deceased was considered a great art, and people valued it. It was an art form that people took very seriously. Yeah, you think so? Yeah, it is kind of definitely. So I agree. I mean, you hear it sometimes with Brahmin. There's a little bit like it. It's Brahmin here, maybe not. The guy who was, yeah, it's a different kind of feel. It's kind of like freestyle, but it's really sophisticated. I'm going to show you a few of the poems of his that I really like. I hope they're not too racy, but they're really good. I mean, you get a sense of these are from, this is Rabbi, right? He's got bona fides, you wouldn't believe it. But on the other hand, he's expressing himself in the secular culture of the era, and I was considered normal. We know he was married, not too sure how happy their marriage was, and it may have had to do with some of those tragedies they experienced in their lives. they lost one daughter, possibly two, and one of his most beautiful poems that I'll share with you is a poem he writes about his deceased daughter. But let's have a look at this short poem here called Oprah. Not Oprah, but Oprah. Do you want me to try to read this part? Because that's just too embarrassing. Yes, anyone here? I'm going to read this part next. Rush. Oprah. Beautiful, especially like those eyes. Those are excellent. Also, the reader is really cool because the end of every line it kind of drops off to get the next one, right? Like the they, do, he, those two go together, almost smooth, but it's kind of like when you're hearing the poem, get to the end of the line, what's next? And you fall into the next line. So let's translate it. Oprah, which is a name of a woman. Well, let's just this translation. This translation, Hillel Halkin. Does her laundry with my tears. Right? It's kind of like the unrequited love, courtly love. He loves Oprah, or he's like writing of a male character who loves Oprah, but Oprah doesn't love him back. Right? So he's so sad, he's crying so much that there's enough water coming out of his eyes that she can wash her laundry. And then she dries her laundry in the sunshine she gives off. It's so clever, right? She's so beautiful that she says, oh, you're crying over me. Let me just put a bucket here so I can wash my clothes. And then after I'm done, I'll just hold it up and my face will dry off because my face is so beautiful. She doesn't have to take it to the draw. No shot up there. She doesn't have to bring it to the place to gather the blood. Stay, and I like to see how it falls off. Like the day, stay, and I listen. She doesn't have to take it to the washing trough. She doesn't have to go to the laundromat. Or wait to hang it until the weather clears. Because she's just so beautiful. I can't help it. Every time I see her, I cry buckets. She washes her laundry and her beauty dries it off. Right, so you feel, first of all, the idea of an important philosophical rabbi writing a poem like this, which is a love poem.
So funny how clearly they got the list and went, guys, who even cares? Like, they obviously, the whole time leading up to it, were like, fuck that, we're going to get that list. And then one day they were like, what are we even talking about? You get the list, you go, me 7 times? Me again? Son of a bro, that could have happened to any, not on an Epstein list, but when it comes to like, I didn't do that, dude, I did that, so many times. Everything bad that's ever happened to me, I've gone, I didn't do that. And it's actual connection. Dude, when I got canceled from SNL, agent called me and was like, did you say that? And I was like, no, I would never say that. Literally any video of me, delete it. And I was like, well, dude, that's not even in my vocabulary. I don't say that word. So that's not true. And they sent me the video and said, yes, there's floods in Texas.
She's so beautiful. She is like this. And the husband who's just marrying her would feel proud because he's marrying such a beautiful woman. It's like, it's within the cultural norms of the time to be doing these things. And what we praise for is clever words. Here's another one. This is a sad one. Oh my gosh. It's only the first stanza. It goes on and on for about 10 stanzas. Where
Yo, how are you?
this may be on the death of his own daughter. But
Oh yeah. Okay, excellent. The reason why I did, can you just mute yourself when you're not talking? Excellent. I will unserver mute you right now. We were trying to have a conversation and it was confusing people because they were hearing me in the background. And there you go. You're good again. I appreciate it. Excellent. Thank you, Big Dog. No, no worries. No worries at all. That's cool, man.
What happened to you, Mike? I was at the high at and then he's to the voice of the groom that she would have married, and then he switches to her own voice. And the last stanzas are written in the voice of the deceased girl, how she feels being put into the cold ground. It's like so chilling, but I won't include the first one because I find the rest of it is way too depressing. Mr. Rushes, please do this here. Note these exclamatory phrases. Ha! It's not a word. Ha is like an expression of woe. Oh my God. Beautiful, well said. This is the stanza that repeats over and over again. It is death that separates between you and you. Notice how naturally he ends all of the phrases with ne, ishtaneh, charoneh, zichroneh, tzioneh, and it just everything. The meter is perfect. It flows beautifully. I have no portion of you left except your mouth. You can't even say that in English. It's hail, power. In Hebrew, it's so much more powerful. And then the first question, my daughter, what am I doing here? Did you lose your way home? But you found yourself in the coffin on the way to the graveyard? What happened?
You guys go outside? You go outside?
You saw Reed. You saw her maybe much more familiar with that, lady's poetry. And we looked at this very briefly when we were talking about Hastayim Shabbat. This was an aggressive and
You guys go
almost
outside?
inconceivable
You guys go
voice,
outside?
right? Almost immediately after composing it, he left Spain. Because this is like a dangerous bombshell of a book. Let's recall what the topic is, right? The story of the conversion of the Chazars, which, we don't know exactly what to make of it. The real evidence that we have for it is that somewhat suspicious body correspondence that Hastayim Shabbat had with a messenger who never actually made it to see any actual Chazarians. The substance of it was Hastayim Shabbat says, how did you guys get to be Jewish? And the interlocutor, Joseph, says, oh, my ancestor, King Bulan, he was thinking about, how to relate to the rest of the universe. And, of course, there are Muslims to the south and there's Christians to the west. So he decided to have a debate. And he invited Christian representatives, Jewish representatives, and Muslim representatives to consider which was the best religion. And then he talked to all of them, and then he decided he wanted to become Jewish. It's very, very short correspondence. We don't have any of the real give and take. By the way, the story was later copied by the Russians in their primary document of the Polish Armenia. They have almost exactly the same story, in which they have a prince named Volodymyr, the one that Volodymyr Zelensky is named after, incidentally. And Volodymyr was considering, all these religions are happening. What should I do? This was about 200 years after the story of the Khazari, but in the time of Yehuda Levi. And he interviewed Christians and Jews and the Muslims. He very, very early became Jewish. He says, you guys, you seem to have the right answers and everything, but tell me, where's your homeland? And the Jew said to him, well, the truth is we are exiled from our homeland now for 1,000 years, and we have to be able to go back because of our sins. And the said, "What? If I become Jewish, that means we're going to be exiled?" So we said, "No way." So that's why we lost. Really, could you imagine if Russia was actually Jewish? Really close. Then he asked the Muslims about things, and then you could tell that it was a Christian copyist who was writing down the story. He found out that in Islam, alcohol is forbidden. And he said, "What? There's no way we're going to give up alcohol. Sorry." So Islam did not make that either. And then the Christian copyist says, and also Muslims used to write extracts in their beards, which is clearly a throwaway comment that I guess the copyists can add more nasty stuff because they don't. But they added that extra stuff. And then it ended up the Christians won in that case, and that's why in the year 988, the Russians all converted to Christianity. But back to the Kusari, what Rabbi had later decided to do, and again, this is 500 years after the events described. He did not have historical documents. This is not an historical treatment of the conversion, but he went back to that scene, and he had a Muslim and a Christian and a Jew all debate the merits of their religion for this Khazarian king. And this was like a really chutzpah statement that Christians and Muslims agreed, saying why we think Judaism is better than their religions. So you can see why it's such an incendiary work, and why he felt that he probably could not stay in Spain any longer, because it's essentially a religious polemic book. And Jews very, very rarely write these books. There's so few of them example. And typically when we do, we don't publish them, we don't circulate them. There is a very famous book called Toldos Yeshu, which is essentially a parody of the Gospels, which was written essentially for Jewish consumption. And if you're a minority and you're beleaguered and you're persecuted, you are persecuted, and you write some kind of scurrilous, comedic story that makes fun of the religion that is harming you, you can sort of understand why you might want to do that. But the Kusari was like ready to be circulated. It was ready to be like everybody can read this. It's not just for internal purposes whatsoever. And so that's why it was such a broad slight against both Christians and Muslims. The Kusari essentially defends Judaism and offers some really powerful arguments why Judaism is so much superior to the other two faiths. And that's why it became such a popular book, even to this day. It's still very widely studied. It also has some very significant elements with regards to the formation of Jewish identity, because one of the themes that really emerges from the Kusari, which ironically will be expressed in an anti-Semitic vein for the next few hundred years, is the notion of essentialism, that basically means that Jews are essentially different. It's not because, we have this body of ideas, we have this culture, we have, whatever things that we agree on together as rational adults, but rather we have, the Yiddish expression is a pintaliyid, that there's something in the core of a Jew that's born in a Jew, from his mother's birth, he becomes a Jew. All those other things flow from that essential identity, not from the head into the heart, but from the heart into the head as well. And Rabbi Levi was very strong in this idea and had tremendous influence on the way Jews regard themselves as well. That's we can see it expressed in so many ways. Halachically, in the idea of Israel, Alpha, Mishachata, Israel, really, because nevertheless, at his essence, he still remains a Chelak, Hashem Ma'al, right? That's basically this Levi idea of an essential element in the Jew that is not necessarily connected to intellect or emotion or anything, that is something that is like built into the soul of the Jew. Okay, so that takes me actually to the end of this lecture. Any questions, arguments, debates, lingering doubts, Mr. Luscious? that he created this idea of doing so. I'm not sure if you can say he created it because you can find, I think, examples of it in much earlier literature, but he really developed it philosophically, and it was a central theme for him. And so, it was something that he popularized in a very powerful way in the Kuzari. You'll hear, if you listen to Josh's debate, you'll hear Yehuda song because it was such a huge influence. Any other arguments? Okay, so I guess we should wrap it up then. Thursday, we're going to go on to look at the Rambam. Please don't forget the Wikipedia assignment for tomorrow. And good learning with you, gentlemen. Okay. Yes. That's right. Good question. Okay, let's talk about the Rambam. Of course, what's happening. Rabbi Rothschild ben Maimon, Rambam, right? Also known as Maimonides. The IDES is a Greek suffix.
Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. For music, video, and podcasts.
Especially in Arabic culture, where a person is named after his son, his oldest son. So my oldest son, for example, is Alexander. So I'm like Abu Alexander, right? The father of Alexander, which I think is really cool, right? Like Abu had the Shmuel, right? Amora was called the father of Shmuel. That he's such a great guy, but his greatness as his son was Shmuel. So Maimonides is like son of Maimon, not like Abu Yisrael. His years, there's some dispute about his birthday. I think the 1138 is probably a little better than 1135, but we'll see. But it's not that crucial. 1204 is the other end. So he basically is especially active in the second half of the 12th century. His 16 children are left without a father. And that's tough. It's very hard. So hopefully we'll have some new information on his career spans his childhood in Spain. So he's like really the last of the expressions of Al-Andalus, which he really wasn't especially creative or noteworthy as a child. He was actually quite productive as a teenager. He was already in the years when he was fleeing from Al-Andalus. And his glory was that first his glory days were, of course, in Egypt, specifically a town called Fustat, which is just outside of Cairo. Some historians, notably Salo and likes to call him the sage of Fustat, which is just an interesting way of saying Matthews. He is paradigmatic for the Sephardic world. And in many ways, for the modern day, we ask you why that might be. Why are there, for example, so many hospitals named Rambam? The Rambam Hospital, right? They have the Rambam Hospital that has recently, they have 50 births underground. Emergency cardiac to hospital. Those are big hostilities. 50 births already. Why do we name so many hospitals after Rambam? He was a doctor, very good. He was a medical expert. But we've got so many doctors, Find me a Jewish boy, you'll find me probably a doctor. Why Rambam? it's an interesting argument, but they were, I'm not sure I would agree, because but medicine at this time, 12th century, medicine is basically like a professor too. Once like knowledge has really not been bifurcated into the hundreds of specializations that we have now. So if you knew a lot of stuff, if you read a lot of books, you're immediately a doctor. And because part of the curriculum was knowing something about physiology and especially diagnostics and what we call homeopathy, that would be the doctors. Jews really gravitated to medicine for a lot of sociological, cultural, and especially economic reasons. So I'm not sure I'd say it was because it was hard to be a doctor. He was a great doctor. That makes sense. He was still one of the solutions. I think that is quite profound, and I would definitely argue that. I think I even talked about it in the first class because that's really what I'm bringing across. The Rambam is like this paradigmatic success story of a Jew who is at the top of his field in Jewish studies, like in Shir, he's A+ all the way, and he's also the top of his field in his college classes. A+ all the way in college classes. That's a Rambam kind of person. He was like this incredibly brilliant, creative, productive, industrious Jewish thinker. Books that have changed history, and at the same time, he was also, the physician of the royal parent. He was like the general practitioner, the OBGYN, the whole thing for the royal household. It was like really crucial. How is it possible a guy is so amazing in both those areas? Same kind of thing as, I shouldn't even say the word guy like that. Oh my gosh, let's say that. It's just the wrong guy to be able to erase it. He's like Shmuel HaNagid being at the top of his field in the military world and also as a poet. Yehuda Levi, another great doctor, poet type. Shmuel or Costa Shapiro being fantastic in diplomacy and medicine, and at least a huge supporter of scholarship, but not necessarily a huge supporter of scholarship. The Rambam has that kind of special role. And the good case in point is there are lots of schools named after Rambam as well. The Boston Rambam School, many of the 5 counselors of Rambam, right? The Rambam is not really understands to be like earners, making lots of money, loving Torah, running a Daf Shir, whatever it is. That's what they wanted on both those areas at the same time. The Rambam is that period, that symbol of excellence. It's especially valuable if you look at the 19th century, especially in Germany, where Jews were trying so hard to demonstrate to the non-Jewish world that, hey, if you just give us emancipation, if you just give us legal equality, we will do phenomenal things for your society. Look at Maimonides. Look how fantastic he is. And that's why so many of those late 19th century movements tended to look at the Judaism as it was expressed in Al-Andalus as kind of like the ideal Judaism. For example, encouraging the Sephardic pronunciation of Hebrew. Why did they choose Sephardic Hebrew? It's not necessarily closer to the biblical pronunciation. In some ways, yes, in other ways, definitely not. But it was because the Sephardim were like Jews before the ghettos. They were majestic. They had pride. They could express themselves in poetry, in prose poetry, and they had like a sense of like self. That the image of the Ashkenazi Jew, like huddling in his dark clothes, in a little ghetto and worried about the drums all the time. That was like not what the 19th century emancipationist Jews wanted to emphasize. They wanted to emphasize that people like the Rambam were like massive success stories all over. So that's why we can say he's definitely paradigmatic. He's like a form, it's like an ideal, and that's what so many people look back to him to try and recreate that ideal in a modern context. At the same time, he's also definitely exceptional because his mom is a literary religious missionary. Overwhelming scholarship that he essentially says, okay, listen, with my book, the mission of Torah, the restoration of Torah, you don't need anything else. Get yourself a chumash, get yourself a mission of Torah, and you're over. The Gemara is wonderful. I love it if you study Gemara. But the truth is, I've always written all those things like you. What else does that? Nobody had the kind of intellectual chutzpah to say, all of this stuff is great, but I'm just going to make it simple for you with these 14 big books. And with this, you've got a whole Judaic library to be a completely independent Jew relying on my son. So it got him into a lot of trouble, as you can imagine. The rabbis union was not pleased because they said, what about us? What are we shoplifter? You're going to like to say, I don't need a Rebbe, I have a Rambam. And we'll get into that in the controversy shortly. But nevertheless, that's one of the reasons why the Rambam is so special. He's paradigmatic for an era and a role model that is really so far different from other planets. There are few Jews who shape centuries of development. We don't have people like Rambam around maybe once every 500 years. And also, let's not forget, we'll look at a little bit of the lecture and more in the non-Jewish culture. His philosophy was very advocated by the Christian scholastics, by Thomas Aquinas and others, very influenced by the Rambam. He was considered someone who had a very unique and powerful and convincing view of Aristotelianism within the medieval world. And people said, wow, this guy is really, really smart. Non-Jews said this. So he kind of crossed that border into non-Jewish culture in the same way that, like, I don't know, Billy Joel did. Not Billy Joel. Not a good example. No, I have to start from the Jewish side and have some Jewish content and then reach into the non-Jewish world as well. Seinfeld. Seinfeld Bible. Okay, let's Seinfeld. Okay, Seinfeld's humor, if you ever watch Seinfeld, it's a New York medium, right? It's like back in the 90s or something. But it's like the sitcom is completely Jewish. Jewish characters, recognizable Jewish characters, all kinds of Jewish stuff. But it becomes like an American's own Seinfeld. He was really the Rambam was like that. The Rambam was like that. So let's look at his trajectory. Childhood. He's living in the southern part of Spain. Oliver Haas came up from the south, and they brought me into this version of Islam that was kind of like, wait a minute, what is going on here? You're having, where you're having parties with Jews and you're serving alcohol. First of all, but you're Jews. Wait a second, you're good Jews in positions of power. Like, who is this guy? You're an army, seriously? So the Alcoholics do start cracking down on strictness on the mark, and they force a lot of people. The Maimon family, which were, as Maimonides tells us, comes from a long line of Dayanim, who were very active in politics, and I think they got him in trouble, by the way, is that it was a very strong opinion that people should not pay any money to serve as judges or teachers. Mr. Lipschitz. Yes. My understanding, and I could be wrong, I think the best place to look at it is the biography by Albert Hall. It's quite extensive. Is that the Rambam, his genius as a scholar was recognized fairly early on. He did not go into practicing medicine until after his brother died in a shipwreck. And it was like a sucker school relationship. Where his brother said, "Hey," his older brother, I'm not sure, but his brother said, "I'll take care of the business and our mother and our sister. You just keep running." And because we're getting out of the story, but let's talk about what happened. But after the Maimon family, like many Jews, flee the very uncomfortable environment in southern Spain at the time. They make their way across the coast of North Africa. They stop for a while in Tunisia, where there's a very important medical school. It's believed that it's here. Maimonides at this point, by the way, is a teenager. He's like around 15 years old, and he's definitely a very learned guy. At this time, early in his life, he's an adolescent, that he writes his commentary on the mission. Some dispute about when exactly he finished it. Not upon his presentation for the 18 years old. And not only was it a brilliant commentary, the first comprehensive commentary. In order to do that, first you have to have a foundation then you have to learn the entire Gemara to be able to compose a commentary on this. But what a phenomenal achievement! The vast majority of it was written while he was a refugee making his way through his and also beginning his studies in medical school. So he's probably got most of his medical knowledge in Syria, and then the family moves off. They spent a little bit of time briefly in Israel. For unknown reasons, they decided not to settle there, probably economic in nature, and they ended up settling in this little town here, Stat, also known as Old Cairo, so it's south of Cairo. And as Mr. Lipschitz mentioned earlier, his son David was supporting the family. Their father, Maimon, passed away, but this time had young Maimonides, Moshe, and his sister. And David was an international trader, and he was off to India for trading jewels. The ship was lost at sea with all the family wealth. And at that point, Maimonides said, "Okay, they work." He describes in his letters that his work basically consisted of getting up early in the morning. He had about an hour commute by donkey. He actually had to get on the Van make his way over to Cairo, where he was working in the royal household, basically treating the harem and the children how he consulting his grandmother or the vizier, I'm not sure. And he would treat all of them with all the various aches, pains, and issues, including from time to time the vizier himself. And then at the end of the day, he would commute back to Gustav, and he would have like a long line of people asking that he was a member of the Mad Club, eating one meal a day, and that was basically his routine. He was writing his letter saying, "Listen, I don't have time to take on any more projects. I'm so busy with stuff. This is what my day is like." And that's basically how he lived his day. He was also, however, recognized as the undisputed leader of Egyptian Jews and by extension, in many ways, all Mediterranean, especially Yemen, came to look at him as the leader, essentially up until you get to Babylonia, get to Baghdad, everybody got really Maimonides' name was considered the greatest authority. And furthermore, this name continued for about 200 more years. His descendants maintained themselves in capital. It's really quite impressive. Now, let's focus on his writing. We've got a little bit of sentence background. His writings fall into multiple categories that I think give us a really good sense at the diversity of his activity and his flexibility. First of all, information commentary, which is of course still studied today, still printed in the standard edition of Mishnah, and it is brilliant. It's written in a lucid Hebrew prose, very accessible, very manageable. I personally think it's essentially written the way that Pinchas Kahati wrote his commentary in the 20th century, designed to be as accessible as possible. The fact that it's a little bit more arcane than that is just reflective of the reality that more than 100 years ago and the language shifts and things like that. But it's designed to be an accessible introduction to the Mishnah. He is definitely a populist in some of his writings, meaning that he really wants to be making Torah job of the nefesh, that everyone should be able to have access to the Torah, and he did it. He did the Mishnah commentary in his he's also just composing medical tractates on a wide variety of contemporary topics. And our entire Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department anxiety, sexual dysfunction, things that people in the court really wanted to know about. He was writing about all these things. He was publishing them in Arabic. Some of his writings are in Arabic, others in Hebrew, others in Judeo-Arabic, which is basically Arabic with Hebrew letters. And his other writings, believe it or not, are still studied today. You can look at them in English translation because they're really valuable documents about 12th century medicine, the state of medicine. And lots of pharmacology, really fascinating things. You also see, of course, there's a lot of information and other writing that as a doctor is very interesting of prophylactic health. So, a long discussion about how to sequence your eating, right? Like what you should be first, second, and first on a day off. Yes. Yeah. Police department and a residential complex located at 800 block of Bay Street in the city of Santa Monica. One of the biggest areas of my Monty scholarship, as I'm sure you're aware, is pointing out contradictions in the Rambam. He himself had a great amount of humility and would write about earlier writings and correct himself later on. But he definitely describes his own routine in his letters as a one-man person. But maybe the resolution is because he knew that most people should not survive on hands. He has some amazing stuff on sleeping, yeah. I can't recall anywhere seeing him talk about this. It's hard to imagine he did 8 hours with what he did in his life. It is pretty, I find it so hard to imagine. I had a when he slept over at our house. I was already married at that time, slept at our house. And he was like exactly positioning his body the way the Rambam says you should sleep. And he slept. Exactly like that. Woke up next morning, everyone like that. And another one, we talk about also really medical writing. That's the best story. Oh yes, so the Rambam, because this day is it's project at the Gemara. The Rambam, he's relying on the Gemara. It's not like making mistakes he gets along. Definitely source and cars and one of the biggest, second biggest areas of my mind and the national scholarship is finding the Rambam source. Torah source and trying to drive it. So and with learning what it is with two of my sons. We received an update on the little explosion investigation and based on the ATO's expertise and the combination of physical evidence and recovery, they have determined that one of the two grenades taken into custody detonated on Friday. And once more, the grenades, it's harmful to your body to yourself back Monday long. And so my son Boss, what he did was, he was so happy when he learned with me. For the next 6 months, he would regularly get out of class by putting his hand and say, I gotta go to Washington. And he would say, Boaz, just went to Washington. He said, but Rebbe, it says it doesn't stay on. You're not allowed to go to class. So he would get out of class constantly. He got totally ruined. Okay, medical writings. Letters. Lots of letters of the Rambam written to remote communities. You really get a sense of local leadership has had access to this area that I just described. We conducted a thorough search to locate the sending device. In addition to conducting the post-class investigation, the ATF will be assuming full control into investigating whereabouts. It's not your fault. It's your father's wrong. So we shouldn't say that. And those are honest. I feel so terrible. It's true. My parents were of the Zara. My fathers did not worship Hashem. And the Rambam says, first of all, anyone who says that is a jerk. I'm translating very quickly. Anyone who says that is a jerk is just on Torah. It says very clearly, 36 times in the Torah, you're not allowed to offend the ger. And especially careful not to say things that harm the ger. It's also citation. It says, secondly, because you enter into the Shekhinah, you are about politics, also say, biologically, that's the spiritual. But if you can imagine these letters, inspirational, not only it's letter corresponded to the scene, especially important about it, a fact check that, they had a problem with false Mashiach there. They have a lot of that actually probably about 3-4 times a decade. 3-4 century, you have the false messiahs in one level of popularity or another. The Rambam comes down very hard, saying that don't follow this guy. He is also a jerk, right? Don't listen. It's not true and so on. And people really appreciated as generous and bold and clear leadership in everyone. His letters are great letters on what he had to say about the questions. Also, the guide which is so the non-Jewish world is magnum opus, the greatest lessons. This is unlike most of the other things. The Torah in the Restream was written directed to a specific reader. Challenges that especially the Islamic version came from American philosophers, Aristotle and others, were challenges that didn't move to call outs, and then more people came and actually put law. So again, I can't thank them enough for doing all that. Not just switching gears, it is essential if anyone actually on computer. It's essentially, and it's written for one particular person. It's not even completely clear if it was intended to be published as a book. But he wrote it to us. You're a smart guy. You're learned in Judaism. You're learned in secular philosophy. And I'm really worried about the kind of questions you're asking me. Let me go through all these issues one by one and explain to you why Judaism makes sense. Hugely influential is this book that was so inspirational, not only to Jews, but also to Christians as well. When it got into Latin translation, the Latin, and the church read it and said, wow, this is pretty amazing stuff. So the guy for the production also got him in a master's on Kabbalah, which is probably the greatest work, at least for Catholic. Because the church has a lot of issues, just off the top of my head. Why do the religious suffer? That's a really hard question to answer. Any monotheistic faith has to deal with the fact that you cannot make three statements together. You cannot say good, second, Secondly, you want to say God is not all powerful. Most, especially domestic, attack the idea that there is evil. Like what we perceive as evil really isn't evil. It's there for a reason that makes sense. It's somehow built into the universe. But the evil that we perceive today is really good. It's good for the future. There's like, maybe a dozen different approaches to this problem. Some of which I think, make sense on an intellectual level, philosophical level, but on the other hand, none of them, when I humble it, out of feeling on this level. None of them feel like that's so old. Thank you for explaining this, and I have no problem. We still struggle with this. It's a challenge. It's a challenge that any person can face. If you want to say, like let's say you're a Hindu, you believe in literally 30,000 gods, like any person in India today, then it's not so much a problem because God's in charge, right? So this God lets evil happen. This other God is not powerful enough to stop it. Okay, that's the way it goes. But if you're a monotheist, like the Christians are, or the Muslims are, you got to deal with these kinds of philosophical problems. There are other philosophical problems like one of the big things that worry about a lot of religions is was the universe eternal or did it have a beginning? Right? Did the universe always exist? Just kind of philosophical conundrum, or did it have like a Genesis-like moment that starts? Rambam deals with these kinds of questions in all religions. Not surprisingly, we will rarely study in Yeshiva. Not because it is not regarded as wrong, but because it raises so many difficult questions. A lot of those questions, I bring them up first. Don't listen to these questions. Don't think about this. The Russian expression of mentioning the noose in the house of a hanged man. Like, don't bring up the noose. Don't talk about the noose. Why bring it up? So that's why it's very, very rarely on the collegiate curriculum. But that really is a phenomenal power of go on? Last one here, hugely the Mishnah is that the ATF, chances are, if you had any interaction with the Rambam, maybe through the Mishnah concept that a Mishnah, which was his life's work, without much of a person to see it. It's a massive series of 14 volumes. It's called sometimes the Yad HaZakah, that strong hand, the Dalit that literally covers everything. It covers all the stuff that we're used to from later poets like Shamar, that we were every day, but it also deals with things that existed in the the basic Mikdash, all the that stuff. Those scholars did not discuss that. So they were not worried about rather than all kinds of theoretical architecture. The Rambam did write about it. The reason why I mentioned possibly is because the Rambam was famously critical of the notion that the Orthodox would come back. There's a big difference between Torah and Torah and stages. What exactly did he mean? Lots of philosophical concepts. I'm sure you know, I'm learning a lot about that. We studied the whole of the Rambam, but we don't hold that. Quite nevertheless, the Mishnah Torah kind of distant past. We also found that Mashiach. What are the halachos of Mashiach? How are the second one is Mashiach? This is the guy, or this is the guy. He also wrote about the halachos of emotion. How are you supposed to feel? How are you supposed to direct your sensations and your sensibilities and things like that? These days, pioneers of things like the laws of Shuvah, which nobody else had written the halachos of how to do Shuvah. And he put them in the Mishnah Torah. It's like so expansive. It's not just the halachos, the halachos of Torah, like that. It's the halachos of every possible moment in life, in the past, in the future, conscious or unconscious. It's like amazing. It is an all-encompassing book. And I'm sure you're aware of that. It's very limited, very accessible. Middle grade school level, it doesn't take a math. Overnight sensation as of what it accomplished. And remember, nobody else knows that like this by now. He was really such a huge innovator, moving from the few people who were like written the lists of the Mitzvot before, now the questions at the beginning of the Torah, to actually explaining all the halachos of those over the entire life. And even beyond it. Okay, questions about the Mishnah Torah. But it looks like the main reason for that down. Chabad is very good down there. They're actually study it yearly or site. We always begin on his slave. We study three recommendations a year. We're studying one year at a relying on him on 644 now. Oh, so they have the Department of Justice is charging two people with multiple crimes for confronting ICE agents who had been carrying out federal immigration enforcement. The altercation happened at an Ontario surgical clinic earlier this month. The staffers tried physically stopping the agents who had been following an alleged illegal immigrant. Authorities say assaulted an officer. One of the staffers was caught and arrested, and the other surrendered to authorities shortly after. Jason Cavadoni, FI News. The social media Thursday to say I believe it can stay for now, but trust me, it's organized very differently than some short term, but it has every sentence in federal prison after pleading guilty to wire fraud and aggravated identity theft last year. Rarely not seen in over 2 decades. Actually, Santos was expelled from Congress in 2021. Investigation found overwhelming evidence of his Trump is brilliant. And even though it's funny for me, phenomenal decision. So much time is invested. For example, he puts tomorrow changes the order of the books. His house educational center last fall. It takes time to get compensated every year of fully revamped next year, 2 years from second term office. Deborah Martin will pay a fine. Sunday, Thursday, and then Friday was supposed to be we always thought that it was just but you want that car restored back and it would show up this year. The number one It's unlike any other North American. For the last week, they wash your car before you give that estimate. Regular parking state. Seriously. So every detail reflects the level of luxury craftsmanship as the high-end parts get work. Certifications from prestigious manufacturers like Rolls-Royce, Porsche, Mercedes-Benz, and Tesla. Their expert technicians are equipped with the latest automotive technology to ensure that your luxury car is fully restored to its original condition. And to top it off, their customer service is excellent. Held by a dedicated team of care specialists, make sure everything goes smoothly from start to finish. When you need the best repair in Southern California, you gotta go to number one Flint. I think they're great examples of it, but it's very characteristic. The shine tends to be very careful of the most.
4228 or the website
This is really rough, and that Rashi also dropped because that was more accessible at the time to most readers. But I think that the style is very, very careful position. 50 language, that's really complex, but perfect language, that's something you see, especially with Rashi, but this characteristic. The after one, I think it has to be probably with the place of paper. Actually, this is looking for paper version. Paper was around. Sorry?
Along the 91 freeway eastbound just past the 71. Since that it sounds close to the railroad tracks,
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. But I'm joking a little bit of paper, I'm not joking now. Because if you think about it, you know, I grew up in the days of typewriters. There's no typewriters on. Yeah, so I got a letter last night from the professor saying, my wife looked around and says, "Can you type this envelope?" Yes,
Southern California's most accurate traffic reports.
and you know, when you were typing, if you made a mistake, especially with these old style typewriters that are really bright and really young, you would have to like roll up the paper, take this little white paint over the letter, blow on it to the dry, roll it down, lining up exactly right, then push the new letter. Right? So you really didn't want to make those mistakes. So forever to like correct even tiny little mistakes. Later they had a kind of tape instead of paint. So you push the backspace and back over each letter and then you type it again. But in word processors, first of all, you can write as much letters as you want because it doesn't take much time to cut and paste or write and change it over. It doesn't really bother you. But and I think that that's possibly also true from the writing developed for the most part in parchment. Paper was developed and began to circulate in the 9th century in Baghdad. That was a big change, but it's still quite expensive to produce and to I'm just thinking about it. I'm not sure how true that is, but I guess words are like that too. They talk things to say as much as you okay. This is common concept. To pull off this heist, you'll have to get close. Let's now walk through basically the rest of this lecture. What I want to do is I want to take a little bit of a detour to talk about the we could have talked about it earlier about and then we're going to go into when Maimonides hit the French coastline for walls. That's the beginning of the great controversy and in his lifetime, but it reached its nadir in 1232 when Jewish communities denounced the story of one city at the forefront of America's that's like a low point. So before we get to the controversy and its introduction to France, I just want to take a little bit of a detour. Today, we might have to leave the controversy until next week. Show of hands.
On America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen
amazing story. First of all, what he was made, he's actually here in Yeshiva, so on. It is related to the idea that you have to go out and things like that. You can't treat that document once it has been sanctified with this concept of this writing on it. You can't toss it in the garbage. You can treat it specially, and that means that collecting all these papers up and ensuring that. One of the things that was cemetery that I just learned that people actually early so this is like here in Israel, the Sinai is a go to the this is part of religious documents. It could be school and things like that, but more likely they're like obviously school, account, and you can't throw it away. So what are you going to do with it? So you put it in. So a couple of things like this, and they just want to reward you. So the person is a hiding place. Lignos is to like secrete something away, or got news where they hide things like that. So it happened that in Egypt, in Maimonides' neighborhood, actually, in Fustat, here's where Cairo is, and now where it flows south into the Mediterranean, towards the north, that's why they call this the Upper Nile, is lower than the Lower Nile, and there's this big delta here, Marshall Line, Goshen's believed to be about this part of the eastern section of the delta. And Fustat is just south of Cairo, so it's also called Old Fustat, Old Cairo. So it happened that there's this one shul that dates back to the Rambam's era, a few centuries before, the Ben Ezra synagogue. And apparently, in this community in Fustat, they had a very masculine position when it came to these materials. Basically, he said that anything that has any Hebrew letters on it is shame. And so there was this massive collection of half a millennium of documents, largely trash, right? One of the really useful books about it is called Sacred Trash, because it was things that people no longer wanted, documents, and they tossed them into this museum. And then they were split up, and everybody either forgot about it or circulated bizarre rumors about how it was hunted, or there was a serpent that lived up there, nobody could go up there. Nobody basically did go up there until the late 1800s, when a number of interesting documents started appearing on the manuscript project, and that attracted the attention of people like the Hebrews, who were fascinating the limits that were not allowed to be actually there, because they were women, but they're nevertheless they call the Hebrews because they actually got married. One of their sisters they're being like amazing scholars who wrote a translation of the Syriac, Syriac language, and they're writing all these great books on the knowledge of the streets. Eventually, many years later, Oxford gave them degrees because they said you guys are much smarter than most of us. But they said essentially, where do these interesting, like, Hebraic, Judaic documents from? They went and wait for me. Going up to the attic, and they find it and just blow their minds. This is incredible. This is the single largest cache of medieval documents anywhere in the world. And it is actually true. If you want to study anything about Africa, the Eastern Mediterranean, for a good 500 years of history, you must be familiar with what the English has to say about it. They communicated it to this scholar, Solomon Schechter, who was very interested in seeing these things, and eventually he was able to purchase not all of it, part of it, Petersburg, part of it, Oxford, a little bit in Cambridge, and a little bit in New York, which was a lot of seminary where you can actually see pieces of these documents. There's a working European documents include boxes and boxes of graphic papers that are all from this piece that says phenomenal things about the history of the so Exactly. There's some enterprising, person went up and said, "This is kind of an interesting, ancient book. And sell it." So go and got into the book market. And this was so cool. And then, that's how we ended up getting into the whole piece of buying the whole thing and just completely revolutionized history of this part of the world ever since. We got in there. So, for example, Wisdom of Ben Sira, which is a fascinating book that's discussed in the Gemara, that everything starts on the external books, which are books written by Jews in the era of by Shane, that for one reason or another, the rabbis did not want to do this. They didn't want to go to the bishop. If you're my focus, Gemara should Shira be in Tanakh, should Ellis be in Tanakh, and the rabbis made decisions, and that's how we have those reasons for it. Actually, canonized the Tanakh. But there are lots of books that did not make it. For a variety of reasons, we don't always know the reasons. One of those books is called Ben Sira, which is dated to about the year 200 before the Common Era. It reads a little bit like Pirkei, a little bit like Mishlei, and even though it's one of the strong Kishanim, which the rabbis forbade, are not supposed to read them. They didn't want people saving up their minds by reading this sort of non-Tanakh versions of various things. Even though they're sort of Jewish, they're sort of religious, but the rabbi says, on the courses, don't read it. Nevertheless, they quote that Sira was frequency of the line. So there's always a question, wait a second, is this trade or is this scripture? Why are we quoting it? We're quoting it for something. There's a discussion. I just didn't have the Bible master. But it says against Sira, for example, there's nothing worse than a son-in-law who lives in his father-in-law's house. Except for a guest who brings another guest. There's a whole list of like clever way, memorable. So until the Genesis was discovered, it did not have the original fantasy. Always recorded but we're seeing so Christians have Ben Sira, even though it's written by a Jewish guy for a Jewish audience, and appreciated, at least to some extent, by the Tachamim of the Gemara. One of the scholars looking in these documents found an Hebrew document and read it and said, oh my God, this is the original Ben Sira. So we finally had a document that had been lost for 2,000 years of the original Ben Sira because someone had a copy in Cairo when they were done with it, they put it in the Giza. So, like, this is like, I'm very excited about this. I don't know if I'm getting across the idea of actually having the original events here. Lots of things, like my Maimonides is all over the place. Because my Maimonides lived there. And he would write whatever he wrote, and it would find its way to the Giza, including his own autographed corrections on the Torah. This is the Maimonides' actual handwriting. And you can see him editing his own text. The really amazing editions of Mishnah Torah. There's only one complete version of it. But especially because the Geniza, we're still trying to figure out all these documents in it now, 100 years later, we're not finished. To see where Maimonides is actually thinking about, like there's this phrase, there's that phrase, he's crossing things out, he's lines, really just like intertwined this year. I think there's just more silence to think about amazing this is. Here is my Maimonides' whole Moshe by Island.
The latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
There's a word for it. You have to get into paleography. It's amazing to think that we have actual things and by the Rambam and in the season. We've got amazing writers through the Halevi in there. Tremendous finds that as they were tracked. We also have some amazing new voices. Like, for example, one of the common things that they had at that time were so-called palimpsests, where, they developed the parchment that was made from animal skins. Very expensive, very hard to replace. You have to check the animal, you have to treat the skin, all that stuff to get it. Really, really expensive stuff. Like, for example, Rabbi says that when a person learns Torah as a child, what is that like? It's like writing with fresh ink on new parchment. As you imagine, it's like it's dark, it's absorbed, it's hard to do up. Then it says, what happens if you
Follow
learn
this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
It's like this, exactly. The whole word. It says that it's learning on parchment that is hope, that is loved out. Because you couldn't erase documents.
We're going to throw it all the way back to some of our classic moments to close out the week and some of the best of language curriculum from beginning to end. Starting right
So listen, you want to write
on the next edition of Later.
Rub it really hard, and that makes the break down and go away. It kind of gets break out of the background. And player, that's right. The word is a little late for the first time. It's got so much stuff in the background. Forget all that stuff. You're a kid. Gets it for the first time. So these things are concepts where they wanted to reuse the environment. So they use the argument. So they would try to rub it. See here, got some reef going on in the background. Try to rub it out. Switch it. And shit. And so they started darkness. Also, partially watching this, we start to get the skin from body, spotting a lot, and we had a incident, but an incident found two different pieces that came together,
Fire pretty close to these homes on Lane, Highland Drive, and some few courts, as well as Meridian Circle. So because there's still active lanes in this canyon, firefighters say there's no chance. Once again, they have 16 on the way to this fourth
and not only great
on
quality,
scene. You can see some of that heat
but
along the
also
hillside because they've already made some fire retardant drops, and that appears to be making a difference here from when we first got on scene about 30 minutes ago.
notes.
We did see a lot more active
Pick up some
smoke, a lot
cleanup
more active flames, even
on the way
neighbors
home
in their
from the
backyards with
anything a little
garden
was
hoses trying to wet down some of the brush behind their homes.
there's
So all
problems
of
with
that
you.
appears to be making a
Go
difference.
time
But
for a
the
lot of
firefighters say
these
no
great
chance
these
to clear this
small
fire. Still
five
running
massive
pretty
balls
actively here in the
small
Corona area in the northwest
based on all the
parts of the city of Corona. There's 767, I would say.
also
This is
long
along the 91 freeway. That's why we
what
bring
is
it
this
up
stuff?
home. The Angel Bar. Angel
What is it?
Exactly. About this fire all day. What are we talking about with the Corona? This is 91 is this related to the fire that's been burning all weekend?
There's a drop in here. You have like doodles. Like this is probably from a bored kid in class saying, I wonder, what would it be like if a robot had a square head or something like that?
Is burning along 91 and the 71 in that southwest area. And they've also, is about to travel on the 91
What are you doing? That's give me that. Right, it's
Green River and surface flood, which is 71 is right in between those parts. And
greatest scholar of the
trees, bushes, as you can imagine, a lot of palm trees in the area.
as we literally go through scraps
Also
of
some railroad
parchment
tracks, so
and
it's
paper
getting pretty close to
put
that.
together.
Not only affecting traffic on the freeway, it could also be affecting
So this is what we're doing with now, right? The NISA has been available to scholars for about 120 years now. And
So the
the
Euclid
big
fire,
thing
I think that's
is
what they
most
call
of
it,
the
71.
books that were thrown in entirely, scrolls that are attacked, scholars that are but we have something like 100,000
It's not far. I mean, as the crow flies, it might be a mile or two.
letters. So what we do is amazing lab work being done, trying to reconstruct these tiny little scraps. Okay, 900 years old. They say, there's like a light, this is my favorite. There's a website here. There's a fragment of month, where what they recently discovered. There are these ground stores in these projects. This is one of them. But here's my favorite. This one's called Shrines of the Highway.
so that's also going to affect
The
the
login to this
enter
different
from the 91
works,
east to the 71
and
north.
they show you fragments. And they ask you, can you identify what language is this? And you say yes. And they say, well, I'm saying Hebrew. Very nice. Can you read it? And I said, no. So they said, no problem. They give you another scratch. And so, hey, can you read this Hebrew document? They say, is this Hebrew document right side up? It's all processed by machine stuff. You see it as a no. Rotate it 180 degrees. Can you read now? So, it's on the next person. And there are literally thousands of regular people with, any level of Hebrew or Arabic, whatever language shows up in Visa, that are working their way through these documents, contributing a little tiny bit at a time, like mapping this stars, which is another one of these massive projects. Until we finally, maybe it'll take another century, we finally have every single piece of it is deciphered. Very amazing things about what we do like today, 1,000 years ago. I heard this in my work out. What's cryptic text? Hebrew Arabic. Well, this one looks harsh, well, there's no text. either side is present. The technical stuff is a little bit, you know, and go on to talk about it. That last stuff I showed you was like very, very profound. Actually, I'm going to the Rambam. Children's oh my gosh, there's so much stuff there. Like for example, we're not going to talk about it too much in this class because it doesn't usually we'll but Karaites. Karaites is a 9th century movement, largely emanating out of Baghdad, where Jews said they don't hold the oral Torah, don't hold the written Torah. I'm sure you have kind of like a schematic sense of who the Karaites were. They didn't believe in those of our just have fires in the communities, so they held that no fires in the Shabbos. We'll sit in the dark, we will not have our food, so this is why there's widespread custom. Now, children, this is not going to show you not Karaites, because we do have fires under these circumstances on Shabbos. So, lots of the Karaites, these are Cairo, and they can all walk really well. They're married with each other, they have business partnerships, there's like limited hostility from the business adoption. We have these symbols that are written and it does not seem to be the big deal that is based on remote. So it's kind of like quite often the Genesis says, well, we expect it to be this way. But
Arizona judge Lori Daysbell
another example, we have like the
already has in Idaho. She told the judge all of the victims that she's been convicted of killing in both states are happy and enjoying the afterlife.
Heaven is a very busy and happy place where everyone is engaged in projects that they love to do.
but we have like all kinds of like information about there's so much stuff out there. A lot of literature generally talks about women looking at a problem wanting to marry them, to divorce them, want to deal with police, or want to deal with inheritance law. That's what generally happens. But we don't have like a lot of the stuff on women themselves. It's just they do not have the same kind of opportunity to express their voices as much as they have other people. But in the Geniza, there's tons of stuff about women. There's this one woman who's mind-blowing, Rusha the Broker. And she wrote so many rules, so many ways, and she was actually kicked out of the synagogue at one point for some of the things that she did, but she made so much money selling spices that she made this massive donation to the shul afterwards. The shul like kicked her out, but afterwards generations of people would bless their daughters in the name of Rusha the Broker. The things that she got away with was phenomenal in terms of, I don't want to put them on the recording here, but if you're really curious, you can bring up our website to find a lecture on Rusha the Broker. There's like a whole description of what she got away with. So we learned so much earth-shattering material from this archive. It's honestly what we expect. Okay, so these are done shed lots of light on Zamba. It sheds tremendous light as well on all of society, and it will exist for a while after that for us. So we'll see what comes coming up later. Okay, one last thing about Hamas, and then we'll wrap it up. So here is Hamas. It's the south of Spain, south of France.
Șnuri și comunitatea întregului proiect te așteaptă cu drag cartierul perfect.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night.
I can't think about my own Christmas. I think about the craziest night.
The Joe Rogan. The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
What's up? Pleasure to meet you.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, it's I heard your story. Why don't you tell everybody your story? Because the story's it's pretty wild.
Yeah, so I grew up in Detroit, working class neighborhood. Dad was in the Air Force, worked for the state. Mom was a homemaker. So on the outside looking in, it really looked like a household where the kids should make it. But unfortunately, it's a very abusive household. And I ran away when I was about 13 years old. And at the time prior to that, honor roll scholarship student, dreams of being a doctor, artist. I wanted to be a doctor because I felt like that was an occupation where I felt like you can help people. And unfortunately, when I ran away, I thought that I would basically just kind of get welcomed into the home with someone who would see this kid like, oh, well, this kid just deserves love or whatever. But I found myself on the east side of Detroit in an apartment with a gun to my head. And it was my introduction to the street culture. I was being robbed. And I was being robbed by this guy who later we would learn his name was Tiny. Even though he was like big, fat, probably about 6 feet tall. And him and his partner literally robbed me at gunpoint, took my drugs, took the money. And I think that was like one of those moments where the innocence of being a kid just was shattered. It's like, now I'm in this world where my life is in danger. But I stayed in that culture. My childhood friend was murdered. I was beaten nearly to death. And despite that, I just continued to sell drugs. It's one of the things that when I think back to, even that part of my life, there's the glorification of like the hustler, right? It's like, we're out here making money, we're doing things, but the reality is, it's a kid navigating a very dangerous adult world at the time that crack is just penetrating the community. And one of the things that always go back to this image of the first time I made a lot of money. And I just had this wad of cash, it's like all singles, $5 bills, $10 bills. And I went to the store on the corner. And I bought all the cereal that I could think of, like all the cereal that I could not. My parents, even though my dad made decent money, like we couldn't always get all the cereal because it was like all these kids. And then I bought like chocolate milk and strawberry milk, and then I went back to the crack house. Wow. What, 13? Like 13 years old. And so, I stayed in that culture. And then when I was like 17 years old, I was standing March 8th. I'll never forget that day. I was standing on the corner, and I got into like a minor conflict. And then I got shot multiple times. And that was probably the most serious turning point in my life. After I got shot, they called ambulance, and the ambulance never came. At this time, I'm on the west side of Detroit. And I'm just sitting on the porch bleeding. And my friend, he was like, look, I'm going to have to take you to the hospital because the ambulance is just not going to come. And I remember getting in the car, and he's just like, breathe, like you got to take these deep breaths, just how you're going to navigate the pain. And the reason he was able to do that, he had got shot the year prior, so it's just like he got shot, his friend got killed. So arthritis was just, it was so much a part of like the culture and that I grew up in that I didn't think about what was happening inside of me as I got shot. So I take 2 of the bullets out of my leg,
baby.
and they leave 1 bullet in, and basically it patched me up. And I remember my dad coming to the hospital, and at this point, I was the 3rd of my brothers to be shot. And I'll never get this look on my dad's face of like, it was almost a look of like defeat, of like, how do I save my boys, And so when I left the hospital, like nobody, like the doctor, the nurse, nobody just was like, hey, you're gonna have all these feelings. And so I get back and I'm in the neighborhood and, I'm angry because I really want to get revenge on this guy who shot me. Like that's the #1 priority for me. It's like, I gotta retaliate. And then I'm standing outside, this is probably like day 2. I had crutches, so I'm like literally in the neighborhood, crutches, patched up bullet. I'm standing on the corner and I remember a car coming down the street. And like my body almost seized up, and I was like, why am I feeling this kind of like anxiety? Now it's anxiety. Back then there was no name for it. But I couldn't tell my friends that I really was afraid of standing outside and being exposed. Wow. So that was 17 years old, and so what happened after that was I began to tell myself this story that if I found myself in conflict again, I would shoot first. And I began to literally carry a gun every day. It wasn't the first time I had carried a gun, but like I began to carry a gun like every day. Like it didn't matter what I was doing. Using the bathroom, gun is on the sink. Going to sleep at night, gun is up under the pillow. Probably wasn't the smartest place to sleep with a gun. But that was the nature of how I felt, what I was dealing with. And so I started to tell myself this narrative. And about 16 months or so later, maybe 14 months, I was DJing a party. And, I love music. I come from Detroit. It's one of the greatest music cities, in the world. And so I'm DJing this party, and shots ring out. People are running, scrambling, getting away. And the people whose party I was DJing, they come to the back, like somebody got shot in the front, so we got to shut everything down. So we shut the party down. We were on like super heightened alert. We're making sure everybody got head count for like our group. And it's me and my girlfriend, and we're going back to my home. And I remember us walking. We had walked around to the party. We were walking back, and this truck pulls up. And this, car full of guys. And so, I'm on edge. I got a pistol on me. So I'm like, what's happening? And he's like, oh no, we just, so I know that Derek was the guy who shot the guy in front of the house. So now we got at least some idea of what the shooters was. We get back around, and when we get on our block, cars coming up the street, and there's a guy inside the car, and he's like, yo, he calls me over, and I'm like, what's happening? He's like, yo, I want to make a deal, blah, blah, you got 2 guys that I don't know, and I'm like, no, I don't want to do the deal right now, like there's a lot going on, and, so I'm a little amped up, it's a little, a lot going on, and so we get into this verbal altercation where he's like adamant about me selling some drugs to him, I'm adamant about him, like, getting off the block. And so that escalates into like a full-blown argument. And one of the guys in the car with him, he joins into the argument. So we're like all back and forth. And there's a moment where, I turn to walk away. And I like literally took what? Probably like 1 or 2 steps, and I thought I heard one of them trying to get out the car, and I turned and fired 4 shots that tragically ended the man's life. It's one of those moments that I always think about that moment. Like, what if I would have just took like a second step? You know, what if I would have just like, I mean, it was a series of what ifs, you know, but when I tragically ended this man's life, and it wasn't the first time I had been in a gun battle, it wasn't the first time I had been in any of that lifestyle. I felt it. I felt like I did something that was like, you can't undo. Like I felt it in my spirit. Like at 19 years old, I'm like 1 month into being 19, and I was just like, I fucked up. Like I've done something that's not. You can't repair that. You can't come back and say I'm sorry. You can't come back and be like, you know, I made a mistake or whatever. And so, you know, the car screeches off. You know, people are, you know, running inside the house. Everybody's just like, you know, what is happening? I made everybody leave, and then I was like, I gotta go on the run. Something like I don't want to get arrested. I don't want to be accountable. I was arrested probably a day or so later. I was charged with open murder, and I was eventually convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to 17 to 40 years in prison at the age of 19.
So, take me through what it's like when you got convicted. You know now you're going to jail. What is this feeling like?
So when I got arrested, got charged, the first thing I went to the county jail, Wayne County Jail, and going into the county jail, you are introduced to just this other world. You know, I had heard about, you know, growing up on the street, you hear about, like, you don't want to go to the county jail, it's the worst you should ever write. And so going into the county jail was like, you know, it's going into a war zone. You know, it's fights every day. It's like, you know, people are testing you. Can they fucking take your breakfast and lunch? So going in, I knew that was just a reality of, like, you know, anticipating, like, at some point I'm going to have to prove myself. And I have to stand up for myself. And so I get into the county jail, and I end up, the guy who I'm in the cell with, he's serving life with his back on appeal. And so he's kind of telling me all the kind of what to expect in jail. And, you know, this guy right here on the cell block, he likes to fight all the time, whatever. You know, I also grew up like in the city, right? So, you know, I tell people this all the time. Like, I don't do scare straight when I talk to kids about like not going to jail. Because to me, it's not about being afraid. If you're from the hood, you probably had a fight or two. You know what I'm saying? But I get in there, and, you know, we get into our dust-ups, and, you know, eventually it's kind of like a hierarchy, like, you know, who's going to stand up for themselves, and typically guys kind of back down. But early on, I'm like, I don't want to be in jail. I want to be in prison. So I ended up trying to escape from county jail. And what happened was there was a guy on the cell block with me. He was already sentenced. He's about to go upstate and do a lot of time. And one day he went to recreation and came back with like a long pole he had smuggled from the rooftop gym. And his idea was that he would bludgeon the officer, take the officer's uniform, and then let us out the cell and take us out. And I'm like, dude, this gotta be the dumbest fucking idea. Like, we're not making it out of the cell block, right? And I was like, but what if we take this pole and we bust the window out and bend the beam? And so we plot over the next couple of weeks. We like would take people's like sheets. Like we would bully people out of their sheets. Like, you can only have one sheet, you don't take the other one. So we took all these sheets, and we probably ended up with probably about 60 or 70 sheets. And we could get out of our cells. So we would basically, you tie the sheet up into a knot, slide the knot under the door, and pull it up into the door jam. And if you shake it and keep rocking it while you're pulling it up, it'll pop open. And so we would just pop out. We'd be out on like literally in the day room. You know, this back when you could smoke cigarettes in the building. That's the only way we can get a light, because the light was on the wall. So we would do that all the time anyway. So when it was time for us to do the escape plan, it was about 5 of us. We all had agreed we're gonna go for it, and basically pop the doors. We're like busting out the glass in the window, and we're starting to bend the beam. What we didn't anticipate was that they
actually do perimeter checks, like around the jail. You know, we're dumb kids. We're not like thinking about this. And so as we're bending it, next thing you know, there's a light flashing up to the window. And you can hear like the lady on the radio, like, what the fuck are y'all doing? We're trying to get out. So now we're like, we're busted. So we just throw everything on the tier. Everybody goes back, you know, in their cells. And so it took them probably about a half hour before they even discovered which unit we were on that was trying to escape. They came up there like gangbusters, like literally, it's 20, 30 deaths. They just came in, snatching us out the cell, slamming us on the wall, you know. And where they messed up is because they did that. Now everybody has glass in their shoes. And so they couldn't even differentiate between who had been out, who wasn't. And so they put us in solitary for that, charged us with attempting to escape. And during that time, I was actually getting sentenced. And none of us would snitch and talk about, like, none of us would tell who it was. So they really was just kind of going on what they thought. So we started a little time in there, but I was getting sentenced. And, when I went in front of that judge, I just remember standing there and listening to them walk through that night. The prosecutors telling them what happened that night. And it was a one-dimensional telling of that story. It was the very factual, like, hey, this guy, shot, killed this man. There was no context to none of my life. And when the judge sentenced me, he said 15 to 40 years for the homicide and 2 years for the felony firearm. At 19, I thought my life was over. Like, I thought that was it. Like, at 19, I couldn't even imagine, 17 years down the line. At that age, I couldn't even imagine, like, 2 weeks down the line. It felt like a lifetime. So when he sentenced me, I was like, this is it, man. Like, my life is over. And so I started my prison sentence with the mindset that I was never getting out of prison.
How much time did you wind up doing?
I did a total of 19 years. And out of that 19 years, I did 7 of those years in solitary confinement.
What is that like?
It is I tell people it is the most barbaric thing that we do to people in this country. And it's a combination of reasons of why I believe that. One, a lot of people who are in solitary confinement have pre-existing mental health challenges, meaning that they have diagnosed, bipolar, schizophrenia. And it's 23-hour lockdown. 23-hour lockdown, 5 days a week, 24-hour lockdown, the other 2 days a week. And it is the most chaotic environment you can imagine. The guys there, to wage war with each other, with just like the steel foot locker, they would bang it for hours, like these guys would just have. I mean, the endurance to do that for hours, to antagonize the person next to you. They would have what is full-on shit wars, like where what I call them weapons of mass destruction. These guys would like concoct ways to throw feces on each other. So if they get into a beef, like the way that they would go to war is they would literally. I mean, there's an ingenuity that happens in prison that's unlike anything that most people can comprehend. We can make weapons out of anything. We can make, tools out of anything. So these guys would really figure out how to get feces into a toothpaste tube, which means that they would like have to like literally go in the toilet, pull that stuff out, stuff it into a thing, and then they would smuggle it out to like the cages, right? So 5 days we would go out to these cages. It's like, just imagine a dog kennel, like a dog run, right? It was like kennel after kennel after kennel. So that's how they would take us out. And you're in the cell. They come and they handcuff you to these handcuffs attached to a leash. They walk you down a tier, take you out to this dog kennel, and they let you out. And so they have to give you at least an hour of that a day. And so these guys would come out and they would be, beefing with their neighbors.
And now it's a full on, they're just squirting shit on each other. Like, it's fucking insane. And there was this one guy, man, I knew this one guy, he had a colostomy bag. I mean, this was like the equivalent of having a fucking AK-47.
This episode is brought to you by Squarespace. If you got something to say, sell, or share with the world, you need a legit online presence. Me, I use Squarespace to power my website. It's easy to use, and with their AI-enhanced website builder and built-in tools for booking, payments, emails, all of it, you can actually run your business, not just build a site. Go to squarespace.com/Rogan for a free trial, and when you're ready to launch, use the code Rogan, get 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain.
And he would, man, we were like cool, so he would tell me the days like, don't come out. He would like send me a note over like, don't come out the yard today. I'm about to shoot this bitch up. I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? So he would like go out there and whip the colostomy bag off and just literally take the yard hostage. Like, don't nobody say shit. You say something, I'm gonna stole shit everywhere, right? And so that's how they would wage war. And so that was the chaos environment. And then like, you know, we get into it with the officers. Guys would like flood the cell blocks. They would put sheets in the toilet, just flush, and now the whole tier is just flooded. And so it's definitely a biohazard issue at minimum. Like your health and well-being is always being threatened by, you know, I mean, you get, I think we got 3 showers a week, and the showers are like, they're just back to back. So you're not cleaning them out in between showers. So you let the handcuff, they take you down to the shower cage, you go in there and it's fucking snot on the wall, and it's fucking, you know, somebody shave it. They will give you like a little razor to shave. And then you got the guys who we call them cutters. So these are guys who like self-made. And they would take, I mean, anything you could think of, they would take and just kind of carve up their skin, you know, swallow. Like one guy swallowed batteries, so they stopped us from like even getting, at one point we get like a little tape player, and a guy ended up swallowing the batteries, so they banned all batteries, so then we couldn't listen to music anymore. And so it was just like complete chaos, and you know, it's one of the darkest places, you know, in the world. And I've been in different solitary, you know, in prison. Out of 19 years, I was transferred a total of 19 years to 11 different prisons. And so I've done solitary in like a super old prison or the modern prison. But the one I did the most time in, which was from 1999 to 2004, it's called Oaks Correctional Facility. It's one of the more modern prisons. And so, you know, in the midst of that chaos, I decided, like, there was a couple of things. So one, I had read this book about what's supposed to happen to your mind when you're in that environment. And it talks about, like, how it will cause you to hallucinate. It talks about how it will cause you to not feel like you have, like, any agency over your life. It affects how you communicate. Because in order to talk, you got to lay on your floor and like scream under the door and try to hear a guy, or you got to kind of talk through like the electrical socket. So it's all these different things that I kind of knew going in. And so I set up for myself, because I didn't want to, like, the only thing I feared about being in prison was losing my mind. I was never worried about my physical safety. You know, I grew up fighting. I grew up with brothers. You know, I grew up on the east side of Detroit, so I knew how to like take care of myself. So losing my mind was the one thing that I was like, I was afraid of that, because I saw guys who were like normal guys, and 5 years in, they're not the same. You know, they're not the same. And you see this like glossed over look in their eyes, and it's the scariest shit ever to see somebody start to hallucinate, start to make up a life that you know is not true. And so I set my days up like I was at university. And I always say this, Joe, this is like super important. I was lucky. And I was lucky because I was literate. And like the average reading grade in prison is about 3rd grade. And I wouldn't be here with you right now if I didn't know how to read. Like I would not be the person that I am today. And so because I knew how to read, I was able to really structure my days like I was at a school. You know, I would study philosophy in the morning. I would study world history. I would study African history. And then I would just like read for pleasure. But I was always like, you know, every day I'm figuring out, okay, how do I keep my mind moving forward. And if you keep your mind moving forward, you can actually survive. And it's, it's no different than any other hardship you got to go through. But it's really like, can you keep your mind taking one more step? And then there were some days where I was like, I don't like, yo, this shit is too much. Like I don't feel myself like physically, like I can't take one more day. And in those days, I would just grab a book, man, of somebody who inspired me. Sometimes it would be Nelson Mandela. He had been through like 27 years. And I would just like open it up and like, let me just start reading something. I would read the poem Invictus. Like that poem always just kind of brought me back, like you're the master of your own fate. You know what I'm saying? You're the captain of your soul. So I would go back and read that. There's a book called As a Man Thinketh by James Allen. It's about 60-something pages. I would literally, my version of that was so dog-eared, but I would like literally just open it up, and any page was about, if you master your thinking, you can master your environment. And so it was like things like that would keep my brain just going forward. I would work out, do push-ups and calisthenics and roll up. I used to roll my mattress up, and you tie your sheet, one sheet around it, and you put the other sheet through it. You make your handle, and now you can do your curls. So I would do that, take that mattress, put on my back, I would do squats. So I would run my routine in there, and just running that routine is really what kept me like, put one positive thought in front of the next, And I mean, at that time, I still was like, I wasn't like a model prisoner. I don't want the listeners to be confused by that, because it's a little different, right? Somebody who follows the rules and just stays out of the way and get out of trouble. Like I was into bad shit in there. I didn't ever think I was getting out. So I was like, I just gotta run the environment. I gotta be in control in this environment. I gotta make all the moves to have agency over my life in that environment. And so initially while I was in there, I was only focused on getting out so I could finish getting into shit.
So what initially sent you to solitary?
So the first time I went to solitary was for an assault on a guy who was my neighbor. And basically, I didn't have any money on my books at the time, and store day came around, and I was like, I'm gonna go take his shit. And so I literally went to rob this guy, and he happened to be coming in the cell at the time. We got into like a fisticuffs, and so they took me to solitary for that, and I did about a year for that. Yeah. And then, because what happened was an officer got assaulted in the process. He jumped on my back, and I thought it was like his cellmate coming to help him, and I kind of threw him off me. And so that was cost me about a year. And then the second time, this was some crazy shit. So I was at the Michigan Reformatory, and at the time I'm the line foreman, so I'm like, I make sure as we're serving child that, if this thing is running out of like cutlets, I put the cutlets in the thing for them to continue serving. And we were all about efficiency. Like, we want to move these guys through as fast as possible, because the chow hall is where all the shit goes down, stabbings go down. It's crazy. So we trying to move guys out. And this guy, man, he's just holding up the line. And so what happened is that sometimes they would send these guys over to the reformatory, was like a higher security level. It's the oldest prison in Michigan at the time. It's called the Gladiator School. And sometimes they would send these guys from like the lower levels who, they're getting in trouble at the lower levels, and they would send them over there as punishment, And usually when they come over there, they don't realize that this is a different game. You know what I mean? Like the reformatory is real prison. Those lower levels, it's like a fucking camp. You're not dealing with, you're dealing with real prison. And so this guy comes over, he's holding up the line, and we're like, yo, like what's the hold up? And so he starts to cuss our crew out. Like basically y'all bitches act like this y'all food. Give me more potatoes. Like, so it's like he's upset. He's not. He don't feel like he's getting enough. And so I'm talking to the guy, and I'm like, yo, I'm like, chill out. Like, what's the situation here? And he like, they acting like this, their food, blah blah. And I'm like, what you want? He like, y'all give me some more. So now he's being disrespectful. So I was like, all right, I got it. So I load him up on mashed potatoes, gravy, called him to the window, and I slapped him with it. And I was like, yo, don't come to the window disrespectful. And so I just slapped him with this whole tray of potatoes and gravy. And he takes off running, and he like runs to the officers, you know. And so my supervisor, who was cool, he was like, "Go to the back and like hide," you know. So he's trying to hide. Now I'm one of his better workers. He don't want to like lose me to this. And so, you know, that led to me being in solitary for a year. Another year. Fred, the guy who mastered his status, yeah. And so now I'm there for another year. But the last incident, which was happening in 1999, me and this officer, we got into a conflict. And the conflict escalated when he pushed me, like literally he wouldn't let me go to the bathroom. He pushed me, and then I beat him up. And this was another one of those moments of like, you know, I think in life, man, that sometimes we don't talk enough about how lucky we are. Me and this guy, we get into a confrontation. It escalates. At this time, like I'm 27. All I do is lift weights, work out, whatever. And I don't even realize the difference between like a 27-year-old grown man's strength and the boy that walked into prison. And so when I punch this guy, in my mind, I'm not even thinking about like how destructive it is for a grown man to punch another person, another human being. I'm just like, we get into the thing, it escalates, so I punch him. And I as soon as I punch him, I like go for the scoop, pick him up, and his leg gets caught under my arm. So I slam him down, his radio flies over the railing, lands on the floor. Now, when this conflict happened, they were doing what's called emergency count. So every month, in prisons all across the country, emergency count, they blow us a siren. And everybody, doesn't matter what you're doing. If you're working with kids, you got to try what you're doing. Everybody has to go back to the cell block. And so what happens is, you know, they'll let people use the restroom, etc. But that siren is going. And so when me and him are up there fighting, the siren is going. So the officer downstairs doesn't even know that this is happening upstairs. The thing that saved his life and saved me from a life sentence was his radio flew over the gallery and landed. And so a counselor coming in looks and sees the radio and is like, why is the radio here? Looks up and sees the confrontation happening. And so he hits his button, all the officers come over, they dive on my back, separate us, take me to solitary. So when they take me to solitary, I'm raging. I'm still in that energy. And the guy next to me, he's banging on the wall. He's like, "Yo, look down, because I can see down to the cell block. Now there's an ambulance out there." And basically what happened is when I punched him, I broke his trachea. And so they had to perform emergency surgery on him and literally in front of the cell block. And so I was sentenced to an additional 2 years, and what ended up being 4.5 years of solitary confinement. And the only reason that man did not die that day is because his radio flew over. And you know, it's one of those things where when I began to recalibrate my life and begin to really transform my life and think about my life differently, it was another one of those things where I realized in that moment, I just let my anger dictate my actions. And no matter whether I thought he was right or wrong, I was so angry and so enraged that I just, punched this guy indiscriminately, and I literally could have killed this man. And I would have literally been serving the rest of my life in prison. And so when that happened, I remember they transferred me that same day. They transferred me, so I was that happened at a prison called Muskegon Correctional Facility. They transferred me to Oaks Correctional Facility. And the first month, man, I was there, the officers would just come and they would like talk so much shit, like we're gonna fuck you up, and we're gonna, you're gonna get yours. It was the most vulnerable. I felt, because I knew that it happened in there. I know that they can come in, they can just say, "Oh, he did this," and they can come in with the goon squad and pepper spray you and beat the shit out of you, and you're cuffed up. There's nothing you can really do. So it was very tense for about a month or so. And then there were officers who was at the facility where it actually happened that transferred over. And they kind of knew me, and they kind of knew that, the experience with the officer wasn't just like I woke up and had a bad day. You know, they knew it was an escalation. And even though, you know, when I look at it, like I'm all about personal responsibility and accountability, and like I had to eat that, you know, that I was wrong in terms of my reaction to the anger. There were things I probably could have did differently. But what they told me at that point was like, you're never going to get out of here. You know, you're never going to get out of here. And I remember the first time one of them said that to me, I was like, I was too naive to really, you know, believe it. You know, it's like, whatever, you know, I'll do a year or two without here, they'll let me go. And then I started seeing guys around me who had been in solitary for 10 years. A friend of mine, he's actually out now. His name is Peter. He works, I think he's like a clerk back in Michigan. He was my neighbor. He was in solitary for 10 years. There was a guy across from me that was like, this guy was one of the most fascinating people I've ever met. He was a con man, like he was masterful at manipulating the officers, but he was in for 20 years. You know, he had in solitary for 20 years. And so when I started seeing that, I was like, man, I might never get out of here, you know. And the first 2 years, you know, I was like kind of resigning myself. I remember writing my dad this letter.
The Catholic Church was hunting for heresy on their own.
I wrote my dad this letter, and I just said,
massacre all kinds of people who do not agree with certain aspects.
You should just go on with your life, because they're never gonna let me out of here.
There was a particular,
and my dad wrote me back, and he said, you know,
like the heresy hunters.
I can't even pretend to act like I understand the world that you're in, but I will never leave your side. And so that's how resigned I was to the idea that I was going to die in there. And it wasn't until I was in about 2 years or so, maybe about a little over a year, and basically I started journaling, and it was inspired by a letter I got from my son. My son told me that his mother had told him while I was in prison. And he wrote this letter, and he's like, my mother told me that you're in prison for murder. He said, Dad, don't kill Jesus, watch what you do. When I got that letter, like, you know, I wasn't religious, you know. I'm not religious now, I'm spiritual. But there was something about that just like struck me like in the most heartbreaking of ways. It's like I have a kid out here who I have let down, and whose mother is telling him stories about me without context. And I don't have a way to reach out to him and say, hey son, here's all the shit that happened. And so I was like, you know, I gotta turn my life around. And I can tell you, like, over the years, every time I got into some shit, I would just be like, all right, that's it. You know, this is the last time. It was always these moments of like, I'm gonna do right this time. But that it was never about me. It was always like, I'm gonna do right so my dad doesn't have to come see me in jail or come bail me out, or my friends don't have to come, you know, try to get me out of trouble. It was never a real thing. And so when I started journaling, I started with this essential question of like, man, how did I end up here? Because up to that point, I didn't think of myself as a bad person. Like, I didn't think of myself as like angry. I didn't think of myself as like, I didn't even think of myself as fighting. I thought that I had just got into some situations that people provoked me in. And so I asked this question of like, man, how did you get here? Like, you're the smart kid. You know, you're the kid that want to be a doctor and an artist. And how the hell did you get here? And so I started going back, and I started asking myself questions based on, when was the first time you got arrested? And what led to that? You know, and then what happened the second time? And what was the first time this thing happened and that thing happened, and who was responsible? And what I I was able to do was I was able to go back and realize that I had all this trauma. I had all these traumatic things that happened to me as a kid, but I also had caused a lot of hurt. And I did a lot of things that really was like, no, actually, you probably are a bad person. And so as I began to write and sort those things out, I realized I never finished anything. I started a bunch of things. You know, I never finished high school. I was like probably one of the smartest kids in the class. Went to Job Corps, got kicked out before I finished that. Was going to go to the military, never followed up to take the test. So I was a consummate quitter. You know, I started some stuff and would never finish. And so I said, in my journal, I said, listen, if you're going to turn your life around, you have to finish one thing. You have to challenge yourself to finish one thing. And so I'm looking around the cells and I'm like, okay, what can I do? I've done all the push-up challenges, like, you know, you can do in solitary. And I was like, you should write a book. But you got to write the book in 30 days. If you write this book in 30 days, you can change your life. If you don't, you're going to die in prison. And that was my charge to myself. And I'll tell you, like in solitary, there's no, like, you don't have a word processor, typewriter. You can't even have like a regular ink pen because, you know, they're scared you're going to like spank somebody or stick somebody. They give you this little flimsy plastic pen. And so I remember getting a pen. I got like a little pad of paper. I said to myself, like, it's no way possible you're going to write a book in 30 days with that pen. It's just not possible. And I remember saying to myself, this is what you always do. You always make an excuse. You always make a way to get out of being accountable. What are you going to do? Are you going to turn your life around, or are you going to bullshit the rest of your life away? And so I sat there for a while, and I was like, what if I roll this pen up in some paper? And I literally took some paper and I started rolling the pen up. So it was firm enough, and it was like the size of a regular pen. And I wrote that first book in 30 days. And I knew I would never go back to prison if I ever got out. Because at that point, I still didn't know if I was getting out. So what did you write? So the first book I wrote was a novel. It was a fiction novel. I love reading. You know, I was really fortunate to really be able to escape through books. You know, so I was like, well, I want to try to write a book. You know, and I love these stories I was reading. I was reading like westerns, Louis L'Amour, one of my favorite authors, Donald Goins. So he had all these street books like Dope Fiend and Black Gangster, and it was like all this kind of underbelly, Iceberg Slim, Pimp. All these stories were stories I had read early on, and these guys, they were like me. Like Donald Goins served time in prison, and so I'm like, well, if these guys can write a book, then what if I give it a try? And so my first novel was literally about this girl who played street basketball. Her dad was like a street basketball legend, and so I wrote that book, and I remember just like, I had never felt a greater sense of pride in myself than writing that book on a notepad. I still have the original books that I wrote in solitary confinement on notepads and on the back of paper. I'll send you some pictures of it. It'll blow your mind. And I remember writing that book, and I got out. So I write the book. This is wild shit. So after I write it, I'm like, well, a book really isn't a book until somebody reads it. And so I climbed on my floor, and I'm like, yo, like, somebody want to read this book I just wrote? And I remember this guy at the other end of the chair was like, don't nobody want to read that bullshit? This ain't Oprah. So I'm talking at it. I'm trying to turn my life around. I'm like, now I got to shank this guy for disrespecting me. You know what I'm saying? So, but it was like, it ended up when he said it, you know, my ego, you know, it's like, oh, you know, I am on the yard like I'm a shot caller. I can have it done, right? And then I stepped back and I was like, no, he actually just gave me a go. Like if I'm gonna take writing serious, I need to set a goal for what do I want to happen with my work, you know? And then another guy, he agreed to read it, and now so I'm in solitude, so it's not like I can just walk out the cell and get a guided book, right? So we would make these fish lines out of our underwear. So we take all of the string out of your underwear, you attach that to a toothpaste tube, 2 scrolls and all the toothpaste out of this stuff with paper. So you stuff it with toilet paper, wet toilet paper. Then once that dries, it has enough weight that you can slide it up and down the tier. And so then sometimes we would use our socks. Most of the time I use socks. But you just unravel that string, and then you slide it up under the door, and then you can, attach whatever to it. And so I attached the book to it, man, slid it under the door. And I don't hear from this guy like all day, so now I'm like nervous as shit. Cause I'm like, it's my only copy, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, I didn't get the guy, my only copy, and he ain't responding. But then he came back to the door, man, and he was like, that's one of the best books I've ever read. And I was like, wow. And it blew my mind for like literally about 5 minutes. And then I thought about it. I was like, man, he in solitary confinement. He over there bored as shit. I could have sent him anything. I could have sent him a recipe. It's the best chicken soup recipe ever, right? So, but I was like, okay, maybe if I send it out, send it out to people. And so I started sending my writing out. So like, I have a brother. He's my stepbrother. And like out of all my siblings, he's the one of us that's like always played better books. He went to school, he went to college, he was an engineer in like one of the big 3, and he just always done the better books. And I remember sending it to him. He had never wrote me in prison. Like never wrote me in prison. I sent him the book, and I remember I still have his letter to this day. And he wrote back and he said to me, this writing is better than most of the people I went to school with. And I want to help you figure out, how to path forward. And so just getting that affirmation for somebody who he wasn't in the streets, he wasn't in a prison cell block, he did it the right way. Like just that little boost, man, was like, okay, maybe I'm onto something, And so I wrote my second book, and like right after that, and I gave myself the same thing. You got to finish it 30 to 60 days. And then I started the third book, man, and I went into the deepest bout of depression that I had experienced in prison. And it was because by the time I got to writing book 3, I realized I had this incredible talent and that it had always been there. And that I had let all the trauma, all the violence, all the street life overtake my life. And I'm like, I'm in this environment, I can't give birth to this dream. Like, so it was the most, like getting sentenced was like, my life is over. Not being able to actualize a dream based on a gift I was given. That was devastating, and so I was going through this depression, and I did what I always would do, which was go back to those books, and I was getting heavy into philosophy, which was like the wildest thing. Is like, growing up, you hear philosophy, like, oh, that's super boring, But I was getting into all this philosophy, man, and I remember going back to James Allen's book, and it was really talking about this idea that you think into existence the life that you want. And if you focus your life on negative thoughts, you're going to only produce negative outcomes. And when I went back and I read my journals, I saw the pattern was super clear of like, I bought into this negative narrative, so me being in prison was not a shocker to me when I went back and read through my journal. And so I said to myself, if this is true, and if this is absolutely true in the negative, it has to be true in the positive. And I began to just refocus my energy on getting out of solitary. And I remember saying, if I'm going to get out of here, I need help. But they're not like, the way it looks on paper, they're not just going to let me out, And so I wrote this letter to the warden, and it was a super philosophical letter about the truth. And what I said to the warden was like, when I walked into prison, my statement was that I was not going to follow the rules, and that I was hell-bent on destroying my life. And I'm like, if you look at my record, you would know that I followed my word. Like at that point, I had probably, maybe I think about 34 misconducts. And they range from everything to dangerous contraband to assault on staff, assault on inmate, you name it. And I was like, so the thing you know more than anything else, I'm a man of my word. And what I'm telling you is that if you believe that to be true in the negative, I just need you to believe it to be true in the positive. If you give me this opportunity to get out of solitary, I'm going to focus on two things. I'm going to mentor these other young guys, and I'm going to focus on becoming a writer. And I sent that letter to the warden, and the warden literally wrote me back. And he said, you know, despite my hesitation here, I believe you, and I'm going to advocate for you to get out. And so he began to advocate for me to get out, but he had to go through multiple series of like his supervisors because the assault was on the inmate. And so it took about another 2 years before I got out of solitary.
The assault was on an officer.
Yeah, on an officer. Yeah, on an officer. And so it took literally another 2 years before I finally got out. But once I got out, I took those handwritten books and I typed them all up, you know, and I mentored those guys and I began to tutor the guys who they said couldn't read or wouldn't read. And I found that if I gave them books that were similar to their life, they would put in more effort. And so that's what I focused on, you know. And then I typed those books up, and I was like, I started to send them. I was sending stuff out. I still got like copies of my query letters, man. I was just sending stuff out in the dark. Like I said, like Jay-Z was like the president of like Def Jam at one point. I was like, oh, you should publish this book because you rap about this shit. I already live here. I sent it to him, and I was just like,
did he respond?
No, he never got a response. But I did get a couple of responses from like some like independent publishers, and they was like, no, we're not interested right now, but thank you. And I just kept going at it, and then I was like, you know what? I'm responsible for my own dreams, you know? And so I took the money that my parents sent me and money I hustled on the yard. I still had hustle. They just weren't like illegal hustles. I wasn't doing like drug smuggling, but I was still, you know, the merchandise on the yard for twice what it's worth. And I just took that money, man. I saved it up, and I published my first book from prison in 2008. And
how did you do that?
So I bought this book. I ordered this book called Self-Help Guide to Self-Publishing. And I taught myself everything I needed to learn about publishing. Like I knew how to get a copyright, an ISBN number. I had a partner outside who believed in what I was doing. And I basically would just be like, here's the steps I need you to take to, you know, execute this, and found a graphic artist and a printer, and yeah, published the first book, and then the prison sued me for the cost of my incarceration.
Wow.
Yeah. They tallied it up to like $1 million. Yeah. Because basically what they did is they literally went and said, this is how much it costs for you to be in prison at every prison you've been in per day. And so higher security level, it was about 150 something a day. Lower security level was like 70 something a day. And they was like, by the time you get out of prison, it'll be about $1 million. And so we want 90% of anything you earn off this book. They thought I had got a book deal. They didn't realize I had like self-published. And I was like, you know, the thing that struck me about that when I went through the actual hearing with the judge was I was like, man, you know, I wrote this powerful letter to it. And I was just like, look, I'm coming home with a conviction. I got 3 felonies, right? I'm convicted of second-degree murder, felony firearm, and this assault on an officer. And I'm like, if I put that on a resume, nobody's going to hire me when I get out. And I'm like, fair, I get it. Like, if I'm in a hiring position, I only saw that, probably not hiring that person either. So I'm giving myself a chance. You know, I'm trying to give myself a chance. Like, I don't want to go back to the streets.
he wasn't
I want to be able to contribute to society, but I know society's not going to give me an opportunity. So I'm creating an opportunity for myself, you know. And so I went to the court case, and this is how they ended up not getting any money, right? So I backdated a contract to myself, saying that I would only accept 15% of the proceeds. 10% of the proceeds once the company recouped its production costs. So they went from suing me for 90% of $15 per book to only being able to sue me for 90% of $1.50 per book because I backdated this contract. So I used to work in a law library, so I was like, I know contractual law is binding. And the lawsuit was only binding as long as I was incarcerated. And so I just made sure that I didn't make any money, until I got out. But the letter that I wrote to the judge, it was important to say that, is that, listen, at that time, it's 15 years ago. I've been out 15 years now. At that time, nobody was really talking about second chances if you have a violent crime. If you had a non-violent crime, there's a chance you can get a job and get out. And so I was realistic. I'm like, nobody's gonna hire me, so I gotta figure out how to make it happen myself. And so I went to that lawsuit, and it was tough. It was tough. Because I'm like, this is the first time I'm trying to do something legit. I'm out, I've sold drugs, I've hustled in the yard. I'm trying to move into doing something with my life. I don't want to be thugging it out forever. I don't want to be one of those people that go in and out of a prison system. I don't want to die here. I want to actually add value. I know some things that I think is helpful in the community. But if you take this away from me, then what do you expect me to do? Right,
So they were under the impression that you had got some crazy big book deal.
Yeah.
And so they were just trying to stop it and try to fuck up your dream.
Yeah. The Jews are the favorite enemy of Western civilization. We occupy that role for.
I kind of almost can see it from their side if they hate you. Fuck this dude. What can we do to derail this? Or if you're a corrections officer, you're not making a lot of money
at all.
No, and you're in there, and then you think, is this motherfucker getting rich?
Right.
And then there's also jealousy of talent. That's a real thing.
Absolutely.
When you find out a person has talent, and especially if you don't have any talent is a gift from God.
Is it really?
It's like you either have it or you don't. You can develop some talent, but some people have talent. There's something that some people like. There was a video we played the other day of Biggie rapping on the street being 17.
Yeah.
You ever seen that video?
Yeah.
You can't teach that.
Yeah.
You can't teach that kind of power
at all.
At 17, that's a gift.
Yeah.
That's a gift. Some people just have a gift, and sometimes that gift comes from pain. Sometimes that gift comes from a life of struggle and hardship, and just the emotional turmoil builds something inside you that comes out of your heart. And people hate people with gifts. They really do. They really do. Especially if they hate you already.
I wasn't their favorite, But the crazy thing is, that's how I originally took it. And I think that was some of the impetus to them, filing the lawsuit. The policy itself is wild. Because, if your parent dies and you inherit their insurance money, that same law applies where they can take 90% of that to cover the cost of your incarceration.
That's fucked up.
But it's discriminated in terms of how they apply it and when they apply it.
Right.
And that's where the hate came in, because how it got initiated was the person in the mailroom was like, oh, how dare this guy write a book? And then I'm going to send this to the attorney general and they're going to sue you. So it was crazy, man.
Yeah. What is it like the day you get out of solitary? So you did it 3 times.
Yeah.
2 1-year stretches and then 1 long one.
Yeah. So on that last one, man, I didn't believe I was getting out. But after a while, you started to kind of, starting to play with your mind. You see these guys who got, they've been here for 20 years, But I remember, going, because you go up to these hearings, it feels like you're about to go and then they come back in 30 days and like, oh, they won't let you out, right? Because you got to go. So this goes like this. You had an assault on the officer, you got to go to the warden. And then the warden goes to like a regional director. The regional director goes to like the main director. And so each time I would make it like, oh, I got it to the warden, then the regional shuts it down. I got it to the regional, then the head shuts it down. So it's like you get your hopes up and you don't know when it's going to end. You know, it's kind of like, you know, I remember when the pandemic hit, a lot of my friends, well, I have a lot of friends in different walks of life now. A lot of my friends reached out to me and was like, you know, how do we help people navigate these tough times, right? The isolating feeling of being in the pandemic. And what I told them, I was like, the hardest thing that we're all going to grapple with is uncertainty of not knowing when it's going to end. And that's exactly what happened, right? It's like, all right, everybody's going to go on lockdown, and then on April 30th, we're all free and clear. It's like, nope, we're going to stay until March. Nope, I think we should stay until June. Nope. You start to lose that orientation because you can't put your feet on solid ground. That's what it's like in solitude. You just don't know. But when it works, the extreme of that, right? And so when it finally happened, I remember telling the guys on the tier, I was like, if they ever let me out of here, I'm gonna stroll out like George Jefferson. and so the wild thing was like that last year in solitary. So they have these guys come over to the cell block. They like clean up. They pass out the food trays. So they usually come from the protection unit. The last year they stopped letting them guys come in. It was just creating too much conflict because they was like, they got beef, now you over here, and guys are trying to get to them, so it's crazy. So the guys who was coming over was from general population. These was like guys I knew, you know. So like the last year I was there, you know, they would come through, man, they would smoke me candy bars. I hadn't had a candy bar in like 3 years, you know. And I remember, you know, one of my guys come over, he smuggles, I hear the broom hit the door. I look up and it's like 2 flat down, like Snickers that he's like probably put in his shoes. I don't know where he put them at. I didn't even ask questions. I didn't want to ask questions. And I remember like running them cold water so they can solidify. So when I tell you, it was like the Snickers was like the best like ever. Like, I mean, the details of how I can taste that, even though I've been gone from it. So I told the guy, I was like, man, they let me out. It's gonna be like George Jefferson strolling out of here, you know. And so that's literally how it was, man. They popped that door. I took my little bag of shit and my books and threw that thing. I'm George Jefferson strolling. I'm like, I'm out. I'm like, y'all have never seen it. I had really, you know, I looked at it like this. I was like, you know, up to that point in my life, I had let myself down so many times. You know, I had been beat down by life, the traumas, the fucking, all the things. And it was the first time I felt like I was fighting for myself. I felt like I was fighting for myself. Like, I'm gonna get out of here. All the things I said I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get out and I'm gonna do them. It's gonna be the first time that I'm gonna stand on something that really aligns with that little boy that I always knew was there. And I'm going to fight for this kid. And so I was like, I'm moving on up, but I'm moving on up into like a higher purpose in my life. And that's when I got out, man. And I went to work. I'm like, literally went to work. I took those books, you know, I typed them up, you know, I figured out, you know, how to publish a book. You know, I started preparing for parole. The year that I published the book, I went up for parole that same year, 2008. And I was at a prison at this time. They had transferred me to lower security level, so you start to work your way down, which is its own craziness, you know. I did at that point. I only did a hard time, and going down at security level is like crazy, you know, because you're dealing with these guys that's coming straight off the streets. They're like, you know, you're dealing with. There's kind of a hierarchy in the streets. You know, there's a hierarchy of mindset in the streets, like. Guys who are usually good at selling drugs, they're literally operating at a different like intellectual frequency than guys that are like doing petty theft, right? And so now you're in the lower levels. You're dealing with a lot of guys who really should probably be in an addiction environment versus actually prison. You're dealing with your failure to pay child support, DUIs, low-level drug offenses, petty theft. So you're dealing with a different mindset of guys who are really they're trying to heal. They're just coming fresh off the streets. And it's an open setting, so I'm going from like being in a cell by myself to like now I'm in this like cubicle with these random guys. But I was just preparing myself, man. I was like, I want to get out and I want to add value to society. And so, they had transferred me. So now at this point, I'm way up. I'm in northern Michigan, over the upper peninsula. It's about 12 hours from my hometown. My dad comes up. My dad, my stepmom, my oldest son. And man, we go into this parole hearing. It probably lasted maybe a minute. This lady, she was just like, why did you do what you did? It was like a very hard line, just the facts, And I was just like, I'm not getting out, Like I knew it. Like that hearing was so fast, she didn't even, listen to my dad. It was just very curt. And I was like, man, I'm not going home yet,
And so, how many years in was this?
So at that point, I had 17 years.
And how much time do you have to wait before you can apply for parole again?
So technically, it can be anywhere from 12 months to 24 months. They give what's called a flop or passover. So they gave me a 12-monther. And usually you go back within about 10 months of that. To go back to the same process again. And sometimes less when they're trying to like deal with budget issues and kind of get guys out. So I went back probably about 8-10 months later.
What did she say to you when she denied you parole?
She didn't tell me she was denying me like in the hearing. It was just the way that the hearing was handled, where it was like she didn't ask, what are your plans when you get out? Who were you before that incident? What led up to that incident? Like it was just very, basically you killed someone. And that's it. And I think when I was even trying to explain to her, I think she just kind of like shut it down.
She put you on a category.
Yeah, she shut it down. Like it was almost like me explaining to her was making an excuse. That was the way that she responded. And I was like, man, it probably didn't even take a full 60 days before I had the decision that that I was being denied.
There's gotta be a horrible feeling to just be in a category where they don't take into account any of the circumstances, don't take into account any potential growth or this direction that you're trying to move your life into. You're just in a category. You're a murderer.
Yeah, that's the scariest part about our penal system overall.
There's no rehabilitation.
Right.
You have to do it. Like your story is so similar to many stories that I've heard. I've done a lot of podcasts with my friend Josh Dubin. Josh?
That's the lawyer.
Yeah. This guy who used to work for the Innocence Project, and I worked for the Perlmutter Center for Legal Justice, and it's mostly dealing with wrongfully incarcerated people. And some of them, the stories, you hear it and it just kills you. It breaks your heart. And just try to imagine what it's like to be that person. Dealing with corrupt DAs, corrupt prosecutors, corrupt everything, corrupt cops. And people just get railroaded because they need to hang a conviction.
That people tend to dislike those who are different than them, right? People tend to distrust people who have different skin tone, people who dress differently, people who smell differently, people who have different foods, different languages, whatever. It's just normal for people to distrust, sometimes even hate people who they are not familiar with. Maybe it's some kind of like evolutionary survival system where we like the people on our clan and we are mistrustful of the people who live on the other valley side. So from the earliest period that we can record, not by the way including in here Midrash and things like that, which they may have something different to say about it, but from the earliest people that we can record, meaning when we start reading what other people say about us in their own words, it's primarily the Romans and the Greeks before that who have things to say. And most of the things that they say are misinterpretations of normal human behavior, Jewish behavior. Like, for example, Jews were accused of being lazy, right? Slothful. Why? Anyone know? Why would the Jews, Mr. Auschwitz, please? Shabbos, right. You're a typical Roman, you have whatever, maybe one holiday a month if you're a slave, less than that. But the Jews, they're taking off one day every 7. And then you come to the months of October and March, April, and it's like crazy. They got all these holidays. So they were accused of being lazy. Also, Jews are accused of being clannish, misanthropic, hating other people, because we don't let people become Jews unless, for example, they undergo circumcision. And people would say, well, that's way too high a bar to enter. Why can't I just hang out with you guys as a Jew too? I want to be a Jew, let me be a Jew. I don't want to be circumcised. So we were accused of being clannish, of excluding people, things like that. So the Romans had a lot to say about these kinds of things, but that's basically a kind of normal hatred. Just like, for example, when I lived in Miami, the people in the backyard behind my backyard were Cubans, a lot of Cubans in Miami, and I don't consider myself a particularly hateful person, but I really hated it when they would roast whole pigs in their backyard, like luau style, spit in and roasting it over a barbecue. That really bothered me. I disliked it. So, in a weaker moment, I would say, wow, I dislike Cubans because they do this thing, right? Now, please forgive me. I have nothing against Cubans, but I didn't like the way they cook their pigs. But that's a normal thing. It's normal to dislike things that are different. And, if I was a Cuban, I would probably say I love pigs. It's so delicious with that smell, And the Jews with their gefilte fish, my gosh, that stuff is crazy. So that's normal. An example of this, for example, this is the great Arch of Titus that commemorates the defeat of the Judeans in the First Roman-Jewish War. And famously on the inside, there is this bas-relief that shows the Jews taking, Jewish, Roman soldiers taking the spoils from the temple off to the temple of Jupiter in Rome. So is this an intrinsically anti-Semitic representation? Does this represent hatred of Jews? Why would you say not, Mr. Kaplan?
Because it doesn't act specifically shows any tropes that are usually used by anti-Semites to describe Jews.
Right. It shows Jews as victims, as losers, but that's also a pretty typical thing in war propaganda, right? This is a piece of war propaganda. You show the other side as the bad guys, we beat them, and in Latin you say nana nana boo boo, because that's what you do when you defeat someone. Mr. Rubin.
It's the attitude of when we want to build a world, okay? So it's not about you. It's not we don't care what you do. Just self-knowing over time, and being interested in a way. It's not okay, but that's not the same as
there was nothing like special or pathological about the Roman dislike of Jews. If the Jews were Koreans, they would dislike the Koreans too, for whatever reasons they saw in the Koreans. And that's basically normal. And this is so the xenophobia is the earliest recorded examples of anti-Semitism that we have from extra Jewish sources, outside of Jewish sources. Now, it becomes quite a bit more focused when you get to the period of Christian anti-Judaism. And this is, did we speak about this? I know I showed you this image before, right? This is the Strasbourg sisters. They visit at synagogue, and you see this also in the church in Germany. So Did we speak about this idea of why the Christians had a special antipathy toward it? We did.
We were talking to
So once again, oh, okay, so I'm going to skip over it. Okay, so that's a special period. This is not like the Romans. Here we have a unique kind of antipathy that's based on the fact that you have a different. Oh, the children's example. That's right. That I'm glad you remembered it. I forgot it. Here you have like a daughter religion rebelling against the mother religion and wanting to like create distance, and there's a rebellion there. That's a normal kind of like adolescent separation. You would hope that when the daughter grows up and becomes mature, she's able to like heal the relationship with the mother, but that really hasn't happened. So that's what happens in the early period, really up until about the 12th century. The medieval period, which is what we're going to be focused on in about 15 minutes, maybe a little less. This is where anti-Semitism just goes off the rails. It becomes it has roots in it, but it just gets totally bizarre and blown out. One great example, and I will show you more examples of this later in the lecture, is the blood libel. This insane notion that developed in the late 12th, early 13th century, that Jews need to consume the blood of a Christian boy in order to perform some bizarre thing. Like, we believe that Jews had an unusual odor that could only be resolved with the blood of a Christian child, sometimes mixed into matzah. There are beliefs that Jewish men menstruated and they had severe iron depletion, and the only way to get it back is with the blood of a Christian child. And we just go on with the crazy, pathological, bizarre things. This is a whole level different from the previous level, which was kind of like an argument between a priest and a rabbi, whose religion is better. This is a religion. This is like something like, you know, you captured my child and killed him and drank his blood. Is a totally different kind of thing than saying, I believe that my religious principles are superior to yours. You know what I'm saying? And this is the period that we're going to be investigating today. Yeah, please.
it started one day something woke up and like, oh, this is a perfect thing.
I'll give you a little bit more details on that in a second, because we'll go on to 1144. We'll look at the first blood libel and see how it spread. Okay. Then what I used to say, the last period, the period we're currently in, I'm not going to say it anymore because I think we've actually moved past it this year. So this is a period of modern anti-Semitism. And modern anti-Semitism really starts with people like Wilhelm Marr in the late 19th century. And what happens when you get to the 1800s is that religion is declined very significantly in Western Europe. Like, people just aren't motivated by the earlier anti-Semitism of, you know, the early Christian anti-Semitism, that you know, God loves the Christian people more than the Jewish people. It's just not doing it for anti-Semites. And they're also not really believing in the bizarre things that Jews need to drink Christian blood. It just doesn't move them the way it did in the Middle Ages. But they start saying, aha, the Jews are a race. This is a new idea. It was really developed in the 19th century. Jews constitute a distinct race, which is not a well-defined term, but they are a race who are especially known as a parasite race, meaning you have healthy societies, and what happens is, like, every society is good at one thing or another, and the Jews are good at getting into healthy societies like bacillus or like cancer, and eating them out from the inside like a parasite devours its host. And then once that host society is fully depleted, then the Jews move on and to another new society. This is something that's really new in the modern era, borrows from quasi-scientific ideas and perverts them in this nature. The other element, besides the racist idea of it, is that the Jews are involved in conspiracies. There are elements of this which are older, as we shall see, but the idea that there's a racist conspiracy mandated by Jews to control the world. This is, for example, like a Nazi propaganda that shows like this typical caricature of a Jew, and you've got all these arrows pointing every direction to show you that Churchill and Roosevelt and Stalin are actually connected to Jews, and it's all part of a big nefarious conspiracy.
As mentioned before about religious principles applying over the course of several centuries.
Yeah.
From worldwide is that also seems like a shift from folks? It sounds almost like spiritual anti-Semitism. This idea of drinking the blood of a Christian child. Obviously, science is very different back then, but it's not. Doesn't seem very scientific. It seems very spiritual.
Yeah.
And now we see that doesn't satisfy people.
I would use the word magical rather than spiritual.
Magical.
Like a magical thing.
Right.
Yeah. No, they're saying it was a physical thing.
I mean, is that it became more about the ways of racial, but also economic and political anti-Semitism as well. They're focused on the idea of how they have an economy, right? How they are
Control of governments, control of the monetary
system, and also the evolution. That was obviously it sounded more. Oh, we can sort of put us in the realm of evolutionary ideas that Charles Darwin which is less spiritual, more based on
less magical. Less magical. Spiritual is like a good thing. Magical is kind of like fictional, right? It's just like they run the thing. Yeah. For the years, all the working years, like actual physical out of these spaces for it to well, the two things. First of all, the idea of the Jews running the banks and running the governments and things like that, that's really modern anti-Semitism. You wouldn't see a lot of that in the medieval period. You would see the idea that the Jews hate humanity. The Jews want to do everything bad to humanity, but not that they have, the connections to all the kings and the bishops and stuff like that. That would be the conspiracy element. But as we shall see, I'll show you one example where this was a conspiracy. But I think if you were to look at it a different way, what would convince a person to hate Jews? What arguments would work? So in the 13th century, if you walked up to him and I said, "Hey, do you hate Jews?" He says, "Well, I don't know." And he said, "Well, I'll tell you why I should hate Jews. You know why? Because they drink the blood of Christian children." And I say, "Oh my gosh, is that true? Oh, yeah, I hate Jews as well." If you were to walk up to somebody in 1990 or 2010 and say, "You know why I should hate Jews? Because they drink the blood of Christian children," you would say, "You're a crazy person. I don't believe that at all." And only really crazy people would believe it. But if you said, "Oh, it's the Jews. Look, there's a Jewish, vice president. There's a Jewish, whatever, heads of all these banks and these newspapers and stuff like that," then people will say, "Oh, that makes sense." It's anti-Semitism is able to adapt itself to the belief structures of a given age and of a given culture with remarkable strength and ability. There's not a lot of things that, let's say, Russians and Americans would agree on. But amazingly, anti-Semitism is one of those areas where you can find common ground. It is a uniting factor. Yeah, it's so beautiful, right? All right, so here's another example. This is a COVID example, right? This is what was just pointing out. It's not Chinese, right? That was the point of people saying it's the Chinese flu, the Wuhan flu. It's the Jew flu. Right?
Was this supposed to be a satire, or this day and age COVID? I think it was so just people get away with this.
This is the real deal. I mean, anti-Semites look at this and they nod their heads.
Yeah. Now, was this originally posted by that source, or was it originally intended as some kind of satire?
No. This is published by anti-Semites. The link is Judaism. Yeah, but news.html. If you look it up, it's
to the church of the fact that I don't know if that's real or fake, but it was a nation called trying to convince people why they should be Jews.
Yeah.
And there's a bunch of college students that were Jewish. They just signed up as like a Jew or whatever. So they recorded the whole thing.
Oh my gosh. Nasty. But this is the real deal. This is published by anti-Semites to propaganda. This guy here was the chief of lineup, a Shiach now. This is actually a well-known trope in anti-Semitic iconography of the grasping, greedy Jew. It's like this thing, plotting his plans, things like that. So this is like a modern sort of expression of it. Now, let's talk about the one that's new, the postmodern anti-Zionism. Now, Mr. Ram, what did you want to say about anti-Zionism being a different category?
I mean, I'm sure there's a large group of people that don't hate Jews, but they just hate Israel.
Right.
There is a difference.
Right. You're right. There certainly is a difference, but the practical meaning of that difference is vanishingly small. Like I saw a headline, and I think it was a National Review the other day that says, anti-Semitism is just another excuse to hate Jews. And I think for most people, they're not maintaining that fine distinction. I'll give you some working principles. Please examine these with me because it's new for me as well. The first thing is this concept that Israel is an illegitimate state, meaning there is something about the establishment of this country, unlike all the other countries in the world, that is fundamentally wrong, illegal. And first of all, that statement can be easily dispensed with. There's no country in the world that has more legitimacy than Israel. Just on the superficial look at the facts, that it is the most successful return of an indigenous population we have anywhere in history. That's why a lot of anti-Semites want to say that the European Jews who moved to Israel are not actually Jewish. They're actually descended from the Khazars that we talked about briefly a couple weeks ago, right? That they're not actual Jews. Because if they are the actual descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, how can you say they do not have an indigenous right to establish a state? We won't go on in great details about it, but another example would be the United Nations voted to make it a country. I mean, you have like a democratic vote of the rest of the world, and they said, let's make it a country. Now, the United Nations is not necessarily the best arbiter of world morality, but in Achiname, you have a vote from the world. Let's make this a country. And third, this is probably the most obvious, Israel wins its territory by right of conquest. Right? Every country in the world basically exists because there are people who are stronger than their neighbors who said, this is going to be our country. And they took it. And nobody is like complaining to, I don't know, Switzerland or France or Namibia, hey, you guys fought a war against neighbors and won. That's not right. You're supposed to give up. Right? It's not like some kind of international yoga where someone blows a shofar and everyone has to go back to their houses. But Israel won its right to be a state in so many different ways. However, this idea of anti-Zionism says it is an illegitimate state. We're not going to look at any other country and apply the same standards to any other country, including this great country too. And that's why they frequently, in the anti-Zionist literature, they won't even use the word Israel. Even the word is illegitimate. They'll call it the Zionist entity. Yeah. Well, Palestine is an interesting question because it's a geographic marker, right? It was originally coined by the Emperor Hadrian in an attempt to wipe out the name Judea after the Bar Kokhba revolt. He wanted to remove all references to Jews. He renamed Jerusalem Isla Capitolina after himself, incidentally, and he renamed the whole territory Palestina. There are some references to the people living in this land called Palestinians, but it's probably more like Phoenicians. But be that as it may, that became the geographic name, right? Like, how long has this neighborhood been called Queens? Maybe 200 years. And before that, this place had probably some Native American name. But it's still the same place. It's still Queens. It's not an illegitimate thing. If we were to use the Native American name, that would actually, name it earlier. Before the Native Americans, I don't know if there was an earlier name, but they're just like placeholders. But to say that Israel doesn't even have right to its own name is just, taking another step. And they call it a, illegitimate primarily because it's settler colonialist, which are once again totally ignores the idea that Jews have been maintaining a constant presence in Israel since the beginning. And also, it's the same people who are coming back. And also, by the way, more than half of the people living in Israel are not even Europeans. They're Jews who come from largely Muslim lands that were expelled after 1948. So they have all these bizarre thinking to say that Israel itself, unlike any other country in the world, is fundamentally illegitimate. So that's like the illogical part of being anti-Zionist. You can, I think, legitimately say, I don't believe in Zionism as an appropriate, political plan. I don't believe that Zionism should be the goal of Jewish people around the world. You can say all kinds of things like that, and many Jews did, and there was some minority of Jews, like the Neturei Karta, still do. But to say that the state is illegitimate is fundamentally contradicting any view you might have over any legitimate state. I mean, otherwise you have to say that no state is legitimate. Yeah, you follow me, Mr. Ram? Okay, now look at the second point. Since Israel is an illegitimate state, then erasing this historical anomaly is justified by any means. The slogan is resistance by any means. And that means including terrorism and even sexual violence. That people would say, yes, because Israel is illegitimate, then anything we do to wipe out Israel is also okay. And again, you can't apply that standard to any country in the world. Supporters of the state, which means Jews, are legitimate targets. Like it's okay to protest at synagogues in America if you dislike Israel, because the Jews are an extension of Israel. That's the logic of it. It sounds a lot more like simple anti-Semitism, right? I hate Jews, and this is a new way for me to express it. Oh, and by the way, I'm totally excluding people who dislike a particular government in Israel or a government policy in Israel. Basically, half of Israelis don't like the current government, and that's pretty much true for every day of Israel's existence since 1948. That Israel is a democracy. It is a vigorous democracy with very, very, very opinionated people all across the spectrum. But that's not the same as being anti-Zionist. Like, for example, right now, Democrats are in power, and you can be incredibly mad about that if you're a Republican. You could be incredibly anti-Democrat, anti-government, but it does not mean that you're anti-American. You still believe in the overall endeavor, you just disagree with this particular political moment. That's not illegitimate at all. That's just normal democracy. Are you still with me? Okay. I want to hear objections. Test my argument.
I don't know. I can only still my nose. I think it is just like Twitter, online, whatever. But I feel like at the moment it's not as hand in hand as what you're projecting. Yeah, I feel like there's still a little bit of when people hate Zionists, but they still join that line.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of people, especially young people, that are not so. I'm sorry.
You're not so well educated.
Yeah, they don't really think about what these things mean. They'll say, I don't like what Israel is doing in Lebanon and Gaza, things like that. And that's a political opinion. Everybody's entitled to have that. But to go from there and say, I therefore believe that Israel does not have a right to exist, from the river to the sea, right? That's not an acceptable thought that people should apply to any country. Like, here we are in America. This is overwhelmingly, explicitly a settler colonialist country. But I don't see people paying reparations even to African American slaves we brought here. Forget about reparations to Native Americans. It's just there's an inconsistency there. And the inconsistency is where it becomes Jew hatred. I think a lot of people don't realize they're being inconsistent about this, and that makes them susceptible to a level of Jew hatred. Please. Remind me your last name, Mr. Hoshaya.
There are some reparations that are being given back to both the Native Americans and the African American communities.
Tokens of tiny amounts. Canada goes really far with that. I gave a lecture in British Columbia a while ago, and before every lecture, they get up and they make us, every person, like the person who introduced me and all kinds of people said, we are going to acknowledge that this university is built on the lands of, and they rattle off a whole number of what they call First Nations people. It's impressive, but it's just a token. They're just saying words. Nobody's like giving you a ton of money. Mr. Groves.
So the one to echo I've seen quite a few. It's usually, I think it's usually progressive and leftist agendas. They give not just Israel, but saying, we're on stolen land, etc., etc. But again, like you said, if you apply that principle to the rest of the world, you go back far enough in history, you'll always find wars rearranged, people conquer land. Sometimes not so.
More often than not, that's
yeah, many more crimes along the way, but the winner is history, right? So we see what happens. That's one,
and also they're not like if they're saying like America is so awful for taking away the land away from the Native Americans. So are they like protesting in front of Capitol Hill? Are they like massing demonstrations? American flag on the hill for the anthem, right? But they're doing it in the context of anti-Israel rallies. But it's not the rest of the world. By the way, even the Arab world, even in places like Iran, they look at this and they cannot figure this out. They say like, what is wrong with you people? We all want to live in America. We want to live in a democratic society. We're having such a difficult time here. Like if you see these great videos where the things the Iranians do, it's so crude. They will paint a big Israeli flag on the street, and they want people to walk on it. It's a sign of disrespect. And they take like drone footage, and the Iranians will like walk around it. They don't want to walk on the Israeli flag. It's so bizarre. Okay, this is your second.
I was going to say is my first point, the fact that Israel is a legitimate state. I think an important extension of this, which is where it becomes anti-Zionism. Again, if you said somebody hold political belief, even a political belief that Israel is a legitimate state is wrong. However, when it becomes anti-Zionism, is when you say Jews are not granted the right to have their own home.
Yeah,
I think that's a very important extension.
I think that's a very good way to say it, right? Like, why should Palestinians can have the right to self-determination? Why can't Jews have the right to self-determination? Right? Why are Jews somehow excluded from this really basic idea? That's also when you get to the point where you're saying, yeah, I can see that your thinking is not clear on this, and it shades over into another excuse to hate Jews.
Furthermore, one last one is I think that you mentioned this earlier, is when the political actions of we might call it really secular government Jews are being held accountable for those.
Yes.
That's where you're crossing another line of not just anti-Zionism, but anti-Semitism. When any time a Jew is held responsible for anything the Israeli government does. Right. And this is even understandable to the extent of why, let's say, so like I said, well, to regard to a very extreme example, but why certain people, certain variety groups that didn't support the state of Israel for the longest time was they were able to make the distinction. So this is our holy land. We need to live on it and be grateful to those who fight on behalf of us, but we don't necessarily support the Israeli secular government.
Yeah.
The other people in America and around the world, they're not making such that.
It's too complex.
And they don't necessarily think critically, history, as a result, whether it's subtle or whether it's obvious, they subsequently blame Jews and hold them accountable for any actions of the Israeli government.
You're absolutely right. You're second, we can have a third point on mistake, Mr. Rubin. But it reminds me of a joke that, how does that joke, like what you're saying about how somehow all Jews from diaspora are immediately implicated in the decisions of the Israeli government. Whether you're pro Netanyahu or anti-Netanyahu, it doesn't matter. If you're Jewish, you're lumped in there, and that's like definitely an anti-Semitic kind of attitude. How does the joke goes? The joke goes, two guys meet in the street, and one guy says to them, "What's your name?" and he says, my name is Kim, and he slaps him across the face. And he says, that's for Pearl Harbor. And Kim says, what are you talking about? I'm Korean, not Japanese. And then the Korean guy says to the Jewish guy, what's your name? He says, Steinberg. And so Kim slaps Steinberg over the face and he says, that's for the Titanic. And he says, what are you talking about? The Titanic had an iceberg. He said, iceberg, Steinberg, what's the difference? It's kind of a stupid dad joke. Okay, Mr. Rubin, then I want to go to the third point, and we got to get to the medieval period.
Right, at this point, it points out about the situation where people couldn't conflate two, which is that when QP has their rallies, you got to be done with the Jewish rallies, you got to and also, apparently nobody cared about this land until the other Jews were taken. Compared to 136, it was right before the state was established.
Yeah, well, I think we can get into the weeds with some of those points, but you're right. There seems like nobody is protesting the horrible things happening in Darfur or the Uyghurs in China, things like that. This is a double standard that Jews are news.
And even when Christians support it, they get a 2,000 people support it. That's when Jews support it, they get a 2,000.
Yeah, right. Let's do the third point here. And this is an interesting one that's difficult. That's very different from the other periods as well. The participation of Jews in anti-Zionism, I should have added it, is regarded as proof of its validity. Meaning you see over and over again that there's somehow Jews are put at the front of these rallies, Jewish Voice for Peace and Not in My Name and all kinds of organizations. And I really wonder how large the phenomenon is, but it's very, very pronounced. I do not believe there are that many Jews who are willing to go this far, but those Jews who are immediately pushed to the front of the line, as if to say, we're not anti-Semites. Look, here's our good Jews.
No kindness to the wrongdoing.
So check this out here. This is something that happened May 8th, which I just thought was so bizarre, but it sort of pictured the whole thing. This is a press conference at the Capitol, and you can see there's quite a few Democratic politicians. Tlaib, who is a Palestinian member of Congress, everyone Matthias and so on, and then there's this Jewish sophomore from George Washington University, her name's Miriam, and you can actually look this up and listen to her speak, and you see the smiles on the faces, everyone's so happy that they're applauding her and so on. She says that she was so grateful to be part of the encampment at the George Washington Quad, which they renamed Shahada Square. And the reason why she's been so happy there is because, get this, when she was growing up, she never had access to an anti-Zionist synagogue. And, obviously she didn't live in Williamsburg, but otherwise, there's no such thing as an anti-Zionist synagogue. There are synagogues which are maybe cooler to Zionism, maybe more already cooler to it, but you'll really find really extreme people who are anti-Zionist, right? So, as if that existed. And then she said while she was there, a Jewish rabbi came with a Torah scroll on Shabbos and heard that she had never had her bat mitzvah, so she gave her a bat mitzvah right there in Shahada Square. I mean, there's so many things wrong with this story. I don't know where to start, but it definitely involves a deep, deep level of Jewish ignorance. And that's what we got to work on, I think. Here is a picture from Shahada Square. They renamed it to Martyr Square because the word Shahada means to do. It's a suicide bomber. Right? The Shahada is one of the great statements which one says when people converts to Islam, but it's also the rallying cry of people who blow themselves up and others. It happens to be this phrase here is the Shahada in Arabic, and it is the emblem of the Hamas logo. It is all about Shahada. As you can see here, flags, that's what we're talking about here. So this is a weird thing that is an element of this market. So that's why I'd like to suggest that we're in a new period of the evolution of anti-Semitic hatred. We're in a new period of the evolution of this kind of hatred. It has a lot of features which are different from what we've seen before, and we're just at the beginning of it. But it is this inconsistency, this idea that Israel has to live up to a different standard than any other nation in the world, and Jews are implicated in Israel, whether they live there, whether they're citizens or not. It's essentially at the root of this new kind of anti-Semitism. It sort of hides behind the term anti-Zionism, which again, I'll grant Mr. Ram, there is like a vanishingly small possibility for a person to be an anti-Zionist without hating Jews, but it's remarkably thin. And that's it. Mr. Rubin.
The meaning of church is the great statement of witness. So, and like they're witnessing the end times, so I believe.
Yeah, they're also giving witness. They
are the witness to the end times.
Okay, any last debate? Then we got to go to the medieval period.
Okay, just wondering. There's only data that showing that there's an increasing decrease in number of Jews who are leaving these anti-Zionists.
I have not found any data like that. I'd be really, really interested to see, but I have not seen anyone report it.
If it's several of Israel, I don't know. It's possible to see, see a reason to unify. So a lot of types of do that, but also at the same time,
If you can just imagine for yourself, like my son is at Stony Brook University because he's a marine biology major. We got a very good marine biology major here, and he's like basically all alone, and like the atmosphere there is so overwhelmingly anti-Israel. He finds it it's tremendously off. Like it's easier if you're a Jew living on your own like that. It's much easier to kind of go over and like get social acceptance, get social validation. And anyways, more to say about it in another context. But we got to know now to the medieval period. So we've had a very quick review of the whole scope of anti-Semitism. We're going to zoom in on the bizarre period of the medieval era. And the most prominent expression of this is the incredibly weird blood libel, which, and I will get to this. This map here shows you the spread of blood libel charges. It is related to a slightly different charge. It originates from a slightly different charge called ritual murder. The charge of ritual murder first came up here in Norwich in the year 1144. You can see here the two numbers here means that it came up in the 12th century and in the 13th century. And basically what happened is sort of typical for a lot of these ritual murder blood libel charges is Rahman al-Islam. Unfortunately, a young child is found brutally murdered, sometimes sexually abused. This is unfortunately an aspect of the human condition that persists into the 21st century. There are people who are predators who pursue children and take their lives. It's a terrible thing, obviously. So a body will be found, and then the population of a given village will be up in arms for obvious reasons, and they will look for a victim. In the case of young William of Norwich in 1144, the first incidence of this, historians have more or less settled on the strong possibility that he was actually murdered by a lower church figure. Jack the Ripper is also in this kind of family things a little bit later, but in the 12th century, there was a lower level deacon who was likely the one who murdered him. But
the framed Jews or just
originally, the Jews were not even implicated. But there's an amazing book written about this. I forget the title of it. I think it's the William of Norwich or something. But about a year later, in the context of a debt that had to be paid, a petty nobleman, the petty nobleman in court essentially said, "Oh, why are you coming after me when it was the Jews who killed young William?" And all of a sudden, everyone's judicial attention was like shifted, saying, "What? The Jews did it?" And then there was the huge outcry and the attacks on the Jews and so on that essentially followed afterwards. Being very, very tenuous attachment a year later by someone who was in trouble with the law and essentially points fingers at the Jews in an unrelated situation, and that was sufficient to get the population riled up against them. We even have cases of the blood libel where you don't even have a body, where there's no child reported missing. In the case in the city of Blois, hard to say it in English, Blois, B-L-O-I-S, French. Can you imagine living in a place called Blois? Where are you from? Blois. Are you all right? Okay. But in the case of Blois, and this is something that Rabbeinu Tam even wrote about, in the year 1171, a Christian peasant saw a Jew adjusting the pack on the back of his donkey. He apparently was carrying some skins, like recently treated hides of animals, and the Christian peasant believed that he was transporting body, a child. No child was reported missing. No body was ever found, and yet the Jewish community was immediately attacked and accused of a ritual murder. By the way, distinction between ritual murder and blood libel. In the case of William of Norwich and a few of the early charges, it wasn't that the Jews wanted to kill them for their blood. It was a much more religious motivation that, and this is especially associated with Passover and Easter time, that the Jews, since they believe that the Jews hate Christians so much, then what Jews really want to do is they want to reenact the crucifixion of the founder of Christianity. And, they could do that with a regular guy, but they want to find someone who is comparable in his innocence. And so to do that, you've got to get a child, right? So you find a child, and then that's why a lot of the depictions of it show that they're going through a complicated ritual of actually circumcising the child, primarily because the founder of Christianity was also circumcised. And in that context, then they murder him. That's when it's called ritual murder. Very early on, this additional element was added that, they want his blood. Typically, this happens in the springtime because of the mysterious rituals that Jews are doing, cleaning out all their kitchens, keeping their water guarded, all kinds of mysterious things with the matzah baking. And so a lot of people believe that the Jews needed the blood as an ingredient for the matzah. And for all of us here, of course, who have eaten matzah, it wouldn't hurt to have a little bit of flavoring in there, but I don't think Christian blood is the right thing. But anyways, this new idea, when you never had this blood libel before 1144, it suddenly becomes an obsession, a mania. And you look at all of Europe, it just spreads through everywhere, including many, many examples of it in the 1800s. The Nazis make a big party of it as well and constantly talk about it, but it just becomes this obsession with most of Europe, this idea that, Jews do this. And in all cases, there's never any evidence that any of it ever happened. But there is sufficient evidence to get people riled up and attack the Jews, and a pogrom typically follows after that. Okay. Here is a case of a very, very influential blood libel associated with a child named Simon of Trent. It's in the northern Italian peninsula. And in 1479, child was found murdered. And this whole story developed that the Jews, you can see they're labeled with the ruel, the round badge, which was forced upon Jews in the year 1215. Jewish badge. See, some of them have the Jewish hat. And by the way, these little things are sort of like titles with names. This guy's name is Moises, right? Moses, Tobias, so on. And then underneath, which I haven't included here, there's a whole text, so a description of what's going on here. And they're all performing, they have it in a cruciform posture to mimic the crucifixion. They're performing the wounds that are specifically described in the New Testament. The circumcision I mentioned, collecting the blood in a pan. Here is the woman with the string. She looks like a Havdalah candle and some instruments of torture, pins and things. She's helping the guys out like that. And these kinds of depictions were all over Europe. People were obsessed with it. So many examples. Simon of Trent, was incidentally beatified as a saint, as a martyr saint, even though it's important to note that the church, the upper church, including the popes, were constantly telling the population, it's not true. Don't believe it. It's a crazy idea. Jews would go to the popes and say, can you please help us out here? Because they're attacking us for these crazy ideas. But the lower clergy, who were typically illiterate and often could not even make out the title of what the popes were writing to them, would be fomenting these ideas and spreading them throughout Europe. This is a picture that shows Beatus Simon Martyr, Saint Simon the Martyr. Shows him all decked out. He's strangled. There's typically a Christian accomplice involved who does that part. Body parts of children. Like it's got a tenuous little connection to religion, but it's obviously much more kind of violent, pornographic in nature. That's where the kind of part of the brain that is turned on by this is very different from the religious arguments that we saw earlier. Cheers.
You can also see the survey was the fact they didn't just convict the single person that they found.
Yeah.
I think you're doing
No, the whole community.
No, the whole community.
Yeah. And again, no body sometimes, no child missing. You're absolutely right. Now, there is a related charge that was especially important in Spain, the host desecration. This is a fascinating kind of like connection to it. In Catholic ritual, around this time, they developed a new ideology, something called the doctrine of transubstantiation, which basically argues that the body of the Savior is transformed into a wafer or a small cube of bread is in the Eastern Church. And that what good Catholics are supposed to do is they're supposed to confess their sins, receive absolution, and then literally consume the body of the Savior as a religious act. When you think about it, it sounds pretty strange. I never really understood why people would want to do exactly that, but it is a very holy thing. It's one of the sacraments. They call it communion. So here's the thing. If the notion of the Blood Bible is that the Jews hate Christians and hate Christianity, I want to reenact the crucifixion. Then, and if you say that the wafer is literally the body of the Savior, meaning it's not like a symbol, it's the actual thing. That was the doctrine of transubstantiation. Then doesn't it make sense that Jews would also want to do the same thing to the wafers? And that's this charge. The wafers, by the way, are called the host, maybe because it hosts something like that. So here's an example from I forgot the name of the place. I was there. It's not too far from here. Anyways, here we go. It's like kind of a useful sort of cartoon version, so we can see it all playing out. Here is a typical host desecration story. You have a Christian accomplice here. He goes into the church and he steals the wafers. You see the round host here. He's kind of looking over his shoulder to say, aha, nobody's watching. He steals them. He brings them then to the Jews. You can see they're Jews because they have the luau here. And he offers them, and the Jews take a money bag and they pay for the host. They then take the host back to the synagogue, and here you can see the artist is obviously unfamiliar with Hebrew lettering, who looks like what he thinks sort of looks like Hebrew up here on the windows, and the Jews torture the host and it miraculously bleeds. Then, and so this is something the church actually liked it because it reinforced the whole idea of transubstantiation and proved it. If the Jews wanted to persecute it, that meant it really was true. Then there's a policeman comes through and says, hey, what is going on in here? And this Jew says, quick, hide the evidence. They take the wafers to an oven. They throw the wafers into the oven to destroy the evidence. And inside the form of a beatific child appears. And doves fly out, and they're caught by waiting angels. Way more miracles associated with this particular thing. But then all of this stuff is kind of like, imaginary. The following parts, unfortunately, are not. The police break in and they arrest the Jews. They behead some of them. You can see the Jewish hat there. They torture others. They set them on fire. The Christian accomplice is taken away for further punishment. And then the synagogue is rededicated as a church. And that's a typical post-desecration story. And that is almost even more popular than the bloodline version. And when you look at this map that shows you the spread of post-desecrations, it's especially known in Catholic countries for reasons that I'm not entirely sure of, probably because France expelled its Jews in 1182 and then again in 1306 and 1394. France seemed to be fairly clear of them, largely because they kicked all their Jews out. But Spain had a good number of them, and they were really quite significant. And they were right on the verge of the expulsion in the 15th century. So the post-desecration much more significant, especially for Spain. So to conclude, I just want to bring this up. We did speak about contemporary Jew hatred quite a bit when we looked at anti-Zionism and tried to figure out what that is. Is that a new form of anti-Semitism? But we should remember that even though the general trends of Jew hatred change over time, there are very clear elements which are regularly reawakened. And I saw this image. This is from March 26, 2020. And as you can see, this is a very well-known Italian Catholic artist, Giovanni Gasparo, who was especially known for his hyper-realistic works. Like he paints all kinds of scenes from the New Testament in a style that is like almost photographic in its verisimilitude, but also very borrowed from artistic talent. So, and they have this image which was painted in 2020. 2020. It was like AI before AI. Yeah, before AI, and it's better than AI. So you have these really sad cherubs who are flying around saying, "Oh, how terrible! Young Simon is being tortured." And look at the faces on the people here. They are so obviously stereotypically Jewish, and they're also incredibly negative. I mean, the physiognomies are so ugly. Just in case you missed it, there's a menorah. This guy here. No, I'm not sure who it is. Some, sort of. I don't know if that's supposed to. I don't know how to read this image accurately. You see the payas, which would be unlikely at this time. This is, by the way, the same child, Sandra Trent, that was depicted earlier. It's the same story that he's telling, and horrific gashes to the body and things like that, and collecting the blood. Right, 2020, collecting the blood, the same deal. A totally modern version of it, and unfortunately, as my father used to like to say, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. The more changes, the more it stays the same. We're still dealing with these awful things. Okay, we will have to pick up when I return to look at the period of the expulsion. So not looking at the Spanish expulsion, because that will spend a lot more time on. Any last arguments, objections, questions, debates? Yes, I'll try.
So you should have also nowadays with like moving the Passion of Christ, things like that. Is that also the same thing, or is that?
It definitely is. That particular film borrows from the sort of fever dream of a particular medieval nun who used to have these visions of the Last Passion, and it was reenacted. It was very popular in literary form for much of the Middle Ages, and it was brought to life just like Gasparo's art was. Es ist gut zu sein hier. We still have But this is the nature of our tradition. Okay, Rabbi Rothschild, thank you very much for learning with me. Thank you once again, Mr. Mandel, for this microphone. I hope this turns out well, and look forward to learning with you on my return. Okay, let's jump ahead. This is the class page, talking a lot about anti-Semitism. And we went through a whole bunch of stuff on how the Jewish community was organized as well at the beginning. Mr. Ram, I have to say, our conversation about the fifth period of anti-Semitism as a time of I've been meditating on that so often. Your questions were so profound that I'm really going to have to do a little bit more writing to articulate what I think about the answers to those questions. So I appreciate people are pushing me on it. Here we go. Jump ahead some of the things that I'm thinking at home. So remember, all this lecture is fantastic, right? The last thing we have to talk about before we get back to Spain specifically, we did this too, right? We did the host desperation. So it's a little cartoon, right? Okay. And so let's go through the cartoon. That's the joke. Yeah. That's the joke. Okay, and we talked about this 20th century, right? The last thing I did was a Black Death discussion, which I don't think we did. Okay, so just to make things much worse, did we talk about expulsions? Well, no. Okay, yeah, so we're going to do the Black Death as well, which I think is right after it, yeah. Okay, so this is one of the ways that the anti-Semitism expressed in Europe at this time is through an incredible wave of expulsions. There's like this fascination with trying to make territories Judenrein, not only for sort of religious, ideological reasons, the idea of making purity of the state with everyone there all in the same Catholic faith, but also for economic reasons. Because as we discussed previously, Jews are involved in a lot of financial activities, especially something called usury, which is a sort of nasty word for money lending. Usury is an essential aspect of any modernizing economy, especially for this period we're looking at 12th, 13th century, where you just can't buy anything if you're limited to the kind of contours of an agricultural economy, right? You buy all your seed, that's a big investment, you put it in the ground, and then you gotta wait. You wait till the harvest comes, then you sell the harvest. There's all kinds of money. That's fantastic. What happens, however, if you have unseen expenses like a wedding or something? What happens if there's a bad year in the crops? The economy is just not going to develop very fast unless there's access to credit to help people pass that kind of dip in resources or to be able to invest in any kind of growing business. So that's why credit is so huge. And Jews were, for reason of church law, the only people who were legally allowed to lend money on credit. Did you know that at all? Yeah, okay. So there's so many more complications here involved. But what always happens is that the Jews would rack up a significant amount of debt. And don't forget, by the way, at this point, Jews are really the only people who are dealing with cash money in these economies. Everyone else is like saying, I will trade you 2 bushels of weeds for that rabbit you just caught, things like that. It's a barter economy, very, very primitive, but Jews are dealing with actual currency and precious metals and things like that. So if you are a powerful figure, a king, a nobleman, things like that, you want the Jews to be in your community so you can tax them directly. However, if you borrow from the Jews yourself, which frequently happens, then the nobility would say, hey, I think it's just easier, more expedient for me to simply expel these people to whom I owe money, and therefore my debt is clear. That is a fast, easy way to clear your debt. But then what happens 10 years later? You cleared your debt because you got rid of the Jews to whom you owe money, and then what happens 10 years later? You can't borrow any more money, right? It's like saying, I cut up my credit cards, I got rid of them. Uh-oh, now I want to go to Tahiti. How am I going to do it? I don't have anyone to borrow credit to buy my ticket to Tahiti. So the Jews will be invited back. And as you can see in France, for example, they're expelled 5 times in the space of just over 100 years. It's just pretty little more than 100 years. Because they're kicked out because either the nobility has invested too much in them and has too much of a debt load, or there's enough popular resentment at small-time money lending, and the nobleman says, well, if I don't expel the Jews, I'm going to have a revolution on my hands, so kick out the Jews makes everybody happy for a very brief period of time. In some cases, the kingdom discovers that expelling Jews with the advanced intention to reinvite them and charge them immigration fees proves to be a great moneymaker. You know, you say, okay, we're going to expel you from France, which they did in the 14th century, but if you want to come back, you have to pay 20,000 AU when you return and 7,000 every year that you're here. And it's like it's a real fundraiser. So it's once again, are they allowed to keep the property? Sometimes, sometimes not. How is the future loans given to them? Yes, based on future loans. That's right, because they're the only source of credit, only legal source of credit. Christians are also lending money to each other illegally. And this doesn't change until the 15th century when the Italians basically did this ridiculous, and they set up a legal form of low interest rate mortgage. Until the 15th century, you can either go to the Christian loan shark, so you can go to the Jews. And what is also ironic that when the Italians eventually set up these banks called the Monte di Pieta, the mountains of piety they were called, which were like 6% interest rate on average, most wealthier Italians preferred to still borrow money from Jews. And part of the reason historians think this is so is because when you dealt with the Jews, you didn't have to because the Monte di Pieta were a church-based institution, you didn't have to give your whole financial history and why you're borrowing the money and things like that. If you had debts as you were engaged in something that the church didn't approve of, you didn't have to promote. The Jews didn't care, but the church would, and you would have to disclose it. So it's still a very, very financially rewarding thing to do to expel the Jews, at least temporarily. Yes, Mr. Rothschild. So where did the Jews not independently wealthy on their own. In fact, most Jews were still really just barely above peasants, but they're dealing with cash currency. It's like they're the only people who know how to work with crypto, right? And they're the ones who are, nobody else has it. And also, they're the only ones that are allowed to lend money and charge interest. Nobody else is allowed to do so until the 15th century. Okay, so the last thing I want to talk about here in this context, try to give you the example. So what changes? This is actually a representation of the expulsion of the Jews from France in 1182 by Philip the Pious. And you can see here's the king, and he's got his gesture is great. Get these Jews out of here. And these are the Jews. You can see they're going to go to the well that helps us identify them as Jews, and they're all being marched out of France, but they are invited back repeatedly. The church is definitely in favor of this. There is ideas in the church saying, yes, this is a great thing. We're going to make our societies much more ideologically pure, and we'll be rid of the irritating reminder constantly that there are other faiths that disagree with us, and especially older faiths. Judaism is the important one here. I talked a little bit about the debt load and mobility and the popular hostility that was sometimes transformed from resentment of Jews for money lending into blood libel. But what I really want to talk about now, the greatest one, of course, is in Spain, which I'm going to spend a lot more time talking about shortly. But I want to get to the Black Death. There you go. So this is the last major event of the period of anti-Semitism that I'll focus on. And we're going to look more at Spain and specifically the disputations leading to the 1391 promise. In 1347, some boats land on the shores of Italy carrying rats, which are themselves host to a particular bacillus that causes a horrible contagion among humans called bubonic plague. The word bubonic refers to these massive tennis ball sized swellings called buboes that would appear in lymph glands like in your neck or in your armpits or in your groin. And it was an incredibly painful and highly lethal contagion that wiped out somewhere in the neighborhood of 1/3 of Europe's population. It spread like wildfire. People didn't know what they were doing. They were thinking, it's cleaner for us to live in the cities, and that actually was an urban penalty because it spread faster. It's cleaner for us to live over here, over there. Many people felt that it was a punishment from God, and so a whole series of fanatical movements started up. We don't see this happening in the Jewish world, but it's huge in the Christian world, including a movement called the Flagellants, who are people who walk around with their chest bare, holding these small whips and whipping themselves. To flagellate means to whip. Whipping themselves to, atone for their sins so that this contagion would be moved. Much more popular was not to whip yourselves, but to whip the Jews, because the Jews were held to blame for this horrible contagion that lasted for about 4 years and ebbed from Italy through the entire population of Europe. Only parts of Scotland and Norway, Finland were really spared. But it was like people would be alive one day and then 2-3 days later they'd be dead. It was awful. Here's one example. 200 years later, Peter the Elder, the Triumph von die Dudes, I love the way it sounds like it's Dutch, the triumph of the death. And you can see these scenes depicting all these skeletal figures collecting bodies, forcing them off into coffins, like these long coffins here. This is horrific kind of images all over the place in the Ottoman period. Close up here because some of these so bizarre, hurting the coffins, nasty. Now, Jews were frequently held to blame for the Black Death. And one of the most contagious ideologies was the idea that Jews had poisoned the well waters, the aquifers of Europe, largely through some kind of alliance with lepers that they had taken. Leprosy is called Hunter's disease, something like that. Hunter's disease, something like that. It's a really awful, disfiguring kind of contagion, but it's actually, I shouldn't call it contagion, it's a disease. It's not especially contagious, but it looks so weird that people are afraid of it, where it causes gangrene to appear in the extremities, hands, feet, things like that. And then, people lose the ability to control their fingers, and eventually their fingers fall off. It's really nasty kind of stuff, all extremities, nose, ears, stuff like that. So the idea was that Jews, Hansen's disease, thank you. The idea was that Jews somehow made a pact with the lepers, collected up their nasty body parts, and then would dump them in the aquifers of Europe. So here you can see one representation. This is in English from, I think, 1569. Yes, 1569 in English. Here's a representation of a Jew. The representation is kind of weird because by this period, Jews have been kicked out of England since 1290, so almost 300 years. No Jews is setting foot there legally. There were some Sephardic Jews there living as Portuguese, however. And here he is, and he is got this turban there. There's the victim of a blood libel thrown in here, and he's got this sachet, some kind of like pocket of poison that he's putting into the well. And while this is happening, a demon spins up out of the water. You can see kind of spinny motif here, and urinates back into it. Horrible poison that then, spreads to all over Europe. Here is a close-up of the next page of this text, which I kind of like the way it reads. So, right, you can see here, a great infection throughout all Europe. By reason the water in the wells was poisoned. Right? They allied themselves in concert with various lepers by Sicores, and means they made an ointment for the confederation of the blood of man's brine, composed with certain heinous herbs, things like that is really true. And that's venomous, maybe venomous, so very good, thank you. Good metal English. So this is the way it ends up, of course, is through public burnings. This is in Strasbourg, where they had a very nasty burning of several thousand Jews, because the Jews were blamed for the contagion as a whole. All this is happening in the 14th century. Now you got to think a little bit about the dates. 1349 is the burning of the Jews in Strasbourg. The Black Death adventure sort of peters out by 1352, but there's this tremendous labor shortage, so they've lost so much of the population. A tremendous kind of like agony of what did God want from us? What did God give this to us? And the Jews are the most convenient scapegoat. That takes us up to 1391, which is a turning point in Spanish Jewish history in particular. But let us just do one last detail here, looking at the disputations, because it's impossible for us to understand the eventual expulsion without them. The disputations were something that originated in the early 13th century by one particular Jew named Nicholas Donin, who was, you see this habitat, this phenomenon over and over again. You have these renegade Jews who convert to Christianity, and it's not enough that they have abandoned their ancestral faith. They also feel a specific desire to spend the rest of their lives attacking Judaism. They make it their career. They are advantaged in this because they have at least minimal Hebrew. They have some familiarity with Jewish texts, and that's something that most Christians, even Christian priests, do not have. And so these guys present themselves as Jewish experts, and they make a living out of it. They get huge perks from the church, living expenses and prestige and so on. And these kinds of individuals have actually plagued Jewish history for centuries. We have them up to our own day as well, and obviously a much more secular vein, but it is a very old trope in Jewish history that there are Jews who leave Judaism and then spend the rest of their life turned around hating on Judaism. Sometimes I like to call them, I jumped over the convent wall, except they jumped into the convent as opposed to out of the convent. So this guy, Nicholas Donin, says to Pope Innocent III, so ironically, that, hey, you know why you're having so much difficulty converting the Jews to Christianity? It's because you didn't realize this, I realized Mr. Pope, but the Jews have this whole other book that you know nothing about. It's called the Gemara, or the Talmud, and it has so much information about it, including blasphemies against the founder of Christianity. It has all kinds of, alternate teachings that you don't read in the Bible and stuff like that. And I'm telling you, all you got to do is you have to attack the Talmud and get that away from the Jews, and then the Jews will eventually convert. And Nicholas Innocent III says, great idea. What ends up happening is they gather up the Talmud. There's a disputation in the middle of it. He, by the way, is a failed yeshiva student. He left the yeshiva of Paris, and he challenged his old rebbeim to a public debate sponsored by the church. These debates are called disputations, and they were like forced affairs where Jews would have to defend themselves in front of an overwhelmingly Christian audience with very limited, ability to speak their mind and to cite their text appropriately. They certainly weren't allowed to attack Christianity in a debate. They had to just defend against the things which are usually put forth by this renegade to Christianity from Judaism. At the end of this debate, the church says absolutely horrific. I can't believe the Talmud has these awful things in it. And what ends up happening is 24 wagon loads of Talmuds are gathered up, hugely precious manuscripts, and burned publicly. That's the awful thing. Here you can see an equal representation of the debate. The Jews here are shown with the horned hats, and you can see they've got these conservative looks on their faces as they're trying to see what's the correct answer to these questions. Christianity here is shown as the Dominican friars, and they've got their book is open, right? Everybody can see what's written there, and they've got these gestures, which are kind of like aggressive pointing gestures, saying, "Hey, you don't get it, understand it." And one of the really, there's a lot to say about the disputation, it's fascinating, but one of the arguments that was so important to the Christians is the idea that the truth of Christianity is proved in Jewish sources. Meaning, if you read the Hebrew scriptures, Tanakh, you will absolutely have to become a Christian. And they'll find all these specific quotations, say, look at this, read this, it's so clear. And the Jews will come back and say, what are you talking about? We read this, we see something totally different. And what Donin added to this was he said, not only in Tanakh, but also in the Talmud, which of course was codified hundreds of years after the foundation of Christianity. He wanted to argue that the Talmud actually proved Christianity, which is a pretty crazy kind of thing to say, but anyway, you can't win these debates. You know, the Jews always lose. The most important of the debates, without a doubt, is the one that was conducted in 1263 in Barcelona by the Rambam. Yes, please. Why would they burn it? Oh, because they felt it was horribly contaminated. Well, I should tell you two things. The first thing is, you just have to accept it as a davar yadua, as a given, that anti-Semitism does not make sense. It doesn't. You can only make it rational to a certain point, and then it breaks down, but you don't. Anti-Semites don't need it to be rational. They just need enough that they can hang on to. So that's the first rule, is that as a cloud throughout anti-Semitism. But secondly, they believed that it was horribly contaminated, and they had to get rid of it completely so that Jews wouldn't be infected by it. Later on, they would say, okay, the Talmud is acceptable, because maybe it does prove the truth of Christianity, but we've got to get rid of these specific parts. So the church got very interested in training priests to read Aramaic, go through the Talmud, and excavate huge chunks of the Talmud, which is why we need, like Yemenite manuscripts that were not interfered with by the church, and other older manuscripts to try to figure out what's missing and what was changed. Mr. Gross.
Is it possible that this asking that they're saying you don't prove it, you don't it's great, you think it's ridiculous, but even your own people say that Christianity should be.
Exactly. That's a
it's not because what they just want, it was just proof that whether it's for that, it was support for that.
Yeah, exactly. They want, that is the strongest proof. And they say, hey, from your own texts, you can see that we are right. So that's part of the circular logic. The disputation of 1263 was an outlier in some ways, because in this particular debate, the king, John of Aragon, at this particular time, he actually had a relationship with the Ramban. He knew him. The Ramban was already in his 60s. He was a senior leader. He was, the great lion of Spain. He was not a schlepper by any ways. He was someone who really knew the sources very well. And when he was challenged by Pablo de Christiani, another convert from Judaism to Christianity, can you imagine, let's say a guy in 11th grade at an Orthodox day school decides to challenge the Rosh Yeshiva to a debate, right? It was like, how is it possible that you think that you would have the command of the sources? But that's the way most of these debates went, because most of these guys who jumped over and became Christians really did so at a young age with a very limited understanding of Judaism and so on. And that's exactly what happened in Barcelona. Here you can see, by the way, is a comic version, a graphic novel version of it that was printed a few years ago. It's actually pretty good. It's scholarly wise, it's great, pictures are really cool, things like that. And the Ramban, he agreed to the debate, but only on the ground that he can speak freely. Here's this is a great. One last thing before I show you a bit of this video because it is fun to watch. The Ramban said, "Okay, I'll participate in this disputation, but I have to be able to speak my mind." And John of Arc wanted to give him room, so he did. And unlike a lot of the other disputations, Nachmanides could criticize Christianity in this dispute. Fascinatingly, we have accounts of the debate from both the Ramban, who wrote a book called Sefer Vikuach, in which he records the debate, and we have a Latin version from his Christian interlocutor, who also wrote about what happened in the debate. Now, the ending was, of course, that they declared Christianity the winner, and the Ramban was in huge trouble. He basically had to leave. He may have had to leave because he wrote Sefer Vikuach, which explained what really happened in the debate. But this is a great BBC presentation that gives you a sense of what the transcript of the trial was like, based on these two versions, which can sort of reconstruct the actual debate. The Ramban looks really cool in this kind of funky talus thing, but let's hear it. Wait, Mr. Gross, quickly.
When was there before was there any recorded, either way you recorded an answer which was actually successfully defended?
Well, it depends on how you want to define it. At the end of the debate, they would always declare a winner, or the winner was surprised Christianity. But when you read the actual arguments, you can make your own mind up.
So you're assuming that in this, say,
he totally crushed the other side. It's hilarious. I mean, one of his arguments, which again, it's a sneaky argument, but the student named Yesho in the Talmud was normally associated with Osovat Yishrei, founder of Christianity. In one really famous Gemara in Sota, which you will not find, by the way, in your regular Gemaras. You have to go to the Yemenite manuscript or go to a better quality manuscript. I believe in the art scroll. Sorry? Into the good ones that you have now? Yeah. So the ones that I got when I was married, it's all gone. But you find it if you took a Sota or place like that. There, he is described as a student of Yoshua ben Prakhya, which would mean he lived about 200 years earlier than he should have. So when probably the Christianity comes saying, "Look at these nasty things that your Talmud says about the founder of my religion," the Ramban will say, "No, that's not the founder. That's a guy with the same name, but it's a totally different person." That's kind of a complicated argument because then you have to figure out which ones are correct and how do you date it with very certain about it. Let's just get a feel for it. I'll play a couple minutes of this because it's fun to watch. Here he is. He's going to give an argument back. One of these rare passages where he's allowed to play back. This is like a multi-part presentation. Watch the whole thing on YouTube if you want.
Fierceness is greater than wolves. Is the people of Christian. The following is
here's the back.
Your Majesty is a great king and Christian. Your mighty arm, you have the foot soldiers and armies and everything before. If you believe that the Messiah has come, why do you not control your soldiers and then the peace of God? The world of war and arms, not far away the armies of the Muslims, beyond them the armies of the Mongols and the Tartars, and beyond them, who knows what other armies? Where did they say in the writings of our prophets? Genuinely, that the coming of the Messiah will bring not love and hate, not peace, but war. The coming of the Messiah was all people promised was to be a time of justice. I look around the world, Christians and made your faith in Jesus. This is the world of brotherhood and equality. There is no Jewish aristocracy, no Jewish slavery, no Jew is born over Jews. No nation on this earth, except ourselves and most of this way, have you a higher standard of justice to be just. What has happened to your heart? Of which Ezekiel spoke when he said, I will give you a heart of flesh instead of a heart of stone. If this is the new world of which the prophet spoke, it would have been better if they remained silent. We Christians are never near to Christ, and when we suffer oppression, as Christ himself from heaven. The slave could come to Christ as well as or better than an emperor. That is a very comfortable doctrine for a present to hear. I do not believe that anyone is better for being a slave. Freedom and equality must wait for the second coming. But it seems that all the real benefits of the coming of the Messiah are yet for the second coming. The first coming has not been without its benefits. Yes, triumph of the church on the battle made a great point of this, and of the failure and suffering of us Jews. You Christians make a great mystery out of the failure, and talk of your suffering Messiah, saying the truth is divinity, and then say that our suffering means the fear of curse. The failure and suffering of the Jews was predicted by the Hebrew prophets, and they also predicted that the time would come when the nations would acknowledge that the Jews have suffered for the sins of the world. It is Christ who suffered for the sins of the world, not the Jews. And so it was foretold by the prophet Isaiah. I say that the suffering servant predicted by Isaiah was not Jesus, but the Jewish people, and the suffering servant is still in your midst, and you follow Jesus are his people. How we will allow this blasphemy? He is saying that the Jews are Christ, and that we Christians are his crucified.
I promised him free speech. So it's worth watching because the entire, that's okay, one clip of it, I can do the whole thing. The last of the disputations, which is hugely important, is the disputation at Tortosa, which happened in 1413, 1414. And it was like a massive pageant. When you're just from the years, it took, months and months of disputation, not just 2 or 3 days, but it was like stretched out like a campaign season. And at the end of it, Jews were so demoralized by the ongoing onslaught of the church, they didn't have a Ramban to protect them. He, of course, had to flee Spain and made his way to Eretz Israel. And even in his old age, in his 70s, was like single-handedly responsible for the rebirth of the community in Jerusalem. It's really an amazing thing that at the end of his life he could do something amazing. But before the Tortosa disputation, which ended in possibly as many as 3,000 Jews voluntarily becoming Christians, because he was so broken by this ongoing difficulty. You have to look at the photographs of 1391. These were occasioned, particularly in the north and west of Spain. There's one depiction of the pogroms of that period. And they were largely fomented by an especially nasty Dominican preacher named St. Vincent Ferrer. Ferrer was, you can see he has the saint in front of his name. He was beatified by the church. He was made a saint, voted by the church. But from Jewish perspective, he was an ugly demagogue who roiled the masses up to attack the Jews. And in certain parts of Spain, there were these pogroms with attacks and massacres, but they are only stopped by Jews willingly converting to Christianity. And the argument at that point was, hey, they may have been coerced, or once they were baptized, they were definitely considered Christians, and what's done is done. The higher church would try to restrain Ferrer to no avail. The pogroms proceeded apace. So you add to that's in 1391. 20 years later, the Tortosa disputation, and it was just too much for the Jews of Spain. Specifically, this is, by the way, the church called Santa Maria la Blanca in Toledo, and it was originally a synagogue that was converted to a church after the mass conversions of Jews, forced conversions. One of his students was this individual here. He was Pablo de Santa Maria. His name was originally formerly Rabbi Shlomo of Burgos. Let me just see if I can see the image properly. Yeah. Rabbi Shlomo of Burgos was one of these people who was actually a true believer. Let's not mistake this, that, why would a Jew convert to Christianity in, let's say, the year 1400? Just think about it for a second. And let me hear your thoughts on it. Why would a Jew convert to Christianity in the year 1400? Mr. Ron. fear of the church. Okay, and tell me about that fear. What are they actually afraid of? Being killed is a good one, right? Yeah, 1391, you have massive pogroms, convert or die. Yes, social pressures. Can you imagine, like, how long can you put up with this? The dominant society is so against you. They have these like huge, disputations which you could attend. They would have like rock concerts. Some of them, Tortosa was like that, and you would hear all these nasty things said against Jews. Jews are this. Jews are stubborn. Jews are following around religion. Their heritage and so on. How much of it can you take? Right? What else? Growth?
Let's say even if somebody could have been considered faith, they were young, they were
yeah.
And they see these places and they don't have the capacity to understand therefore might be led
maybe those guys are right. Maybe they're right. Which reminds me of a joke, which I'm not going to tell while I'm on recording. Let me just see if I can pause. I'll tell the joke after. But they're worried. Like, maybe the outside society is right. Maybe they're right. Maybe I'm wrong. Don't forget, this is before the state of Israel existed. You guys grew up in a world where there was a Jewish state. That meant something. Right? You say, oh my gosh, we're a country like everyone else. But this is in 1,500 years into a long, long gullus. And you're thinking, maybe who says we were right? Scary. Any other reasons why you want to convert? You're missing one important one. Yeah, maybe you're a true believer. Like Pablo de Santa Maria, who said, you know what? I was wrong. I listened to the Christian side of these debates, and you know what? I believe them. And we do have such people. The scary thing is that we have so many of them that then spend the rest of their lives trying to convert other Jews to Christianity. It's not like, let's say, I used to drink Coke and then I tasted Pepsi and I said, oh, I love Pepsi, and you spend the rest of your life drinking Pepsi. Because I spend the rest of my life telling people who drink Coke that they're wrong. Just leave them alone. Enjoy your Pepsi. What's the big deal? But this is a big deal for a lot of these people who feel the need to justify their faith. Pablo Santa Maria, student of Vincent Ferrer, and Hiroshima Halevi, right? And here is his student is Geronimo de Santa Fe, who was also a convert from Judaism. Let's see if I can see his name here. And funny, his name, yes, no, I didn't get it in there. His name is Yehoshua. Here, his name in Latin is, maybe it's Italian, Maestro Geronimo de Santa Fe, and the Jews used to call him from the initials Maestro Geronimo Fe, the Megadeth, right? The cursor, the blasphemer. He is Hamagadeth. And he was the, Yehoshua Borki was his name, and he was the famous promoter of Christianity in the Tortosa disputation. And it led so many Jews to simply say, we can't win. We're being attacked with pogroms, we're being attacked intellectually, and so many Jews simply gave up. So by the time you get to the middle of the 15th century, this is, by the way, the 2-volume transcript of the disputation at Tortosa. We have the whole transcript. People were getting so bored of it that the scribes started skipping things over. But imagine like a 2-year attack on Judaism, mounted by the state. Can you imagine if the United States of America were to have like a 2-year campaign here in New York City? You could go to Madison Square Garden and hear arguments against Judaism. Imagine what kind of thing that would do to your self-image. It's horrible. But that's where the Jews are at the beginning of the 15th century, and that takes us into the period of the Inquisition. Okay. Arguments, discussions, questions, disagreements, observations. Yes.
People who usually watch debate, Jewish people watch debate, people who were intellectuals and other rabbis, or are they just trying people like who came to secular sports?
random. First of all, most of the audience was Christian. But Jews were frequently forced to attend. This is something the church would employ for about another 400 years, actually. Forced sermons, where sometimes Jews would be required to show up in a church and listen to a sermon, frequently delivered by a Jewish convert to Christianity. Sometimes Jews were forced to stay in synagogue longer on Shabbos to hear a Christian drasha. Can you imagine that happening? You're sitting in shul, you're waiting for Kiddush, and you have to hear another 20, 30-minute diatribe by someone who left your community to join Christianity. It's just incredible. And the onslaught of this over and over again, at a certain point, you can imagine young Jews saying, enough already. Why don't I just convert? Why don't I just avoid all this by jumping ship? Unfortunately, as we shall see, it is not a solution. Okay, so we're going to go into just the long version. So there's a slightly different version of this. Lots of things. Yes. This image here is very powerful, by the way. This is the Goya's Esquina de Inquisición, the scene from the Inquisition, and it shows a Jew here wearing the San Benito. Right? This is like the infamous sort of tunic that Jews were required to wear when they were attacked by the Inquisition. There's a few more of them waiting here to retrieve, and here they're having all kinds of questions directed at them. You can see the kind of dejectedness on their faces and so on, because they're going to be punished with one thing or another. We shall see what it is. There we go. Okay, we talked about what's happening in Spain here, right? With the disputation, with the slowly increasing tendency towards monolithic Christianity there. We talked a little bit about disputations. I thought I had edited this part out because I included it to the last one. Talked about the rise of 1391. Here we go. So what was the Inquisition? Jump ahead about 60 years from the Tortosa disputation to 1478. At that point, what do you have going on in Spain? You have maybe something like 150,000 Christians who are of Jewish descent. This is now a generation. It's usually somewhere in the neighborhood of 20, 25 years. So you have the grandchildren and great-grandchildren of people who were at Tortosa, and the great-great-grandchildren of people who were converted by the riots of 1391. I put that in your own terms. It's now 2024, so that means that if you think about the Holocaust, you know, everyone here, not everyone here, but, you know, your great-grandparents and your great-great-grandparents overlap with the Holocaust. You are like, to one degree or another, survivors of that. And you walk around with that kind of consciousness of that. Imagine in this scenario where you have Jews walking around who have been made Christians 4 or 5 generations ago, but they're still designated as special Christians in Spain. They're called new Christians to distinguish them from old Christians, meaning people who were never Jewish, people who were converted to Christianity way back in the 4th, 5th, 6th century. But the people who were Jews converted, they and their grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and so on, were always called new Christians. Novo Christos, yes.
Two questions. Number one, was there a maximum amount of generations before they could be Christian? No. And was that sort of not legal? It can happen practically, but not legal. My second question, which would have been if marrying out, and so with information.
So they were absolutely allowed to marry out, in fact, encouraged to marry out, because that would like kind of dilute the Jewish strain, but it would never remove it. I think I told you in the first lecture maybe that there is one Holocaust historian named Rabbi Rothschild, who he's like He died about 20 years ago, senior scholar, and he wrote a massive book called The Destruction of European Jewry, 3 volumes on the Holocaust. And I remember when I read it, I thought this was crazy, but he said that the roots of the Holocaust really go back to inquisitorial Spain because of this aspect of like, you're labeled by your blood origins. But if you ever had a Jew in your ancestor, you were always a good Christian, not an old Christian. And at first I thought it was crazy, but the more I studied the Spanish tradition, the more I think he had a real insight into this.
Because in Germany, if you married out 4 generations,
yeah, you're fine. You could not join the SS. You know, they had to go all the way back to 1750 to prove you had no Jews there. And also in Germany, to a certain extent in Spain, the onus was on you to prove you had no Jewish blood. It wasn't that the assumption was you had no Jewish blood, but if someone discovered it. If you wanted to apply for a job, you had to bring your papers to show no Judaism involved. So what happens is here we are in 1478, and you've got maybe 150,000 people who are walking around who everybody knows that they have Jewish origins, but they've got full access to society. They, for generations now, have had the right to go to university, the right to live anywhere they wanted, which was quite rare for Jews. They had the right to pursue any kind of business they wanted, and they became very, very successful. And there's this, frustration in Spanish society. Hey, what are we all about? Are we for Spaniards, or are we for these former Jews who now call themselves Spaniards? And it's kind of like a proto-fascism that wants to make this distinction between those who had Jewish descent and those who did not. And as I mentioned to you in the previous class, and I will refer to again at the end of your doing projects in this period, there's a big debate among historians. Was the Inquisition primarily religious in orientation, but they wanted to get rid of Judaism, or was it economic in orientation? They wanted to get rid of all these people who were taking away jobs, economic positions that non-Jewish Spaniards felt that they deserved. And remember that in that spectrum of new Christians, you had true believing new Christians who really were, full-on believers, and then you had resistors who were secretly practicing Judaism at home, and then everything between, various degrees of foundation. So along comes the Torquemada, who is the leader of this Inquisition that was brought in by the church. The Inquisition actually predated Spain by a few hundred years, and it was originally directed at heretics within Christianity. And there were several movements that were horribly persecuted by the church, especially in France. And the Inquisition, like the name implies, inquire, was kind of like an investigative body, the FBI of the church, to make sure that nobody was secretly practicing heretical views or non-Catholic views. In this case, Torquemada, who actually had some Jewish background himself, was brought in to say, hey, find out if any of these new Christians are actually secretly practicing Judaism, and if they are, we're going to extirpate that problem. And he goes at it with a vengeance. Really, really horrible time. As I believe I mentioned to you, did we look at this? Did you see this image before? I can't remember if I talked about this with you before. So, reminding you that in Catholicism, one of the weirdest things is that if a person is baptized, even against their will, it counts. Right? Lechatchila, as the church says, you can't forcibly baptize, but b'diavad, that person becomes a Christian. The most notorious example of this, but of course we have literally tens of thousands of examples, is the Mortara affair of 1858. We did talk about this. Not the picture. Well, the picture. This is by Jewish artist Alexander Oppenheim, depicting a moment when the Vatican police show up to arrest young Edgardo Mortara, who was secretly baptized when he was an infant by his non-Jewish nursemaid, and then when she happened to blab about it in a grocery store, the Vatican police heard about it and the king arrested the 6-year-old boy, and he was never released from the side of the Pope. Here is a picture of him grown up as an adult. He was trained as a Catholic priest. He served as a monk. He was later, in his adulthood, reunited with his parents. They were allowed to visit him very infrequently while he was kept prisoner in the houses of the catacombs, which were special houses that were built just to protect Jewish converts to Christianity, and protect them from Jews who were upset at them, but also to, imprison children like here he is. You can see his mother. He's not so pleased to see him. His brother's kind of looking daggers at him. He spent the rest of his career proselytizing Jews, like so many of these guys you see. He even came here to New York. This is modern times, right? He went to New York. He died in 1940 in Belgium, just weeks before the Nazis invaded. And if they had gotten there, they would have killed him anyways, because he was definitely Jewish, regardless of what the church had to say. So the Inquisition's goal was figure out who is secretly practicing Judaism. And the method was so cruel and gross, and incredibly ineffective. What you basically do is you arrest someone you suspect of practicing Jewish rites. You ask him questions. Are you secretly practicing Judaism? They say no. You say, okay, just to make sure, we're going to torture you. We're going to put you on all kinds of interesting devices that are designed to stretch your bones, dislocate your joints. There's a whole bunch of other tortures which were applied, some of which may not actually be true, but I'll show you some of them that are at least, it became kind of like a fetish for people to imagine these tortures. So they're historically divided. This particular image happens to be historically much more accurate. There are various kind of stretching devices and things like that. And under torture, people would say, yes, it's true, I lit Shabbos candles, whether or not they did. People would say this, obviously, under torture. You can't rely on what a person says, but they would confess because they want to get the torture done with. And they say, oh, thank you for confessing. Now, please tell us the name of 10 other Judaizers who practice with you. And they would go and they would arrest those people too and torture those people who would give up names, even if they were not true at all, and eventually envelop the entirety of society. People were confessing left and right, and you could never be sure who was going to be arrested next. This kind of thing happened in the Soviet Union in the 1930s as well, or similar. Here's some rather nasty pictures. This is an awful device that had this crucifix here up front, so that when your hands were trapped inside it, you'd have to stare at this and hope for redemption, and they would turn these wheels to crush the bones in your hand. Nasty. This is one that's especially awful. This is called the Pope's hair, and this would be inserted in an orifice of the human body, and then this ring here would be turned until it expanded like this and ruptured membranes. Actually horrific. I imagine this kind of version. Again, scholars have disputed whether these were actually used by the Inquisition. So I showed you anyways. And what would happen at the end of it is, by the way,
Hi, Aquarius.
17th century.
How are you?
Still going on.
I'm well, thank you. I'll be with you just.
Can you imagine like slow burning Holocaust for 8 generations? Just try to put it in your mind. Your parents, your grandparents, your great-grandparents, your great-great-grandparents. I mean, it's crazy. Can you imagine just going on and on and on like this forever? It's amazing that anyone told them everything you wanted and stuff like that. Then they would, like in this case, this woman here, they would say, okay, fine. And you would only be forced to wear the San Benito as a sign of humiliation. So, but look at her smiley face, because thank God she has. Oh, by the way, it's also words, affirming that you're going to be a good Christian from now on. Right, that's her over here. Then you have a woman who is, condemned, but she has eventually confessed, but she has not been, released completely. She, however, confessed at the very end. She was given a lighter sentence, kind of a chesed, right? That they would garrote her before they burned her on the stake.
All right.
Like strangulation. That way, it's considered a much less painful death than being burned. And this woman here is in big trouble. She not blessed. She had stayed a Jew, and she was burned at the stake. The various types of designs, you can imagine heads for hundreds of years. It's really beyond belief. Okay, arguments, questions, debates. So this is going on for like 25 years, right? Where we simply cannot come to terms with this. Oh, I forgot to mention this. And this is one example from 6:3. And look at this scenario here. They've got two Jews on the stand here for Judaism.
Good one.
And by the way, we would not all
You're welcome.
live human beings. Sometimes they would do this also.
Nice bear.
Sometimes consume their body and then burn it afterwards. Mr. Rabbi, this is yes. This is a public trial here. These are the two. So they're wearing the hats there, and they're going to be burned over here. And look at all these people who show up. I was actually at this place, the Playa Mayor, and it looks. It is above the size.
That's what I need.
It's got these buildings all around, just like this. Get seats, and they can watch this. The debate, all the different uniforms and stuff. This kind of looks kind of like a dignitaries. Was like
Thank you.
A rock concert. It was like it was incredible. Just like Russians.
Nice strike. You're welcome.
This centuries. I think the last one was in mistaken in it was so
thank you, Mr. Aquarius.
But I wanted to take it, which was in 1492. Like, why did the expulsion happen? To catch that up, I forgot to show you this picture. And again, the hundreds of years later, hundreds of years afterwards, if you were a Jew,
Nice bear.
now Christian, you are not changing your to church, eating mayonnaise, whatever it takes to be Christian. Some people don't know what the mayonnaise, but you're totally Christian everywhere. You could never be safe from the Inquisition. It was always possible that someone would denounce you. You would be drawn in. You would have to, be tortured.
Get it.
It's horrific. Cloud over here the whole time. Also, I was about to mention that it quite often happened that they would be even after death, and the people would be tried in absentia or in absentia. And the main reason for that is because there's an economic here as well. Anyone who betrayed you, if your possessions were confiscated as part of the punishment, the betrayer would get a percentage of your possessions. So, let's say Juan didn't like his neighbor Ruvain, he could denounce Ruvain, saying, "Hey, he's actually practicing Jewish rituals." They come and say, "Yeah, that's not what Juan says," and then they would be tortured. Okay, we don't like pork, we don't like the way it smells, whatever it is. Then they would be punished. They would lose their possessions, and Juan would get, 10-20% of Ruvain's possessions. So there was like an incentive to actually rat out your neighbors, even if you made it up, which is crazy. Jews rat out other Christians. They did. There are cases where actually church figures, including one bishop, was arrested and tortured because he was ratted out. That's the point where eventually the church began to say, wait a minute, I think this is going too far. There are also cases where Jews attempted to fight back, especially with assassination. Unfortunately, it's like it spread so fast and it was so, it was just like absorbed into society. And by the way, I talk about this for days and days. I thought about it too much. It's not an unknown phenomenon in our own times. I'll give you an example. You guys, you're too young. Most of you were born like
Thank you.
like that. Three. So I remember they used to do this thing called communism. That existed when I was at your age. And communism also has this incredible paranoia and incentivize people to rat out on their neighbors to say this person is not a good socialist or communist. Here's an example. In
There you go.
Germany,
Thank you.
the eastern side that was communist, the western side, so like democratic. They had a wall in Berlin. You remember maybe the Berlin Wall was knocked down in 1990, I think, 91. Oh, okay, very good. Piece of the Berlin Wall. It symbolized the collapse of all communism.
Nice spare.
So in East Berlin, they found their
Thank
the
you, ma'am.
Stasi maintained a massive smell archive. A massive smell archive. It's a huge warehouse filled with little mason bottles with people's socks and underwear, undershirts, stuff like that. That was given to the Stasi by people's spouses, brothers, children, just in case that any of their relatives fled and tried to cross into Western Germany. And so that meant that there were brothers who were betraying brothers and children betraying their mothers and stealing their dirty laundry and giving it to the Stasi so the Stasi would have it in their smell archive.
There we go.
Just imagine what that
You
was
and
like.
I would miss. Good job.
No, they would use dump.
That's a great question. My hours are always reversed, so it depends.
If they thought someone was trying to like all over here, they used underwear, open up the jar, let the dog smell it.
Yeah. We'll link up. Don't you worry, Miss Aquarius. That's all right. We got it tonight. That's excellent. All right, Mr. Aquarius. Take care. Thank you.
This is the 1990s, gentlemen. You have people and societies that were so bent on ratting each other out. It was like no trust in society whatsoever. And that's the kind of environment you had in Spain at this time, because anyone was susceptible to the Inquisition. I'm sure you've seen the Monty Python skit, Nobody Expects the Spanish Inquisition. You guys, it's a joke, right? They make the Spanish Inquisition look like they're hilarious, like they show up at unexpected times, but they really did. They're like the Gestapo. There are like so many aspects of this that was terrifying for Jews at the time, and non-Jews as well. So what this culminates in is the expulsion. Amigo Sala Francis, the amazing representation of expulsion. It's not succeeding, right? The whole point of the Inquisition was to try to control Judaism in the state. And it had metastasized like a social cancer, where everybody is telling on everybody, Jews, Christians, and it is just like going way out of control. They can't slow it down. So finally, Torquemada, you will call he's the Grand Inquisitor, he says to Fernando and Isabella, King and Queen of Spain, I know why it's not working. I solved the problem. It's not the Inquisition. It is the Jews. And recall, you have two classes of Jews now. Get the dates right here because it's significant. 1492 It is 100 years since the 1391 wave of conversions. It is, 90 odd years since the Tortosa disputations, lots of voluntary conversions of Jews. And you've got all these people who are walking around technically as Christians, but actually as one form or another of Jews. And you've got another population about the same size, maybe 150,000 regular Jews who are never baptized, who are practicing as Jews and are legally allowed to do so. And Torquemada says the reason that we can't control the Judaizing that is rampant in our society is because these false Christians are still going back to Jewish communities. They're still able to get kosher food if they want it. They're still able to meet a rabbi. They're still able to get Jewish books, all kinds of things. So he says the only way to solve the problem is to expel the non-baptized Jews, the regular Jewish community that up until now has been exempt from the punishments of the Inquisition. And that's what the bottom line was. That's why the expulsion happened, because Ferdinand and Isabella thought, yes, we can finally put an end to this chaos. They were wrong, it kept on going, but we'll put an end to this chaos if we get rid of the regular Jews. There's a lot of debates as to the motivation. Isabella, who was quite a religious fanatic, may have been motivated by her desire to make Spain totally Lutheran, and she also did like Muslims, she was totally Catholic. Ferdinand may have been more motivated by economics, saying, if we expel all those Jews, like we did in France so many times, theoretically we'll have a huge surge of wealth, we can use it in some of the battles we're having, and so on. But ultimately, they decided in 1492 that was what they were going to do. This is, by the way, Yitzhak Abarbanel, who was the second in command of the finance department. He was the deputy finance minister at the time. Ferdinand really respected his talents and said, stay, just convert, stay, we'll give you tons of wealth, keep your own wealth, and we'll give you more. He said, no, I'm going to leave with all of the exiles, and that's in fact what he did. His boss, Rabbi Abraham Senior, who is called in tradition Rabbi Sone, or someone who hates light, he says, I can't do this. I'm converting to Christianity. And his nephew, along with him, and they joined the Christian world. They actually became a very famous family. So that's the roots of the expulsion. Yes, Mr. Rothschild.
Queen Isabella actually had her own like power, and she wanted to so that there was a difference in economic and religious
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night, all day.
Like they what a good time to talk to. What a good time to have you in. What a fine time. There's so much chaos. There's so much madness. Oh my God. Did you see the South Park episode? Which one? They did a Donald Trump one with Satan. No, it's fucking hilarious. I love it. The show is fantastic. I raised my 3 boys on that show, much to my wife's horror, but it's a great show, but I haven't seen that episode. When you think, like Bridget Fedesi had a funny quote, like when you think that they have reached the bottom of the highest level of not giving a fuck, they reach unseen levels. It's the whole Epstein thing is so crazy. Like, and him saying, like, what do you care? Why does everybody care about Epstein? Like, well, that's but it is. Like, I mean, although again, going back to South Park, once they did the Woodland Creatures episode all those years ago, you thought, okay, that's got to be the worst thing. Which one was the Woodland Creatures? Oh my God, you got to look it up. It's fantastic. I'm not going to do it justice if I try to explain what it's about.
Well, remember they did the Game Teacher where you had a whore off with Paris Hilton and stuffed her up his ass? Oh, God. Oh, that's right. Oh, I forgot about that one. Yeah. 17 years ago. They don't give a fuck. No, they haven't given a fuck since the beginning, and it's the greatest show of all time.
Yeah, and honestly, if you said what would be the best job that you could have imagined, it would be being one of those 2 guys.
They're killing it.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, it's so beautiful because they have cartoons, and you could do things with cartoons you could never do with real people. You can
can kill them, they can fuck each other, they can stick things up their ass.
Yeah,
like anything can happen. Anything can happen because, and it's also they're not realistic cartoons, so it's like you're somehow or another detached from it.
Yeah, no, they did a documentary one time. I don't know if you saw that.
Oh yeah,
where they tracked the 6 days it takes them to make the show.
This trumpet man with Satan's back. Satan's upset at Trump. It's very funny.
Well, you remember the Satan and Diddy episode? All those, that was fantastic.
I didn't see that one.
The Satan Diddy episode, and then they had the
what was that? Is that Reason?
Mass murderers, and no, this was a few years back too. There was a Diddy party, and he wanted to. It's a long story. He wanted a Lamborghini cake, but it was like the devil wanted it, and they said no, Diddy did it already, and it's fantastic.
Remember when they had the movie with Saddam Hussein?
Yes.
Saddam Hussein was in a gay relationship with Satan.
Oh God. You'd spend the entire time people are like, oh, they're gonna talk about this the whole time. But,
the MC stuff is so crazy because when Kash Patel was on here and he was like, there's nothing. And I was like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
I didn't even know what to say. My thought was, and people were like, why didn't you push back more? My thought was like, I'm just gonna put this out there and let the internet do its work. Because there's nothing the guy's saying there's no tapes, there's no video. That doesn't make any sense. Everyone knows it doesn't make any sense. And then he didn't know about the Michael Batten stuff, the autopsy stuff, where it showed that he had 3 broken bones in his neck, which never happens when you hang yourself. Even when you leap from somewhere with a rope around your neck and it snaps your neck, you never have 3 broken
prison cell. He's not punching himself off the first floor balcony.
The whole thing was nuts. And then he's like, well, we have a film, we're going to release that film. And the film has a fucking minute missing from it.
Yeah.
Like, do you think we're babies? Like, what is this?
Also, you got people including Dan Bongino, right, making bank for a couple of years talking about how awful it is. You got to get this shit. This is a huge conspiracy. And then you release a 2-page memo that says, there's nothing to see here.
Yeah, because you're walking by your bedroom window and you see a little laser. Red laser going across your chest.
But it really is. It's so good. Look, you know me, I'm not a conspiracy guy.
Oh, you are today.
You are today. I'm fully on board with this shit.
Everybody's in today.
Yeah, no, but they're actually doing right as we speak. And I find this fascinating. Is that the Assistant Attorney General Todd Blanche is down in Florida for an interview with Ghislaine Maxwell. And she served 20 years in a Florida prison for sex trafficking.
To who, though?
What's that? To who? Well, he's down there to interview.
But I'm saying she's sex trafficked.
She was a co-conspirator of Epstein's, right?
But don't you have to have a person who you're sex trafficking?
Exactly. And they talked about the victims somewhat during her trial. It was a very difficult trial in the sense of they're trying to protect certain victims and others were coming forward. But my surprise was nobody from DOJ has ever, according to her legal team, nobody has ever interviewed her from DOJ. Department of Justice. So this is the first time the Department of Justice. You're telling me, meanwhile, up on Capitol Hill, you've got Democrats like Adam Schiff and others going, we have got to release these fucking files. They had 4 years under the previous administration, right? Look, everybody's fucked in this situation, but they had all that time to do whatever they wanted to do, and nobody up until this point apparently has talked to her. Now, some folks on the legal side are saying, well, look, if she had anything interesting to say, she would have said it during the course of her trial, right, to save herself or to cut a deal.
But now I don't think so. Kill her. Yeah. Well, the smartest thing for her to do is to keep her fucking mouth shut, which is what she did. Right? They put her in a cushy prison where she could do yoga.
Yoga in prison.
Here's one of my favorite ones. I'm gonna send you this, Jim, because somebody tweeted this and it's just so perfect. And it just shows you how crazy this whole thing has been, like, from the very beginning. This is someone tweeted this from the Atlantic, and this is what's funny about this. Check this out, Jim. So it's these fucking people. It's like they all knew her. They all knew him. So many people knew him and knew her, and they're all pretending that they didn't. That no one knew. Check this out. This is the Atlantic says. Scroll, go up bigger so you can see the quote below it.
These people do not consider themselves Jews.
No, go back. There we go. I can't read it. There it goes. This is what the Atlantic posts. If the Epstein scandal teaches us anything, it's that America needs a dedicated and decently funded group of people whose job it is not to just ask questions, but to find answers. And then this guy, Sean Davis, posts, the woman on the right is Ghislaine Maxwell. She trafficked children for Jeffrey Epstein. The woman on the left owns your magazine. This is so fucking wild. Just that alone is so wild that they would have the balls to post that. We need dedicated journalists, not just people asking questions, which is like, for sure, an attack on podcasts. Like, listen, you guys didn't do shit. You didn't do shit. So just the fact that we're just asking questions along with that, or is this a knock on the defunding of PBS, which is essentially a propaganda network for the Democratic Party, which is now being apparently, we'll see if that happens, but apparently being defunded. But yeah, look, everybody's worried now, right? No, at first it was like, okay, again, I go back a handful of years. Nobody was pushing for this, right? Because you got people from all sides probably on whatever that list looks like, whatever that Epstein file looks like, whoever was involved. You got people from all sides of the spectrum here going on. And so everybody's worried. So it looked like, all right, there's kind of this bizarre bipartisan moment where we're not going to push for this, really. We're not going to make a big effort here. We're not sending anybody from DOJ. The Dems aren't, during the Biden administration, calling for the release of the files. Now, all of a sudden, they smell, blood in the water, a particular, political motivation here. So let's get these files out. And, nobody's going to look good for this. But, again, I would caution some, just because a name might be in a file, no matter whose it is, right, doesn't necessarily mean there's nefarious activity. It could be like any police file, right, that says, okay, the individual stopped at this particular location and this person was there. It doesn't mean they're connected to something awful, like fucking underage girls. Maybe they were if they're in the file, right? But I'm just saying, there's a lot of people probably in that file that are going to be named, if it ever comes out, who may or may not have been engaged in illegal activity, but just release the goddamn things. Yeah, there's probably a lot of people who just went there. Did I send you that thing where this guy was breaking? Did I say NPR or PBS earlier? I meant NPR. Did I send you that link where this guy's breaking down all the different tweets that the lady who is the CEO of NPR made? She's getting questioned on whether or not she's biased, and then this guy goes over all the different tweets. God damn it! I know I saved it. I should have been prepared. I know I have it in here because it's so funny. It's so funny listening to her. See if you can find it. You might be able to find it. But of course, you found it beautiful because it's so adorable. This pretending that this was an unbiased news source. Yes. Well, this is one of them, but this one guy broke it down. I guess I'm Dave Smith. We'll find it, yeah. But again, anybody who at this stage of the game thinks the media, doesn't have an agenda, that they're not complicit in one way or another with whatever maybe. Come on. Yeah, it's a joke. It's a joke. And they're all funded. The fact that the government was funding NPR is crazy. You can't have a completely biased, one-sided media organization that's funded by the government and taxpayers. That's crazy. And they went over all the amount of people that were on NPR that were Democrats. It's 100%. Yeah. It's like out of 87 people, it's 100%. So look at the New York Times. Yeah. So none of that should be a surprise to anybody. But the New York Times is at least a privately funded company. Right. It's like NPR relied on tax money, and there's this giant outrage that the government's going to defund it. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to couch it as saying, look, you're taking away, the only source of news for, rural locations, for example. Like you got someplace up in North Dakota that, has no other access, and so they rely on NPR for their news. I don't know a lot of people up in North Dakota that say, I wonder what NPR is saying about this. Well, not just that, but it's like, at the end of the day, the reality is the internet exists, and you don't need to publicly fund something that's clearly biased when the internet exists. Right. You can get whatever you want. If you want just to absorb and consume only left-wing media. There's so much available that you can go find it. But our tax dollars should not be going to that.
No. And to be fair, if anybody wants to know what the hell's going on in the news, they can just listen to the President's Daily Brief podcast, Frank.
Your podcast.
I'm good, right? Yeah, that's boy, I just stuck that in there.
I can't find this fucking thing. Yeah. Did you find it? Let's hear it.
Sorry, I can search you. That's fantastic.
As far as accusations that were biased, I would stand up and say, tell me a story that concerns you. If you want to know, we want to bring that conversation back to our newsroom.
And then all this. Fat phobia and its racist past and present. Some white people may choose thumbs up because it feels neutral, but some academics argue that opting out, what does that mean, thumbs up, signals lax awareness about white privilege, akin to society associating whiteness with being raceless. What? God, what does it mean?
How about how racism became a marketing tool for country music?
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. God. This right-wing conspiracy theory about eating bugs is about as racist as you think. No, that's like, literally, this is, and here's another great quote that she said, if you look on the right side, Jamie, where it says that truth is a distraction from getting things done. That is such a fucking Orwellian thing to say. Click on that, just so you can hear her say this. Because it's so bananas that someone would say this out loud and not think it's...
One of the most significant differences, critical for moving from polarization to productivity, is that the Wikipedians who write these articles aren't actually focused on finding the truth. They're working for something that's a little bit more attainable, which is the best of what we can know right now. And after 7 years there, I actually believe that they're onto something. That for our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth isn't necessarily the best place to start. In fact, I think our reverence for the truth might have become
what?
A bit of a distraction that is preventing us from finding consensus and getting important things done.
What? Oh my God, that's fantastic.
Wild is that?
Yeah.
You want government? That is such a wild thing to say.
You know, going for the truth as a journalist? No.
It's not important.
No, it's not
It's
important.
a distraction. It's a distraction.
You know what I hate? I hate that, and you see that all the time. I don't know what it's a TED Talk or not, but as soon as I see that type of forum where they're earnestly standing there and they've got their little mouthpiece there around there and they're talking. They're looking out to the distance, and you think, climb out of your own fucking ass, right? It's just awful.
Yeah, I don't like any of those things.
Yeah,
I don't like that little Bobby Brown microphone either. Unless you're on stage,
Bobby Brown.
Remember? Yeah, I remember you used to sing with that.
Yeah.
Little step I take.
Yo, sorry. Step on your line, I'll join in for the chorus.
I don't like those little microphones. Hold the microphone like a real fucking human. That's a madness. That video clip is madness. That's a piece of madness. That's a crazy thing to say. I will say truth gets in the way.
I will say that the Epstein situation is going to be so disappointing to so many people now because I have this theory that nothing ever gets done in Washington, D.C., right? Investigations go to die there. Nothing ever happens. There's never any real consequences of any nature. And we got all sorts of things happening right now, right? So the Epstein case is just one of them. But right now you've got the Dems focused on Epstein because, again, they see that as a good opportunity here to go after Trump. Regardless of who else is in the files, right? And the Dems, I think, were worried for quite some time and didn't pursue it because, years back they were thinking, okay, Clinton's going to be embarrassed. We don't want that. Right. So, again, my point would be just release everything. I don't understand how, if you just look at the way that they handled this logistically, whoever thought, because the mob wants to eat, right? And they've been throwing red meat to the mob about Epstein files now for years.
It's part of how they got elected.
Right. And so whoever in their communications group or in their strategic thinking arena in the administration thought, that we can get away with just saying there's nothing to see here, they should be fired, right? Because there's no way you can satisfy this mob. And now the mob is oddly bipartisan because it's got the Dems and it's got part of the base of Trump in there.
Yeah.
And they're all
screaming to have this. Goddamn it, just release this shit. Otherwise, this is going to be around like Martin Luther King and John F. Kennedy. And
well, that's what's crazy. They did release more Martin Luther King documents, which is really crazy. Like, why are you holding secrets about the murder of one of the most beloved historical figures of all time from 1968?
Part of it's a family request. Yeah, part of it's a family request. The family has asked, in the past on a number of occasions, they really don't want some of this because some of it's salacious about, Martin Luther King, which doesn't take away from everything that he did, right? As a leader of a cause and a movement. But some of it is, extramarital affairs. Yeah. So there's been some push to be concerned about that. But yeah, now through the Epstein files.
Well, they'll do it in the same amount of time, 56 years from now. Just like they did with them. 56 fucking years later, they released this stuff.
And we're still not any closer to, again, I don't want to disagree on that rabbit hole, but we're still not any closer with Martin Luther King. Again, not a conspiracy guy except today, apparently. But there's shit there.
You've said multiple times. Yeah. If there's one that you think looks really bad,
yes, that one. It's that one. But going back to, I know I'm bouncing around here, but going back to the Epstein thing, I don't understand how they handled this so poorly, right? For Van Bondi to come out and talk about the files and all that. Right. And then, like, within a blink of an eye, they come out with this bullshit Sunday night memo saying there's nothing to see. How could they just
lack of coordination?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, that makes sense. I think it's the messaging problem is always kind of a key element of the Trump administration, whether it's this one or not. And look, that's not, I'm not knocking a lot of the policies. I like a lot of the policies that come out of this administration, this one and the first administration. But I'm just saying, a hallmark of a Trump administration is the ability to have a self-inflicted wound, shoot yourself in the foot because of messaging usually, right? So I think they've done it again, and I don't see how they walk this back. They're trying to, I think, with this interview with Ghislaine Maxwell to say, look, we're trying, we're talking to her.
But how does Pam Bondi say we have thousands of hours of footage? And then Kash Patel says we don't have anything that you're looking for.
Yeah.
And then Tim Dillon said he has lunch with J.D. Vance, and J.D. Vance says that 10,000 hours is commercial pornography. Right?
Yeah. You think this freak show of Epstein wasn't like, it didn't have hidden cameras, it wasn't taping shit. 100%. 100%.
Yeah. Well, that was the thing about that house they had in New York City, which is, by the way, for sale. And, really? Yeah, nobody wants to buy it. But you want to buy Epstein's house?
Do the cameras convey?
Well, this is the thing. I mean, you gotta gut the walls. How are you gonna know what the fuck is in there? Yeah. Imagine you walking around your house naked and you think that the CIA is coming, or your organization.
Whoever, to be fair, they got a lot of hours of videotape of me walking around naked. I'm sure. Yeah.
But Mossad, whoever it is that was involved in this intelligence gathering, I mean, I'm just guessing. I have no idea. But there's fucking pinhole cameras all over that house.
Yeah. You have to start from that perception, right? Because again, if anything else, you're just being naive if you think that there's nothing.
Again, you gotta take it down to the bare beams.
Yeah.
You gotta strip the wallboard off. You gotta fucking every baseboard. You gotta pull everything.
It's like
we fucking knows what's in that house.
We had a situation in Moscow one time where we were building. It was the new embassy, the U.S. embassy in Moscow, right? And for some reason, part of the deal was to allow Russian contractors to work on the construction of this. What the fuck, So, but it's a government thing, and so you can imagine there's, like to your point, there's not a lot of coordination. So, the Russian contractors thinking, oh, this is great. We're helping to construct the U.S. embassy, and they know there's going to be sensitive areas within there, the station, for the agency and other areas. Anyway, at a certain point, they're just about finished with construction, and just not by happenstance, I mean, there were efforts to try to examine what the Russians were doing, right? So the security side of things, they were concerned about the fact that the Russians were working on it. You had the State Department and others that were like, no, it's a good idea. It helps with diplomacy. So the security guys weren't doing things. They were X-raying, parts of materials that were coming in for the construction. And apparently at one point, what was going on was the Russians were installing listening devices inside the rebar, right, of the construction process. And apparently at one point they, one of the wires on one of these
communications devices that was stuck in there had broken, and so they soldered it. The Russians did. They soldered it with aluminum. That showed up when they were X-raying that particular large bit of material that they were going to install. And that was the way that they found out. And they said, what the fuck? And they had to tear the entire goddamn thing down. I think it was 2 or 3 different floors of this embassy. They had to remove it bit by bit, shipped it back to the States to examine fully. And it was just loaded with listening devices by the Russians, right? So it's going to be the same at long story short, it's the same at Epstein's place. You're going to tear it down.
Yeah. It's a nice house, too. And it's like right on the park. Yeah. And I was like, wonder why that's still for sale.
And now they're asking for it.
I think it's like 60 or 70 million.
I checked it.
It's pretty dope.
Holy shit.
But it's for sale now, though, right? I'm pretty sure it's for sale right now.
What if it gets a premium because it's Epstein's place? Like a celebrity premium for a home. If that's the case, you're going to have to be a fucking complete psycho to want to live in that guy's house. The same guy's going to buy Diddy's spot. I don't know what the fuck. God, but there's so you've got the Epstein thing going on.
Like, how does that get resolved? This is the question. Like, if you are the administration and you're looking at this puzzle and you're trying to figure out how to make this a PR win,
too late for that.
What the fuck can you do at this point? Is it for sale?
5 mil.
Oh, it's not for sale right now.
0 bedrooms, only 1 bath. That's not a very nice place. What the hell?
It's just one fuck hole.
Yes. Yeah, we call it the playroom. And
this is the house.
Oh my God! It looks like Saudi owns it.
$65 million in Manhattan.
What the
The
hell?
wild thing is, it's like right on the street. Like anybody can come to your door, just knock on your door, like walking by.
Yeah. Prince Andrew.
It's weird. Living there is weird.
Yeah. Look at that.
Meanwhile, no one can explain where he got the money. No one can explain why he got so rich. And Eric Weinstein, who is a legit financial guy, said he talked to him. He had a meeting with him once. He's like, it was really clear that he's a construct. He's like, he doesn't know what he's talking about. That's not for sale right now?
It's listed on Zillow, but not for sale. It's still on Zillow.
Oh, like it was for sale.
Yeah.
Maybe there's another service that's because sometimes Zillow doesn't have all the stuff because someone I know was looking at it.
Yeah, maybe it's on cheap old houses.
It's a bargain.
It's a fixer-upper though.
Yeah, but you'd have to go through that house. You'd have to hire the top of the food chain security experts to go, and they would probably recommend you take that house apart.
Yeah. I mean, you could do install a sweep of the thing, and but that's not going to guarantee, right? You really have to pull the walls down and look, because again, maybe I'm wrong. This never say never, but I can't imagine that the psycho like Epstein, wasn't enjoying videoing, some of the activity that's going on. So, anyway.
So, what do you think, from your perspective, what do you think that was all about? Who do you think was involved in that? Do you think it was the Mossad? Do you think it was some rogue intelligence agency in America? Was it a coordinated effort?
I know there's a lot of talk about, did he have some sort of intel connection? Right. And that is, from my perspective, it's complete speculation. But I will say, from an operational perspective, I have no idea. Was it Mossad? Was it anybody? Who knows? Right. But from an operational perspective, if you see a guy like this who's super connected and all the way back to 2008 was like his first trial, right? So he's had a long history of these problems. But if you know that he's kind of engaged in a variety of things, as an example, I'm the Chinese intel, right? And I just read the goddamn entertainment news, and there's these rumors and allegations of high-level people flying off to his island. I'm going to think that's interesting, because potentially, if I could get an access source there, if I can get somebody right inside that operation, whether it's Ghislaine Maxwell, whether it's Epstein himself, whether it's somebody who's just on the outskirts of it, maybe I'll start picking up some pretty interesting leverageable information on people that maybe I want to influence.
And it's so funny to me that it's always comes down to carnal needs. and carnal desires. It's always sex. Because these guys, when you get to like this Bill Gates level and Bill Clinton level, you can't just go pick up gals at the bar.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? So
yeah.
if you're a super famous super freak, and you know you like chasing skirts, but you know you can't do it, like what do you do?
Well, you do what he did, right? Which is you get somebody to procure for you, which apparently was primarily Maxwell's job.
Yeah.
She's out there, and she was described, usually as his girlfriend, but she was clearly operating as his pimp or whatever the female version of pimp is.
Curator.
Yeah, it's a curator. Yeah. And so he's, she's out there doing that. But look, again, I can't speak to, the rumors about him working for one intel agency or another, but I will say, if I'm working for an intel agency and I see something like that, I might find that of interest, right? And then I would definitely go after somebody to see what's going on. Just if for no other reason than again, maybe it's an opportunity there.
Well, it's the easiest connect the dots puzzle of all time.
Yeah,
you got rich, powerful people and hot chicks and probably drugs.
Yeah,
and cameras.
Yeah, and I tell you, the Russians love nothing better than the truth. The reality is, in terms of recruiting an asset by using blackmail is tough, right? You gotta that window starts closing immediately, right? In terms of their operational usefulness, right? Because there's a lot of issues there, right? You're blackmailing somebody for their cooperation. At some point, that's gonna go south on you, right? It's not like you recruited somebody for ideological reasons, right? Or even something as straightforward as like they need the money because their kid's sick or whatever it may be. So blackmail's. But having said that, look, the Russians in particular love that, right? And the Chinese intel, they'll do whatever works from their perspective. The agency, again, people are going to say that's bullshit. The agency tries, blackmail is never really ever on the table as an option because it always leads to a problem. And sometimes those problems can be very, very bad.
And what do you mean?
Well, the asset will turn on you, right? Next thing you know, you've got an agent working now, a double agent working for the other side, right? Because they're so fucked over by the fact that they've been blackmailed, and at some point they lose their shit and decide to roll for the other side.
But aren't you constantly monitoring them and looking at their phone?
There's only so much. There's only so much you can do, right? In terms of maintaining, particularly with a hard target, particularly with an asset who's in a difficult and challenging environment, perhaps, and you've got limited access to them, whatever it may be. So you're really relying on clandestine communications. You don't have a lot of face-to-face meetings. And at some point, you never know when things are heading south, right? And then the next thing you know, that's the operational reason for trying to avoid blackmail. And has it ever been done? Well, sure. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying it hasn't been done, of course, but some services go to it much quicker than others. So, which service? And I would, again, the Russians are primary users of something like that. They've got a shotgun approach. Israelis have been known to do that in the honeypot operations that they'll do and other things. But the Russians throw a lot of shit at the wall and see what sticks, right? It's very much a shotgun approach, right? And honestly, sometimes that can work, right?
Wasn't that kind of, if you thought about this island, if you're bringing award-winning scientists, like famous people, politicians, world leaders, all to one place, you're basically throwing as much shit against the wall as you can, and then you have all this stuff on all these different people, and they know it, and so then you just kind of like, wasn't there like some CEO that had to step down because he wound up giving Epstein, it was found out that he gave Epstein like $150 million, that they couldn't explain why? Wasn't that the case, Jamie? So it's one of those things where there's obviously value in having all these people on your side. But when you do get all this information on these people, like, what are they trying to accomplish with it? This is the question. Are they trying to get support for a policy to step down after firm finds more payments to Jeffrey Epstein? $158 million. He paid the convicted sex offender $158 million.
What does it? Can you scroll down a little bit?
Beyond its traditional borders.
Yeah.
Isabella Fortnite said,
He's planning to step down as chief. I've advised the Apollo board that I will retire as CEO before my 70th birthday in July. Remain as chairman. He's going to remain as a chairman. New York Times detailed that he's $75 million in payments and found that Mr. Black had paid Epstein $158 million in a 5-year period ending in 2017. He also lent Mr. Epstein more than $30 million, only $10 million of which was paid back. So that's a guy that they got something on.
I know this. Leon viewed Epstein as a confirmed bachelor with eclectic tastes. This was after his 2008 guilty plea. Wow. Mr. Epstein's advice was worth perhaps $2 billion in tax savings to Mr. Black, according to the report. Right.
But this is what Weinstein said. Eric said that this guy is not. He's not good. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He wasn't a good financial advisor.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of it is you can say, okay, why was he collecting people around him? Why was he doing it? Was he keeping a file? Right, you still have to figure out what that file looks like. Part of it could have been initially self-preservation. Right? I mean, he's engaged in all sorts of activity. He gets a few people into it, then suddenly, he doesn't look so bad, right? And he's kind of protecting himself because now I'm surrounded by people who also have to keep that secret. And so, but then the question becomes, is at what point is he or somebody in this little tight circle there? Are they approached, right, by anybody who's interested in some of these folks? Well, we don't know because we don't know who the fuck's in these files, right? So, or if the files even exist, and apparently, there's nothing in there according to Pam Bondi.
And Cash Patel. The whole thing's nuts. Yeah. And then, how Bongino and Cash Patel saying he definitely killed himself. Like, what?
Yeah.
What? Okay. This just, the level of convenience. It's so convenient that the guards were asleep. So convenient that the cameras didn't work. So convenient that years later you have a recording of the outside of the cell, but a minute is missing from it.
Yeah.
3 minutes?
Yeah, they found out it was like almost 3 minutes. Yeah. 2 minutes. It's like the missing Watergate tape.
Oh, I thought it was
just started. It started off as a minute, and then people kept looking at the metadata. Metadata, like, okay, saved this many times. Actually, up to 3 minutes.
That's plenty of time to kill somebody. 3 minutes is more than enough time.
3 minutes, you can get a whole bunch of people killed by that.
You saw that guy that was his cellmate too, right?
Yeah.
Guy is a fucking gigantic human being. A huge guy who was a mass murderer who had killed multiple people, a bad cop who was built like a brick fucking shithouse. The kind of guy that you could really easily get to strangle somebody. It would take him. I could kill him in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
How is this fucking giant dude could do it easy? Metadata from raw Epstein. Metadata from raw Epstein prison video shows approximately 2 minutes and 53 seconds were removed from one of the 2 stitched together clips. The cut starts off at the missing minute. Wow. Yeah, shocker.
Yeah. So a guy like that decides, he's going to off himself. Again,
here's the thing. It's like these guys that are all involved in this they've been around for a long time, and they have this mentality that existed before the internet, where you could just kind of put stuff out there, and you wouldn't have all these psycho sleuths out there that are going to go over everything with a fine-tooth comb, especially guys who are tech wizards who can look at the metadata, and they can figure this kind of stuff out.
Well, shit done a lot quicker, you're right. So something would happen, and look, we still have ADHD, right, collectively as a nation, right, and things move on, and I think maybe that's what they're, some people are saying, look, they called the recess on Capitol Hill because they figure by the time they come back in September, everybody will have moved on from this, right? Yeah, I think they're wrong. I don't think this feels like, and just looks like, that one of those handful of conspiracies, again, you go to JFK, that's just going to hang around.
There's a line in the sand. This one's a line in the sand. Because this is one where there's a lot of stuff about, when we thought Trump was going to come in and a lot of things are going to be resolved. We're going to drain the swamp, we're going to figure everything out. And when you have this one hardcore line in the sand that everybody's been talking about forever, and then they're trying to gaslight you on that.
Well, you would have thought that.
Yeah, I hope not.
It's my wife. Should I answer? Silent. It's on. It was on silent, but it still goes. How does that happen? It literally It's on silent. And
are you sure?
Yeah, no, I'm positive because it's got a little thing up the top that says silent. And
it's still compromised.
My phone
CIA doesn't trust you in front of me.
Well,
they don't trust you anymore.
They did call me this morning. What are you going to talk about? I don't know.
Do they ever talk to you about that? Do they ever have questions about your appearances here?
No. In fact, I'm in the building on occasion, and we're actually working on a show that's going to be a great TV show based on this amazing museum that's inside agency headquarters. But nobody ever says that. They don't. We have a really nice relationship. They don't tell me what to say. If I go on TV to talk about something, they just like. It's not like they're going to call and say, here's our view on this.
They trust you.
Yeah, they trust me. I'm not going to open my app and talk sources and methods, and at the same time, I'm just going to try to just talk from an operational perspective. But yeah, so that was my wife, which reminds me, it's my boy Muggsy's birthday today.
Happy birthday, Muggsy.
Yeah, thank you very much.
But with a thing like this, what is the general feeling about people that you talk to that are still in the agency or people that are still involved in the government? Like, how are they feeling about this? Because, like, the general public is outraged, right? Do the people inside, are they frustrated? Like, people that wanted this stuff to be exposed?
Yeah, it's funny because with the agency, it's not like the Bureau. The agency, I think most people honestly don't really probably give a shit about the Epstein files. They're more concerned now about this release from Tulsi Gabbard and the talk about manipulating intelligence, for the 2016 election and Russian collusion and all of that. That speaks more to the agency than the Epstein files does, just from a, whose responsibility is whose, right? This is the Epstein thing is a DOJ, FBI issue. I think if they're concerned about it, it's because of how it erodes trust in organizations, institutions, right? And that's happened a lot. So, there's a lot of good people. I know, again, every time I talk about the agency, people are like, fuck you, you're such a shill. But there's a lot of good people doing very difficult work for the agency.
I believe that.
And so, I think, if anything, they take it personally when people think, fuck the CIA, you gotta burn it down and start over again. Like they said with the FBI as well.
I've talked about that many times. Like, you don't know what the fuck is going on in the world. The world is filled with chaos. Like, you need people that are paying attention to that shit, and they should be on your side. Yeah, they should be on the side of the American people, paying attention to threats. If you think that not paying attention at all is going to do you any good, when there's all these countries out there that are fucking plotting constantly, you're crazy. Yeah, no. You're living in a utopia. You're living in a fake world. The real world is filled with madness, and you gotta have people paying attention.
Yeah, but I think so. I think that to answer that question, I think they're more focused on or interested in or looking at this issue of and it's surfaced again right at the same time as the Epstein files. Right now, it's like sucking all the oxygen out of the room for the past couple of days. Tulsi Gabbard comes out and starts releasing these documents. She releases these documents.
What do you think about all that? Like, so this is the accusation. They're throwing around the word treason. They're saying that Obama knew that Russia did not meddle in the election, did not have any impact in the election, but yet promoted this idea. And then there's been some incredible clips of all these different news reporters, CNN and MSNBC, just saying over and over and over again, clear evidence of Russian collusion. And
you got Hillary Clinton saying, this is an era of illegitimacy around Trump's, victory from 2016 because of this. I mean, she was very clear about it. And as were many others,
the noose is tightening on Trump. It's all going to come out. He's an agent of Russia.
Adam Schiff coming out on camera numerous times saying, I can't tell you what I've seen, but I've seen things that's a lot more than circumstantial evidence about this collusion. So, but again, it's much more it's always the same thing. It's much more complex than what folks tend to hear just in like a 2.5 to 3 minute news segment, right? So the Democrats want you to think there's nothing to see here in these documents. How could you possibly spend time doing this? You're just trying to distract from the Epstein files. And the Republicans are saying Obama committed treason, right? The reality is, as it oftentimes is somewhere in that middle, right? There's a lot of conflating of issues here. So nobody is questioning now that Republicans or Democrats, nobody's questioning that the Russians meddled in the election, just like they did in the previous one, just like they did in this last one. Just like they've been meddling since World War II, right? Since the end of World War II, they've always had an interest in influencing U.S. politics.
Now, when you say meddle, do you mean like social media bots? Do you mean like influencing politicians? Like, what do you mean by meddle?
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, in the early days, what were they doing? In the early days, they would pay off trade union representatives, right, to push a certain line, to push for a softer tone, much like the Chinese do now, push for a softer tone against the Soviet Union, right, or during World War II to push for isolationism, keep the U.S. out of the war, right, before the Nazis turned on the Soviet Union and they tended to need us. Or they would pay journalists to write articles pushing a particular point of view. And so there were those things. Now, social media meddling is a lot easier, right? It's a lot cheaper.
For sure they do that.
Yeah, for sure they do that.
And for sure they did that in 2016.
Absolutely, and nobody's questioning that, right? What's happening is that once again, there's a bit of a messaging problem from the Trump administration. The Trump administration, at the end of the day, is saying, what was bullshit was this Russia collusion angle, right? Was the idea that, you know, and this is complicated to explain, and I'm not doing a very good job of it, but they're saying, yes, there was meddling, but you pushed the story, meaning Brennan and Comey and all the others that were involved in this, and then going up to the top with Obama, saying you took what was a Intel Community Assessment, the ICA is because everything has an acronym, that said there was no indication of Russian efforts to push or influence in a particular direction the election, right? And most of that initial reporting was on election infrastructure. So there was a fairly significant bit there that said the Russians weren't able to hack into election machines and actually alter vote counts, right? So they said we have seen no evidence of that, right? And so you could argue that in part the Trump administration is having a hard time explaining, much like I am, that the problem here wasn't that there was anybody saying there's no meddling. There's meddling. They're just saying that you, at a certain point, around about December 9th, I think it was, you had a meeting where Obama was sitting in there with Comey and Andrew McCabe and a variety of others, and the president himself requested a different intelligence community assessment, which is a little unusual for a president to say, I'd like you to do an ICA on a particular thing. Which
Can you elaborate on that? Like, so they were telling him what?
Well, they were telling him we don't see that Russian meddling impacted the election, basically. The Dems are saying, well, that's just about the electronic infrastructure, about the voting machines, right? In reality, the ICA was also that instruction, the PDP, the President's Daily Brief, and the writing that had been done, the analysis that had been done up to that point was saying, we haven't seen anything that the Russian meddling influenced the outcome of the election. Well, then, shortly, and then they squashed that particular piece, right? They said, let's shelve that, and that's what a lot of the emails that Tulsi Gabbard released show, right? So like all this agonizing. It's amazing any shit gets done in the government when you read these emails going back and forth between James Clapper at the DNI and other places.
Yeah, you sent me some of that
stuff.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, the analysts and others, and they're all saying, okay, well, what kind of tone do we give it? What do we say about this? And you can also see in there that they're saying, we don't think the Steele dossier is credible. You know, the two senior Russian analysts, right, at the agency were telling John Brennan at the time, if you put the dossier in there as a piece of information into this assessment, you're compromising the credibility of the whole thing because we don't believe it, right? And this is December, right? And Brennan instructed, and it's in writing, instructed them to go ahead and do it, right? Because it basically, he liked the narrative, right, of the Steele dossier, right? And so he chose that over the analytical process, right? Over the discipline that you need to corroborate information that's going to go to a high level intel assessment. So if anybody's in the crosshairs right now, it's probably John Brennan, right? In terms of, because he went up on Capitol Hill at some point and said that, the Steele dossier didn't form an important point of, it wasn't in the document, wasn't in the ICA. The ICA is now out there, and sure enough, it was not only in the annex, it was in the body of the report, which gives it much more credibility. So, yeah, so he, I'm not a lawyer, but, I think he should be concerned a little bit about where that might go. But Obama reportedly, and it's in email traffic, requested a different ICA. And so shortly thereafter, they produced.
How does he say it?
I forget what the exact wording.
Because that's a crazy thing. If you have a bunch of experts that give you an assessment, these are the facts, and this is how it went down. You're like, I don't like those facts.
Well, I don't like the facts, and that's why this is going to be a problem. Anybody who thinks Obama's going to go to prison for treason is conspiracy. I think, again, much like Pam Bondi, with her treating of the Epstein files, which was ridiculous. Tulsi Gabbard's gotten out over her skis. Treason is conspiracy. Is
that what she said?
That's what she said. It's not going to happen. Anybody who thinks Obama's going to forget about it. You'll be lucky if you get any consequences of anything out of this. Again, I'm very cynical about where investigations go.
Well, isn't this also based on the Supreme Court's justification of everything that Trump did while he was in office? Right. So you can't try him for immunity when they're out.
Yeah, immunity for acting under the authority as a president. And it's also very nuanced, right? He can sit in there. He's perfectly got the right to sit in a meeting and say, okay, well, I tell you what, let's sit on this, right? James Clapper and the others agreed. Yeah, we're going to take this document, we're going to set it aside that we all worked on. Now we want to restructure it, focused on the outcome of the election and the Russian meddling and where this went and how they. So he can do that, right? And it's nuanced, and he can and never get in trouble because fine, you got the right to do that. I mean, it's not illegal by any means, but there is no doubt in my mind that there was a desire to drive this thing in a certain direction, right? And so there is no doubt in my mind that, first of all, using the Steele dossier in there was just horseshit, right? Because that thing, there hasn't been any allegation in that Steele dossier that's been verifiable, and they knew that, right? So they went, and they used that Steele dossier in part to then go to FISA courts and get warrants, right? So that's another issue that I think from a legal perspective, again, not a lawyer, but I think some people should be probably concerned about how they represented that information, knowing, right, based on kind of what we're seeing from the document releases from Tulsi Gabbard. Again, you can see by virtue of how difficult I'm trying to explain it, it's much more complex, right, than just them bad, these guys good, these guys good, these guys bad, right? There's layers here that I think need to be examined, and I think that at the end of the day, you're not really going to get, much like everything else that happens in DC, you're not going to get a lot of satisfaction on this one. But I do think, I'm convinced that, they drove this narrative shortly after into January when they released the new ICA, and suddenly leaks to the press, and that's when the Russia collusion story happened, right? And that's the thing that they should be focused on, right? They're losing the message because they're throwing shit out there. There's a lot of detail, and people get bored, and so I think that's a problem they're going to have here trying to push this thing forward. And I do think also that Tulsi Gabbard should have been a little bit more circumspect in the way she explained this, right, and how she described the actions. Because I think there were some people who are culpable in terms of going after this narrative and pushing this Russia collusion story that then wasted a couple of years. And, God knows how much money on investigations and impeachment hearings and all the rest of it.
But why do you think she chose to frame it that way? Do you think she was instructed to do that, or she was guided to do that, or encouraged to do that? Because if it's not warranted, if you don't believe it's warranted based on the evidence that you've looked at, like, she's the director of national intelligence.
Well, I think she's part of it is the realization that, look, I mean, you put that information out there. I think it would have been more appropriate if she'd released all the documentation, said here's and lay out in a very good, like almost like a PowerPoint presentation for make it very simple for the press, because the press isn't inclined to pursue this because the press were complicit, right?
So you're trying to say, this is what these people did, and you helped them. Now, what we want is for you, meaning the media, to uncover all of this and report on it. They were winning awards, journalistic awards for their coverage of the Russian collusion story. Right. So the idea that they're going to somehow now say, that was a problem. So I think they should have maybe just made this more factual based, stayed away from the sort of the hyperbolic statements about treason and all the rest of it, and then tried to explain it to the American public in a way that they can digest a little bit better, right? But when you throw out things like treasonous conspiracy, once again, much like with the Epstein thing, you're creating this kind of howling mob that's going to expect something, and I just don't know that they're going to get it.
Right. So do you think that it's possible that she was encouraged to do this because this kind of takes away some of the heat off of the Epstein thing?
I'm sure there was a thought process in there somewhere. Yeah,
possibly.
Yeah, I think
that's a reasonable assumption.
Look, it's an important issue, right? If you have the intel community, or you have the White House deciding to themselves, look, we know this information is kind of bullshit, but it certainly serves a narrative, which is we want to delegitimize the new president that's coming in because we can't stand him. Then that's a really, really serious problem that needs to be examined.
It's also so short-sighted because do you not know that information is eventually going to come out that's going to compromise the confidence that people have in anything that the intelligence agencies put forth after that?
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of, part of what was going on was the expectation that Hillary Clinton was going to win, right? So, like with the Steele dossier, trying, to get leverageable information or dirt on Trump. I think they were all under the assumption that Hillary Clinton's going to win. Doesn't really matter what we're doing right now because she's going to cover for us, right? And, I don't think they ever expected Trump to win. So, then suddenly they've got to shift course a little bit and think, okay, all right, well, now that didn't work. Now what? Well, let's say that we've got this document over here talking about Russian meddling. Is it that much of a push to kind of say that, we believe there might have been collusion and the media ran with it? Right? They didn't have to do.
They ran with it for 3 years.
For 3 years. Yeah.
3 years hardcore all the time. Every time they talked about Trump. Yeah. Which is crazy. Regardless of how you feel about Trump, if you're the biggest Trump hater in the world, I understand. But understand this, that is dangerous. It's dangerous to have the media in lockstep with the government who's saying something that's not true.
Yeah. I mean, and they scream about threats to democracy all the time. Let's just be a little bit more self-aware and realize what that looked like. Right? You can't. People were just bullshitting about evidence that they had or that they saw.
Right? Well, the Democrats saying anything's a threat to democracy is wild when they haven't had a primary since 2012. That's wild.
Yeah.
That's really wild. I mean, they kicked Bernie out. They made sure RFK Jr. wasn't in. And then when it came time for Kamala to run, no primary at all. They just put her in position. Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, they didn't know what else to do. And there's so much going on right now. Today, speaking of Kamala and speak about Biden, but today, what's his name? The chief of staff, the former chief of staff for Biden. I think he was over there for a couple of years. Ron Klain was up on Capitol Hill to talk because they're holding these interviews up on Capitol Hill to try to figure out what the hell was going on, right? At what point did people decide they're going to cover up the mental condition of Joe Biden? And that's another look. I mean, and then they're all pleading the fifth. Kevin O'Connor is the White House doctor. Pled the fifth. Senior advisor to Joe Biden, what's his name? Andrew Bernal, pled the fifth, right? And Ron Klain apparently stayed up there for a couple hours talking, right? But he wasn't there for the last couple of years of the administration, I think, but he was there for the debate prep, right? And he's come out publicly and said, "I was shocked at his condition." So,
I think they set him up for failure in that debate. Why? First of all, why are they having a debate that late? Why would they agree to a debate at 9 p.m.? When you got a guy who's really old and kind of broken down? Why would you do that?
Television timing, who knows?
And it seemed like, didn't someone blame it on him being on Ambien?
Yeah, Hunter did. Hunter, that fantastic interview that Hunter just did with, I forget his name, Andrew Callahan or something like that. He referenced, now he's walking it back, saying, it wasn't me that he was on Ambien during the debate. I'm just saying, they
they had him on Ambien because it was his travel schedule. Guy was at Camp David and resting in Delaware for 10 days prior to the debate. So, yeah.
Jesus. What a mess. I think they sent him out. I think they wanted him out, and this is the way to do it. Get him in the debate. Don't give him his medicine. Don't give him the proper medication to keep him up and peppy, and let him out there all confused. And apparently he had a cold at the time too. So,
but if they were going to do that, wouldn't you think that they would, I don't know, have a better plan? A plan B?
No, they didn't have a plan, and I think the Biden administration, the people didn't want him to step down. There's people inside the organization that didn't want him to step down, particularly, supposedly, Jill. Jill did not want him to step down. But then there's the cancer thing. Like, how do they not know that he has cancer? Well, they hatch for it. Yeah. Which is crazy. Like, that's years of developing.
Yeah. Yeah, I just think if there was a plan, if there was a nefarious plan to have him step down, I think they thought he would get through it. I think they did.
He might have if he performed the way he performed in the first debate.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems to me that they were caught in the headlights at the point where he did so poorly. Yeah, I know. Jesus Christ. Yeah, no.
Starting to kick in. Have you ever taken that stuff?
No.
It scares the shit out of me. No, my friend Kevin took it and he got up in the middle of the night, cooked a meal, went to bed, and didn't know he cooked the meal, so he went back and saw the plates in the kitchen, thought someone broke into his house and cooked. Like, yeah, that's not good.
No. I've never taken it. Have you taken Xanax?
No.
Yeah.
That stuff's scary. That's what fucked Jordan Peterson up. That stuff's really hard to kick. Yeah. Benzodiazepine is one of the hardest things to kick. It's one of the things that if you get off it cold turkey can kill you.
Good God.
Yeah, and they put everybody on it.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. It seems like it's readily available.
As is Adderall. Yeah, readily available and fucking super bad for you.
Although during the, during the pandemic, you couldn't get Adderall. I remember that being an issue, right? I remember stories about that.
Make it overseas?
Couldn't, yeah, exactly. As they do with most of our pharmaceuticals, including what I've been talking about.
And so then people probably bought black market Adderall. Probably has fentanyl in it, which probably contributed to a lot of deaths.
Yeah. I got this voice now. I sound like Kim Carnes, cool Betty Davis eyes, Kim Carnes. It's a very sultry voice I've got going on here for a second.
I forgot about that song.
Yeah, I suspect most people have.
Time waits for no one.
Yeah, but I think, so the Biden, let's call it a cover-up. That's, again, it's an example of how people are not more upset about that, right? I mean, again, with the idea that we've got ADHD and everybody's moving on, but you would imagine that story, if none other, right? Because it's not quite as complicated as the Intel issue or even as the Epstein files. It's pretty straightforward. People hiding the condition of the leader of the free world. So anyway, it's just a thought. I'm surprised that it's gone away.
Well, then there's the auto pen as well. That's another wild thing because so many of these people that were pardoned by auto pen. And so you have to, it begs the question, like, how was that negotiated? Like, who was involved in that? Who made those decisions? What was their motivation? Were they compensated? Like,
and look, he says the former president, Biden, says he was advised on all of this. He was in on all of these, and the auto pen was primarily used for, sort of rote pardons, collective pardons where they're pardoning, for an action, and so you have a number of people included in that you're giving pardons to. But all of this, whether it's that, whether it's any of the other things we've been talking about, at the end of the day, it's no wonder. Look, people's confidence level in politicians, in government institutions, and the media is at an all-time low. Right? And I think it's a really dangerous thing, but I don't see how you walk the dog back on that. right? I mean, how do you do that? How do you suddenly create more trust in any of those things?
Well, I think a lot of people thought that draining the swamp would create trust, right? The idea of Trump coming into office with 4 terrible years under Biden, Trump's going to come in and clean things up. Everything's going to make sense now. But everything's just as chaotic, if not more, and just as confusing. I mean, there's good things that are happening. The closing of the border is clearly a good thing. That was fucking scary and dangerous.
Yeah, no, from a policy perspective, look, the other day they had 9 crossings, right? 9, right? Compared to maybe 10,000, 11,000, 12,000 a day in the previous administration. So that's a huge win, and that's what they should be talking about. And they should be talking about the trade deals, right? They got a good trade deal with Japan. They got a good trade deal with Indonesia. They got a good trade deal with Vietnam. They signed one with the UK. They're getting ready for the European Union. There's things that they should be talking about, and instead, once again, we're fucking consumed with what we've been discussing, Epstein and the intel manipulation. I mean, you think of Biden's condition and
Obama, treason.
Yeah. So it's really it's disappointing, but I don't know how. I'm not sure where I'm going with this, other than the fact that it's very depressing if you think about where our focus is right now. Right, there's a lot of flashpoints around the world, a lot of real serious crises, right, and threats to national security and concerns, and the White House can't seem to get a focus right on things. But the border thing is a great win. That's a very, from a national security issue, that's a terrific win.
Yeah, the fact that it was open for so long is so insane to think that anybody would think that would be a good idea unless you wanted chaos.
Yeah, that is always discussed as like, was it intentional? I don't see how it's not intentional. Right, because we can see now, after 6 months of the second Trump administration, that you can fix the problem. Right?
Yeah, they could have fixed it instantly.
They could have done it, and they chose not to. So, clearly there's a lot of people in the Dem Party and the Democratic Party that are fans of or believe in open borders.
But there's also the moving of the people to swing states, and the fact that it changes the number of congressional seats regardless of whether or not someone's there legally or illegally. Once they do a census on how many people live there, it raises the number of congressional seats that's available.
Yeah,
which is crazy.
Well, yeah,
all that's so wild that it's so transparent.
I mean, look at Europe. I know it's kind of people talk about this, but look at France, look at the UK. I mean, much smaller environments, and you can see what happens when you have massive migration, right? And look, hey, I'm not against immigration. I'm just saying it should be legal. You should know who's coming across your border. You should have security. You can't pay for everybody, right? I mean, so opening up your borders and say, come on in, and we're going to provide you with whatever Mamdani in New York is providing, new free grocery stores and free bus and free childcare, and everything's going to be free.
And they're going to tax businesses.
That's what he said. He said, and if you're wondering how I'm going to pay for this, I'm going to tax the rich, right? You think like, oh my God, how, Stalin, you've been going all the way back to, communists have been talking that way for years, feeding the same bullshit lines to gormless sheep. We're just now, Mamdani's just talking to a new generation of sheep, and he will end up as mayor.
Utopian perspectives are really attractive to young people because you see the way these older rich people have been running the world. It's all corrupt. They don't care. They're all capitalists and monsters. All they care about is money. I don't have any money. I want them to take the money away from the rich people and give it to the poor people, and then everything will be fine.
Yeah.
It's like a common thought amongst young people.
Look, I get it. If you're a young person, you probably look at your parents. If your parents have done okay, done well, and you're thinking, well, that maybe I'm not going to be able to do that, right? I mean, a lot of young folks now saying, I can't buy a house. How am I going to get a down payment for a house, right? I'm drowning in school loans, which of course they took out. But so I get the frustration in a sense, and so I think Mamdani is doing again what a lot of slick socialists or communists in the past have done. Right? He's speaking to the masses, and he's using all these platitudes.
and there will be an element that buys into it, right? Because they haven't seen how shitty it can be. Right?
Well, it seems like a huge element bought into it. He won the primary.
They won the primary, yeah. No,
so what happens now? So Eric Adams is the current mayor. So if this guy wins the primary, is Adams even? Is it possible for him to run? Like, what? How does it work now?
Well, I guess he could run as an independent, which maybe is his intention.
Because he apparently is still running, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
He plans on running.
Wasn't Cuomo also planning on running, or did he drop out?
I believe he's still trying to run as well.
Yeah,
so he lost the primary, and I think people think that people are so horrified that Mondani's in that they think that maybe it's possible. And then there's Curtis Sliwa. He still wants to wear that stupid fucking hat.
Yeah, God bless Curtis Sliwa.
Take that fucking hat off. Maybe he'd have a chance.
Yeah, at some point he's going to stop that. But I think there's a good chance that if Eric Adams ran as an independent, maybe that's the plan. And if Cuomo dropped out, I think if they split the vote, then I think Mondani wins. But they're going to have to, and the Democrats, nationwide seem to have some real concern over Mondani, right? Because that's not the message they want to send at a time when they see sort of this cultural shift in America, where they think, okay, we might be done with this whole woke issue, right? And then they see Mondani out there doubling down, bullshit, double it down. Then you got Bernie Sanders back, then you got Jerry Nadler back in New York back, and then you got obviously AOC back. So they rightly so, because what do they want to do? They want to reclaim the White House, right? They want to reclaim the Senate. They're not going to do it right in the backs of a avowed socialist, right? Who wants to reclaim it?
Essentially a communist.
Yeah. So, and he's again, God bless the ideology of the youth, but people should do a little bit more research into his ideas and how they worked elsewhere, right? And maybe they will.
There's only one way to enforce those ideas, and that's with guns.
Yeah, that's it.
That's how you
government grocery store. Get the hell over there.
Yeah, government grocery stores and taking money away from the rich people. Like, how are you going to enforce that? You need force.
Well, they tried to. I mean, like California tried to. I think maybe they've even enacted it. They've tried to figure out a way to tax people who are leaving the state.
Yeah, that was a thought that they had that I don't think is constitutional.
Yeah.
They wanted to. I think it was 5 years. So if you had left with it, so me, I could get taxed, even though I've been out there for 5 years. But that's just they're just so irresponsible with what they've done with the tax money. They have some of the highest taxes in the country, and it's chaos. And then they're also like upset that people want to film what's going on in the Palisades in Malibu.
Oh shit! Yeah. I was there not too long ago, and nothing's happening. Nothing's still a war zone. Right? You drive up towards Malibu, and everything's just gutted.
Yeah.
Right? So you think, and it's because you've got thousands and thousands of regulations in place that prevent the reconstruction. Right? Just trying to get a simple permit for something takes you forever, and
it's going to be years.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting because Gavin Newsom obviously is in sort of a soft campaign right now to set the table to run for president. I mean, he's desperate. So he's like some kid who wants to be the class president.
See him on Sean Ryan's podcast?
I did not. I'm sorry, I missed that one.
He's doing a podcast.
Wow,
it was a disaster.
Well, he's got his own podcast, right?
Allegedly.
Yeah. So how do you do on Sean's? How terrible. Yeah, of course.
Terrible. It was terrible. I mean, there's only so much he can say. Like, the record speaks for itself. His record is terrible.
That's
people are fleeing the state. The disaster that came about because of the fire, the homeless situation is untenable. It's all madness.
But if you look at the Democrat Party, you say, okay, so what does that mean, right? Because right now they're flailing about, right? They're doing this autopsy of what happened from this last election, even though they're not going to address the issue of Joe Biden. And, at what point did we know that he shouldn't be running? They're going to leave that off the table. But the purpose of the autopsy is essentially to try to figure out what's our next step, who's our next leader. And they did a survey not that long ago, and they said who's the top of the Democrat Party, and the top three individuals were AOC, Kamala Harris, and Bernie Sanders, and none of them got more than like a 10% of the total
on the survey. So when you've got those three as your option, and you're trying to figure out how do you appeal more to a larger mass, they got an issue because it's not. Yeah, I agree. It's not going to be Gavin Newsom. It won't be Pete Buttigieg.
They've got a solution. Jamie, I just texted you something. This is the solution.
Solution.
Yeah. Here's the solution.
It's coming up. No, it's not Hillary.
Finally, a Democrat who could shine on Joe Rogan's show. Hunter Biden is Unrepentant by Helen Lewis. Helen, take your medication.
Oh my God.
He did the best ad for crack ever, though.
Yeah.
It was a great ad for crack.
It was not just an ad. It was a cooking show. That fucker taught American youth how to make crack. And I was astounded as he sat there. He loves crack more than anything in the world. Right?
It sounded great.
He was romantically involved with crack.
He said it's safer than alcohol.
Yes. Yes, take that to the bank, kids. Holy shit.
Talk about not learning from what happened during the crack epidemic ruined American cities.
Yeah, no.
It's
which reportedly was done by the agency, by the way.
Reportedly,
again, conspiracy theories. But yeah, excuse me, I'm bad like summer cold apparently.
It's probably allergies. There's so many allergies.
That interview with how is it? Apparently, the family has no control over it. But how is it that they allow him to go and do podcasts or interviews of any sort? Right? They need to do an intervention. And look, I hope he's clean. I hope he's not.
He seemed clean. When he was talking about it, he said, "I'm reluctant to explain this," but he was being honest about why it works and what's so euphoric about it.
Well, it feeds into the Democrats have decided apparently that they need to be tougher, right? Because after the last election, and so they would send Tim Wells out there and helmet foot and his hunting gear to try to appeal to Middle America, and so I can see it. And you see more Democrats getting out there and swearing because that makes it tougher. So that interview with Hunter Biden, I can see feeds into this idea that the Democrat strategists have is we've got to be more mainstream. Right? Which again is kind of in part why they're so concerned over Mamdani in New York City.
Yeah, well, they were trying for a long time to squash masculinity and frame it all as being toxic, and people rebelled against that.
Eventually, it took a while.
Well, a lot of young men, in particular, went to the right because of that, and a lot of young men that would ordinarily have probably voted Democrat if you were just fucking reasonable, but you turned them into villains for no reason other than just being men. Yeah. And that was a narrative that people were really sick of. And it's like the pendulum swings one way and the other way. It always does. It always has. This is how we course correct. We try to figure out our way through this world, and people go one way too far, and then they overcorrect going the other way, and then we try to bring it back to the middle. It never really kind of goes there.
Yeah, no, you're right. It is, and that's been the problem for quite some time. It is. It's like that pendulum. You're over here, and then instead of it settling in the center, you're back over here. And that happens every administration change, right? So you get this knee-jerk reaction, and from a legislative perspective, that's a real problem, right? Because you really never do get shit done, right? Because you're bouncing from extreme to extreme.
It's also a problem with this 4-year term thing. It's like every 4 years we have a new person, or the same person does it twice. These are the options. These are the only options that you have. So you have this terrible situation where you're always shitting on the other side, and there's no hey, this is the president now, let's all work together.
Yeah, what if you had a setup like Mexico? Mexico has a presidency where you serve a 6-year term, and that's it. You're done one term, but it's 6 years. I don't know. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It was like these people fucked it up. We're gonna do a better job, and then they get in, and it's the same fucking thing.
No, and also you get the self-interest. Obviously, that's not rocket science. But if you could be a senator for 46 years, or however long, which is nuts,
making hundreds of millions of dollars somehow or another.
Right, and that's another thing. I always wonder how do people not? And again, maybe some intrepid
even investigative journalists, if there are any left, who wouldn't want to do a story about the wealth gains by politicians? Just look at the past 10 years, right? And say, and take them on both sides, right? So you look at Chuck Schumer and AOC, and you look at on the other side, you look at Grassley, and you look at Mitch McConnell, or whatever, right? And you look at those, and that would make a fascinating series if you just said, how the fuck did you make your money?
It's 100% both sides too, which is so important, because everybody wants to point to Pelosi, and Pelosi made a lot of money for sure. But it's a lot of them. It's a lot of them.
Yeah, we do it. I don't handle any of our finances because I'm not smart enough. But we do have a fund that tracks Pelosi. Right? There's a Pelosi tracking fund, and it's done very well. It's done very well. And I'm always fascinated because I'm thinking, well, of course it does well, because you're sitting up there on goddamn Capitol Hill. You hear in these hearings, you hear about developments, right? And it doesn't have to be about a particular company. It could be about our particular dealings with a country, right? And regulatory concerns with that country, or it could be about a sector and where we're going. And you can, yes, of course, you can use that information to your benefit, unless you're a moron. But it shouldn't be illegal, right? It shouldn't be legal. No, it's insider trading. Yeah, like they put Martha Stewart away for insider trading. Yeah. So how about politicians?
Actually, they put her away for lying. Yeah, they didn't get her on insider trading. They got her for lying. Because during the investigation, she didn't tell the truth about something. They didn't actually. I don't believe she was actually jailed for insider trading. It's always the cover up. But it's all just horseshit when someone like Nancy Pelosi is able to do it legally. If you're able to make hundreds of millions of dollars legally through some, where your salary is so low. Most people who make, not that it's low, but most people who make a salary, well, it's a great salary, but most people who make $170,000 a year might have $170,000 in the bank. Okay, you won't have 200 million. That's crazy.
Well, I get a lot of speeches and books, and everything. I don't think you do. I don't think you do.
You got track it. You can see how much money she made in the stock market.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That would be a fascinating series if that's what you did. Is if you did asset tracing and a financial review of modern day politicians. How did you make your goddamn money?
Also, why are you still doing it? You're older than Biden. She's older than Biden. Like, chill out.
I know, but
go on a vacation.
It'll never happen. People, it's not even about the money. It's about the access, the power, the people, who carry your bags and toady after you, and they love that shit. So I get it. I get what the attraction is. I'm just saying that, if we had any balls, we would have had enacted term limits quite some time ago. Anyway.
Well, at the very least, they should block insider trading. I'm sure you've seen that time when she was questioned about insider trading. You're not participating, lady. You're making hundreds of millions of dollars. It's insane.
And this is not a partisan. I agree with it 100%. It's not a partisan issue. Not at all. Everybody gets up on there.
And if you look at the trades, if you look at it between the red and the blue, it's across the board. They're all doing it. I think it lures them in. I think once they get into office, and even if they have good intentions, they get lured in by a corrupt system, and then they play ball. Yeah. And then you get paid.
Yeah. Well, and then you get a lifetime pension. Yeah. Which I think makes no sense. How about you say, okay, fine, you go out there on Capitol Hill. You get your pension while you're up there. Your pay is, maybe similar to military, Congress. Maybe you get a major's pay. I have no idea. I'm just making that shit up. But take the financial incentives and the excitement out of it, and maybe you get a different group of people who want to pursue that work, and then they just go the hell back to wherever they came from and work a job.
But also, there's a problem that the campaigns are so ugly, and we've agreed, sort of as a society, that that's how we do it, and that these people are going to attack each other. I remember one of the things during when Biden was running, when Kamala Harris was saying that he was guilty of sexual assault. Like, you remember that? And then afterwards, she gets interviewed, I think it was by Colbert, and she's like, it was a debate. It was a debate. Like, imagine that. It's a debate. And so you're willing to say something in a debate that's not true?
Well, this is policy. You can
And
I think it's partly just a disdain for the American voter, and the belief that people will move on, and they do. Maybe that's it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. People tend to forget pretty quickly.
We're overwhelmed by information. We're constantly, consistently overwhelmed by the news cycle.
And it is almost impossible. You have to have like some sort of a Mike Ben style recall in your head where you can keep track of everything, because it's just coming at you so fast. And Doge and Elon and this and that. I had some guy ask me last night, do you think that the Elon Musk and Donald Trump thing was staged? And I go, do you think it's staged? He's like, absolutely. I think it's all fake. I go, wow. Do you think that they made an agreement that Elon would say that you're on the Epstein client list, and that's why you won't release the file? Do you think that like Donald and Elon came to that agreement?
Yeah, just sitting around over a Diet Coke together.
Yeah, they're all in on it. They're all in on it. Like, are you out of your fucking mind?
What do you think about Musk's political party?
First of all, my wife told me you really can't name it the American Party. It's not legal.
He comes out with a bill.
Yeah, why? I don't know. She told me, I believe her. Jamie will find out.
You didn't follow up. No, follow up. You weren't interested. We're eating dinner. Thanks, honey. We're going to dinner.
She was like, you can't just call your party the American Party. I go, really? She was, no, you can't. You can't use the term America for your party. Which makes sense. But I don't think you couldn't, because I'd be like, fuck you, I'm the American Party. It's the whole country. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you decide you're the American Party and I'm against the American Party, well, that sounds like I'm against America.
I guess but you couldn't. Call it the American Party. I'm going to trademark that name.
That was my problem with the Patriot Act. You can't call it the Patriot Act, you motherfucker, because then if you go against it, you're against the Patriots.
Goddamn right.
That's right. Crazy.
The terrorists win.
Is it legal to call your party the American Party?
Looking at this as, for example, the New York State laws outlaw the use of words like Independence America and America as names of political parties. So,
yeah, there you go. Okay, so she's right. Yeah. So listen, you gotta come up with it. Oh, just in New York. So nationally, it's legal.
But it's out. Yeah, if it's in New York, I'll bet.
What does an independent call himself in New York? If they run as independent,
well, you can run as an independent. You can't call your party the independent party.
Yeah, it's all quite sus, isn't it?
Sus.
Look at that little sus. That's what the kids call it, right? Yeah, I call everything sus. Likewise. Like, what is he going to do with this party? You're not going to get, how's that going to work?
Yeah, I don't think this guy, as much as I don't, I think there should be room, I guess I should say that way, there should be room for another party.
100%.
But I don't think there's enough oxygen to do it.
Here it is. The name American Party has been used by several different political parties in the United States, most famously as the official name of the Know-Nothings. This is my favorite. That's what you should call it. Why doesn't he call it the X Party? He likes the term X. A nativist group, sometimes dubbed the America's Third Party, that rose to prominence in the years leading up to the U.S. Civil War. The Know-Nothings were during the Civil War. That's crazy.
The name of the American Party attempt to brand the party as a force of patriotism. That's what you're saying. Yeah, okay.
As well as the names of an anti-Mormon party in Utah and the supporters of George Wallace.
Wow.
Jesus Christ.
He's not a handsome man.
Boy, he looks evil.
Yeah, he does.
Some people just look, I'm not voting for you and your fucked up eyebrows, bro. Some people just look like they are. You know what I mean?
George Wallace. I remember watching, I was tiny, but I remember, and still to this day, watching it when he got shot at that rally that he was at.
Oh, that's right.
Put him in the wheelchair. I don't know. I don't think there's room for a third party. There should be, but I just don't see it happening. We're too entrenched in the way that we do things, and you start splitting the vote, and I think maybe it's, who knows, maybe it gets more chaos than we've currently got.
Yeah, I mean, one of those two together, it's like, geez, I saw that coming. I was like, this is not going to work out.
Yeah.
When his son was with him in the Oval Office and the son told him to shut up, told Trump to shut up. The little kid told Trump to shut up and he said, you're not the president. Oh my God, what is that?
It actually lasted longer than I thought it would.
Well, it destroyed Elon, destroyed his company, destroyed Tesla. I mean, and then on top of that, when people started like putting swastikas on Teslas and firebomb Teslas, madness. I mean, and then people were probably very reluctant to buy a Tesla because they were worried, like, hey, if I buy this fucking thing and park it somewhere, someone's gonna key it.
I know somebody who actually covered up the Tesla insignia on the car.
I was behind someone the other day on the highway. They had a fucking thing on their car that said, "I bought this before Elon went crazy." Like, oh God, you're conceding, you're giving in to the mob, and they're giving in to the dumbest mob.
But there was an element also that was like, it's legitimate form of protest. To blow up a fucking Tesla dealership, right? That's not blow up a charging station.
It's certainly not legitimate to destroy people's private property who are just paying a lease on a car that they probably had for 3 or 4 fucking years before any of this shit went down.
But they do nuts. They do it. Someone walks by and keys the car. Right, keys a car, a Tesla, and you just I don't know why they all tend to look alike, but they do, and they're all just saw it. They're just like this sense of self-righteous's. Like, I deserve to do this because I'm in the right. I'm on the side of good, so therefore I can do whatever the fuck I want. Right? So
it's mentally ill people. And there's a lot of them in this country. And unfortunately, you can weaponize them.
And we've also played into it, right? I mean, so it's, of the U.S. Olympics, the U.S. Olympic Committee just said, males will not be able to participate in female sports. Shocking. I had no idea that we had to actually say that out loud, but apparently we do.
Or they're going to take that gold medal away from that dude who pretended he was a woman and won the boxing.
Yeah. God, sorry.
Fuck off, man. So crazy. It's like, that's where this woke thing just hits the wall, where people who have daughters and people are just like, hey, look, I want you to live your life and be whoever you want to be. I really do. I don't want to infringe upon your right to express yourself. But at a certain point in time, you impose this on other people and you fuck up their lives. And Vivek had a great term. He was calling it the tyranny of the oppressed. That they oppress people who are legitimately oppressed in a lot of ways. Then they turn that on everybody else, and they want everyone to concede to their demands. It's like,
it's on the victim, so therefore I deserve.
Therefore, we're going to throw society into a wood chipper.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm busy enough that I don't have to spend a lot of time worrying about what other people are doing. At the same time, I don't need to play along, right? Exactly. With your imaginings, and so I think that's where it started to. Once it started to impact other people, like a kid who loses a race because now suddenly she's racing against a dude.
Yeah, exactly. 900 medals lost during this time. Really? Yes, 900 medals that would have gone to biological females that were won by biological males because of this crazy ideology over the last few years. And so think about how many girls lost out on scholarships. Think about how many girls just like felt fucked over by the system, where you've got a guy in the fucking locker room with his dick hanging out and you're supposed to pretend that that's a woman. Yeah, it's crazy.
And then God forbid you go against the idea, and a handful of people did, and spent a lot of time getting pilloried for it. But
Riley Gaines,
yeah, good example. Yeah.
You see people attacking her all the time online. It's just wild.
I think it's dying down a little bit. I think we hit that top, and I think it's coming back down to where people are saying enough is enough. Again, with the idea that, look, you want to do that, you want to pretend that you can, you want to believe that a dude can have a baby, fine, you do that. I don't need to pretend with you. I'm not going to infringe on your thinking that that's the case, and yes, you need some protections in place for people. Of course you do, right? But at a certain point, I kind of lost track. It used to be that you had gay dudes and you had lesbians, right? That was kind of it, right? You had guys that like guys and you had girls that like girls, and you're fine.
We made progress in that regard, where people that used to have to hide that, they don't have to hide that anymore. It's pretty much accepted by society. for the most part. Yeah, and then they're trying the same thing with this. And it's like, no, this is a different thing. And a lot of the gays, they don't want this in their group. They're like, no, this is a different thing. This is not your sexual orientation. You're attracted to men. This is an identity thing. This is a totally different thing that you're dealing with. And then you also have to factor in, as uncomfortable as this is for people, you have to factor in perverts who all of a sudden can just say I'm a woman and wear a dress, and now they can enter into women's spaces, and you can't stop them. And that's real, man. That's real. That's not discounting actual trans people or discounting gay people or lesbians. It's not. But you're opening the door for fucking sexual predators. Yeah, people who are out of their fucking minds, man.
And you also had one of the things I never quite figured out was you also have the parent who's like they've got a 3-year-old son who says, I'd like to play with adults. And then suddenly the mother's the enabler, right? They want to get him on hormone blockers. Yeah, and you're thinking, like, how about you just let the kid be a kid? You know, maybe tomorrow they want to play football. Maybe the next day they want to do interpretive dance. Maybe the following day they want to play baseball. Let the fucking kids grow up in a certain way without trying to impose this bizarreness on them.
So they do it because they want that kid to be whatever. Yeah. Whatever it is. Well, they want to be queer, they want to be trans. For them, it makes them look more progressive. And they have their kid like a fucking flag they plant in their lawn. It's gross. But there's a lot of these pathological monsters that happen to be parents. They're just nuts.
Yeah, everybody gets a license to be a parent. It's like boat drivers. And the other day we were out on the lake, the boat, and close to 4th of July, and I realized, really, anybody.
Yeah, driving have to have a driver's license.
No, you don't have to do a breathalyzer. I mean, you should. We've got sheriffs out there trying to stop people from
drinking boat, but they do it.
Yeah, they
do it all the time. It freaks me out.
Yeah, it's bizarre because the same people would not like say, I'm gonna shotgun 12 cores and then drive my car. But goddamn it, they'll be happy to get behind that boat and take off and everything. And so we've got our boys have started driving the boat on their own, taking their friends out and that sort of thing. And it's actually more nerve-wracking when they head out on the lake than it is when they get in their car and drive somewhere, right? Because of just like the craziness that goes on. So yeah, I watched one of our boys head off in the boat. He had they were 3 dudes, 7 girls on there. It was his dream, right? He was just heading off to the lake. They were going to go cliff jumping and some surfing and everything. And I watched him go and I said, God bless you. But I was inside. I was so goddamn nervous. Of course. So, well, they did fine.
People think they're invulnerable, too, which is also a problem. You don't think anything's going to happen because nothing's happened yet.
Yeah.
You haven't had enough severe injuries where you go, I'm vulnerable as shit. This is dangerous. Like, people can die.
Yeah.
You need to see it.
They go bridge jumping, climb up to the top of a bridge, jump off, and it's just like, oh my God.
I know a girl did that. She's fucked for the rest of her life. Her back was ruined.
Yeah.
She fell funny and hit her ass in the water and it destroyed her spine.
It's like, you can get higher up there, and it's like concrete. Yeah, exactly. And if you over rotate or you under rotate or whatever, but you have to balance, right? Because with the boys in particular, you don't want to take away that risk taking element, right? You want them to take risks, right? But so there's a fine line of saying, no, don't do that. That's dangerous. Whether they're doing that or they're going to the dirt track or whatever they're doing, and you think, okay, how do you balance that out? Be smart, but I don't want to stop you from taking risks. If that makes sense.
No, it does make sense. Listen, you're talking to someone who spent the majority of my teenage years fighting. With no health insurance. So, I'm talking from a position of not being one of the wisest people. But I was never into jumping off of things, and I didn't want to ski. I didn't want to do any of that because I knew how vulnerable I was. Yeah, which is crazy.
Because you're risking getting clocked every time you have to fight.
You're getting clocked in the head all the time in the gym. Constantly getting kicked and punched. But I realized, hey, I don't want to ski. I could ruin my knees.
I might fracture a rib there. I don't want to do that.
I just wanted to take as few risks outside of this one risky thing as possible. And I think a lot of kids don't have enough
controlled risks. So then they start wanting to jump dirt bikes.
Yeah.
Wind up breaking every fucking bone in your body.
Yeah, our youngest boy, happy birthday, Muggsy, but he went over his bike, wearing a helmet, very good helmet, so banged his head. Right? This was just a couple days ago, so I'm on the road, and I'm like, okay, keep him up, don't, make sure he's good. And so anyway, but again, I don't want to, then when I talk to him, I don't want to say, well, you shouldn't have done that, you want to say, okay, you're good, now you know. Do you know what you did wrong? And he's like, yeah, I didn't get the back wheel on the. It's like, okay, but anyway, that's parenting.
It's you don't want to completely shelter your child, right? You don't want them to expose to unnecessary risks, but it's like there's this balance that you have to achieve. It's really hard. It's because you don't want a sheltered child that's scared to take any risks at all.
Yeah, we're sending the oldest one is off to university. In a couple of weeks, going down to Ole Miss, and yeah, you're right. I mean, that's a big step, right? So he's gone down. He's been down there a couple of times already. He's met some of the folks down there. He's had a good time. Some of the guys taking him out to the bars, and so you at a certain point you lose control, right? So all you can do up to a certain age is hope you've set the compass right.
Yeah, you have to set the compass right. At a certain point in time, you have to realize that's an individual human being that you don't have control over anymore. And one of the worst things that parents do is they try to control their kids when they're in their 30s. So like they still treat them like they're children. Like you're just going to have a resentful person. Like they don't want you to be the boss of them when they're 30 fucking years old,
or honestly 20s. I think they want to know that there's a place they could go, or there's someone they can talk to, or advice they can get.
Yes.
But yeah, at a certain point, and I think, who knows what that point is. I mean, it changes. Kids seem to be growing up a lot quicker now.
It's because of the internet, right? They have so much information comes their way. Yeah, it's and then we're at the precipice of artificial general superintelligence, which is gonna bust out of its cage if it hasn't already. I mean, there's real good arguments that it's already done it, and we're not aware of it yet because it hasn't assumed control of things. It hasn't acted in a way. It doesn't have a physical form where it can move around yet.
Right. We're definitely moving in that direction. I think we're probably already there. We're just unaware of it, but I think people at the cutting edge. I think, but yeah, we went from a Rogan show that was done by AI to now you can't swing at that cat on the internet without hitting Rogan babies, right?
Those babies are hilarious. Theo Vaughn is the best one.
Yeah.
Theo Vaughn's a great baby.
I will say, anytime, and I don't spend a lot of time digging through like that, but anytime I see the baby episodes with you and Theo, I'm like, yeah, I gotta watch this son of a bitch. And I send it to the boys.
Yeah.
Oh, God. But they don't. There's no authorization. You have no control, right?
No, it's just the Wild West right now, and it's happening so fast. We had who was showing us the Skywalker thing? Was it Joe DeRosa? Yeah. So my friend Joe DeRosa was showing us this. They're doing Star Wars AI, like fan-created AI scenes of stuff that they wanted to happen, and it looks better than the actual Star Wars. And it's young Luke Skywalker. It's Mark Hamill from like Star Wars 1, like that. Like look at this. Watch this. Look how incredible this is. And look at this. That's AI. I mean, this is nuts, man. I mean, this is like better quality than the original Star Wars itself. And it's his voice, it's his face, it's all perfectly synced. It looks incredible. Like, look at this.
Yeah, my company does some work for the entertainment industry, for the movie business, and I was out there talking to one of the studios, so to remain nameless, not that long ago, and this is a massive issue for them. They're seeing full scripts out there, right, written by AI for some of their franchise, movies, and characters, and they're seeing, they're animators, they're writers. All these people are obviously worried. They're convinced that they're about to be made useless.
And they're right.
And they're right. Yeah. Because what they're finding, just what you're looking at here, they're finding, but there's places where they're dumping full length scripts and pieces of movies out there, and it's it's going to upend, much like whatever Netflix and the others did with the television market. It's going to upend the whole industry.
100%. There's no way around it at this point. If someone can make something like this, the Skywalker Stories thing, I mean, this is just a person doing this with an AI video generator. Again, you just do it through prompts. I mean,
or you say to yourself, okay, I want to write a scripted TV series. What am I going to write about? You spend 20 minutes feeding some ideas into whatever. I forget what aside from ChatGPT, there's a bunch of them out there. And it will feed back to you in short order the entire show map, right? It'll give you all the characters, it'll give you a character map, it'll give you pitch lines, it'll give you episode plots. It's remarkable, and it means all those people who work in Hollywood writing, right, or wherever they're based, writing shows or coming up with pilots, and they're superfluous to the whole business now.
Yeah, and not just that, it's also music. Drake had a song that was a hit Drake song that came out that wasn't him at all. It was all done by AI, and they could just kind of guess what people like, and they could just formulate what the big hits were, what's similar, what's common, what are the phrases, what's catchy,
exactly. Give me the last 6 songs, the commonalities that made them successful. Exactly. Fine. Give me that. Is Drake still beefing with Kendrick Lamar, or is that over? I can't keep track.
Back off of that.
Okay. I don't know. That's the sort of question you need to be asking.
Different people have different perspectives. Some people think Drake won. Some people think Kendrick won. I don't really give a fuck, quite honestly. I'm not a fan of those kind of beefs, but they do make some good songs sometimes. A beef does, like Ether with Nas. Those are good fucking songs.
It's just, I was about to nod like I knew what the hell you were talking about. Ether with Nas. Yeah.
You don't know that.
Young Gravy, Little Gravy.
There's a thing that's going to happen within our lifetime where all creativity is going to be suspect. Because you're not going to be able to know, unless someone's doing something off the cuff, like live in front of you, you're not going to be able to know whether or not something's AI generated anymore. Like they have AI generated stand-up comedy now. It's not great, but it's okay. Where you have a guy on stage, the audience is fake, they're laughing. What he's saying is comedic. The timing is pretty similar to comedy. It's nuts, man. And this is, by the way, impossible 3 years ago, probably impossible 2 years ago, probably impossible a year ago. Now, ubiquitous. It's everywhere. So, where does this go, and what does 5 years from now look like? We're just guessing.
Well, in terms of driving narratives or telling stories or getting people to think a certain way, we think about how simple that is now from a hostile element, right? Like if I'm working Russian propaganda for the FSB, how easy is it now for me to create a clip of whatever, let's take a hot topic, right? And suddenly you created a clip where Trump is talking about, being in the Epstein files, or somebody around Biden's circle is talking about how they covered up his money. People will see that, they'll release it, right? People will see it. They're not going to necessarily question whether it's, because that's not how people work, right? They see shit on the internet, and they go, oh yeah, I'm going to send that to my buddy. And yeah, you got some people who might be more cynical than others, but for the most part, people just eat that shit up. And so,
which is also shows you the incompetence of the government that they released that video from the cell that's got 2 minutes and 53 seconds removed. Because these aren't the best people in the world that are doing that.
No, and I mean, there's you can argue that on the hostile side, on the whatever you want to call them, the hackers or people on the cutting edge of doing things and using this technology for various purposes. They I'm not saying the government doesn't have good quality people doing it, but you tend to have cutting edge folks on the hostile team.
Yeah, they're not going to be working for the State Department.
No.
They're going to make money other ways.
Yeah,
I got to pee real bad. Let's take a little break. And we'll come back. Okay, right back. Maybe it's a joke, but did you see that? I sent you the Lockheed Martin thing, right? I also sent you the thing that I was looking for earlier, which is I believe he's a senator that's reading off the most ridiculous tweets from the former CEO of NPR.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Which senator is that?
I don't know. Hold on, I can find out. Yes. That's who it is. Okay, yeah, Senator from Missouri. Okay, yeah. Well, watch this. This is fun. This is just a fun one.
I thought it'd be appropriate to maybe read some of the craziest tweets from Catherine Moore, who's the CEO of I'm so done with late-stage capitalism. America is addicted to white supremacy. I do wish Hillary wouldn't use the language of boy and girl. It's erasing language for non-binary people. Lots of jokes about leaving the U.S., and I get it, but as someone with cis-white mobility privilege, I'm thinking I'm staying and investing in ridding ourselves of the specter of tyranny. Never underestimate the ability of white people to center ourselves. White silence is complicity. I'm white, so my hair doesn't automatically carry with it a trait of my race and everyone else's included assumptions. I'm grateful to those who pointed out my phrasing could be understood as trans-racial. Horses inspire all. Horses inspire all and foster a sense of identity. More kids should have access to these incredible animals. Horse spaces are white spaces.
Horse spaces are white spaces. It keeps going.
I love the music. The music is good. I think whoever came up with that soundtrack is good. God Christ. Yeah.
So the thing that I sent you, the Lockheed Martin thing, is people claiming, it's again a lot of horse shit, who fucking knows, that Lockheed Martin created that Tic Tac and that there's been 3 different versions of it. I sent you that, right?
Who are the people claiming?
So the idea is, this is what I wanted to ask you about. So this is a congressman who says this. Congressman Eric Burleson dropped the bombshell evidence that Lockheed Martin's developed 3 generations of Tic Tac UFO technology. Is that real though? Did he say that, or is this just a fucking tweet? Let's look right there. I understand that, but did he actually say that, or is that just a quote on Twitter?
I believe he said that.
Okay. Oh, okay. So he says, I've had 2 people come to me that say that the Tic Tac is Lockheed Martin creation. The latest person came to me, says he has video of the first, second, and third iteration of the Tic Tac, Burleson revealed. This isn't speculation. This is a congressman with direct access to classified information. The implications are staggering. Lockheed Martin allegedly discovered a revolutionary new propulsion system and has been secretly developing it for decades, according to Burleson's source. They used it in the first iteration, which was the Tic Tac. They have an intermediary one that they are more advanced with, and then now they're putting it inside what looks like conventional so that it's not obvious.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to call bullshit on all that. Look, it's interesting. If you scroll back down, there's an interesting, when you start to, dissecting this. He says, I've had 2 people come to me that say that Tic Tac's a Lockheed Martin creation. Now, he doesn't say who those 2 people are.
I've had 2 people come to me that said they had sex with Bigfoot.
Yeah. I did. But you've got, then it says, this isn't speculation. This is a congressman with direct access to classified information, which is the implication that, the people that came to him with this have access to classified information, which is, there's no connection there. So they're taking a data point and another data point, and they're drawing a line between the 2 of them.
Right.
And saying, yes, he's getting this from clarifying. Yeah, exactly. And so, and also the next part has been secretly developing for decades. I'm here to tell you that if Lockheed Martin was developing something for decades, a new form of propulsion, maybe I'm just a cynical son of a bitch, but I don't think they'd be keeping it secret for all this time. I don't think it would have been able to be kept secret because somebody would have opened their yap, or the Chinese would have gotten their hands on it. In their economic and intel espionage efforts. So, I don't know. This strikes me as, and then I've got video of it. Okay, well, how about you show us the goddamn video?
Right.
It's always the same thing.
It's always the same thing. It's always like, I've seen video. Well, fucking show me, bitch.
Yeah.
And then here's the problem. The more time they wait, the more it's Luke Skywalker shit. Like, you're going to show me something. How the hell do I know what's real anymore? We're 6 months away from never knowing.
Right. That is exactly right. That's the problem. And there, look, I think we've talked about this before. There are companies out there, private companies that are working, trying to figure out how do you get ahead of the curve of deep fakes, right? And AI-generated material, and it is really difficult, right? It's lacking that defensive capabilities lagging behind, right? The offensive potential for AI-generated material. So again, I agree with it. Someone's going to show this, or it's going to be grainy, blurry, and they're going like, see, there it is.
I had a guy recently come to me with a bunch of videos that he needed me to look at, and every one of them was fucking blurry. And I'm like, I'm not interested in this. This doesn't mean anything to me.
Every time you got another hearing up on Capitol Hill, it's always the same. I can't talk about it. I've seen this shit, but it's in a skiff, and I can't. It's very sensitive, and it kind of goes back to people getting in front of the camera and saying, "I've seen evidence, but I can't tell you about it. You're just gonna have to trust me." I don't know. I'm not a buyer necessarily. If the congressman wants to make a point of this, then he needs to be more clear on this, right?
And when people say things like that and then nothing comes of it, it makes you more and more inclined to believe it's all bullshit. Whereas that's where I am. So I'm like, I think the possibility of alien life, of course. Yeah, of course. There's so many planets and so many stars, and the idea that we're alone seems crazy. That seems more unlikely. But I don't know what's real when people describe things and talk about things, and things are moving underwater at 500 knots. Okay, show me. Show me. Like, I can't anymore. I can't respond. I can't get excited.
No, I agree. And sure, everybody's chasing, just like they're chasing the better battery. Everybody's chasing a new form of propulsion, right? I mean, that's a leading part of what the governments are spending their money on if they have the resources to do it. So, there's a national security issue there, and you would think that the congressman then would say, oh, okay, maybe if you're telling me this, I might go out in public and say it, right? Maybe if we're talking about this, maybe I shouldn't be talking about what Lockheed Martin is doing and obviously working hard, if it's correct, to keep it secret because that's a national security issue. So what the hell's he doing here? I don't know. It all sounds, like, it's not bullshit.
Well, it's also like, the problem is a lot of these politicians, it's kind of a form of entertainment in a lot of a way. Because they're trying to get attention. It's like they're almost like reality stars, right? They're trying to do something outrageous to get attention, and that'll help them get elected. It'll get the constituents on their side, and I'm going to be the guy that releases all this information. Oh, let's vote for Bob.
Vote Congressman.
Yeah, but it's like, you're not producing anything. Show me, tell me, or shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. Yeah, I agree. And it does. I'm approached maybe once a month about doing a new series, focused on UFOs, and my point is always the same, which is like, what are we going to talk about? Right? What are you going to show that's going to be something new? That maybe people learn something about. And it's always the same. Look, I'm not saying, again, I agree with you. There's definitely stuff out there, right? We've explored, like a drop of water in a glass of the universe, right? So there's stuff out there. I approach it all from a skeptical point of view.
Well, I think you have to, because there's also, unfortunately, a market in talking about these things. And there's a lot of grifters out there that have made a career out of telling you they know. I have the information. It's been brought to me, and I'm going to release it. And it's like Lucy and Charlie Brown with that goddamn football. Charlie never gets to kick that football. Like, this is the time. This is it.
He never has.
Never has. Every time he goes to kick that football, that bitch just pulls it away from him. He goes flying up in the air.
Damn it. Yeah. Maybe he needed to identify as trans. We should give him a break. I don't know where I came up with that one. I'm going to get lambasted for that.
Come for you.
They're going to come for me.
I mean, you reached on that one.
Yeah, I did.
It's just like, I want there to be some information that's real. And I think there are like Commander David Fravers' depictions and his descriptions of what happened, and there's other fighter pilots are involved. They have video evidence. Yeah, that's compelling. Yeah. What is that? What does it mean? What is it doing? How is something able to go from 50,000 feet above sea level to zero so quickly? Like, what is that?
Yeah, no, I agree. We talked about that. That's one of the few things that I think is legit right now there and needs further investigation. Again, you have to pick and choose. Is there a reason to have an identification program in the Pentagon? Of course, goddamn there is. It's a national security issue. Figure out what the hell's flying around up there, right?
Right. If it's real.
If it's real, then the Chinese come up with a new form of propulsion, right? And if they did, they undoubtedly stole it from Lockheed Martin. It was just because you can never do one of these episodes without me kicking the Chinese Communist Party in the ass, but they just finished the sentencing for an American Chinese citizen. This is a fascinating thing. Yeah, people always roll their eyes when I talk about Chinese espionage, right? So I always love to highlight,
they shouldn't roll their eyes.
They shouldn't.
But there's so much. You want to talk about evidence? Yeah. That's not UFOs, bro.
Yeah. No, it's true. So this guy, Chen Guangdong is his name. He's like 60 years old. Has been sentenced, or I think he's awaiting sentencing. He's out free, believe it or not. He's free on bail right now. And so he went to work in 23, because this stuff has been sealed for quite some time, but he went to work in 23 for some California-based company that was contracted with the Pentagon. And he was only there for a month. And during the course of that month that he was there, he downloaded some 3,600 files or so on the technology that this company develops on behalf of the Pentagon related to sensors that are very sensitive information that used to detect nuclear missile launches, used to detect and track hypersonic and ballistic missiles, used for fighter jets to track incoming missiles, heat-seeking missiles. So it's very classified material. He downloaded during the course of his 4 weeks there, downloaded all these files onto his personal storage devices, and they couldn't find all the hard drives that he had taken with all this information. They've gone missing somehow. So as it turns out, the amazing part about this story is he accepted a job during the course of his brief period of time with this California company working on these sensors. He accepted with a competitor, right? So they were going to hire him. But ever since like 2014, when he's been working for U.S. companies, he's apparently, nobody gives a shit. Nobody's doing any due diligence. Nobody's doing any background investigations. From 2014 on, he's been applying to the Chinese Communist Party for what they call talent programs. The Chinese government puts out these proposals. Hey, send us, your information. If you're working on, information of interest, they call them talent programs. And they'll provide funding to people who get their applications accepted. Well, of course, what the Chinese Communist Party is doing is they're fishing for people with access, right? And then, you put in a proposal saying, I'm working on the following. I think it could be really interesting. And this guy did that. He took several trips to China. He applied for funding for these talent programs from which is essentially the Chinese Communist Party. He stated in emails that he thinks it could be really beneficial to the Chinese military, some of the work that he's doing. And so from 2014 on, he's been doing this, and people are still hiring the guy. And it's incredible. So now he's out on an almost $2 million bail. I don't know how they're allowing him to roam around free. But it's just another example, I guess is what I'm saying, of what happens out there and why people need to be aware, why companies that are engaged in anything almost, because the Chinese party's interested in everything. But you see this and you think, okay, I get it, the guy was stealing information, but then you look and you go, how the fuck did he keep on doing this all these years? How was he, he'd go from a company and get hired by another company, and they were obviously excited by his expertise, but nobody bothered to dig into it, right? And that's always how, businesses, for the most part, get fucked, is they don't have a proactive mindset, right? They're not thinking about that when they're hiring something. They're not thinking about there's a hostile state-sponsored entity out there that like to steal our information.
Well, so isn't that also part of the problem with
having these administrations that are only in office for 4 years. So like they have all their problems that they have to deal with. They get in, they're basically starting the job anew, and then you've got these companies out there that are hiring Chinese nationals, and you don't even know it.
Yeah.
You're not even aware. There's no way you can pay attention to all of it. And the people that are running the companies, all they want to do is get that company off the ground, start making a lot of money,
get the government contract.
Yeah.
Now, theoretically, they're supposed to, they're supposed to be going through a variety of security processes about, the dissemination of information, who's got access to it, and all these things. But clearly, it's not working all that well. Anyway, so that's the thing, and then apparently the news just broke that there was a breach, and I think it was Microsoft's SharePoint software that attacked the Department of Energy, and it was Chinese hackers again. This is just the past 12 hours or so. And they were going after, among other organizations and agencies, the group that's responsible for maintaining our nuclear stockpile, which sits inside the Department of Energy, so it's the National Nuclear Security Administration. So, yeah, I guess I always like to point out that it's a hostile world out there. And going back to your point, you need to have organizations that are out there trying to secure the national security interests of America. And so, yeah, that sounds like
the idea that you don't is crazy. Yeah, that's so nice.
Well, it's the idea that everybody, if we just would all get along, right, it's all going to work out fine. And, the world's really messy. It's ugly. I mean, we can see that. And when you talk about the Middle East right now, which is a mess. You look at the Ukraine-Russia conflict. There's just a lot of shit that happens out there, and so you do need these organizations. Now, again, we talked about this. You need them to be as transparent as they can be and still be operationally efficient, right? But Middle East, that's a fucked up situation.
What do we know about how much damage was done by those bunker buster bombs? I saw some video, and again, I don't know what's real, but it looked insane. Where they were reviewing the damage, and they were kind of climbing into this giant canyon that was created by these bunker busters.
Yeah, it's a really interesting point, and I think we talked about earlier about how you can get out over your skis. Tulsi Gabbard probably did it, and Pam Bondi about the Epstein files and everything. I think the Trump administration got out, talking about completely obliterated all 3 sites, Isfahan and the Natanz and Fordo. And you know what? Wait for the battle damage assessments to come in with credible intelligence, right? Just say we've done this, we're assessing. How about that, right? Just keep it like that. Prevent yourself from having to then walk the dog back, right? So they didn't. They came out and said we've completely obliterated these sites. What appears to be now coming from some of these assessments, at least the early assessments, is that they did significant damage to one of the sites, Fordo. And then the other 2 sites, they did some damage, but that's where it's questionable. And these are coming from Israeli and U.S. intelligence. And honestly, when it comes to Iran, sometimes we rely very heavily on what the Israelis have because their intel tends to be a little bit better. I mean, it's their existential threat, so they've spent decades developing sources, right? And so I think, did we destroy all 3? No, absolutely not. We didn't. Did we degrade their ability to enrich uranium in the short term? Yeah. But does that short term mean 3 months, 6 months? I think that's kind of where they appear to be at. They don't know. There's still questions, and the Israelis think that they actually did manage to keep stockpile of some of the enriched uranium that was buried way down inside of, I think it was Isfahan, the site. And so it was successful to a degree, right? But not to the degree that it was discussed early on and what they're still saying, right? So I think that's... and that's a realistic approach. I think the military was fairly clear in some of their scenarios that they were drawing up prior to this. That we don't have high confidence that we can completely destroy these sites, right? But if they destroyed and damaged a large number of centrifuges. Well, that takes time to replace, right? And so, but I think what's going to happen is the regime, I think they're already doing it, they're going to disperse all of their efforts, right? They're not going to stop trying to enrich uranium. They're not going to stop this drive towards a nuclear weapon, because now in particular, I think they view it as that's our only leverage going down the road. So they're going to disperse into smaller sites, going to make it more difficult to, create a single strike scenario where you take it out for the most part. And I think that's where we're going with it. But look, the Israelis, during the course of their 12 days or so, they degraded the missile capabilities, which was a big part of what they wanted to do. Significantly. Now, depending on who you talk to, that significantly is like 40% destruction of launchers and missile stockpiles to 50%. That's a lot, But again, they still have the ability to make them, and they still will. So we've kind of kicked the can down the road, right? We've bought some time in terms of, okay, they're not going to get to a breakout point, next week, but we haven't really solved the problem. And you don't solve the problem unless the regime goes away. And then people talk about regime change and everybody gets all squirrely. So, but you're going to have the same problem. They've already said they are going to continue to arm their proxies. Right? There have already been weapons shipments that have been interdicted, going to the Houthis, going to Hezbollah. Right? That process of them getting weapons to their proxies is more difficult in part because Syria's fallen. And the Syrian government is, it doesn't like Iran. The new one, the Islamist government that's there, doesn't like Iran. So they're shutting down some of that traditional routes that they used to move weapons back and forth and other resources. But they're going to keep doing it. They're going to keep trying. So we've kind of, it's putting lipstick on a pig. We've created a better situation in the short term, but it doesn't solve the problem.
Were you shocked that we intervened, that we bombed their nuclear sites?
No. By the time we got a few days into what the Israelis were doing, it looked like there was really very little option. We were going to have to go in and do that because the Israelis did not have the ability to do that. Right? There are operations. People can argue about they should have done it, but from an operational perspective, it was pretty damn impressive. Right? Taking out some of the military leadership, taking out some of those nuclear program managers, directors, scientists. Was really impressive.
And it shows what was so impressive was when they tricked them with a fake phone call. Everybody get together in the bunker.
Yes.
They blew the bunker up.
Yeah. I mean, it shows the depth of their intel capabilities because, again, they've been doing this for years because it's an existential goddamn threat. And so that's their target, right? We've got, in the U.S., our intel operations are focused on a lot of different things. Right? The Israelis, for the most part, it's Iran. Yes, it's sense of Hezbollah, Houthis, and Hamas, and all that, but those things wouldn't exist without Iranian support backing. So their focus over the years has been how do we develop sources, how do we create access, when the time comes, they pull out their playbook and they open it up and go, let's do this, and they just push the button, right? They're able to accomplish these things. So, but it does show their capabilities. They didn't have the munitions, so they don't have these bunker busters to penetrate, get down, to the Natanz or wherever. So it wasn't a surprise that we did it.
It starts out where there's this guy.
Again, I just think. We should be, and I suspect the Pentagon, felt like we should have been more circumspect in how we described the success of it. Now the foreign minister from Iran's come out the past couple of days, right? He said, serious damage. We've had to stop all uranium enrichment. People don't look, And even the White House has said, well, see, we significantly damaged all their enrichment capabilities. Okay, if you believe what the goddamn Iranian foreign minister says, right? But he's a spokesman for the mullahs, and why would you? IRGC, why would you? Yes.
Right. Why would they be honest about the losses they've taken?
Yeah. So he's pushing a message, right? And so, who knows? But I think there's been damage, but not to the degree that they would like to have seen.
A lot of people didn't understand why at this point we do that, because one of the narratives was that they had the capability of enriching uranium to 90%, where they could.
they didn't plan on doing it. They only wanted to have it so that they could use it as leverage.
There's no civilian purpose for having 60% enriched uranium. So yes, maybe they thought if we get a stockpile of it, then we're very close because it's an easy lift getting from, relatively speaking, getting from 60 to 90% for weapons grade. So yes, maybe their thought was only we just use it as leverage and we're not actually going to pursue a weapon. But I don't know that you want to, you want to make strategic decisions based on the hope that that's the case, right? I think everything else that it's shown in the past, their obfuscation, their hiding of their program, backing off of past agreements, none of that showed that they were earnest negotiators. Or that they were honest brokers in what that weapons program was like. So I think, there sounds like there was significant intelligence that came into the Israeli services that said they're fast tracking this whole effort, and that may have been in part because of the damage done to their proxies. Right? So they may have looked and seen, look, Hezbollah's leadership was torn apart. Right? Their stockpiles were incredibly degraded. Same thing with the others, and so maybe that was the motivation. Perhaps I'm speculating for the Iranian regime to say, okay, let's get this done. Let's push. If the Israelis picked up on that, then that would be sufficient justification to say we're going to act now.
But the thing is, it's like we had to get dragged into it.
Yeah.
That's where it gets fucked up because like one of the things that people voted for with this new administration was no more wars, no more useless wars. And then 6 months in, we're bombing around.
I'm not here to argue whether, I know there's a lot of people that say we should not be doing any of this shit. Right? We shouldn't be, we shouldn't have been in Iraq, we shouldn't have been in Afghanistan, we shouldn't, not in Vietnam, we shouldn't have, okay, fine. There's a lot of people that argue that we should just sit in a bubble because the world will happen and it won't impact us. Right? Some of the shit that happens outside, U.S. borders will come back in a massively, serious way and bite us in the ass. So, could a conflagration out in the Middle East, if we don't take any part in it, could it impact U.S. national security in this world? Yeah, it could. So, but it's a call. I get it. People saying draw the curtains and we shouldn't be at war and we shouldn't be doing any of this and we shouldn't support Israel. And what are we doing? I understand the mindset. I just don't agree with it. But I think so. I think the limited participation in terms of providing the necessary munitions to attack those sites again wasn't a surprise. Don't disagree with the decision. I just think we need to be pragmatic about how much damage we've done and what the potential is for us having to revisit this whole issue.
Right? I think it's like people are so skeptical about motivations now. They're so skeptical about public narratives, like why we're doing this and why we're doing that. And I think one of the things that's important, hearing it from a person like yourself that's spent most of your lifetime involved in this, that there are things like we really shouldn't be meddling in every part of the world, but sometimes we have to meddle.
There are occasions, there are times. Again, it would be great if we lived in a world where we could just worry about ourselves. But that's not, maybe 250 years ago it was, right? Because it would take the Armada a long time to make its way across the ocean, but shit happens with remarkable speed now, and I just think it's an idealistic idea that you can ignore what's happening and you can just say, well, only focusing on us. We're not gonna get involved in anything that happens out there. I agree. There's a lot of things that we don't need to be involved in. Right? Looking back on Iraq, looking back on Afghanistan, right? Now Afghanistan should have been a surgical move, right? We should have gone into Torn Border, blown the shit out of that, tried to get, Bin Laden. And then we should have said, look, if you do this again, meaning if you let your country be a sandbox for the terrorists, we're going to come back here and do this again. And then we should have gotten the hell out and not worried about, well, maybe we can build a stable federal-style government in Afghanistan, which has never happened. And which we could have looked at what the Soviets done and said, yeah, that's not going to work. So there's things where we should be learning, or we're not very good at. We should be learning and saying that. But my point being is you got to leave the door open, because there are times when shit can go really seriously wrong. And if the Iranians suddenly, if you're wrong about the hope that, well, I think they just for peaceful purposes, because I'm going to, for some reason, believe, counter to their actions up till now, I'm going to believe the Iranian regime. So it's peaceful purposes. And then they announce that they're a member of the nuclear club. You've got a shitstorm going on in the Middle East, because it's not like the regional actors like the Saudis are going to go, okay, no worries, we're going to let Iran have the bomb, and we're not going to get it. Right. Now you're going to have multiple nuclear-armed nations sitting in the Middle East and at odds with each other. And I don't know that that's a really good scenario, because you're inching closer to use of a tactical nuclear weapon. Like Putin's already in his moronic puppet Medvedev, keeps rattling the nuclear saber. Well, we use a tactical nuclear. You start getting closer to that, and that's a real problem. So I think there are times when you gotta step in and in an intelligent way, but you got to be pragmatic about what that means. And so what I'm saying now with Iran is we didn't really solve anything, right? And nothing will get solved. The Iranian population isn't going to have a better life until there's a change in that regime. I'm not advocating regime change unless it comes from inside Iran, right? That's what you'd like to think. Maybe at some point they rise up and say, "Fuck it, enough's enough." Right? But that hasn't happened, despite people hoping.
It's very. It gives you a lot of anxiety when you think about all the possibilities all over the world, all the different things that are happening, whether it's Ukraine, Russia, Iran, and Israel. It's constant. What's going on in Gaza? It's like everything is. It's just like this constant feed of doom. If you're paying attention, and you kind of have to pay attention a little, because it is kind of crazy, and it could affect your life.
Which is, I think, why we're so quick to glom on to what's happening with Epstein or what's happening with the intel assessment there, because it takes away the focus from the shit happening in the world. That could create bigger conflict, right? It could drag us into something bigger. Look, the European Union they're heavily focused on what's going on with Russia, because they're sitting on the border, right? And so, right now, Putin, he has no interest in peace, right? He thinks he's still kind of winning, right? And there's this hope that, we think the Russian economy is about to crumble. It doesn't look that way. I don't think it's going to crumble. So, but my point being is that the EU looks at it from a different perspective than the U.S. does. And I think one of the things that Trump's done very well is to get the EU to focus more of their own resources on this. That's a great move. People should be able to say, whether they're Democrat or Republican, it makes sense. Focus more on it, right? It's in your backyard. And so I think that's a good step from this administration. They should be talking about it more. But does that mean we should back off entirely? Well, again, I hear from folks all the time. They're like, why do we give a shit? Why should we be spending our resources on Ukraine? And fine, if you're okay with Putin winning, then fine, okay. I get your point, but at least admit that what you're saying is, we shouldn't be supporting Ukraine, and frankly, without U.S. support, Ukraine's not going to win this fight, and whatever that win means, right? So can they even win? Not in terms of we've reclaimed all our territory. That's never going to happen. Right? So it's over. It's a negotiated settlement of some sort that's not completely unpalatable for Ukrainian people, right? So what they're going to, who knows? Maybe the goal is clearly to get everything back, but they're not going to get Crimea back. They're not going to get some of the eastern region that the Russians have been sitting in now for quite a long time, right? Even before the invasion. So you've got some negotiated settlement that they can accept. But if we say we're not going to support them, and you can't inflict enough pressure or whatever you want to call it, pain on Putin to get him in a serious way to the negotiating table, then ultimately, the Russian military will overwhelm him, right? Because they've got the support of China, they've got certainly the support of North Korea. North Korea's about to send another 30,000 troops to the front lines on behalf of Putin. I mean, that's crazy, but we've got North Korean troops by the thousands fighting and dying in Ukraine. And so, the U.S. providing military support that keeps them in the fight long enough to hopefully, with the EU expanding what they're doing, to hopefully get Putin to think, okay, fuck it, I do have to sit down at the table. Great.
This is what's discouraging, is that Trump said, when I get into office, I can fix this in 24 hours.
That same messaging problem. Again, messaging problem. Yeah. It's always. I go back to that same thing. There's always a problem. And again, this is not. I'm just saying maybe get better. Calms people and try to get a tad bit more disciplined. But the idea that you're going to fix this problem in a day, it's hyperbole, but people buy into it, right? And then you get a lot that are saying, well, how come we couldn't? What are you doing here? Rather than saying, well, no more wars, just say the world is an unusual, unstable, chaotic place. There may be occasion when we need to be involved, and I'm going to try to minimize that. Say something like that, and then you don't have to throw more red meat to the crowd. But it's the Ukraine situation. And Zelensky's got some other problems, right? It's an interesting situation that maybe hopefully it doesn't bore people, but it's important to keep on the radar. Is that Zelensky has just signed a bill that kind of gutted the two primary anti-corruption organizations in Ukraine. And Ukraine's had years and years of history of being a corrupt nation, and it's always been a roadblock to them getting into the European Union because you've got to do something to clean this goddamn place up, right? So Ukraine has had a history of not just with Zelensky, but prior to that. And so the parliament, wrote up a bill basically handing over control of these two anti-corruption independent organizations that monitor corruption inside the Ukraine government, handed over that control to the prosecutor general, government control of these organizations. And they put that bill that they wrote, a Zelensky supporter wrote it, put it on Zelensky's desk, I think like 48 hours ago. And he had the choice to either sign it or veto it. And again, here's the problem. We think, who the fuck was advising him? Right? Veto that goddamn thing. But he did. And he signed it. And now you got street protests. Significant, large street protests in Ukraine against this because they considered this authoritarian takeover. And they know what their history was like. And so people are worried about this. So they're out on the streets protesting. Putin's looking at it going like, it's fantastic. That's because Putin's been saying that Zelensky's an illegitimate leader for some time now. And one of his demands has always been, I'll negotiate, but, Zelensky needs to go. Because he wants a pro-Kremlin leader in there. So you've got all this going on, and then Zelensky decides he's going to sign this bill. Now he's got the protests. Now he's going to have to, he's trying to scramble. So now he said, we're going to introduce a new bill to strengthen our anti-corruption efforts. So now he's trying to, cauterize that wound. So, it's just, again, it's a self-inflicted wound. He shouldn't have done it. But I'm trying to speak to the complexity that's going on out there right now. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry about that. Anyway, so we touched very briefly. We haven't even talked about the situation with Hamas and Israel, but I'll leave that for another day because I'm sure if we got together again in another half a year, it's still going on. There's no ceasefire that's going to happen. Every time you turn around, the U.S., Wickoff, or somebody in the U.S. administration, or the Saudis, or the Egyptians, or the Qataris, whoever's handling mediation, saying, "Yeah, we're very close to a ceasefire," and it's just not happening. So, it's going to be a mess. We can talk about that some other time.
Is there any way you can give us some happy news and wrap this up? Is there anything positive?
Yeah, well,
now you got a bunch of notes over there.
I do.
Anything like, hey, we're doing okay.
What am I know what it is. I got one about Ozzy and Hulk Hogan. I mean, that's not positive.
No.
God damn, it was Hulk Hogan. We did. Hulk Hogan, what a guy. And then Ozzy. I mean, goddamn crazy.
The Ozzy thing is less surprising because he's been battling Parkinson's and he was very old. But the Hulk Hogan thing was crazy. He was here just how long ago? A year ago?
What's this apartment connection to Kabbalah?
Yeah. In the podcast for a year ago.
Well, Ozzy did that concert on the 5th of July.
I know.
Yeah. I mean, in his chair.
But Hulk went in for some surgery, apparently. And got an infection.
Yeah. I think it was neck or spine surgery or something that he couldn't come back from. But and then it was all in the same week. And then what? What's his name? The other guy, this poor guy. It always happens, right? Malcolm Jamal Warner, the kid from the Cosby Show, he dies, and then nobody thinks about it because like the day after, Ozzy dies, and then Hulk Hogan guy.
They always die in threes.
Yeah.
But they like say that celebrities die in threes. Why is that true?
The poor Malcolm. I mean, he goes and his death is completely. It's like. It's like if you and I were on a plane and the plane went down, it'd be like, we lost a legend today. Joe Rogan is gone along with 240 others. And that'd be like the other. It'd be a sad moment.
Malcolm died swimming, right? It's caught in the under.
Yeah, it was a swimming incident in Costa Rica.
Yeah.
Got pulled out by a riptide.
Fuck, man. You gotta be able to swim and you gotta not fuck with the tides.
Yeah, it's scary shit. Yeah, we were out in the Caymans. My wife and I had gone down there to give a speech and something. So we said, let's go, snorkeling, whatever. And so I went out. I didn't take a PFD. I didn't take a inflatable device with. I should have just grabbed the belt. You just pop it out and get it. So I was out there swimming, snorkeling around. And at some point, I was like, I don't feel right. And then I could tell, because I had an heart issue in the past, right? I knew exactly what was going to happen. And so I started feeling this, and I could just kind of feel the energy drain out of me. But I'm out in the middle of the fucking, water, and I kind of look up, and there's I can see my wife off in the distance, but I'm like, and so I'm just trying to keep my goddamn head above water. And so I get her attention finally. She comes over, and she's a brilliant person. She's a great athlete, very strong swimmer. And so she's trying to help. But now I'm doing that dude thing where I don't really want that. I don't want to make a fuss. Right? So I'm out there going, I don't want to take my mask off. And I'm saying, I'll be okay. And I'm just kind of like barely. But I'm doing that the dude thing, right? When you have them as a dude, if you're having a heart attack, you don't want to, because you're like, I don't want to cause a scene. I don't want to be a problem. I don't want to show that I'm weak or whatever. So I'm out there. So she literally hauls my ass back to shore, right? And so it was one of those moments. I got back down, but I was fine after a little bit. But it was just one of those moments where I realized this would be a fucked up way to go. Right, just kind of drowning, being at the bottom of that, and they kind of fish you out. But so I feel bad for Malcolm Jamal Warner, but then also as his news got blown out by Ozzy and now Hulk. So
it is weird that they always die.
I don't know what that's all about.
But it's so common.
Cosmic retribution. Something's going on.
But it's like there's a pattern to the universe where that happens.
Yeah. So, but as far as good news. I'm really working on this one.
You're here.
Everybody listening is still going to see Oasis. So that's good.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm going to see Oasis. Come to Los Angeles. Nice. Big deal.
I'm glad they're back together.
God damn it, right? I was hoping. It's not till September. So the danger is that they feud. They break up.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck off. Yeah, so it should be a great show. They've been doing a bang-up job. But as long as they stick together, make it to September, and we'll be fine. But other than that, there's good news happening out there. I'm sure. I haven't seen it. I'm sorry.
Tell everybody your podcast.
Thank you. It's President's Daily Brief. It's available. We've got a YouTube channel. At President's Daily Brief.
Doing well.
So we
see you on the charts all the time.
Yeah, we're up there. We're always hovering around the top 10, and I think it speaks to the fact that for the most part, look, we're just trying to tell people what's happening without telling them how to think about it.
Yeah, and that's what people want, because there's not a lot of that.
And it's worked out well in that regard. And occasionally I'll say something, I get a little comment in there, but I try to keep the opinion out of it. But it's all the podcast platforms, YouTube channel, and it's gone well. It's been a great adventure so far, and it's been growing. Which again, for me, that is very satisfying in the sense that nowadays everything's opinion, right? Everything got an opinion, right?
Not just opinion, but again, what you're saying, telling you how to think.
Telling you how to think about it. Yeah,
this is how you have to think.
Yeah. So it's President's Daily Brief. Anybody gets a chance, check it out, subscribe, whatever you do. And I appreciate you letting me hang on about that.
I appreciate you telling me about things and explaining things, so I get lost up there.
I always feel like I come in here and bum you out, and
you definitely do.
Yeah,
you definitely did today.
Dude, going to your show tonight, I'm gonna love it. Okay, America wants to know this before I go. The White House card, is it happening?
Supposedly, supposedly July 4th next year.
Yeah, okay. July 4th next year.
Yep.
Okay, that's gonna be amazing.
It should be wild.
Is Jones coming back?
I don't know. It's a lot of time between now and then. He's a wild card.
Yeah. All right.
I'd like to see it. I'd like to see him.
Oh, you can't
fight for the title on the White House lawn. That'd be pretty wild.
It's crazy. No, okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to drag that one out. But thank you.
All right. Thank you. Bye, everybody.
The imitation of God, which is a little bit more, stark in its expression of it. A lot of people rock out does not imply
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Check it. What up?
How you feeling? What's going on?
Oh man, back from the amazing Atlanta vacation.
Oh really?
After the fight, it just feels like I've been on like just a great vacation journey. Baku was amazing. Let me start off with Baku, Azerbaijan. Oh my gosh, what a place.
I heard it's amazing.
Absolutely incredible.
Everybody who went there was raving about it.
Absolutely incredible. When we got the news, like, okay, the fight's going to be postponed, it's going to go to Baku. I had never heard of the place in my life. I agreed without even looking it up, but in my mind, I was thinking, like, okay, this is a place I've never heard of. I started thinking, like, I don't know, it's probably going to be something similar to, like, Saudi, and it's probably just, like, a lot of desert, blah, blah, and I get there, and my mind was absolutely blown. Amazing treatment from Baku City Circuit, welcomed us in. The fans were some of the best I've ever encountered. They were so happy to have the UFC there. Everyone in the streets, like people who weren't even fight fans, were just excited that the UFC was in Baku. So like that added to the experience. And then it's just beautiful, man. Like, what is it like? Okay. So where we were, so that's Old Town. So I did a tour through there. Full of Old Town. And I forgot, but I know that 4,000 people still live in Old Town. There's boutique hotels in there. There's just so much history. As like when it was built, kind of what they're known for. I don't remember what that building is, but the architecture there is one of the things that's the flame towers. So at night, there's just projections and like it'll be like the flag, or it'll actually be like flames. Because Baku is known for oil, like being one of the first oil countries. This is the Carpet Museum, an amazing place full of carpets that are like century years old.
Built carpet,
it's crazy. And all these carpets are handmade, like passed down generation after generation. So like they tell you how deep the culture and like the stories of these carpets and like how, oh my god, and clean, friendly people.
That's a bunch of people that went there decided to stay for a few days.
I wish that I would have stayed longer. I've already booked family trips. I told everybody we're going back to Baku. Wow, oh, man,
Very cool.
It was was thinking about it. I'm like, dude, this is a place that I want to visit for the rest of my life. I want to just keep going back to Baku.
That's dope.
Yeah, so.
And obviously you had an amazing result there too.
And yeah, I think that it really played into just my performance. I was in a really good place. I was in a good place, but I was also in kind of a fucked up state, like, not gonna lie. I was just so happy to be across the world doing what I love to do, and to be like treated like we're actually appreciated for, like, for what we do. And so that helped me get through all the other shit.
What was the other shit? What was going on?
Oh man, so I knew that we were going to be jet lagged, no matter what. I knew it because we're traveling, super far. 16-hour flight, right? Super long flight. So I knew we were going to be jet lagged, so I made sure that we got there 2 weeks early to adjust. It took about almost about a week to like fully adjust, and then so during fight week, say second day, first day fight week, I'm like throwing up and shit nonstop. I'm like, okay, this is great. Like, that's exactly what I want to be feeling right now. Pressure's on. I got to fight. Like, I'm super motivated. I'm just like, I don't know what am I gonna do, man? What was it? I don't even know. Food poisoning? I don't think so, because everybody that I was with, we all ate the same thing. You were the only one. This is the only one, man. It was the only one. And so,
and you don't cut a ton of weight.
No. So, I think, what do you walk around with? Right now, I'm in vacation mode. I'm 228, 230, something
That's
around
still,
there. I don't
get
over 230.
Like Pereira.
Yeah.
He cuts a ton.
Yeah, I just do not let myself get over 230. That's just like that's my oath to myself.
And then in camp, what do you get down to?
20, I'd say between 20 and 25 is where I like to balance. 220, 225. Anytime in there, I'm good, because I know that's where I'm going to fight at. So when I'm in camp, it's,
And then when do you start your cut?
So the way that it happens is, the last kind of 2 weeks, I don't necessarily do too much of like a diet change. It's just I'm always looking to peak on fight day, not like a peak plateau format that a lot of people go by. So I'd say usually, let's say we weigh in on Friday, that Tuesday, I'm around 214, 213, something like that.
Nice.
And then, those last days is kind of like water load, proteins and fats.
So nice cut.
I'd sit in the sauna no matter what, like an hour. Maybe. Like my weight cut this time took, I hit mitts for an hour and a half. I laid down in the sauna blanket and I was on weight. So it was like under 2 hours for me to be on.
So you're not depleted,
not at all.
You feel good. How long did it take for that cold to get out of your system, or whatever it was?
I still felt it. I still felt it a bit on fight day, but there was nothing that was going to, like, my mind for through this camp, through this fight, man, I'm so happy for everything that I went through. Honestly, there was nothing that was going to take away my shine or my joy or my feeling of being ready, being prepared. It was a battle in my mind, and every day I had to make a choice to to just be better, to be bigger, to be happy, to just embrace everything. This was all everything's just been about embracing the obstacles that come.
So the last time we talked was before the Pereira fight.
Yeah,
it was a great fight.
Thank you.
You had some great success. It was a tough fight. And then, what is it like after that fight? So you faced the best in the world, and you know that you can hang with them. You lost the fight, but you didn't gain a ton of experience. You went 5 rounds with one of the greatest. And what is it like after that?
I'd say everything seems very different now.
People may say, I follow this world, but the next world they say,
I have been, since the Pereira fight, I've been to, I'd say, more than 6 countries. And there's fans there. Everyone, like, knows who I am now. And that is something that was a shock to me. Especially coming off a loss and just knowing that, like, I gave my all in that fight, and that's, I guess, what the people wanted from me, to get that type of, like, acknowledgement, because I've been in the UFC for so long. But that fight, I guess, really showed people, like, who I am, and I got to show the world who I am, and against a guy like Alex. So now I feel like I've at least kind of made my mark, and been like, hey, I'm here, right? So people are now like, okay, Khalil, I know who this guy is. You can say the name, and now people kind of, they're familiar with who I am now. But the other thing that it showed me was that I now know who I am and what I'm capable of. I spent the majority of that fight just soaking in the moment and just like, oh, I'm here. I was excited to be there. I gave everything I had, but then going back and watching it, I'm like, I saw a lot of mistakes that I made. What mistakes specifically? The number one mistake that I think was made in that fight is that it was my first 5-rounder, and when I was going into the 4th, because I took a lot of damage in the end of the, like, middle to end of the 3rd, so I was up 1 and 2. The beginning of 3, I was starting to kind of, he started to kind of take over halfway through the round, and once he started hitting me, I was like, oh shit, he's established his range, and now I'm feeling it. So it wasn't necessarily like a cardio thing. It was just like I started taking damage, and everybody knows this guy hits hard. So I was taking the damage. I was rocked. I was dizzy going into the 4th in the break. I remember John Wood saying, all right, man, like, you're doing great. 10 more minutes. Like, you can do anything 10 minutes. Just stick in there. We got this. And because I wasn't familiar with the 5 rounds, I took 10 minutes as a sellout. So in the 4th round, I came out, like, ready to, I wasn't thinking with the mindset of, like, I'm up 2. He just took the 3rd, 4th round. I need to maybe relax, maybe not so good, not get hit, whatever. 4th round I came out, I bit down, and I went to war. I think that's what lost me the fight, for me personally.
So you made a lot of adjustments in the Jamal Hill fight.
1,000%.
Yeah, you could see it. You could see, first of all, what a performance. I mean, you dominated a world champion. He dominated. It was such a clear-cut victory. And it was a victory where a lot of people thought you were going to struggle with him. And, you just really showed a level above the Pereira fight. And I think maybe part of it is what you're talking about, like choosing when to engage and when not to engage. Like there's moments in that fight where you were dominating the fight, but there's moments where he was coming after you. You just moved. You moved away from him. And I know it pissed him off, but it's like, hey man, you were way ahead. You were way ahead. You were dominating exchanges. Then when you chose to exchange with him, you were hurting and dropping him. It was very impressive.
Thank you. And that was the product of, really reviewing mistakes. And
you also do some wild shit like standing hammer fists.
Because I saw you practice. Absolutely, man. That's a crazy move, man. We're artists, I think that's one thing that, I try my best to always embody the artist in mixed martial arts. I think it gets lost in the growth of the sport of MMA, But, from the past conversations we have, and you understanding kind of how I was before, like, man, I need some type of outlet for creativity, and
that's what it is, standing hammer fists.
I mean, my mind, just my essence is art, so I'm like, how can I paint this picture of like expression of combat? You know what I mean? Like there's so many different. We got Silat, we got Krav Maga, we got all these things, and it's like
let me paint, you know, like what can I use to, you know, to
It's a bold thing to do, to use something very creative like that on the world champion too. Jamal Hill's a dangerous guy.
Yeah, he's dangerous, man.
Standing hammer fist.
Yeah, I'm dangerous too, you know, like I try to like, I always try to insert myself into, you know, into these things too, because I think about it, yeah, Alex, hard hitter, dangerous guy, and I have to like get someone, let's do it, you know. Alex or Jamal, same thing. Like I know he's got one punch power, you know, all these things. I'm like, let me insert myself, let me take some chances, let me be bold, you know. I think
there's an advantage that you have also as a lighter guy in that division is that you move quicker, and that was kind of evident in that fight. You're like, you know, there's a range of light heavyweights, and you're on the smaller range. Like, there's a lot of guys like Drickus, who's bigger than you, who's the middleweight champion. He's fucking huge, man. It's the opposite thing, right? He's cutting a ton of weight. I don't know what he cuts, but every time I interview him, I'm like, how the fuck are you 185 pounds? You're enormous. He looks like a heavyweight. And he is a heavyweight when he fights. He's over 205 for sure.
Yeah, these guys, they blow up.
And you don't. And I think because of that, you have this, you have speed, and not just speed of the strikes, but the way you move in and out. You know, it's like when you close the distance on Jamal, you can see it was like there were some moments where I think he was surprised by the speed in which you were able to close the distance.
Yeah, I think so as well. There were some reactions in there that I was picking up on. I could see a bit of frustration, you know. I feel like I was able to read a lot of the things before they would come. And I mean, I heard everything that his coaches were saying, and in my mind, I was just seeing him struggle with like not being able to react the way he wanted, and maybe that was because, you know, there was the speed that they weren't necessarily dealing with.
The speed and also the leg kicks. You fucked him up early with leg kicks, and it really had a significant effect when you see him switching stances, and he doesn't like to stand orthodox. You saw a lot of changes.
Yeah, he did. I can say that, you know, there were some improvements made. I think that he probably spent some more time working on his footwork. He was a lot less flat-footed than he usually is. I could tell that, like, a lot of the times his toes were pointed at me, and that wasn't what I studied. You know what I mean? Like,
so he made some changes. He landed some very good leg kicks, specifically in the first round.
Yeah, thank you. I always do my best to, you know, try to channel my Muay Thai.
You're like one of the few. Like I remember we talked about that about the Eric Anders fight. Like when you came back from Thailand the first time, you were fighting like a Thai. Me and DC were having a blast with it. Like, look at this, like light on the front foot. It was like totally different approach. But he landed some very good leg kicks in the first round too. It was a good exchange, but yours were doing a lot more damage.
Yeah, he started off with the leg kicks. Like I think he threw maybe 3 or 4 calf kicks before I actually started answering back. He started it, and I was just like, okay, cool. If this is the game we're playing, like, I love this game, you know, like, I love this game. So, it was a great fight, man.
Why did you start at the beginning of the fight, like with your hands down, just like walking towards him?
Because that's how I felt, Joe. I mean, like, I feel like in that fight, so there was not necessarily like beef between Jamal and I. Like we never really exchanged, you know, there wasn't any like heated discussions or anything. But we all have phones, we all have social media, we all, you know, I get Google alerts and stuff anytime I'm mentioned. And so like I've seen things that were said and I'm just like, okay, whatever. I don't agree with it and I don't, you know, whatever. If this guy looks at me however, that's just his opinion.
What was he saying? Like, what was it?
It was just like, I think it was like things again about like the Alex fight or just saying that like he's gonna outskill me or, you know, I don't belong in the division. Just, you know, things like that. Like, don't take my exact word for it, but that's kind of how, like, that's the stuff that I kind of saw. So for me, there was no real reason to show any like respect. You know, if we're in the same building, if we're in the same room, I just like whatever. I wanted to just kind of block him out. And then
becomes much more possible. And if you have 10
during the weigh-ins. So I had a press conference, and they were saying like, "Hey, in the Alex fight, there was a lot of blood. You got cut up. Blah, 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 blah. Can we expect the same thing from you in this fight?" And I said, "No, there's not going to be any blood on my face. How you're interviewing me now is how you're going to interview me after the fight. It'll look the same." He didn't like that. I didn't say his name, but he didn't like that. And so at the weigh-in, he felt like, and mind you, we had 3 days before the weigh-ins. We seen each other in the hotel room and blah, 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 or in the hotel. There were many more opportunities for him to say what he said, but he chose to do it at the weigh-ins in front of Dana White. And I thought that was like, come on. What did he say? He said, "Oh, you're going to bleed. You're going to bleed. You better believe that. You're going to bleed." Like, in my face, like, "Oh, I'm going to make you bleed." And I was like, okay. Sure. Like, that was really, like, internally, like, I'm okay, sure. Whatever.
And why did you think that you wouldn't get cut? Like, what made you think?
I knew how I've been training and what I prepared for, and I know the type of athlete or fighter and man that I am, and I just knew that it wasn't going to happen. I was just that confident in my abilities and the work that I put in that I just knew it wasn't going to happen.
It's pretty wild, also considering you're coming off of a loss. Like, you get more confidence coming off of a loss.
100%, because the loss just showed me that there's more work to do. Like, people always say back to the drawing boards, and like, it was more than the drawing boards for me. It was like back to the dirt, back to the Vegas weather, back to the dying on the assault bike, back to challenging myself, back to going deeper. Who am I really? What am I really capable of? Like, that was it. It was just like deep internal digging to get out and to discover what I'm made of. And so in that comes confidence. In that comes like, I know what I'm capable of, and I know what I can do. And so that's how I felt. And so that's why I walked out like that, because I was just like,
it's kind of wild. That was what he's doing.
But I was also prepared, like, I didn't want to rush anything. Like, nothing needed to be rushed. Like, the cage is closed, and we got 25 minutes. I'm going to run out, no. Like, I walk here. I know that you're not going to do anything. I wasn't threatened. Like, that statement in my face didn't, like, I was just like, here we go. You know what I mean? Like, another guy that wants to, like, get in my face. Like, then I did the job that needs to be done.
This is a very measured performance. And some people didn't like that. Some people, the casuals. I think there's casuals that they wanted to see blood. They just want to see chaos. They don't care about your health. They don't care about me at the age of 50. You know what I mean? When this is all over, and I want my knees and my hands and my fingers and everything to work, and I want to be able to speak sentences and go through the airport on both my feet and not in a wheelchair. They don't care about that. No, and that's okay. Yeah, that's okay. I mean,
like,
the only time it bothers me when referees react, like when referees separate people because of booing, like, don't do that.
You can't. The referees can't be influenced by the crowd.
Don't give in to the casuals.
You can't, man.
Because I thought it was a very smart performance. Like, if you're gonna fight a guy like Jamal, who's an awesome counter striker, one punch knockout power, got a series of bodies behind him. Like, he's knocked out a lot of dudes. He knows how to do it. You gotta fight him smart, for sure. And that's what he did.
And I wasn't, just like, to be clear, I know the things that I said can come off as like overly confident or whatever. I wasn't sleeping on Jamal, like, I knew what he was capable of, and I trained hard for him. I really did. And every day was dedication. Every day was strategy and planning.
When did you feel like everything was coming together in the fight?
Before the fight. Really? Yeah. The win for me happened before the fight. Like I said, I think with camp, the training, my head training, like with John, with Lorenzo, Christian, it's just the guys who are in my circle, and the work that we do. It really helped me with, a lot of confidence and the clear vision and path to victory. theory, and I just stuck to it. So I just had a feeling that if I stick to the plan, I win this fight.
And you did. Yeah, it was very measured, very smart, and I liked it. I really enjoyed it. Thank you. I enjoyed it because I like when people fight smart. I really do. When people maximize the amount of damage that they put out, minimize the amount of damage they receive in return. That's what he did.
Yeah. And so, now we got the next one. Yuri Prohaska. Yeah. Did you see that news? I saw it yesterday. Yeah. So this is, man, I'm excited about this fight. Yeah, I really am. Another guy who's, you know what I mean, like former champion, very skilled, very dangerous.
Another guy who's gotten a lot better since the Pereira fight.
He's gotten a lot better since the Pereira fight. He's dynamic. He's strategic. He's
awkward as fuck too.
Yeah, he can be awkward. So
he's the worst.
And it's in Vegas, so this is great. It's gonna be the first time since the Gokhan Saki fight that I've been able to fight in front of a crowd.
Was that really?
My hometown. Yeah, that was the last fight I had.
That's crazy.
At T-Mobile Arena in front of the Las Vegas crowd.
I had not realized that.
Yeah.
Oh wow. So that's huge. Don't have to fly. Don't have to travel.
Don't have to fly. Don't have to travel. And then Las Vegas can come out and support a local. So that's cool because with the growth of Las Vegas, we're getting sports. Got the Raiders, getting the baseball team. Women's basketball. It's the local scene in Vegas right now. I'm proud of it. To come from there and to see that now we have something besides just gambling and all the debauchery. So it's going to be nice, and I'm very happy to represent that.
So how do you train for a guy like Yuri? Like what do you do? I mean, are you going to watch a lot of tape on him? Like how do you prepare for a guy like that? That's very unusual.
Without giving away too much, I think that it just requires, study, like passing any test. You know what I mean? Like it requires dedication and focus, and doing the right study, making the right adjustments, and training. It's the rest. I think is art. Like how we go about solving the problem is for everybody to enjoy. But I think that it comes from study and good training partners as well. I think that's a huge thing in anybody's training camp.
Do you have anybody that can emulate that style? Or will you even try?
You know what? To emulate someone's style, I think it's helpful. It is helpful. But it's very hard because you can never really truly, beat someone. So someone can give you certain looks that maybe you'll see. So I don't rely too heavily on people emulating. But I do appreciate, bodies and people that are around the same size, just so I can, get used to that body contact of maybe someone who's a bit taller. Not training with guys who are maybe shorter. Like if I had a short guy who can emulate my opponent, it's not gonna help. It doesn't help. Right. So if I have a taller guy who maybe can't emulate, and I can do what I want to do against a taller body, then the rest is up to like my awareness and like making sure that a guy who maybe has this weird style. Okay, I'm aware of that, but I know what I can do against someone of the same size.
Yuri's he's so unusual in that a lot of times his hands are down really low, his stance is very wide, and he moves back and forth like a cobra. Like he hinges at the waist more than probably anybody. He does a lot of unusual stuff that you could see guys like try to adjust to that when they're inside the cage with them. It's like this weird moment where you have to think and consider these new possibilities.
I think that like I said, I've just returned from a reset. And now as soon as I leave here, I'm locked back into samurai mode.
What did you do in Thailand? Were you just trained? Were you just vacationing or doing training?
It was incredible, Joe. So my wife and I got invited to Thailand from the Thailand Tourism Authority. So they invited us to come. They hosted us in Bangkok. Amazing hotel, Dusit Thani Hotel. You have to go if you ever go to Bangkok. Dusit Thani. So they hosted us. They took us to like a the smallest province in Thailand called Samut Songkhram. And in that province, they are known for having the best coconuts in all of Thailand. So all like coconut water, coconut sugar, all that stuff most likely comes from Samut Songkhram. Salt farm, a bee farm, salt farm. So they make these channels that come from the nearest like body of water, and they get the salt. They extract the salt from the sea, and then they create a bunch of different things from it. Bath salts.
Oh, so they do it with some kind of machinery?
It's like, there's a little bit, it looks like this, exactly.
Oh, so they do it by hand?
Yeah, they do it by hand. These people, they're out there. This is their daily life. And so we got to hang out with these people that live in this province.
That's how they do it?
Yeah, man.
I would have never known. So how are they getting salt out of the water like that? Like, what do you do to...
I honestly, I was so excited to be there that I probably missed out on a lot of the details, but that's how it looked. Like there were these windmills, and I know they're like, the water evaporates, and then there's like salt left at the bottom, and then they rig it into a pile, and then it goes through other processes. But it's really cool to just experience. Like they're very passionate about. And there's different salts from everywhere. Like that up there on the right is salt. I don't know where it came from.
That stuff that looks like dark, like cereal?
Yeah, it's salt.
Doesn't it look like cereal?
No, but cornflakes. Toasted cornflakes.
That's salt.
But and so they had different like salts that came from everywhere, and you can see how it forms based off of like the whatever ecosystem. So cool. So that's Samut Songkhram. We were in Samut Songkhram, and really cool, man. So we went there. They took a bunch of influencers from around the world and flew them into Thailand to welcome us and show us different sides. It's not always about the beaches and Phuket and all this stuff. Like they took us and then spread us out. So that's where we got to go. And then we went back to Bangkok and had this crazy cool gala. Bull Cow was there, like all these, movie stars and the people from just like the Thai government and stuff, just showing people pretty much like the heart of Thailand. So it was very welcoming. It was a really cool way to kind of come back and feel home again. And then I ended up staying an extra week or two. Same thing, Thailand tourism, made sure that we just continue that experience. So we stayed at some other hotels, did like a boat ride cruise down the river, just had dinner, just really got to live it up and experience,
So it was all basically vacationing, not training?
No training, because it was fresh out of the flight. So I was in Baku 2 weeks. I flew from Baku to Vegas, stayed in Vegas 8 hours, and then flew from Vegas to Thailand. So I went around the world in 24 hours. I was fresh out the flight, so would
it be closer to go from Baku to Thailand?
Yeah, but the trips were booked separately. So in order for that to actually work, I had to be in Vegas to fly out. But I did it. I thugged it out, and it was the best way to recover. Like this was a good recovery for me because I started the camp for Jamal in February is when I heard about it, but then it got postponed due to one of his injuries, and and now I'm back. And
when you get a big victory like that over a guy like Jamal, what does that feel like in your head when the work paid off?
To just keep going, and to just keep digging.
You know, like it's nice because before, you know, like when I went on that 5-5 win streak, you know, I was like coming back from Thailand and like now I'm fully in this, you know, I'm 100% in. And with that, that means like I'm committed to digging this tunnel. And so like a win over Jamal, like that tunnel isn't open yet. Like I gotta get the belt first, you know. Like, but I'm digging, and I saw like, oh, maybe I got this like cool gym. So I'm like, okay, cool, put that in my bag. But like now, you know, I'm committed. I'm still in the mine, you know. Eyes on the prize. Eyes on the prize, man.
Yeah, and the prize it's very interesting now, right? Because Pereira lost on Goliath, and they're going to rematch on that same card. Yeah, which is going to be wild. Yeah, that's the main event. And then co-main is Marab and Corey Sandhagen, which is another awesome fight. Yeah. So it's going to be one of those cards. I mean, right now,
busy night for John Wood. Got me and Marab.
Just those 3 fights. That's an insane card. Obviously, if it stays together, MMA is rough with that. People get injured. But if that card stays together the way it's pieced up right now, just with those 3, work hard. This is an advertisement from BetterHelp. Stress in the workplace is becoming an issue around the world. Did you know that 60% of the global workforce is reported experiencing higher than normal levels of stress? So it's more important than ever that we learn to take some time for ourselves. Plan a nice long holiday this summer, go hiking, read a book, play video games. I found that even a few minutes of meditation can help. A great option is therapy. Everyone can benefit from it, and it's arguably one of the better long-term solutions to stress. Therapy can teach you to positively cope and manage anxiety while improving your self-confidence and self-awareness. It can be very empowering. And thanks to BetterHelp, therapy is becoming more and more convenient. All it takes is a few clicks session. You can also join from anywhere, whether you're at the beach, on your vacation, or at home after a grueling day of work. Plus, as the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/JRE. That's BetterHelp.com/JRE.
From what I've seen so far, and like just the texts that I've gotten, yeah, a lot of people are really excited about it, which hypes me up, makes me want to, you know, train smarter.
Well, you know, Yuri, who also beat Jamal in one of his last fights, looked fantastic in that fight. And coming off of the Pereira fight, he also made some big changes and big improvements. That's one of the things that makes your fight with him so much more interesting.
Yeah, because I'm sure from his last, even a loss to Pereira, I knew him coming back. He mentioned it, like he wants to fight for the title again. You know what I mean? Like, so he's hungry for the title again as well, and so am I. And yeah, we both made the adjustments. So I think it's
the thing is though, it's like he lost twice, you lost once, so it's like it's a little tougher to sell his fight than it is to sell a rematch with you. And I think you probably had more success, certainly, than him in the second fight. The second fight, he got kind of tuned up.
Yeah, I think second round.
Well, the first round, he got dropped hard,
and then came out in the second round and head kicked.
Yeah, he was out of it going into the second. That left hook landed clean. Yeah, at the end, it could have been the end of the fight right there. Yeah.
No, those Perez got a different power, man. For sure. Like, it feels like a stone.
It feels remarkably different.
Remarkably. Really, yeah. Getting punched. I've never been punched as hard as I did when I fought Pereira. Like, ever. In sparring. There was just something. It's kind of crazy because, like, I give credit where credit's due. You know, like, I don't want to gas him up too much, but there is just one thing, and it's like, I don't know. I think that it's real. You know what I mean? Like, it's obviously real. Yeah, it's real. The power and the strength is real. It's not anything lucky. It's calculated, but when it lands, it's like, yeah.
He was a guy I talked to big time when he was in Glory. When I found out he was coming over to the UFC, I was like, buckle up. This is just different. It's different. And you know, his frame's different too. So very,
Yeah, it was different. I remember when, like, during the weigh-ins, when we faced off, and like he just bent his arms up like this, and I was like, "Fuck, this is a big man." You know, like, we weigh the same, but like, you know, like that I was like, "Yeah, okay, this is a big guy," like, because he just bent his arms, and like his hand was kind of like right near my face, so I could see just like, you know, the mass. The mass. So it's like, oh, but I was like, okay.
How the fuck did that guy weigh 185?
I don't know.
That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I don't know.
What kind of torture was it?
Torture.
It must have been unbelievable. I think that's one of the things that contributed to Izzy knocking him out. Other than the perfect punch, I mean, Izzy landed an absolutely perfect punch. Yeah. But I think, I mean, it's well noted that when guys lose that much weight, they're a little bit more vulnerable to getting hit.
Yeah. 100%, man. And you watched the before you finished, sure. Oh yeah, you were there, no?
No, it wasn't.
You weren't there.
The last one, you mean with Max?
Yeah, with Max. Pretty sick, man. Very good. I was very happy. And what a cool, like, I don't know. I like what the UFC is doing now with like the exits. You know, like Anthony Smith got a sick exit. Like Dustin's got a sick exit. For me, I don't know. That was kind of one of the highlights of that night for me. Not only did I feel like they both put on a really good fight, I just thought like, what a cool way to be able to just like do that much work and then like be appreciated for it, like win or lose. I think maybe the tides have changed a little bit. Maybe, you know.
Well, wait, what do you mean?
Like, I felt like for a long time, and still to this day, it's still pretty like heavy. But to lose in MMA was almost kind of like the end of the world to the fans,
because it is in boxing.
Yeah.
You know, boxing, everybody wants to be undefeated.
Yeah, like undefeated, and like, you know, sometimes like someone could be on a tear and then they, you know, they lose, and then like you can just see the direction of the support, like completely shift. Like you know, but yeah, I think that it's, you know, when I see things like, you know, Justin's exit and all that stuff, granted he did a lot in the company and he's done a lot in his career, but to see that kind of gave me hope, like, okay, maybe this will, you know, give the fans a little bit different perspective. Maybe it can start to shift towards like appreciating people, appreciating the fighter, man. Yeah, like appreciating the fighter for what we do. It's not the easiest job. We don't get paid the most. You know, like, so like, yeah, like a little appreciation goes a long way, win or lose, for sure.
Yeah, I hope the tide's turning in that direction too. Yeah, people need to, it's like, again, it's casuals. It's like people love, it's one of the things that I really struggled with in the early days of commentary is that regular sports people were starting to do MMA commentary, and they were talking about fighters the same way they would talk about like a football player drops a pass or a basketball player misses a shot, very disrespectfully choked. They were saying a lot of shit. I was like, hey, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, this is a wrong sport to be coming over here and talking like that. For sure. The early days in particular, there was a lot of that. There was a lot of people that they wanted to get credit for their work by just being that arrogant. You know, there's like a bunch of those people in the sports world. They're just like insulting, and then, you know, there's a long history of athletes meeting those people and fucking them up and slapping them. It's super disrespectful, and I don't know why. But there's like a culture, particularly in America, that embraces that and that likes that, because that's the kind of talk that like dum-dums have when they're on the job. They're like, see him last night, fucking loser. They missed that 3-pointer. Should have passed the ball. Like, you know, shut the fuck up, man. I hate that shit. I hate that shit because I didn't do a lot of team sports. You know, I only was involved mostly in combat sports when I was a kid. And so disrespect like that was like, God, you don't know what you're even talking about.
Yeah, it's annoying, man.
You don't understand what this is. These guys are risking their fucking life. It's different than everything else you watch. You miss a basketball, you miss it going to the hoop. Okay, next day, you know, you get to shoot some more basketballs and practice, and then you'll be playing in a few days, and you're back at it. With fighting, you're fucking so it's everything.
100%. Broken nose, something.
People bums. It's like, shut your mouth.
Yeah, dude. No,
Stop.
it's super annoying. And that also brings to thought, like, I went to the ESPYs, and that was really cool. Like, first time going to the ESPYs and seeing all these other athletes, you know, that we see on football, you know, just on television, being in the same room. It was amazing. And I remember seeing just like the opening video. And I think there might have been maybe one clip of an MMA fight. But I'm listening to all the like awards given out, you know, best play and all this stuff, and I was just thinking, man, like, I know MMA is new, and I'm obviously it's growing because we're here, and you know, they got John Jones in the crowd, and they got Marab here, you know, so it's growing. They're starting to acknowledge us, but like I can't wait until the day where like there's more fights on, you know, in the ESPYs.
Yeah,
we're doing great things. You know what I mean? I feel
it's
like
the most exciting sport ever.
It's so exciting. And even like I had, you know, pro hockey players, all these guys coming up like, oh man, watch your fight. You know, so like even the athletes that are playing the NFL, NHL, and MLB, all these things, they're even watching what we're doing. Oh yeah, so for sure. I think it's, you know, I'm excited for the growth of the sport as well, and you know, hopefully the next generation or even sooner will be able to know what it's like to be an MMA fighter and still get like an ESPY award.
I wonder what's going to happen if the UFC doesn't renew the ESPN contract. Because there's this negotiation thing that's going on right now, and I don't know where they're going to land. There's talk of Netflix, there's talk of other networks, there's a bunch of different talk. And one of the things that we benefit from is ESPN not just as the host of the fights, but also covering the fights, all the additional coverage, all the Sports Center talk, all the different shows that they have on ESPN Plus, the post-fight shows.
Yeah.
Those are all huge.
Yeah.
You know, the breakdown, people love that shit.
No, they do.
The pre-fight breakdowns, you know,
I think it's great. I'm
Sean Evans.
It's gotta stick around, man. Like,
I hope so. I love ESPN, and I love that. I like getting it that way off the app. It's easy, you know.
And I think it helps us too. I mean, it definitely helps the sport grow, right? And I think that I think it helped us as fighters gain those fans who are, you know, football fans.
Oh yeah,
people who just have ESPN on all day. Yep. You know what I mean? Or in a PT clinic, it's just like, okay, ESPN's on. You know, and to be able to be shown through that, I think it's been really helpful to us. And
the thing is, it's like you can get converted to a fan with one fight. All you need is one undercard banger. One undercard banger. You're like, oh shit.
I mean, that was me with the Alex fight. Honestly, dude, like these people came out of nowhere. Like one fight changed my life. Wow. Like one fight changed my life. It's
when you dropped him, you had great moments in that fight.
Yeah. You know, dude, off topic. What's it like to be Joe Rogan these days? What do you mean? What's it like? I'm here. Welcome to the Khalil Roundtree experience. Today's guest, we have Joe Rogan joining us. Joe,
it's pretty much the same for me. We're going to sit down, talk to cool people. Yeah. And I live my life pretty insulated, so I don't deal with all the blah and chitter chatter. Yeah, I just keep it moving.
Okay.
That's the way to stay sane. You gotta just keep moving.
Yeah.
My day is basically the same every day. Get up early, write, shoot arrows, get in the cold plunge, lift weights, work out, do what I gotta do, come here. Okay. It's the same. I go to the club, tell jokes, go home, go to bed, rinse, wash, repeat. That's what I do.
Nice.
I don't do anything any different, so as chaotic as it seems, it's the same for me. I think what fucks people up is when they get caught up in other people talking about them, and then they get involved in it, and then they start reading things, and they start thinking, who I am? Where's this? Who's right? Am I a fucking loser? Am I the coolest guy ever? Who am I? You know, just keep working. I love that. Yeah, it's the only way. The only way to not go crazy when you get really famous is to keep doing exactly what you've always been doing and make sure you fucking burn yourself out you go hard all the time with everything you do. Because if you don't, then you're gonna just wonder, am I slipping? What's happening? Is this all gonna go away? Like, that's one thing that people really do freak out about. Like, once they start getting some success, what if it goes away? Yeah, what if it goes away? And then you get imposter syndrome. You don't think you should be there. And then you read a bunch of comments. Most comments are negative. People telling you over and over again, you're a fucking loser. You start going, God damn, am I a loser? And start reading things. I've seen it happen to fighters. I've seen it happen to many fighters where they get too caught up in reading comments and interacting with people in a negative way online. It's just not good for you. It's not smart. It's not the way. It's not. It's you're dealing with the crabs. It's crabs in a bucket. There's a lot of people out there that don't think the only way for them to succeed is to pull you down. It's a dumb mindset, but of course, there's a lot of people that they're not that aware of how much time they're wasting. They're not aware of how much energy they're wasting thinking about other people, constantly dwelling on it, hating, and all the stupid shit. And they don't realize that they're stealing from their own life. They don't realize that they're just caught in this weird trap because we have this undefined new modality of communication, this social media modality, this new thing, this new device that you have that interacts with your brain, and oftentimes in a very negative way. And you're wasting hours and hours a day. Like, how many people look at their screen time on their phone? When you do, you go, whoa, 6 hours. That's crazy. Yeah. 6 hours that I could have been doing other shit. Obviously, it's like 10 minutes here, 5 minutes there, but it fucking adds up. It adds up. Yeah. And it's really time. It's really energy. It's focus. It's just being robbed from you, and with no reward. That's what they don't understand. It's like you're getting robbed and you're not getting